Chapter 1. Awakening of a Godly Talent. Lu Yu, I am the daughter of the city's foremost family, the flower of South University. On this level genius, and you are merely a powerless waste, utterly unworthy of being my fiancé. At Jiangnan High School, Yang Weining stood atop the podium on the playground, her voice amplified through the microphone, laden with an air of undeniable disdain. In that instant, thousands of eyes turned towards the frail youth clad in a school uniform. 16 years prior, the Lu family was the most prominent clan in Jiangnan, having birthed a plethora of S-level geniuses and formidable warriors, overshadowing the city's authority. Later, the city's leaders invited the Lu family to collaborate in exploring a secret realm. 3 months later, the Lu family's champions were all annihilated, leaving only the city's leaders to escape in solitude. In that battle, Lu Ye's parents, grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, and fifth uncle, all his closest kin, met with a tragic end. From that point on, the Lu family fell into a state of disarray, becoming a marginalized force, while the city's authority grew increasingly stable. Now, with such a disparity in status, this marriage was destined to bear no fruit, especially now that Yang Weining had just discovered her S-level talent. She was the first S-level genius to emerge in Jiangnan City in a century, her future prospects boundless. Today, I shall annul the engagement. If you are willing to kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider granting you some compensation, out of regard for our past. Yang Weining looked down at Lu Yu from her elevated position, as if he were an ant at her feet. In this world where talent dictated all, her S-level ability was the formidable leverage that allowed her to look down upon all. Moreover, her awakened talent was the extraordinary S-level ability of reviving the dead, which enabled her to resurrect the deceased within a limited time frame. Not only could she publicly annul the engagement, but she could also berate the principal without fear of repercussions. Once such a genius matured, she would become a pillar of the nation's future. A mere S-level talent dares to mention annulling an engagement? Lu Yu, undeterred by the curious gazes of the crowd, fixed his gaze directly upon Yang Weining, a sneer playing upon his lips. Mia Talent, are you not aware that Jiangnan City has only produced one S-level genius in nearly a century? Nationwide, there are no more than 10 S-level talents each year. Yang Weining held her head high, exuding extreme confidence and arrogance. Have you heard of a godly talent? Lu Yu inquired with a smile. Of course. A godly genius is born only once every 10 years on average worldwide, with a probability of 1 in a billion. You lack that fate. Yang Weining scoffed. She would rather believe she was adopted than accept that Lu Yu could awaken a godly talent. The onlookers also deemed Lu Yu a dreamer. Talent partly stems from family genetics and partly from postnatal cultivation. Yang Weining's father was in S-level talent, and she had consumed various rare herbs since childhood, which enabled her to awaken her S-level ability. Lu Ye's father was also in S-level talent, but the resources available to him paled in comparison to those of Yang Weining. Achieving merely in S-level would be a stroke of luck. He was most likely only capable of an A. I certainly possess that fate. Lu Ye's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence. Half a year ago, a talent tree awakened in his mind, which could grow random talent fruits by absorbing emotions. At this very moment, the tree had borne a godly talent fruit. After 6 months of effort, he had awaited this day. If you can awaken a godly talent, I will serve you as a slave for life. Otherwise, the engagement is void, and you shall forever leave Jiangnan City. Yang Weining was supremely confident. Very well. While it may be somewhat demanding to marry you, having you as my lifelong servant does not sound too bad. Lu Yu agreed, striding to the podium. Step into the array, the teacher instructed, pointing to the talent testing formation on the ground. Understood. Lu Yu nodded and stepped into the formation under the gaze of the multitude. In an instant, a beam of light shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds for miles around. A fierce wind swept across the playground, sending thousands of students tumbling in every direction. An overwhelming aura emanated from Lu Yu, expanding wildly in all directions, as if a sovereign had descended. Ordinary people, upon merely catching a glimpse, felt an irresistible urge to kneel in submission. This commotion is too great. Quickly set up a barrier. Principal Fu Teng commanded with a wave of his hand. A golden light enveloping the podium as other leaders and teachers infused energy to reinforce it. Once the barrier was established, the students' gazes towards Lu Yu transformed entirely. This magnitude of disturbance surpassed even Yang Waning's earlier test, indicating that his talent was at least CES level. How could a waste, deprived of any resources for cultivation, possibly awaken a talent superior to mine? Yang Waning clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu, her heart racing with anxiety at the thought of a godly talent emerging. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from the formation. The ground trembled, dust and debris flying, smoke filling the air. Fortunately, with the barrier in place, otherwise, the thousands of students on the playground would have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the formation malfunctioned. This waste should perish within. Yang Waning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This boy's awakened talent is extraordinary, Fu Teng murmured to himself. The other school leaders and teachers nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with newfound respect for Lu Yu. Gradually, the smoke dissipated. A tall figure emerged from within. It was Lu Yu. What is it? What talent did you awaken? Fu Teng asked impatiently. A godly talent. Time manipulation. Lu Yu grinned, intricate patterns of temporal mastery shimmering in his palm. Godly level. Time. Fu Teng's withered face erupted with profound astonishment, his speech faltering. Not just him, but everyone present was left in a state of disbelief. The time talent was the most formidable existence among myriad talents. In its initial stage, it could halt time in its mid-stage, it could accelerate the passage of time and reverse it in its final form. It could alter the timeline. A godly time talent indicated an exceptionally high ceiling for Lu Yu, and his cultivation speed would exceed that of ordinary geniuses. It was akin to equipping a tiger with wings and a nuclear bomb. If the S-level reviving the dead was the future pillar of the nation, then the godly time talent was the future king of the entire world. The nation would invest immense resources in his cultivation, and he would grow at an unprecedented pace. Anyone who dared to covet him would be opposing the state. With this thought, the crowd turned their gazes towards Yang Waning. Had she not publicly humiliated Lu Yu, perhaps he would have become a prized son-in-law of the Yang family, and at this moment, she would surely be regretting her actions. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A waste inferior to me in every way. How could he possibly measure a godly talent? Yang Waning's face turned ashen, her head shaking repeatedly in denial of the reality. The ant she had previously looked down upon had now transformed into a genius beyond her reach. Such a stark contrast was difficult for her to comprehend. What devastated her most was that she had just lost the wager. From this day forward, she would serve Lu Yu as a slave for life. Wait, as long as Lu Yu disappears forever, then the wager and engagement will be nullified. A frenzied thought suddenly struck Yang Waning's mind. Excellent. Finally, our Huaxia has produced a godly talent. Fu Teng beamed, his smile wide, patting Lu Ye's shoulder with unmistakable support. Lu Ye's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Yang Waning, mockingly stating, "According to our wager, from now on, you are my servant, Lu Yu. Let me hear you call me master." Chapter 2. The Treatment of a Genius. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless gazes converged upon Yang Waning. Regret, resentment, fury, and humiliation surged within her, leaving her feeling like a thorn on a needle. If she uttered those two words, her dignity would be utterly obliterated. From that moment on, no matter where she went, she would become the subject of ridicule and gossip. "You dream if you think I, Yang Waning, will be your servant," she retorted angrily. "A dignified daughter of the city's foremost family. Am I to swallow my own spit?" Lu Yu had anticipated her refusal, unable to pin her down with this tactic. He had other methods up his sleeve. After harboring resentment for so long, today was the day to unleash it. Yang Waning was overwhelmed with shame, her face flushed, unable to meet the scornful gazes of others. Feigning resilience as she declared, "It's merely a verbal agreement, what of it if I change my mind?" You are so shameless, I am indeed at a loss for how to deal with you. However, as I understand it, the reviving the dead ability has a fatal flaw. Each use consumes one's own lifespan. Would a selfish person like you be willing to trade your life for another's? Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Yang Weiniang stiffened, her expression becoming unnatural. She would never commit such a foolish act as trading life for life. Yet, before so many witnesses, her response was grandiose. If it's to save a national hero, what does my personal sacrifice amount to? Lu Yu chuckled dismissively and continued, what if I told you that the reviving the dead ability, when paired with a time talent, allows for resurrection without consuming one's lifespan? At this revelation, Fu Teng and the other school leaders realized the implications. Any genius awakening reviving the dead was destined to burn themselves out to illuminate others, with the longest lifespan not exceeding 50 years. Even if they defected to other countries, they would still be forced to use their talent, facing an even grimmer fate. Unless the reviving the dead ability could be used in conjunction with an equivalent time talent, achieving a resurrection effect without cost. In other words, the tables had turned between the Lu and Yang families. If Yang Weiniang wishes to preserve her life, she must ingratiate herself with Lu Yu. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. Do you think to manipulate me in this manner? Do you take me for a mere child of 3, easily deceived? Yang Weiniang scoffed. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Principal Fu, Lu Yu replied, spreading his hands and shrugging nonchalantly. Indeed, that is the case, Principal Fu affirmed with a nod of agreement. Yang Weiniang felt as though struck by lightning. She then turned to the other school leaders and teachers, only to see them all nodding in acknowledgement. In that instant, it was as if the sky had fallen. Feeling all strength drained from her, she collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. The earlier thoughts of eliminating Lu Yu vanished entirely, for if he were to perish, her own life would not last long either. Yet, to humble herself and appease Lu Yu was beyond her capability. However, should she fail to do so, she would age rapidly and meet her demise through repeated manifestations of her talents. Why? Why was it that among so many in Jiangnan City, it was Lu Yu who awakened the divine-level time talent? Yang Weiniang's heart roared in protest, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. Since you refuse to be my servant, we shall have to establish a price. A slap in exchange for my saving you. Shall we start with 10 slaps? Lu Yu said with a grin, sauntering closer and waving his hand. Lu Yu, do not take your arrogance too far. Yang Weiniang spat through clenched teeth. And what of it? Lu Yu's expression shifted, a glimmer of malice lurking beneath. He had long suspected that Yang Ruohai was orchestrating schemes behind the scenes, aiming to weaken the Lu family's power. Regrettably, he had yet to find concrete evidence. Once his strength reached a sufficient level, he would undoubtedly pay a visit to the secret realm himself. Should he discover that it was indeed Yang Ruohai's machinations, then the entire city would pay with their lives. You shall pay for this, Yang Weiniang declared fiercely before fleeing the playground in disarray. Next time we meet, it shall start at 10 slaps. Lu Yu called out loudly to her retreating figure. The talent assessments continued. Yet aside from Lu Yu and Yang Weiniang, no one had awakened even a single level talent, with a pitiful 5 level talents among the rest. The vast majority possessed only D or level talents. Once concluded, Principal Fu pointed to the elder beside him and instructed, Director Sun, please ensure Lu Yu's safety until the protectors arrive in Jiangnan City. Rest assured, Principal, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow a single hair on this treasure to be harmed. Director Sun vowed earnestly. Gasp! Upon hearing these words, over 1,000 students collectively inhaled sharply, envy etched on their faces. Director Sun was the 3rd strongest in Jiangnan City, following the mayor and the principal, a seasoned pinnacle 6th-tier expert. Must it truly be so grand? Lu Yu said, taken aback by the attention. You are still young. With little experience, your understanding of divine-level talents is limited to hearsay, and you have yet to grasp their significance to a nation. Strive diligently and grow swiftly. Jiangnan City is but your starting point. Principal Fu patted Lu Yu's shoulder heavily before departing for Kyoto. According to national regulations, whenever a genius of S level or above is born, The Protector's Hall sends a powerful individual to safeguard their growth. The emergence of a divine-level genius warranted his personal visit to the Protector's Hall. Director's son, now that the awakening is complete, I should return home, Lu Yu stated. Return, I shall accompany you. Director's son insisted, not leaving Lu Yu's side, his gaze fixed upon him at all times. Before long, the two arrived at the Lu residence. After their decline, the Lu family had relocated to the outskirts of Jiangnan City. With over 100 family members, the majority were elderly, weak, or women and children. Currently, the head of the family was Lu Yu's great-uncle, Lu Qingtian, a fifth-tier expert. Director's son, why have you returned with him? Has this boy caused trouble at school? You tell me, and I will discipline him. Lu Qingtian, nearing 80, leaned on a cane, his white hair disheveled and his demeanor weary. Since the family's decline, troubles had beset them one after another, and he bore the weight of it all. He must endure until someone within the family could rise to take his place. This treasure has awakened a divine-level time talent. If you wish to discipline him, I must intervene. Director's son joked. What? A divine-level time talent? Lu Qingshan's aged, murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, locking onto Lu Yu. Yes, the principal has already gone to the Protector's Hall in Kyoto to request a protector for Lu Yu, Director's son explained. Excellent. This signifies that the fortunes of the Lu family are not yet exhausted. Lu Qingdan exclaimed, his joy evident as he struggled for over a decade, finally seeing hope for the family's resurgence. Such a divine talent. It would undoubtedly lead the Lu family to unprecedented heights. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz van pulled up at the gate of the Lu family's villa, carrying Yang Ruohai and Yang Weiniang. Once inside, do not wear a scowl, nor speak harshly. Now that Lu Yu has awakened a divine talent, we must forge alliances. You must marry him. Do you understand? Yang Ruohai scolded darkly. All right, Yang Weiniang replied reluctantly. Chapter 3. Shaking the bamboo stick upon seeing Yang Ruohai and his daughter enter. Not a single member of the Lu family rose to greet them. Director's son stood behind Lu Yu, his expression quite nuanced. Congratulations, congratulations! The Lu family has produced a prodigious talent, with a bright future ahead. Yang Ruohai took the lead in breaking the awkward silence, his face beaming with amiability. Humph! Lu Chengtian let out a cold snort, too disinterested to engage. Years ago, when the strong of the Lu family perished, everyone suspected it was Yang Ruohai's conspiracy. Unfortunately, there was no evidence to substantiate the claims, and given their inferior strength compared to the city lord, they could only swallow their grievances. Lu Qingtian, the city lord of Jiangnan, has come to congratulate you. What is this attitude? Yang Wanqing pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian's displeasure was evident. Yet out of respect for the city lord, he refrained from reprimanding her. Impudent. Yang Ruohai glared fiercely at Yang Wanqing, then quickly added, My daughter has been poorly disciplined. Please forgive her transgressions. The atmosphere grew tense. Lu Yu stepped forward, a smile gracing his face. China has always been a nation of etiquette. How could one come to congratulate empty-handed? My dear nephew, I have indeed prepared a generous gift. Here is a peak 6th-tier demon beast inner core. Yang Ruohai's emotions were inscrutable as he retrieved a wooden box from his spatial ring. Peak 6th tier. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. The inner core of a demon beast is a natural treasure, greatly beneficial for cultivation. A single peak 6th tier inner core could easily fetch 10 billion. Both Lu Chengtian and Director Sun were taken aback, not expecting Yang Ruohai to be so generous. Dad, this inner core is meant for me. Yang Wanqing's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy, but the words died on her lips. City Lord, I am to be your future son-in-law. Isn't it a bit stingy to gift just a mere 6th-tier inner core? Lu Yu spoke of being the future son-in-law, yet internally he held nothing but disdain. There was no need to elaborate on Yang Wanqing's character. He would rather remain unmarried for life than marry such a woman. Yang Ruohai was hypocritical to the extreme, displaying one face in public and another in private. Years ago, when the strong of the Lu family passed away, he had managed the funeral arrangements, weeping inconsolably. However, after the funeral, his attitude towards the Lu family took a complete U-turn. Several visits from the Lu family were met with cold rejections. this engagement would inevitably be annulled. Ha ha ha, you speak the truth. We shall be one family from now on, so allow me to present you with an S-rank enchanted necklace that can withstand any single attack. Yang Ruahai's face radiated joy as he produced a shimmering necklace from his spatial ring. Hiss! Upon seeing this necklace, everyone present inhaled sharply in disbelief. To withstand any single attack is akin to granting an extra life. The value of this treasure far surpassed that of the peak 6th tier inner core. If he was willing to part with such a gift, Yang Ruahai was clearly making a significant effort to mend their relationship. Not only the members of the Lu family, but even Director Sun and Lu Qingtian were stirred by this. Dad, I object. Both of these items originally belonged to me. Why should they be given to this waste? Yang Wanqing protested vehemently, believing that merely coming to offer congratulations had already conferred great honor upon the Lu family. Such precious items were beyond their worth. If a divine-level genius is considered waste, then what of an SS level? Are they even inferior to waste? Lu Yu retorted mercilessly. Slap. Yang Ruahai struck Yang Wanqing hard across the face. His expression dark as he commanded, apologized to Lu Yu. Dad, you actually struck me for the sake of an outsider? Yang Wanqing held her cheek, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Yang Ruahai. What outsider? This is my future son-in-law, your future husband. I will say this one last time. Apologize to Lu Yu. Yang Ruahai's fury ignited, a terrifying aura enveloping the space. I will never apologize to someone like him. Nor will I ever marry him. Yang Wanqing declared defiantly, tears brimming as she fled from the scene. Alas, I have spoiled her. Yang Ruahai sighed helplessly as he watched her retreating figure, with matters escalating to this point. Everyone expected Lu Yu to take the opportunity to ease the tension and let the incident pass, especially after receiving two priceless treasures. However, Lu Yu was relentless, stating, I am one who holds grudges. Yang Wanqing has made my life difficult at school, and now she insults me as waste. This matter requires an explanation. What do you wish to do? Yang Ruahai, suppressing his dissatisfaction, inquired, considering the future son-in-law's perspective. Hand over the spatial ring you possess as compensation, and I will let this matter slide. Lu Yu greedily proposed. Agreed. Yang Ruahai gritted his teeth, removing the spatial ring and handing it to Lu Yu. Lu Qingtian and Director Sun were left dumbstruck, never expecting that Lu Yu, at such a young age, would have such enormous ambition, completely grasping Yang Ruahai in his grasp. City Lord, do you have any other matters? If not, we shall not keep you for dinner. Lu Yu gleefully regarded the three treasures, his heart overflowing with joy. If there are no other matters, then I shall take my leave. Yang Ruahai's expression stiffened momentarily before he exited the courtyard. As he reached the roadside, the more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, viciously punching a nearby shrub. Having given away 3 treasures in succession, his heart bled. If such gifts could mend the relationship between their families, it would have been worth it. But Lu Yu had made it abundantly clear from the start that he intended to exploit the situation to his advantage. He had no intention of marrying into the Yang family. Dad, did they kick you out? Hearing the commotion by the roadside, Yang Wanqing rolled down the car window and asked. Yang Ruahai shot her a glance, asserting firmly, in a few days, when the academy enrollment occurs, you must attend the same academy as Lu Yu and obtain his forgiveness to fulfill this marriage. I have no intention of marrying him. Not wishing to marry, do you wish to perish in the process of repeatedly showcasing your talent? Upon hearing this, Yang Wanqing fell silent. Compared to being an SS level resurrected, she would prefer to awaken an S level talent of the next tier. At least then, she wouldn't be at the mercy of someone like Lu Yu. Return home, Yang Ruahai, filled with pent-up frustration, ordered. The two returned to the city lord's residence, where a crystal coffin lay in the living room. Upon seeing the corpse's face within the coffin, Yang Ruahai sharply inhaled. An ominous premonition settling over him. City Lord, it has been a long time. A frail figure emerged from the living room, his gaze cold, reminiscent of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Greetings, Lord of the Southern Domain. Yang Ruahai knelt with a thud, and Yang Wanqing followed suit, not daring to be negligent. Given our relationship, there is no need for such formality. Rise, Lord Zhang Tai of the Southern Domain said, taking a seat upon the city lord's throne before directly addressing the crystal coffin. We are all old friends, so I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to request Wanqing to use her talent to resurrect my son. Zhang Yuan, my daughter, has just awakened her talent. And her abilities are still rudimentary. If we wait a while longer, her chances of success will certainly improve. Yang Ruahai delicately postponed the request. Having raised his precious daughter for over 40 years, he could never bear to let her sacrifice her lifespan for another's life. Lord of the Southern Domain, I have yet to reach the first tier. Forcibly utilizing my talent requires a significant cost. Perhaps we could wait a little longer? Yang Wanqing was blunt in her refusal. Only upon reaching the first tier does one truly become a talent, capable of utilizing their abilities at will. Conversely, great sacrifices must be made. Moreover, there is a law governing the resurrection of the deceased. The greater the strength of the resurrected, the greater the lifespan required. As far as she knew, Zhang Yun had entered the Tianwu Academy 3 years ago and was currently at peak 4th tier strength. In such circumstances, resurrecting Zhang Yun would require a minimum of 10 years of her lifespan. How many times could she withstand such a toll on her life? Chapter 4. Entering the first tier. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that you would stand by and watch him die? That is absolutely not our intention. Yang Ruahai and his daughter were frightened into kneeling once more. China is divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central, with each region further divided into cities. Among them, the Lord of the Southern Domain governs dozens of city lords, and Yang Ruahai is merely one among them. Setting aside status and position, Zhang Tai is a concrete 9th-tier powerhouse. They could not afford to offend such a significant figure, but to expend 10 years of lifespan. At that moment, Zhang Tai descended from his elevated position, gazing down at Yang Ruahai, and meaningfully placed a hand on his shoulder. Yang Ruahai, do not forget who helped you ascend to the throne of Jiangnan City, and do not forget who assisted you in eliminating the Lu family, which was a thorn in your side. Yang Ruahai's heart sank, feeling as though he had been caught in a trap, his face paling instantly as he could muster no resistance. Yang Wanqing also heard this, her pupils narrowing in disbelief as she turned to Yang Ruahai. She understood her father's ascension to City Lord was due to the significant support of the Lord of the Southern Domain. But she had always thought the Lu family's downfall was a mere accident. Little did she know it was a scheme orchestrated by her father and Lord Zhang Tai. Now that the Lu family had produced a divine-level genius, it was only a matter of time before the truth of those events would be unveiled. If it weren't for my protection, how long do you think you would last? The age-old tactic of striking with a rod and then offering a sweet date was at play here. Zhang Tai's tone softened as he helped the two to their feet, saying gently, I have heard that the resurrection of the deceased can be paired with the talent of time, allowing one to avoid sacrificing their own lifespan. Therefore, I have gone to great lengths to procure a soul control talisman. If you successfully resurrect my son, this talisman will be yours. Soul control talisman. Yang Ruahai and his daughter exchanged a glance, both witnessing the shock etched upon each other's faces. This was an artifact that existed solely in legends, devoid of rank, yet far more precious than a peak 6th tier inner Dan combined with an S-grade necklace, hundreds of times more valuable. Once infused into a target's body, it guaranteed absolute control, leaving no escape for either humans or demonic beasts. With this talisman in hand, they could command Lu Yu like a slave, alleviating all concerns about lifespan consumption. Father, you wish for me to fulfill the marriage contract and wed Lu Yu to mend the relationship between our families, thereby extending my life. This is a desperate last resort. Meanwhile, Lord of the Southern Domain has presented us with a superior plan. Yang Wanqing's gaze was resolute. She was willing to sacrifice 10 years of her life without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog daughter. Zhang Tai laughed heartily. Once the Yang family controlled Lu Yu, they could then orchestrate a union between Yang Wanqing and Zhang Yun, thus simultaneously wielding power over the SS-grade resurrection of the dead and God-level manipulation of time. In that moment, he would reign supreme within the 5 domains. Meanwhile, within the Lu family's courtyard, Director Sun spoke plainly. Lu Yu, there are 3 top-tier talent academies in Huaxia: Tianwu Academy, Qingfeng Academy, and Wuji Academy. My recommendation is that you attend Wuji Academy. Indeed, Wuji Academy is commendable, boasting a formidable faculty and abundant educational resources. It consistently nurtures numerous powerful individuals each year. Lu Qingtian acknowledged with a nod. However, Lu Yu shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I wish to attend Tianwu Academy. No, Tianwu Academy is far too perilous. Just recently, Even the son of the Southern Domain King perished there, Lu Qingtian immediately refuted. Among the three elite academies, Tianwu Academy had the highest annual casualty rate. In one particular year, less than a third of graduates survived. The remaining two-thirds either died in battle, suffered severe injuries and withdrew, or were retained for an extra year. There, status held no weight. Only strength mattered. Now, with all of the Lu family's hopes resting upon Lu Yu, any misstep could spell disaster for the entire clan. Confronting danger is a necessary lesson on the path to becoming a strong individual. Lu Yu recalled his father's teachings from years past. He had been preparing for this moment, familiarizing himself with the strengths and weaknesses of each academy. Tianwu Academy's high casualty rate stemmed from its hands-on approach to education, gaining experience and combat skills through relentless battles, thereby rapidly enhancing their strength. This was incomparable to merely learning theoretical foundations and engaging in friendly sparring among peers. He was determined to grow stronger in the shortest time possible, then venture forth to uncover the truth behind the events of yesteryear. I still believe it's too dangerous, Lu Qingtian insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. The others in the Lu family echoed his sentiments, urging Lu Yu to reconsider the risk. Director Sun regarded Lu Yu with newfound admiration, affirming, if you seek to outpace others in growth, Tianwu Academy is indeed your optimal choice. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathlessly reporting, Old Master, the city governor just sent word that the Southern Domain King requests your presence along with the young master. Understood, Lu Qingtian waved dismissively, signaling the servant to depart. The Southern Domain King had just lost his son yet appeared in Jiangnan City. It seemed Yang Weiniang's talents were already coming into play. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The Southern Domain King was exerting pressure, and the Yang family had no grounds to refuse. However, it was perplexing that Yang Weiniang had not sought Lu Yu's assistance. Resurrecting a peak fourth-tier individual would require sacrificing at least 10 years of one's life. No matter how proud she was, she must surely discern the gravity of the situation, right? Xiao Yu, I will accompany you tonight, Director Sun offered. Thank you, Director Sun. But there are still several hours until the banquet. I wish to first attempt to refine this sixth-tier inner Dan. Lu Yu replied, retreating to his room to swallow the inner Dan whole. In an instant, a torrent of vitality and spiritual energy erupted within him, as if every inch of his skin and bones were undergoing rebirth. This process was lengthy and excruciating, yet the effects of the peak sixth-tier inner Dan were remarkably evident. His previously slender meridians had expanded significantly, and his skin and bones shimmered with a faint golden hue, enhancing his defensive strength several-fold. Besides the transformation of his physical form, Lu Yu also began to grasp the threshold of a first-tier talent. Once he stepped into that realm, he could effortlessly wield his innate abilities. Conversely, failing to do so would exact a tremendous toll. As night fell, an imperceptible ripple emanated from Lu Yu's room. Wherever it passed, all things froze in place. A fallen leaf was suspended mid-air. Truly, the power of a peak sixth-tier inner Dan. Within just a few hours, he had crossed into the first tier. If he could fully refine it, he could reach at least the third tier, at which point he should be able to comprehend the ability to accelerate time. Lu Yu murmured in excitement. Currently, for known abilities existed within the realm of time manipulation. One could freeze time, with the area of effect expanding with greater strength, capable of enveloping an entire city at its peak. Another could accelerate time, allowing a target to expend years or even decades of life in mere seconds until they age to death. A third could reverse time, returning a target to several years or even decades prior. But this ability could not cause physical disappearance. The final power, transcending all rules, could directly alter a target's timeline, albeit at a tremendous cost. However, throughout the millennia, no individual with a time-based talent had ever mastered this last ability. If someone were to truly achieve such mastery, it would be no exaggeration to deem them a deity within this world. Chapter 5. The might of God-level time talent. Before long, Lu Qingtian and the others shared a carriage heading towards Yinfeng Tower. Upon entering the private room, they found Zhang Tai, Yang Ruahai, Zhang Yun, and Yang Weiniang engaged in lively conversation. Lu Yu's gaze fell upon Yang Weiniang, who had appeared vibrant and full of life during their last encounter. Now, however, the corners of her eyes bore additional wrinkles, and her gaze had dimmed considerably. She appeared significantly aged, akin to a woman in her 30s. Director Sun has arrived, Yang Ruahai remarked, his expression stiffening momentarily. According to the original plan, he would have directly killed Lu Qingtian and forcibly used the soul-controlling talisman on Lu Yu. However, Sun Delii, being the director of the Southern University, had a complex web of connections. Killing him would be difficult to justify. The principal cautioned me repeatedly to protect this treasure at all costs. I dare not disobey. Director Sun chuckled, closely following Lu Yu. Understood, understood. Allow me to introduce everyone present. Yang Ruahai said, adopting a congenial demeanor as he introduced each individual in turn. As the drinks flowed and dishes were savored, the previously tense atmosphere within the room began to lighten, centering around Lu Yu. At that moment, after a lengthy silence, Yang Weiniang stood up. Lu, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Is there anything that cannot be said here? Lu Yu asked without lifting his head. It pertains to our private matters. If you wish to ignore it, so be it, Yang Weiniang declared, turning abruptly to exit the room. Then so be it, Lu Yu responded nonchalantly. Seeing that Lu Yu did not pursue her, Yang Weiniang stamped her foot in frustration. You better not fall into my hands. Because of Lu Yu, she had lost face at school, becoming the subject of ridicule for her broken promises. Furthermore, due to Lu Yu's tense lap condition, she was forced to expend her own lifespan to resurrect Zhang Yun. All of this was Lu Yu's fault. Inside the private room, Zhang Tai and Yang Ruahai exchanged knowing glances, continuing their conversation with unruffled composure. Since it was impossible to lure Lu Yu out for an attack, they would have to await another opportunity. Just then, Lu Yu abruptly stood and walked towards the exit. Where are you going? Sun Delii inquired, catching up to him. To relieve myself, Lu Yu replied, punctuating his statement with a burp. Director Sun, it was correct for Principal Fu to assign you to protect Lu Yu, but there's no need to follow him to the restroom. Yang Ruahai thought to himself, amused. Fair point, Director Sun pondered before returning to his seat. For those with designs on a god-level talent, their sins deserved punishment. Should Lu Yu perish, Yang Ruahai, as the mayor of Jiangnan City, would also face ruin. Even Zhang Tai would be implicated. As Lu Yu approached the restroom door, Yang Weiniang's voice echoed from behind. Lu Yu, why are you so persistent? Lu Yu turned around impatiently, only to see Yang Weiniang brandishing a golden talisman, pressing it towards his forehead. In that instant, his pupils constricted sharply as he sensed danger. The suddenness of her action left him utterly unprepared, and escape was impossible. Almost instinctively, his talent awakened from his center. Time runes unfurled beneath his feet, interweaving like chains upon the ground, forming a unique temporal barrier. Within this barrier, all things were rendered still. Yang Weiniang stood frozen like a statue, the soul-controlling talisman hovering in midair. Why can't I move? Yang Weiniang's consciousness became disassociated from her physical form. She could perceive everything clearly, hearing and seeing it all, yet she was powerless to accede. Is this the power of a god-level time talent? The terrifying effects manifested so soon after awakening. No wonder the Southern Domain King had produced such a rare treasure as the soul-controlling talisman. You despicable woman! Time and again you seek to harm me. Lu Yu, unaffected within the barrier, raised his hand and slapped her. How dare you strike me? Yang Weiniang's eyes brimmed with shock and fury, though she was unable to voice her outrage or retaliate. Look at that expression. You seem rather unconvinced, but you'll just have to swallow it. Lu Yu executed a swift backhand strike, his hands moving like arrows in a dual assault until the palms began to ache. Prompting him to cease as his gaze shifted, he noticed the talisman floating in midair. After studying it for an extended period without comprehension, he decided to stow it within his spatial ring. Just then, the fire door of the stairwell swung open, revealing Zhang Yun's imposing figure. Upon seeing Yang Weiniang immobilized, Zhang Yun instantly sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed forward to intervene. With a thunderous stride, Zhang Yun was enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yu's mind. His brow furrowed as anxiety gripped him. Dealing with the defenseless Yang Weiniang would be trivial. Yet Zhang Yun was a peak fourth-tier master. Furthermore, it appeared that their actions had been premeditated. Lu Yu found himself perplexed. As a widely recognized genius of unparalleled caliber, any aggression directed towards him would yield dire consequences unless sanctioned by Zhang Tai and Yang Ruahai. One was the mayor of Jiangnan City, and the other, a lord of the Southern Domain. The mere thought sent shivers down Lu Yu's spine as he contemplated the terrifying implications. You cannot escape. Zhang Yun declared, delivering a powerful lateral kick. The torrential force of lightning surged forth, its presence felt even before contact, sending tingles of paralysis through Lu Yu. Should he be struck, he would either perish or be rendered incapable of movement. Indeed, the SS-grade talent of lightning manipulation was nothing short of terrifying. Should you kill me, none of you will survive. Lu Yu unleashed his full potential, yet the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The temporal barrier could only marginally delay Zhang Yun's movements. It could not restrain him. Being struck by Zhang Yun was merely a matter of time. Who said I intend to kill you? Zhang Yun sneered, traversing the temporal barrier with ease. His extraordinary time manipulation talent allowed him to mockingly comment on how a mere first-tier talent could disrupt his actions. If you were to reach the third tier, even I would find it difficult to contend with you. Not planning to kill me. Are you merely seeking to avenge Yang Wenying? Lu Yu pondered desperately, struggling to comprehend their intentions, which defied all logic. It was wiser to extricate himself first. Kneel before me, Zhang Yun shouted, lifting his leg to strike Lu Yu's shoulder. In the cramped restroom. Escape was impossible. As the lightning approached, Lu Yu glanced down at the S-grade enchanted necklace adorning his chest. It was designed to absorb a single instance of any damage, a life-saving artifact, yet its use here felt a tragic waste. Nevertheless, he had no other choice. With a resounding hum, the enchanted necklace erupted in a dazzling display of light, transforming into a protective aura that enveloped Lu Yu. You think a mere artifact can withstand my strike? A foolish dream. Zhang Yun intensified his power, bringing down his leg with tremendous force. The oncoming tempest of thunder resembled a ferocious tiger poised to devour Lu Yu whole. The moment thunder struck the protective aura, a thunderous roar echoed throughout, and the sheer force penetrated Lu Yu's very being, fracturing the concrete floor beneath him. Lu Yu gasped, fearing that without the necklace, half his body would have already found its resting place in a coffin. With no time for further contemplation, he unleashed the full extent of the temporal barrier. Seizing the moment when Zhang Yun's strike concluded and the barrier momentarily affected him, Lu Yu darted past, racing towards the exit. As he burst into the brightly lit corridor, the tension in his nerves eased significantly. Upon entering the private room, he finally relaxed. Soon after, Zhang Yun and Yang Wenying followed, intending to launch another assault, only to discover that all eyes were now upon the three of them. The atmosphere grew awkward and slightly charged. Xiao Yu, what happened? Director Sun and Lu Qingtian, sensing something amiss, hurried to Lu Yu's side. Those two engaged in a fierce brawl in the restroom. Had I not stepped into the first tier, allowing me to freely wield my talent, my life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Lu Yu gasped for breath as he spoke. What? Director Sun's voice rose dramatically, displaying palpable shock. One was the daughter of the city mayor, and the other the son of a domain lord. Did they not comprehend the potential repercussions of attacking a genius of such caliber? Zhang Yun, is what he said true? Zhang Tai's expression darkened as he questioned sternly. Utter nonsense. It was he who unleashed his talent, intending to bully Wenying. I merely intervened. Zhang Yun replied with feigned seriousness. I had initially intended to discuss the engagement with Lu Yu, but once he saw that no one was around, he let his beastly nature take over and attempted to assault me. Fortunately, young Master Zhang arrived in time. Otherwise, Yang Wenying would have been in tears, her pitiful demeanor making it seem all too credible. Chapter 6. An unpleasant parting. Nonsense. Lu Chengtian's cane struck the ground, sending fragments of tile flying, his white hair bristling like an enraged lion. Old man, open your eyes and see clearly. Are the imprints on Wenying's face mere illusions? Zhang Tai surveyed Lu Qingtian with a mocking grin. Observing the crimson handprint on Yang Wenying's face, Lu Chengtian's brow furrowed slightly. It indeed appeared as though she had been struck. I was the one who struck her, but it was purely in self-defense. Enough! Lu Yu interjected coldly, but his words were cut short as Yang Ruahai raised a hand to silence him. The matter of using the soul-controlling talisman to harm a genius of divine caliber must not be disclosed. At least not in such a direct manner. Director Sun sensed the tension and instinctively positioned himself to shield Lu Yu, casting a wary glance at Zhang Tai and Sun Diliai. The significance of a genius of divine caliber was undeniable. This situation required a plausible explanation. Explanation? Zhang Tai waved a hand, unleashing a ninth-tier aura that swept across the room. In an instant, everyone felt the air thicken, their breaths becoming labored. Zhang Tai's figure loomed larger, compelling all to kneel in submission. Sun Delii struggled to resist, but was pushed back relentlessly, while the protected Lu Yu felt the world around him plunge into darkness. Fortunately, the oppressive force dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. In my view, this is merely a misunderstanding. Shall we put an end to it? Zhang Tai retracted his aura, casting a smile at the beleaguered Lu Yu, though his eyes remained devoid of warmth. Lu Yu took a deep breath to steady himself, casting one last scrutinizing glance at the two before turning to leave. Liu Chengtian and Sun Delii hastily followed, unwilling to let their guard down. Fearing further complications, success is elusive, yet failure is all too real. Zhang Tai glanced at Yang Weiniang before striding away, with Zhang Yun hastily trailing behind. Father, enough, let us return home, Yang Ruahai sighed in resignation. The trio of Lu Yu remained silent throughout their journey back to the Lu residence. Only upon their arrival did Sun Delii inquire about the events that transpired. Liu Yu recounted the tale with a calm demeanor. But as soon as he finished, Lu Chengtian erupted in fury. Yang Ruahai must pay. He has already jeopardized the lives of numerous talents within the Lu family. Now he seeks to eliminate a genius of divine caliber. Lu Chengtian's rage was a facade, masking his true intent to leverage Director Sun's influence to protect Lu Yu. He did not believe that Yang Ruahai would cease his aggression after a single attempt. Given the Lu family's current standing, they were ill-equipped to safeguard Lu Yu. Rest assured, Lu Yu possesses divine talent and is a student of Jiangnan High School. We will ensure his protection. Sun Delii discerned the underlying message and promptly made a pledge. Xiao Yu, allow me to see that talisman. Liu Yu produced the talisman. Upon a mere glance, Sun Delii recognized it, a chill rising within him, accompanied by a profound sense of regret. Had it not been for Lu Yu's resolute measures, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This is a soul-controlling talisman. Once implanted within a body, even a genius of divine caliber would be reduced to a mere puppet. What? Lu Chengtian gasped in disbelief. Such a legendary artifact could not possibly be within Yang Ruahai's grasp. Lu Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not advanced to the first tier beforehand, he would have already fallen victim to the soul-controlling talisman. Yang Ruahai lacks such power. It is likely Zhang Tai's doing. Sun Delii shook his head, addressing Lu Yu. Until the protector arrives, you are not to leave this place. I will remain at the Lu residence to ensure your safety. I understand, Lu Yu nodded solemnly. With his life at stake, he could not afford to be careless. This is a third-tier diamond fruit. It will aid in refining your physique. Sun Delii, feeling guilty, presented 2 diamond fruits to Lu Yu. Although only third tier, their remarkable refining properties kept their market value exceptionally high. Each fruit was worth at least $1 million, with demand far exceeding supply. Liu Yu accepted the diamond fruits, expressing sincere gratitude to Sun Delii. Thank you, Director. Go and cultivate. Strength is paramount. Sun Delii replied with a smile. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yu consumed a diamond fruit. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved, flooding his mouth with a bitter taste that nearly prompted him to regurgitate. Just as he was about to expel it, the bitterness vanished, replaced by a wave of sweetness. The juice flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, where it transformed into shimmering golden particles that melded into his flesh. Lu Yu focused on his breathing, meticulously controlling his body to absorb the medicinal properties of the diamond fruit. Soon, the time arrived for college applications. After showering and changing, Lu Yu emerged from his room. Truly worthy of divine talent, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Observing Lu Yu, who appeared to have undergone a metamorphosis, Sun Delii nodded in satisfaction. The 3-day refinement of 2 diamond fruits had significantly enhanced Lu Yu's physical attributes. His seemingly fair skin had hardened to rival that of leather. I must also extend my gratitude to Director for the diamond fruits. Liu Yu expressed his thanks once more. Let us proceed. It is time to apply to the academy. Liu Yu opened his computer, logged onto the Tianwu Academy website, entered his information, and filled out the application form. Congratulations! You have been successfully admitted to Tianwu Academy. As soon as Lu Yu submitted his application and received acceptance, Lu Qingtian's emotions were a tumultuous mix of joy and concern. Meanwhile, at the mayor's office, Yang Ruahai answered a phone call. Tianwu Academy? Yang Ruahai furrowed his brows, then relaxed them and said, Thank you, Dad. Who applied to Tianwu Academy? Young Weining inquired with curiosity. You applied to Tianwu Academy. Yang Ruohai sighed. What? Yang Weining suddenly stood up, her expression exceedingly grim. If he wants to die, let him go alone. I refuse to attend Tianwu Academy. You should also apply to Tianwu Academy, Yang Ruohai stated coldly. Dad, do you wish to send me to my death? Yang Weining looked at Yang Ruohai in disbelief. Foolish, Yang Ruohai lamented. Zhang Yun is also at Tianwu Academy. What is there to fear? Besides, as long as you stay close to Lu Yu, opportunities to strike will not be scarce. Do you wish to squander your life away prematurely? Startled by his outburst, Yang Weining collapsed onto the sofa, her face ashen and unable to speak. After a moment, she reluctantly nodded. I understand. Just as Yang Ruohai was about to offer some comforting words. The phone rang again. Upon answering, Yang Ruohai immediately donned a smile. Lord Domain King, I understand. After hanging up, the smile vanished from Yang Ruohai's face, his gaze complex as he looked at Yang Weining. Once you enter Tianwu Academy, young Master Zhang Yun will take care of you. Yang Weining said nothing further. After submitting her application form, she turned and left. Rather than care, it was more about valuing her talent for resurrection. Lu Yu, Zhang Yun, I will make you pay for this. Yang Weining stood by the window, expressionless as she crushed her beloved potted plant. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun was attending a gathering. With resources scarce at Tianwu Academy, students spontaneously formed groups to assist one another, gradually establishing fixed organizations. The Yunmen founded by Zhang Yun gathered dozens of carefully selected geniuses under Zhang Tai's command. Brother Yun, divine talents are exceedingly rare. Once they enter the academy, they will surely be snatched by others. Dealing with him won't be easy, the burly Kong Lei shook his head. Snatching comes after passing the assessment. What if he can't even pass the assessment? Zhang Yun sneered as he downed his wine tea this moment. Lu Yu remained oblivious to the impending crisis, as he was under the tutelage of Director Sunday Little Yu. Although you possess divine talent, you must never become complacent. The development of talent requires time and resources, yet the body can be continually enhanced through persistent effort. After speaking, Sun Delii unleashed a punch. Bang! A 3-meter-tall boulder shattered, debris cascading around Lu Yu's feet. What? Lu Yu stared in astonishment at Sun Delii. Couldn't be mistaken. That punch was pure power, devoid of any talent. As the director of Jiangnan High School, Sun Delii possessed SS-level talent, Earthquake. As long as he stands on the ground, he can absorb and manipulate rocks. If talent levels are equal, the strength of the body will directly determine victory or defeat. Sun Delii retracted his fist and looked at Lu Yu. Understanding the cue, Lu Yu bowed respectfully. Please, Director Sun, teach me. I will first teach you some fundamental training techniques. Martial skills should be imparted by your protector. Sun Delii assisted Lu Yu. I will first teach you the dragon horse stance. Follow my lead. Sun Delii's feet rooted into the ground, his upper body moving with a peculiar rhythm. The more Lu Yu watched, the more captivated he became, unable to resist the urge to mimic. The seemingly simple movement concealed profound principles. Lu Yu attempted it twice but failed both times. Don't rush. The dragon horse stance is inspired by the 5th-tier demon beast, the blood dragon horse. The blood dragon horse is as still as a virgin yet moves like a hare. To grasp the essence of the dragon horse stance, your heart must be tranquil. With Sun Delii's guidance, Lu Yu adjusted his mindset, envisioning himself as a stationary blood dragon horse. Inhale, exhale. His legs naturally settled to the ground, and with each breath, his upper body rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern. Sun Delii was astonished at how quickly Lu Yu entered the state. Could this be the extraordinary capability of divine talent? Immersed in his training, Lu Yu was entirely oblivious to Sun Delii's quiet murmurs. Gradually, Lu Yu sensed a transformation within his body. He seemed to hear the sound of his blood flowing. Just as he intended to listen closely, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he uncontrollably collapsed. What just happened? Lu Yu looked around in confusion, and the next moment, he gasped. His legs appeared to have lost sensation, both numb and painful. Director, you've overexerted yourself. Sun Delii replied, his expression complex as he helped Lu Yu up. Just sleep it off with that. He left in solitude. Lu Yu was bewildered. Had he truly overexerted himself after such a brief training session? Was the dragon horse stance too powerful, or was he simply too weak? What? Lu Yu opened his phone and was immediately startled. It had only been 8 o'clock before, but now it was suddenly 10:30. How could time pass so swiftly? For the first time, Lu Yu experienced what it meant to lose track of time while cultivating. After standing still for a moment, Lu Yu limped back to his room, and as soon as his head hit the bed, he fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until dawn the next day as the sun rose. Lu Yu instinctively opened his eyes. His legs no longer hurt and felt as though their speed had improved. After washing up and having breakfast, Lu Yu continued to follow Sun Delii in refining his body. As his body strengthened, the residual energy within him was gradually refined, and after 2 days, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the first tier. Little Yu, your protector has arrived in Jiangnan City. Sun Delii looked at Lu Yu with excitement. Director, do you know who my protector is? Lu Yu asked with curiosity. I don't know. Sun Delii shook his head. However, I suspect it is highly likely to be a peak 9th tier expert. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous noise erupted above the Lu residence. A massive sword, 100 meters long, hovered above the Lu family, surrounded by numerous smaller swords that sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. So powerful. Both Lu Yu and Sun Delii exclaimed in awe. The Lu family members, including Lu Qingtian, were anxious. Fearing this was a ploy by Zhang Tai. Is this the Lu family? The giant sword descended, a chilling voice echoing through the estate. Yes, Lu Qingtian nodded in response. I am Yin Yin from the Protectorate Pavilion, tasked with safeguarding Lu Yu. The giant sword shrank to a normal size, and a woman clad in a flowing black gown landed gracefully in the courtyard. Yin Yin, the youngest 9-tier expert in Huaxia. Possessing SSS-level talent, Sun Delii was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Protectorate Pavilion to send her to protect Lu Yu. Lu Yu was equally astonished by the attention he received. A peak 9th-tier expert was one thing, but she was also stunningly beautiful, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. From now on, you may call me Sister Yin, Yin Yin said coldly as she regarded Lu Yu. Lu felt a sting in his eyes and quickly averted his gaze, obediently calling out, Sister Yin. Since the expert has arrived, I shall take my leave, Sun Delii said with a smile as he bid farewell. Director, allow me to escort you. Lu followed Sun Delii. Director, what is Sister Yan's talent? She seems rather difficult to approach. The protectors of the pavilion were shrouded in mystery. Not only was their identity confidential, but their talents were also rarely known. I don't know, but I suspect it must be related to that sword. Sun Delii replied, shaking his head. This is where I part ways with you. Train diligently under Sister Yin. I look forward to the day you make a name for yourself at Tianwu Academy. With that, Sun Delii departed. Rest assured, that day will not be far off, Lu Yu silently vowed within himself. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yin Yin was sipping tea, and not a single member of the Lu family was in sight. Upon seeing Lu Yu, she set down her teacup. The foundation of the dragon horse stance is acceptable. However, it will not suffice to smoothly enter Tianwu Academy. Please guide me, Sister Yin, Lu Yu respectfully bowed. Combat is the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Once the resources from Yang Ruahai arrive, we will engage in practical exercises. Yin Yin was quite satisfied with Lu Yu's attitude. Many geniuses tend to be somewhat arrogant, especially those with legendary divine talents. While divine talents are rare, Huaxia has produced 4 such individuals. Currently, they are all national-level figures. It is said that they were exceedingly haughty in their youth. Even looking down on 9th-tier protectors. One of their protectors was once enraged and nearly slaughtered the divine genius, but fortunately, he was stopped in time, preventing a catastrophe. Upon learning of Lu Yu's awakening of talent, the Protectorate Pavilion convened an emergency meeting to select a protector. In light of past incidents, the selection of protectors became exceedingly cautious, which is why Yin Yin had only just arrived today. Initially, another peak 9th-tier individual was chosen, but due to concerns about his age, they decided to replace him, ultimately selecting Yin Yin after thorough scrutiny. This is a reward from the Protectorate Pavilion for you. Yin Yin handed Lu Yu a piece of inner armor. The inner armor felt weightless upon contact, shimmering with a faint purple glow on its surface, clearly indicating its extraordinary value. This is crafted from the soft scales of a 7th-tier demon beast, the Fire Dragon, and will significantly enhance your survivability. Once you advance to the 8th tier, it can be reforged with other materials. Lu Yu was very pleased with the Fire Dragon inner armor, immediately removing his outer clothing to don it. Chapter 8. Journey to Wolf Mountain. Wearing the Fire Dragon inner armor, Lu Yu exuded a fierceness akin to that of a humanoid fire dragon. Though this fierceness quickly faded, The dragon horse stance and the tiger fist were complementary. Yin Yan's space ring glimmered, and she tossed Lu Yu an ancient tome. Tiger fist, Lu Yu opened the ancient tome, revealing the profound origins of the Fuhu fist. This latest publication from Bai Jinglu is a living fossil crafted by Master Long, who personally captured formidable demons in the depths of secret realms. The lifelike illustrations ignited Lu Yu's fervor, conjuring images of menacing tiger demons, swiping their claws, flicking their tails, and roaring with unrestrained ferocity, leaving no one in their wake unscathed. After perusing the Fuhu fist, Lu Yu was not in a hurry to begin his training. Unlike the dragon horse stance, the practice of the Fuhu fist necessitated the incorporation of tiger bones. Upon learning of this requirement, Lu Changtian promptly accessed the family vault, retrieving tiger bones to grind them into powder, which he meticulously mixed with blazing sun oil. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Lu Yu then anointed his entire body with the concoction. As the sunlight struck him, the blazing sun oil ignited, erupting into a cascade of fiery sparks upon his skin. Even though Lu Yu's body had been enhanced by the King Kong fruit, it could not withstand the searing flames. His skin quickly became parched and cracked. The powdered tiger bones seeped through the fissures into his body, causing his flesh to tremble as if set ablaze. Lu Yu never imagined that the training for the Fuhu fist would be so agonizing. If granted a second chance, he would certainly not have rushed into it. Yin Yan observed Lu Yu's torment in silence, her previously indifferent gaze gradually shifting to one of admiration. Lu Yu had feared he would sustain severe burns, but once the blazing sun oil evaporated completely, a sudden warmth enveloped his body. Recalling the ancient tome's records, Lu Yu promptly assumed the tiger stance to commence his training. Initially, his posture was far from standard. However, with persistent attempts, he gradually grasped the essence of the technique. The writhing of his flesh facilitated the absorption of the tiger bone powder, and the cracked skin began to heal slowly. After completing a series of Fuhu fist movements, Lu Yu was astonished to find that his burns had largely mended. This was merely the beginning. The effects of physical tempering would only intensify with time. Yin Yin smiled, and this was the first time Lu Yu had witnessed her smile. In an instant, a myriad of adjectives flooded his mind. Yet none could aptly capture the beauty of Yin Yan's smile, leaving him utterly entranced. Realizing her momentary lapse, Yin Yan's mental energy surged, jolting Lu Yu back to reality. Embarrassed, he scratched his head but quickly regained his composure and curiously asked, "Sister Yin, if the effects of physical tempering are so remarkable, why isn't it widely promoted?" "Remarkable effects?" Yin Yin shook her head. "You perceive them as such because you possess a divine-level talent. If an individual with an E-level talent were to attempt this, it might take them a month to reach your level. Furthermore, physical tempering consumes more resources than talent training. Once one awakens their talent, they merely need to continuously refine their mental prowess to enhance their combat strength. While physical tempering is not only agonizing but also carries a cost that most cannot bear." After hearing her explanation, Lu Yu lowered his gaze in contemplation. Ultimately, this world still prioritized innate talent. Fortunately, he had awakened the most formidable divine-level talent. Contemplating this, Lu Yu turned his attention inward to the divine talent tree, only to discover that new buds had sprouted from the branches after harvesting. Could it be that the divine talent tree could bear fruit continuously? A surge of elation coursed through Lu Yu. If this were true, he would possess more than one divine-level talent in the entire world. Who could stand against him? Calm down. He must remain composed. This secret must not be revealed. Lu Yu adjusted his mindset, regaining his normal demeanor. At that moment, Yin Yin regarded him with curiosity, having noticed the dramatic shift in his emotions, which had quickly settled into tranquility. It seemed she would need to assist him in honing his mental prowess ahead of time. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, noon arrived, and in honor of Yin Yin, a ninth-tier venerable, the Lu family prepared a lavish family feast. Before the table laden with the flesh of fourth and fifth-tier demon beasts, Yin Yin nibbled only a few bites. For her, the meat of fourth and fifth-tier beasts had long lost its appeal. To sustain her daily consumption, she required at least sixth-tier beast meat or fifth-tier elixirs. Lu Chengtian felt helpless in this regard, as the Lu family was currently unable to meet Yin Yan's needs. Fortunately, Yin Yin was unbothered, consuming a Bai Ling Dan to replenish her energy. After a hearty meal, Lu Yu resumed his training of the dragon horse stance in the afternoon. Yang Ruahai and his daughter visited once more. Accompanied by Yang Wanying's protector. Luu, according to the laws of Huaxia, you, as a divine level talent, are entitled to resource support. This is the first batch of resources. Additionally, you will enjoy a permanent 50 discount on travel and a 30 discount on housing purchases. Yang Ruahai handed Luu a Huaxia card containing 20 million Huaxia coins. Thanks to Mayor Yang for the sponsorship, Luu accepted the Huaxia card with a smile, relieved that his short-term resource concerns were alleviated. Sister Yin, I wish to take Wanning into the wilderness for training. Would you like to join us? Yang Wanying's protector extended the invitation. The wilderness, a vast mountain range located 800 miles west of Jiangnan City, is rich in resources and teeming with various demon beasts, designated as a hunting area by the agreement between Huaxia and the demon clans. The battles between demons and humans have never ceased. For an extended period, the strength of demons consistently overshadowed that of humans. However, as humans delved deeper into cultivation, their power gradually increased, eventually allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with the demons. 2,500 years ago, the three great war gods of Huaxia joined forces to invade the demon clan's ancestral homeland, compelling the demon emperor to sign a millennium-long non-aggression pact between humans and demons. Since then, large-scale conflicts have ceased between the two races. Nevertheless, both humans and demons require strength enhancement, leading to the establishment of hunting zones. These hunting areas serve as battlegrounds for both races, where strength reigns supreme. In these zones, no one can be held accountable for death. I'm not interested. Our training philosophies differ. Yin declined the invitation. Very well. The man, slightly displeased by the rejection, turned to leave with Yang Ruahai and his daughter. Xiaoyu, remember this smiling tiger. His name is Emolai. Yin cautioned. Is Sister Yin at odds with him? Luu inquired cautiously. Those who walk different paths cannot collaborate. Yin did not elaborate further, yet Luu could distinctly sense her disdain for Emolai. That night, Luu retired early, for he would accompany Yin into the mountains for training the following morning. While Emolai escorted Yang Wan into the wilderness, Luu chose to head to Wolf Mountain, which lay 1,000 miles south of Jiangnan City. Wolf Mountain, another hunting zone, was notable for the presence of a 9th-tier Wolf King. It is said that the Wolf King grew up within Wolf Mountain, and it was his presence that allowed the area to become a hunting zone. Otherwise, it would have long been subdued by Jiangnan City. Awakening early, Luu washed up and departed the Lu residence with Yin. With a month remaining before the commencement of classes at Tianwu Academy, Luu intended to break through to the 2nd tier within this time frame. To achieve this goal, he resolved to run toward Wolf Mountain, as it would not only broaden his horizons but also provide an opportunity to practice the dragon horse stance. Begin. Luu shot southward like a released arrow, while Yin leisurely followed behind. After 2 hours, Luu halted before a steamed bun shop, just beyond which lay the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Chapter 9. The forest trial. Luu purchased a steamer of buns, eating as he walked. As he traversed the dilapidated streets, the surrounding greenery suddenly flourished and the air grew fresher. Occasionally, he would glimpse various small demon beasts. These small demon beasts were mostly abandoned pets that, despite evolving, lacked the capability for survival in the wild. Merely scraping by in the suburbs, bang! A gray-furred rat, standing a person's height, blocked Luu's path, its red eyes fixated on the buns in his hand. Before Luu could react, the gray rat launched an assault. Swiping its claws while simultaneously flicking its tail, 1st-tier demon beast. Gray Luu's gaze remained calm as he stepped aside, darting behind the gray rat and swinging his long staff down with force. Accompanied by a mournful cry, the gray rat's spine shattered into 2 segments, collapsing to the ground in agonizing wails. Next time, keep your eyes open. With a swing of his staff, Luu crushed the rat's head. The grisly demise of the gray rat deterred several prying eyes, and Luu sheathed his staff, continuing on his way. An hour later, Luu safely navigated through the suburbs, where a vast forest loomed ahead. Its air thick with a pungent odor. The trial begins. With the long staff in hand, Luu fearlessly entered the forest. He recalled his teachings, proceeding with utmost caution. In the forest, the greatest dangers do not stem from large demon beasts, but rather from the easily overlooked small demon beasts. These small demon beasts are often venomous and tend to swarm together for warmth. Should one fall victim, they may not die but will surely suffer greatly. Luu wielded his long staff to fend off the small demon beasts. Encountering little danger along his path, by noon, Lu Yu discovered an abandoned campsite to rest, lighting a fire to prepare his meal. His food consisted of a first-tier demon beast, the woodvine snake. Having smashed its head with the long staff, only a meter-long body remained, which he skinned and roasted over the fire. As the roasted snake neared completion, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. "Old Wolf, I can't believe you." A seasoned hunter of over a decade managed to take the wrong path, leaving us stranded without reaching the campsite. Well, Old Wolf didn't do it on purpose. The original path was destroyed by a beast tide, so we had to carve a new route. The guild will reward us upon success. I smell something delicious. Someone is ahead. 4 figures emerged from the dense forest, 3 men and 1 woman, all clad in the hunting attire of the Hunters Guild, adorned with bronze hunter badges on their chests. The trio of men comprised 1 slender and 2 robust individuals, while the woman had a well-proportioned physique, her hands adorned with boxing gloves. Students. The burly man at the forefront frowned as he scrutinized Lu Yu. Lu Yu disregarded their gaze, continuing to savor his roasted snake. The 4 individuals, noting Lu Yu's indifferent demeanor, suddenly became intrigued. How does a mere student venture so deep into the forest? Are they here for a school-organized practice or for some other reason? There's no one. The diminutive man craned his neck, inhaling deeply to ascertain that within 100 meters, only Lu Yu stood alone. "Little one, we are a D-rank hunting team from the Hunters Guild. This area isn't safe. You'd best leave quickly." The robust man offered a kind reminder. "I am about to venture into Wolf Mountain for training." Lu discarded the snake bone, extinguished the fire, and plunged into the dense forest. Sensing something unusual, the woman wore a grave expression. "I cannot perceive his talent level." "Are you certain?" the robust man exclaimed in surprise. The woman spoke with unwavering conviction. "My sensing ability is of A grade. And being in the late stage of the 3rd tier, I should theoretically be able to detect S-grade talents. However, I felt nothing from him just now. He is likely to possess SS-grade talent. He is exceedingly dangerous. We should take a detour," the slender man suggested. "All right, let's take a detour." The robust man immediately agreed, recalling that Old Wolf's intuition had always proven accurate. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu in the depths of the forest, he was currently facing off against a devil spider. The spider, as large as a grinding wheel, crouched on its web, its emerald eyes fixed on Lu Yu, with 8 legs poised to strike and sharp fangs glinting ominously. The devil spider, a first-tier demon beast, was adept at using potent toxins and sticky silk, with its soft underbelly as its weak point. While it feared fire and lightning, Lu Yu recalled the demon beast compendium and aimed his staff at the spider's abdomen with 1 arm. Sensing the threat, the devil spider launched an attack. Roaring as it spat sticky silk and swung its legs towards Lu Yu, Lu Yu swept his staff to fend off the silk, pushing off the ground to evade. The devil spider, realizing its attack had failed, quickly adjusted its stance, but Lu Yu was faster. Seizing the moment, he charged in, gathering all his strength to strike down with his staff. The staff shattered the air as it fell, and the devil spider roared, attempting to defend itself. However, the staff was forged from the bones of a 3rd-tier demon beast, the stone ape, and combined with Lu Yu's strength, it was far beyond what the devil spider could withstand. The moment the spider's leg made contact with the staff, it shattered instantly, and the force sent the devil spider flying. "Not dead?" Lu Yu exclaimed, retracting his staff and gasping for breath. The spider's head was surprisingly resilient, managing to withstand the blow. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifted, and as Lu Yu attempted to dodge, he found no leverage to escape. Unbeknownst to him, the devil spider had laid a web on the ground, ensnaring him before he could react. Seeing its prey caught, the devil spider rose, its engorged eyes fixated on Lu Yu, venom dripping from its shattered mandibles. Lu Yu feigned panic, struggling as the spider approached, and then activated his time-stopping ability. A hum echoed as runes spread, forming a barrier that forcibly stopped time within a radius of several meters. The devil spider sensed fear. The human before it possessed a terrifying unknown power far beyond its capacity to resist. Lu Yu tore through the web and stood before the devil spider, ending the battle amidst its terrified gaze. The headless devil spider collapsed, and Lu Yu retrieved his dagger to sever the venom sac and 3 intact legs. The venom sac could serve as a trump card, and combined with the barbed legs, it could yield surprising results. After a brief rest, Lu Yu pressed onward. The deeper he ventured, the higher the temperature of the forest became. With swarms of tiny insects assailing him, he had no choice but to activate the barrier to fend off the insects, during which he learned to adjust the barrier's range. Currently, his time barrier could cover a maximum of 3 meters and a minimum of half a meter. Lu Yu sensed that half a meter was not the limit. He wished to compress the barrier further. As evening fell, he sank his weary body beneath a withered tree. He was now hot and fatigued. Finally understanding why hunters earned high wages, this environment was utterly inhospitable. "Sister Yin, would you accompany me for a chat?" Lu Yu tilted his head, gulping down some water. No sooner had he spoken than Yin Yin appeared before him. Her cold elegance reminiscent of winter's arrival, causing the temperature to plummet sharply around them. "In your current state, it will be difficult to safely enter Wolf Mountain." Lu coughed a few times. "Curious, Sister Yin, what is your talent? Want to know?" Yin Yan's lips curled in a smile, charming yet dangerous. "Perhaps it is better not to." Lu decisively shook his head, wishing to avoid experiencing the terror of a giant sword firsthand. Yin Yan's smile vanished as she melded into the environment. Lu cleared a space to start a fire, then retrieved ingredients from his spatial ring to prepare a meal. Dinner consisted of a stew made from turtle meat, with the clean shell serving as a pot. He cut the snake and turtle meat into chunks, boiling them with wild herbs to mask the odor, and the aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. While cooking, Lu Yu began to reflect on the battles of the day. Chapter 10. Roaring Monkey King, Rock Dragon. Today, he had faced 4 battles, with the encounter against the armored turtle being the most perilous. The first-tier armored turtle's shell was comparable to that of a second-tier beast, and Lu Yu had nearly been killed in its counterattack. Fortunately, he had utilized time stop to immobilize it, allowing him to emerge victorious. "Only through combat can I grow swiftly." Lu Yu opened his eyes, lifting the turtle and snake soup to his lips. "Wow, this flavor is truly delightful." Laughter suddenly erupted, and Lu Yu turned to the source of the sound. The newcomer was also dressed as a hunter, but he was a bounty hunter. "Don't be alarmed. I merely came to investigate upon catching a whiff of that delicious aroma. With such a large pot, you cannot possibly finish it all. Why not share half with me in exchange for this bloodflower nectar?" The bounty hunter tossed a vial of bloodflower nectar into the air. Lu Yu did not catch it, instead watching as the nectar fell to the ground. He then pried open the lid with his staff, confirming its authenticity and nodding in approval. "You are quite cautious. How about considering a partnership?" The man admired Lu Yu's prudence and immediately extended an invitation. Lu did not respond, taking another couple of sips from his soup before pushing the turtle shell towards the man. The man lifted the shell and drank heartily, devouring the meat and even crunching the bones. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chu Huai, a silver-ranked hunter certified by the Hunters Guild." Chu Huai produced 2 red fruits. Chewing one and tossing the other to Lu Yu. Lu nodded but did not accept the fruit. "I am Lu Yu." After finishing the fruit, Chu Huai leaped into the dense forest. Realizing he was not welcome, Lu Yu decided to find another campsite. Sitting beside the fire, Lu Yu digested his meal, feeling the energy flow throughout his body, his pores opening to release heat. He felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, a comforting sensation that also enhanced his strength. Unfortunately, just as he began to relax, a shadow darted from nearby, snatching the red fruit and blood flower nectar. Lu could forego the red fruit, but the second-tier blood flower nectar, which could staunch bleeding and heal wounds, was something he could not let slip away. "Let me see what you are." Lu Yu grasped his staff, his eyes sparkling as he activated night vision, quickly locking onto a monkey 50 meters away. The monkey stood over a meter tall, covered in black fur, clutching the blood flower nectar with one hand and gnawing on the red fruit with the other. First-tier demon beast, Roaring Monkey. Lu crouched, his feet pushing off the ground as he dashed towards the roaring monkey. Eek! The roaring monkey sensed danger, letting out a loud cry as it swiftly fled. Lu Yu's current speed rivaled that of the world's top athletes. He could cover 100 meters in mere seconds, and even with the roaring monkey's frantic leaps, it could not outpace him. "Come down!" Lu Yu soared past the roaring monkey, swinging his staff to strike, predicting where the monkey would land, causing it to miss its step and crash to the ground with a thud. The roaring monkey clung to the blood flower nectar, screeching as it retreated. "Return it to me, or I shall smash you." Lu pointed his staff at the roaring monkey, speaking coldly, perhaps intimidated by Lu Yu's imposing presence. The roaring monkey relinquished the blood flower nectar and leaped up a tree to escape. Lu snatched the blood flower nectar and tossed it into his spatial ring before hastily returning to his campsite. However, just as he arrived, a cacophony of roars erupted from the darkness, and a multitude of roaring monkeys surrounded the camp. Their eyes fixed on Lu Yu. Lu's expression turned grave as he beheld the nearly 2-meter-tall roaring monkey king. Flanked by over 100 roaring monkeys, even a third-tier talent would be forced to kneel in such company. To make matters worse, the roaring monkey that had just fled stood beside the roaring monkey king, whispering something while pointing at Lu Yu. It was clear that this creature was reporting to its leader. Roar! The roaring monkey king bellowed, and a throng of roaring monkeys leaped to the ground, charging at Lu Yu. Damn monkeys! I knew I shouldn't have let you go earlier, Lu Yu cursed, turning to flee. The roaring monkeys split into two groups, one pursuing him on the ground while the other surrounded him from the trees. I refuse to believe I cannot outrun you. Lu Yu took a deep breath, quickening his pace, breaking through the encirclement and swiftly disappearing. Lu was uncertain how far he had run when he decided to take a break. Suddenly feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, without time to think, he instinctively dodged to the side. Almost instantaneously, a fireball descended from the sky, striking the ground. The fireball shattered into flames, illuminating a stern face in its flickering light. Get lost! A man clad in a red trench coat glared down at Lu Yu, holding a fireball in his hand. Before Lu Yu could respond, the roaring monkey king and its horde arrived. The man glanced at the roaring monkey king, unleashing a powerful aura that sent several monkeys flying. The roaring monkey king roared in defiance, yet its eyes betrayed a hint of retreat. Red Feather, return! Just as the man prepared to deal with the roaring monkey king, a voice called out from a distance, followed by a beam of blue light that pierced the darkness, illuminating a radius of 100 meters. Oh no! Red Feather's expression changed upon seeing the blue light. Disregarding both Lu Yu and the roaring monkey king, it summoned fiery wings and soared toward the blue light. Lu Yu gazed at the roaring monkey king, its eyes filled with longing and greed. It was evident it understood the significance of the blue light. The roaring monkeys behind the king murmured anxiously, seemingly attempting to persuade it to retreat. The roaring monkey king roared in anger, suppressing their cries as it charged toward the blue light. Lu pondered whether to investigate. Though Yin Yin would protect him, she would only act if he were in mortal peril. I shall go take a look. Lu Yu sprinted toward the blue light. After running a few hundred meters, the blue light suddenly began to fade, rapidly disappearing. Is it coming to an end? Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Yu quickened his pace, successfully arriving 30 seconds later. The blue light had not vanished. It was merely suppressed by a barrier. The three individuals stood at distinct positions, exerting their utmost effort to maintain the barrier that restrained the blue light. From the energy fluctuations emanating from the trio, Lu Yu deduced that they were all fourth-tier endowed individuals. It required the combined strength of 3 fourth-tier endowed beings to suppress it, which suggested that the entity they faced was at least 5th tier. Though its exact nature remained unknown. Bang! A claw pierced through the blue light, striking the barrier with such formidable force that even through the barrier, the earth trembled. Hold on! She has just given birth and is quite weak. The man with the scruffy beard shouted. In the next moment, the veins on his forehead bulged as he manipulated the ground to ensnare the claw, dragging it into the blue light. Upon witnessing the claw being drawn into the blue light, the three of them let out a sigh of relief. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the blue light, and a spiny tail pierced through the barrier. The suppressed beast was desperately fighting back. Damn it! Why can it still use its roar of domination? The trio was severely injured by the unexpected roar, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. The man with the scruffy beard, being the strongest among them, struggled to rise and attempted to repair the barrier, but his strength was insufficient to stop the enraged beast. The beast raised its claws, aiming at the fissure in the barrier, and predictably shattered it. As the barrier crumbled, the true form of the beast was revealed. A 10-meter-tall earth dragon. These three fools have lost their minds? How dare they challenge a 6th-tier earth dragon? Lu Yu mourned for the trio. Although this earth dragon had recently given birth and its strength was diminished, it was still beyond the capability of 3 4th-tier endowed individuals to contend with. Not yet fleeing, the earth dragon, now free, would certainly seek to make an example of them. Yet the trio astonishingly did not flee at the first opportunity. It seemed they had a backup plan. Chapter 11. The Purple Moon team, the Earth Dragon, did not immediately attack. Instead, it raised its head, gazing into the depths of the forest with bloodthirsty eyes full of vigilance. "Our task is complete. The rest is up to you," the man with the scruffy beard said. Looking towards the forest, "Fear not. Our Purple Moon hunting team is known for our integrity." A crescent moon of violet light pierced the darkness as three figures descended before the Earth Dragon. Clad in resplendent attire, they bore golden hunter badges upon their chests, encircling the Earth Dragon in a triangular formation. The Earth Dragon's gaze fixed upon the woman in the purple dress. Her energy fluctuations were the strongest, posing the greatest threat. "Earth Dragons typically give birth to twins. We only require one. What say you?" The Purple Moon team leader proposed with a smile. The sixth-tier Earth Dragon, possessing extraordinary intelligence, revealed a contemplative expression upon hearing this. "After all, you can always give birth again. Why not sacrifice one for safety?" The Purple Moon leader continued to persuade. The Earth Dragon flicked its tail, summoning a stone egg. The egg was as large as a basin, its surface remarkably smooth, and through the shell, a faint life force could be sensed. The Purple Moon leader did not expect such compliance and reached out to catch the stone egg. However, the moment the Earth Dragon released it, it launched a surprise attack, its sharp claws slicing through the air toward the left rear, while its tail tore through the ground to summon spikes to assault the right rear. "I knew you couldn't be trusted." The Purple Moon leader seized the stone egg, casting a crescent moon of violet light, only to have it blocked by a stone wall conjured by the Earth Dragon. Realizing they were outmatched, both individuals chose to evade at the first opportunity. As the attack missed, the Earth Dragon immediately burrowed underground, but unfortunately, it had only dug a few meters before being ensnared by a net of purple energy. "Come out!" The Purple Moon leader thrust her hands into the ground, using the energy net to upheave the terrain and force the Earth Dragon out. "Attack!" The two joined forces, unleashing their full fifth-tier power. One sprouted energy wings from their back, firing a barrage of light beams, while the other transformed into a towering 5-meter-tall giant, charging at the Earth Dragon. The energy beams were powerful, creating large craters upon impact with the ground. Yet they proved ineffective against the Earth Dragon's armored scales. The fifth-tier energy beams lacked the potency to breach its defenses. "Kneel!" The mountain giant swung its fists down with tremendous force, only to be sent flying dozens of meters away by the Earth Dragon's sweeping tail. The Earth Dragon crushed the ground, summoning countless spikes in an attempt to escape the energy net, but they were all obliterated by the energy beams. "You cannot escape. Your mate is already dead. You shall join him." The Purple Moon leader unleashed a powerful howl, her violet hair dancing wildly in the wind, a crescent moon forming behind her. The crescent shimmered as it unleashed hundreds of violet blades, instantly shattering the surroundings within 100 meters. Upon learning of her mate's tragic fate, the Earth Dragon was consumed by rage, disregarding her injuries to muster a final desperate push. Her body, encased in heavy stone armor, sprouted massive stone pillars from beneath her feet, expanding outward to crush all in their path. The violet blades could slice through the ground, yet could not sever the thick stone pillars. The mountain giant was besieged by several pillars, pinned down, while the energy wings soaring above could only retreat. Moon slash! The violet crescent flew forth, cleaving through the stone pillars, charging directly toward the Earth Dragon. Poised to deliver a fatal blow, only to be caught by its claws, scatter. The violet crescent erupted in an explosion, the immense energy severing the Earth Dragon's claws, eliciting a pained howl with its claws lost. The Earth Dragon's combat capability diminished sharply, and coupled with the excessive exertion, its breath began to wane rapidly. Feather, stone. The Purple Moon leader knelt, coughing up blood. The self-detonation of the violet crescent had taken a heavy toll on her. Were it not for the need to end the battle swiftly, she would not have risked such a sacrifice. The energy wings surged forward, bombarding the Earth Dragon's wounds with a relentless barrage of light beams. While the mountain giant crashed down upon the stone pillars, boom! The Earth Dragon fought valiantly but was still sent flying, its severed claws bleeding profusely, its back armor shattered, and its vitality dwindled further. Lu Yu, hidden beneath a tree, furrowed his brow. Even though the Earth Dragon was on the verge of death, something felt amiss. The Howler Monkey King had retreated even further, with no other monkeys in sight. Die! The mountain giant transformed its arm into a colossal stone sword, aiming for the exposed area of the shattered armor, the terrifying wind pressure even tearing the ground asunder. Without the protection of its armor, the Earth Dragon could not withstand this strike, yet it did not prepare to defend. Instead, it opted for a trade of injuries, unleashing a gray beam of petrification toward the mountain giant. "Stone, move aside." The Purple Moon Leader shouted. The mountain giant dodged frantically, but was grazed by the gray beam on half its body. Bang! The gray beam struck the ground, creating a 5-meter-wide pit, petrifying everything in its vicinity. "Ah!" The mountain giant cried out in agony, transforming back into human form as its arm was severed. The severed arm quickly turned to stone. Had it taken any longer, the entire body would have been petrified. This was the terrifying power of the petrification beam. Once touched, one would turn to stone. "Boss, kill her. I want her dead." The stone-clad individual roared, having consumed a hemostatic pill. "Fear not, she is as good as dead." The Purple Moon Leader regained her strength, standing tall. The Earth Dragon, having unleashed the petrification beam, lay on the ground, bombarded relentlessly by the energy wings, with numerous scales shattering under the assault. "It's over." Lu Yu sighed. "That is a 6th-tier Earth Dragon, a treasure in its own right. Yet it seems I am fated to be disconnected from it." Lu Yu glanced at the Howler Monkey King, contemplating the opportunity to eliminate that grudge-bearing creature. It would never feel right until it was dealt with. "Feather, let us first locate another stone egg." The Purple Moon Leader steadied herself, ensuring she was not petrified. Before advancing toward the Earth Dragon, the energy wings ceased their attack and flew into the deep pit. The stone egg could hatch a young dragon, which could be sold for 100 million Huaxia coins, comparable to half a month's worth of their standard hunting. "Boss, their isn't one." The expression on the feathered individual turned grim as it landed. "Didn't he find it, or was there none?" The Purple Moon Leader's expression darkened. "They are hunting alongside the Tongguang team. While the Tongguang team holds off the Mother Earth Dragon, they will aid us in slaying the male Earth Dragon, later sharing one of the eggs with the Tongguang team. If there is only one Earth Dragon egg, that poses a dilemma. I've searched the underground thoroughly. There is absolutely none." The feathered individual shook its head, confirming it had overlooked nothing. The Purple Moon Leader gazed coldly at the ailing Earth Dragon. "Where is the other stone egg?" The Earth Dragon closed its eyes, refusing to respond. "Humph." The Purple Moon Leader raised her hand, gouging out the Earth Dragon's eye. Even when faced with the threat of death, the Earth Dragon remained unmoved. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Purple Moon Leader continued to torment the Earth Dragon, but alas, until its last breath, it revealed nothing about the whereabouts of the other stone egg. "Captain of the Purple Moon, this egg appears to be problematic." The scruffy-bearded man approached, cradling the stone egg. "What?" the Purple Moon Leader exclaimed, shaking off the blood on her hands to inspect the egg. Previously pulsating with life, the stone egg now lay silent, resembling a genuine stone. "It has been drained of life." The Purple Moon Leader kicked the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Earth Dragon had never intended to hand over the stone egg. The one it offered had long since been drained, and the life force they sensed was merely an illusion. "Search. That stone egg must be underground. The essence absorbed from this egg will surely be of impeccable quality." Chapter 12. The Earth Demon Worm's interference. Lu Yu gradually retreated, casting a glance at the large tree to his right, where the Howler Monkey King had vanished. "Has that monkey fled?" The faint sound of scratching drew Lu Yu's attention, prompting him to halt and seek the source of the noise, only to discover a startling scene. The Howler Monkey King was crawling forward, inching closer to the petrified pit. Unfortunately, its large and heavy body could not manage to be entirely silent. Lu Yu gazed at the two teams 50 meters away. Whatever treasure could compel the Howler Monkey King to take such risks must be significant. Could it be that the only stone egg was located within the pit? Lu Yu contemplated a possibility. Apart from this, he could hardly think of anything else that might compel the Howler Monkey King to take risks. Despite both teams being injured, dealing with a second-tier Howler Monkey King remained an effortless task. At this moment, the two teams gathered around the corpse of the Earth Dragon, digging deep into the ground in search of stone eggs. Completely oblivious to the lurking Howler Monkey King, as the Howler Monkey King drew closer to the stone pit, Lu Yu instinctively retreated. Something massive seemed to be approaching from below. "This is bad. There's something underground. Quick, retreat." Suddenly, the The stone beneath him cried out, and Feiyu spread his energy wings, swiftly lifting the stone and making a hasty escape, while the others also hurriedly vacated the ground. Boom! The ground erupted. A massive maw filled with jagged teeth tore through the abdomen of the earth dragon. Blood and entrails scattered as the enormous mouth devoured chunks of flesh, emitting a thunderous roar. The shockwave shattered trees and hurled 7 individuals aside, revealing a hard rock layer as sand and gravel flew everywhere. A 5th-tier demon beast, the Earth Demon Worm. Ziyue's expression darkened. The Earth Demon Worm was proclaiming its dominance. It sought to monopolize the corpse of the Earth Dragon. With the Earth Dragon's body damaged, its value significantly diminished. Feiyu clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. A complete Earth Dragon corpse could fetch tens of millions of Huaxia coins when sold intact, but now it would barely be worth 5 million. Anger was futile. This creature was hiding underground, leaving them powerless against it. Shirtu shook his head. With the Earth Demon Worm present, they dared not touch the ground. This creature was infamous for its ambushes. Captain, what should we do now? Give up on the Earth Dragon's corpse? Hongyu glanced at the bearded man. The Earth Dragon egg was lost. The only remaining asset was the Earth Dragon's corpse. If they couldn't even obtain that, they would face total loss. The man stared silently into the dark abyss. A 5th-tier Earth Demon Worm was not something they could handle, even at full strength, let alone in their injured state. Yet the thought of surrendering was unbearable. What is that Howler Monkey King digging for? The 6 individuals, perched above, soon noticed the Howler Monkey King burrowing within the stone pit. Sensing their gaze, the Howler Monkey King raised its arms high and slammed them down onto the rock layer. Indifferent to the blood oozing from its palms, there's something in the stone pit. The 6 reacted instantly, launching an assault on the Howler Monkey King. With bloodied arms raised, the Howler Monkey King roared defiantly, as if challenging the heavens and the earth. Bang! A beam of white light descended, instantly obliterating the Howler Monkey King and tearing open a fissure in the rock layer. The Earth Dragon Egg. As the rock shattered, a plethora of life energy surged forth, and the 6 immediately scrambled to seize it. The Tongguang team was the first to be eliminated. Their strength was only 4th tier, and they stood no chance against Ziyue's team, which boasted an average strength of 5th tier. Feiyu flapped his wings, blocking 3 individuals and shooting out hundreds of energy feathers that knocked them down. Ziyue, are you going to break the agreement? The bearded man shouted. Clutching his wound in anger, Hailang, the value of this Earth Dragon egg far exceeds your imagination. Even if I handed it to you, do you think you could carry it away? Ziyue hovered in midair, stepping on purple light, while behind her, she unleashed purple blades that cleaved through the rock layer. Then no one shall have it. Fire meteor. Hongyu raised both hands, launching a colossal fireball, 5 meters in diameter. Crashing towards the Earth Dragon's corpse, the intense heat distorting the space around it. Stop him. Shirtu transformed into a mountain giant, absorbing the rocks to form a stone shield that blocked the gigantic fireball. The high temperature melting the stone shield and causing dark red juices to flow down. While I am still composed, leave. The mountain giant bellowed deeply. Fractured fire serpent. Hongyu wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, grasping his hands to tear apart the fireball, transforming it into a fire serpent that slithered past the stone shield to attack the mountain giant. The half-meter-long fire serpent, with a temperature even higher than the fireball, bore menacingly sharp fangs. Moonlit shadow. The fire serpent moved with incredible speed, leaving the mountain giant no time to react, but at a critical moment, Ziyue intervened. A purple crescent moon descended, enveloping the mountain giant in an armor-like glow, perfectly countering the serpent's assault. I've got it. Feiyu sliced through the rock layer, the Earth Dragon egg within easy reach. Would the Earth Demon Worm relinquish its delectable prize? Luyu observed from 100 meters away, skeptical of the Earth Demon Worm's lack of interest in the dragon egg. After all, it was a considerable supplement. Just as Liu suspected, as soon as Feiyu unearthed the Earth Dragon egg, the Earth Demon Worm bit through the rock layer and devoured the egg. Damn beast. That was worth hundreds of millions of Huaxia coins. Feiyu narrowly missed the Earth Dragon egg, which was snatched away by the Earth Demon Worm, which even had the audacity to crush it before his eyes. As the Earth Demon Worm retreated underground with the egg, it left no opportunity for Feiyu to retaliate. Enraged, Feiyu transformed into a light angel. Enveloped in holy light, sprouting 4 pairs of 2-meter wings from his back, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Go! Ziyue, unable to afford to engage the Tongguang team, swiftly took Shirtu and fled. Fei Yu's light angel form was still unrefined. Previous mishaps had occurred due to friendly fire, and in his current fury, the risk of misfire was even greater. The Tongguang team also made their hasty retreat, while Lu Yu concealed his presence. Quickly departing after they left, this time, Lu Yu had abandoned any thoughts of scavenging. He set his direction and pressed on, finding a tree hollow to rest half an hour later. Why now? It was deep into the night. And as Lu Yu finished organizing the tree hollow, he felt drowsy and sealed the entrance, lying down to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. After a light breakfast, he continued on his journey. Lu Yu took out a map and compass, comparing various points to ascertain his position. He was still several dozen miles from Wolf Mountain and should reach it within a day. After packing his belongings, Lu Yu grasped his long staff and strode forward. Before long, it was noon, and after winding through the dense forest, he finally emerged and found a great river to wash his face and prepare lunch. The ingredients he encountered in the morning were all inedible, either lacking meat or laden with poison. With no other options, Lu Yu resorted to foraging, extending his mental energy to sense the aquatic life. And upon locating a suitable target, he activated time suspension and successfully knocked out a large fish with a single strike. A few more attempts, and lunch would be secured. For lunch, he prepared roasted black-shelled turtle, green-scaled fish soup, and boiled snake fish slices. Although the flavor was rather bland, it at least filled Lu Yu's stomach. After satisfying his hunger, it was time to cultivate. Fortunately, he was undisturbed this time, allowing him to train for 2 hours uninterrupted. The residual medicinal power of the diamond fruit was fully refined, and Lu Yu's skin grew even tougher. The fangs of the snake fish merely left faint white marks upon contact. Chapter 13. Wolf Mountain and the Wolf God. The 6th-tier inner core had yet to be completely refined. Lu Yu sensed the remaining inner core within him, estimating that at this rate, it would take at least another week to fully refine it. After a brief tidying up, Lu Yu hurriedly continued on his path. The closer he got to Wolf Mountain, the sparser the vegetation became, revealing large, charred boulders scattered across the ground, with a faint scent of sulfur in the air. It was said that this was the result of a battle between the 9th-tier Wolf God and the 8th-tier Fire Demon. Even after nearly a century, the scars of the conflict remained. Boom! Within 2 miles of travel, the sky suddenly darkened with heavy clouds, followed by a flash of lightning, and torrential rain descended in an instant. Such potent demonic energy, the rainwater, mingled with demonic energy, heightened Lu Yu's caution. It was the disturbance created by a 7th-tier rain turtle. Yen Yen clarified Lu Yu's confusion. Lu Yu gazed at the downpour covering nearly 1,000 meters and couldn't help but marvel. If a 7th-tier demon was this formidable, how powerful must the 9th-tier Wolf God be? One blow to annihilate the rain turtle. Coughed. Lu Yu choked on Yen Yan's reply, feeling as if something was said yet also nothing at all. After waiting for a while, the rain showed no signs of stopping, leaving him no choice but to brave the downpour. Fortunately, Lu Yu had good fortune. He managed to catch a rain spider hiding within a dead old tree. The rain spider, a 1st-tier demon beast, was named for its penchant for weaving umbrellas. The umbrellas crafted by the rain spider were waterproof and fireproof, making them a luxury item in Jiangnan City. After capturing the rain spider, Lu Yu coerced it, successfully obtaining an umbrella. Thank you. Lu Yu released the emptied rain spider back to the dead tree and strode forward. Upon crossing a peak, Lu Yu finally beheld Wolf Mountain. From a distance, Wolf Mountain resembled a giant wolf lying flat. The area of the wolf's head was the periphery, the body represented the core, and the tail was the restricted zone, where it was said the Wolf God slumbered. The more Lu Yu gazed, the more alarmed he became. Did the wolf's head just seem to open its eyes? And was it looking in his direction? Yen Jie? It was not an illusion. The Wolf God had sensed him and was testing his resolve. Yen Yen materialized, her sword case behind her vibrating with the sword's hum, as the image Lu Yu had seen fractured, revealing an ordinary-looking old wolf with gray-white fur standing atop the wolf's head. Human venerable, what brings you here? The old wolf locked its gaze on Yen Yen and spoke in human tongue. Tio guard his cultivation. Yen Yen replied truthfully. The Wolf God had lived for centuries. Deception would not fool him. Another human prodigy. The Wolf God glanced at Lu Yu. He may enter Wolf Mountain at his own risk. His life or death is his own affair. You cannot enter. I must protect him. Yin Yan's tone was calm yet firm. This is Wolf Mountain. The wolf god spoke coldly, the wolf's head beneath him opening its eyes, causing the entire Wolf Mountain to tremble as if it could rise at any moment. Speak with strength. Yin Yin pointed her sword at the wolf. God, as you wish. The wolf god withdrew his gaze and leaped into the tail region of the mountain, while Yin Yin stepped into the void. Closely following, Lu stared in astonishment at the awakened Wolf Mountain, hoping this was not yet another illusion. Hiss! Lu Yu pinched himself to confirm that Wolf Mountain had indeed come to life. Is this the power of a ninth-tier being? Lu Yu murmured softly, let us depart. And no sooner had the words escaped his lips than Yin Yin emerged from the wolf's tail restricted zone. Sister Yin, so soon? Lu Yu was taken aback. It had scarcely been a minute since she had entered the restricted area. Was the duration truly so brief, or did powerful beings engage in combat with such swiftness? Yin Yin vanished into the void, seemingly disinclined to share the events that had just transpired. What could she possibly say? It was hardly fitting to admit that she had been playing chess with the wolf god, only to face a dismal defeat. What? You played chess that quickly? Lu Yu inquired. What other game could it be? Surely it wasn't Go. Although she had lost at chess, Yin Yin was still able to enter Wolf Mountain, having struck a deal with the wolf god. Indeed, that fiery demon from years past possessed the bearing of a king. Yin Yin mused silently as she regarded the wolf's tail restricted zone. Descending the mountain, Lu Yu sprinted with all his might, reaching the outskirts of Wolf Mountain in under 10 minutes. The periphery of Wolf Mountain was desolate, yet the concentration of demonic energy was several times greater than that of the outside world. Such high-density demonic energy birthed beasts that were not only stronger but also more bloodthirsty. Bang! Lu Yu swung his staff, shattering a blood-sucking mosquito. Despite its diminutive size, the mosquito's proboscis harbored hundreds of deadly pathogens. One sting could prove fatal before one even realized it. As he advanced, the beasts Lu Yu encountered grew increasingly ferocious. There were toad-like creatures the size of basins, corpse-scented magical yam that thrived on cadavers, and the carnivorous beauty flowers. Alas, their ferocity was of no consequence. A single strike from Lu Yu sent them all toppling down. Unfortunately, the overwhelming demonic energy they contained rendered them unsuitable for immediate cooking. He could only collect the useful parts for later. Were there no hunters in Wolf Mountain? After walking for nearly an hour, Lu Yu found no trace of human activity, which puzzled him. Hunting teams roamed the outskirts of Wolf Mountain. So why was there no sign of them in this resource-rich area? As curiosity gnawed at him, he gathered various resources. Though he possessed tens of millions of Huaxia coins, he was still prudent with his expenditures, mindful of the many future expenses that awaited him. Traversing the hills, Lu Yu soon stumbled upon a vast swamp. At the edge of the mire, he discovered several tattered hunters' outfits, their special alloy badges gnawed and corroded. The attackers that had beset this small team were no less than fourth-tier demon beasts. Lu Yu dared not venture into the swamp, exercising caution even when reaching for the mudflower buds that were ripe for the picking. The mudflower buds, known for their beautifying properties, were highly favored by noblewomen, fetching as much as 5,000 Huaxia coins per bu. Yu gazed at the profusion of mudflower buds dotting the swamp, shaking his head in dismay. Unfortunately, no one dared to delve deep into the mire. Otherwise, they would surely harvest every last one of these precious buds. Sister Yin, are there any large beasts in the swamp? Lu Yu inquired curiously. Indeed. How large? An 8th-tier demon beast, the swamp giant python, measuring 100 meters in length, is currently fixated upon you. Gulp. Lu Yu swallowed hard. An 8th-tier demon beast? Hidden within this swamp was an 8th-tier creature. The crux of the matter was that it was focusing its gaze upon him. Lu Yu had no doubt that had Yin Yin not accompanied him, he would have already been devoured by the swamp giant python. It has no interest in you. It would rather feast on other demon beasts. What it desires is me. Yin Yin shattered Lu Yu's fantasy. This creature is audacious enough to contemplate devouring a peak 9th tier? Upon hearing that the swamp giant python bore him no malice, Lu Yu's fear dissipated. I concealed my strength to lure it into attacking me, yet it remains cautious and unwilling to engage. Yin Yin expressed a hint of disappointment. She still required a defensive weapon, and the python's hide would be a perfect fit. Lu Yu silently tagged Yin Yin as a potential danger in his mind. After walking a few hundred meters along the swamp, Lu Yu discovered a recently used campsite. From the remnants, it was evident that a hunting team had lingered here 1 or 2 days prior. As dusk approached, Lu Yu chopped some black ironwood to kindle a fire and began preparing dinner. Chapter 14. Luring the swamp giant python, the night echoed with the howls of wolves from Wolf Mountain as Lu Yu sprinkled a low-grade beast-repelling powder around the campsite before closing his eyes to refine a 6th-tier inner core. As the energy merged with his body, Lu Yu felt his mental fortitude gradually strengthen. Quickly ascend to the 2nd tier. Then I can hone my mental strength. As talent cultivators progressed, their reliance on mental fortitude intensified, prompting the sages of old to establish methods for its cultivation. Through repeated experimentation, it was ultimately determined that the 2nd tier was the optimal stage for refining mental strength. Premature training would strain the body and elevate the risk of death, while delaying it would reduce the upper limit of mental strength, thereby impacting breakthroughs. As Lu Yu practiced, Yin Yin sat perched on a nearby tree, attentively observing his transformations. Divine-level talent was coveted by all, and Yin Yin was no exception. To date, she had found little difference between divine-level talent and SS-level talent in terms of strength. Perhaps I should suppress my power and challenge him to a duel? Yin Yin pondered, tempted, yet ultimately resolved to abandon the idea. Indeed, you remain relentless. Yin Yin gazed into the pitch-black swamp, where the drifting gray mists crept towards the campsite, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, making it nearly indistinguishable. The miasma was the paralyzing poison of the swamp giant python, capable of silently incapacitating its prey. Yin Yin raised her hand, summoning her sword case to the air, where she executed a swift strike. The sword light flowed like water, severing the paralyzing poison mist and ensuring Lu Yu's training proceeded uninterrupted. At that moment, a red glow suddenly illuminated the depths of the swamp. Upon closer inspection, the source of the light was a pair of enormous eyes. With its emergence, silence enveloped the entire swamp, all creatures fearing the wrath of the swamp's sovereign. You have obstructed my paralyzing poison mist. However, the barrier's power is not formidable. Is it intentional? Or is your strength merely so limited? As an 8th-tier demon beast, the swamp giant python possessed exceptional intelligence, having once ventured beyond Wolf Mountain, well aware of humanity's cunning, and therefore hesitated to strike. After brief contemplation, the swamp giant python resolved to continue its probing attack. The crimson serpent's gaze surveyed the swamp, an invisible pressure compelling the swamp's demon beasts to charge forth. Soon, a multitude of swamp creatures surged towards Lu Yu: 4th-tier decaying slugs, 4th-tier blood-sucking worms, and 5th-tier sludge toads. For these mere cannon fodder, Yin Yin couldn't be bothered to pay them any heed. She opened her sword case, unleashing a torrent of silver sword light that instantaneously obliterated all the demon beasts. Yet this was merely the beginning. Under the pressure of the swamp giant python, 5 6th-tier demon beasts emerged from the mire. A golden-spined hedgehog cast a glance at the depths of the swamp and then at the fallen corpses, choosing to burrow into the ground and escape. Unfortunately, it underestimated the swamp giant python's might. The earth was harder than steel, and even its claws, capable of cleaving mountains, could not break through. Flee or perish. The voice of the swamp giant python echoed in the golden-spined hedgehog's ears as the sludge surged forth. Enveloping its body, the sludge possessed potent corrosive properties, and the golden-spined hedgehog's form dimmed rapidly, prompting the other 3 6th-tier demon beasts to retreat in fear. The golden-spined hedgehog squealed in a plea for mercy, and only then did the swamp giant python relent. Having learned from this example, the 3 6th-tier demon beasts dared not resist, activating their talents as they charged towards the campsite. A 5-meter-tall mantis with ocular appendages vibrated its wings, merging with the darkness, while its arms tore through the air, unleashing silent wind blades. A 10-meter-long armored crocodile lashed its tail, sweeping aside all obstacles, its skin turning a dark gray, appearing impervious to harm. The sudden commotion roused Lu Yu from his reverie. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the gaping maw of the armored crocodile. "Sister Yin, help!" Lu Yu instinctively cried out, with a swift motion. The sword case opened, releasing 4 small swords, each about the length of a finger, which flew forth in succession, targeting 1 demon beast each. The small swords moved with astonishing speed and were incredibly sharp, effortlessly cleaving the armored crocodile's body and severing its head. Not even the speedster Mantis could evade. Its winged blades were all sliced apart, and before it could comprehend the appearance of the small swords, it was caught in two. The golden-spined hedgehog met a similar fate, split in half, its blood and entrails splattering across the ground. Squeak! A burrowing mole dodged the small swords, burrowing behind Yin Yin and exhaling a plume of black smoke that enveloped the sword case. Yin Yin feigned panic as she attempted to intervene, but was intercepted by the swamp giant python, which had been waiting for this moment. 100 tons of sludge cascaded from above, forcibly restraining Yin Yin as the 100-meter-long swamp giant python revealed its true form. Gazing down upon her with an insatiable greed reflected in its crimson eyes, so massive, Lu Yu retreated to Yin Yan's side, seeking refuge. Human, you have breached the rules. The swamp giant python communicated through mental force, its tone menacing. And then what? Yin Yan replied coldly. The swamp giant python tore through the ground, and the burrowing mole emerged, obsequiously presenting the sword case. The swamp giant python coiled around the sword case and flung it into the swamp to suppress it. Once it was assured, it turned its gaze back to Yin Yin. Die boom! The swamp giant python lunged towards the campsite, unleashing a tempest that uprooted countless trees. You think you can? With the bait set? Yin Yin discarded her pretense. Unleashing the full force of her peak 9th-tier prowess, the silver sword domain enveloped the swamp giant python in an instant. You are not 8th tier. You are a 9th-tier sovereign. The swamp giant python faltered. Whether beast or human, the chasm between 8th and 9th tier was insurmountable, especially as the swamp giant python found itself ensnared within Yin Yan's silver sword domain. I plead for mercy. Spare me, Galaxia? Yin Yan raised her hand, and the sword case shot through the swamp, releasing a ray of sword light. The light was gentle as water, seemingly devoid of lethality, leaving behind a trail of twinkling stars in its wake. No! The swamp giant python bellowed in terror and rage, curling its body in a desperate bid to evade the sword light. Puff! The sword light cleaved through the swamp giant python's form, and a rain of blood began to fall from the sky as its 100-meter-long body crashed heavily to the ground. Was that it? Lu Yu felt incredulous at the notion that the bile of the marsh giant python could enhance resistance to toxins. He was advised to consume some. Yin Yin dispelled the barrier and presented a basin-sized python gallbladder to Lu Yu. Swallow it whole? Lu Yu gazed at the sizable gallbladder with a pained expression. Consuming it whole seemed a daunting task. Just drink the bile. Yin Yin unsheathed her sword and skillfully peeled off the python's skin, which was the item she truly desired. Lu Yu procured a container, sliced open the gallbladder, and filled a bowl with bile, which he promptly drank in one go. How bitter it was! The bitterness of the gall exceeded his expectations. Yet Lu Yu gritted his teeth and finished the bowl. Sister Yin, do you need any more? He inquired, gesturing towards the corpses of the armored crocodile and the golden-spiked hedgehog. If you want it, take it, Yin Yin replied as she returned to her perch in the tree to rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed. These were the remains of 6th-tier beasts, which could fetch at least several million in the outside world. He approached the armored crocodile and took out a 3rd-tier dagger to dismember it. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, the 3rd-tier dagger could not pierce the armored crocodile's hide. Reluctantly, he stored the entire carcass in his spatial ring. Fortunately, this ring, obtained from Yang Ruahai, boasted 100 square meters of space, ample enough to accommodate 3 6th-tier beasts. After tidying up the battlefield, Lu Yu practiced for a while before falling into slumber. Unfortunately, long before dawn, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. The howls of wolves mixed with other sounds. Instantly alert, he seized a long pole and climbed a tree to survey the situation. The sound emanated from 100 meters away, rapidly approaching the camp, likely to arrive in mere seconds. Chapter 15. Rescue and Retribution. Whoosh! A youth clad in a dark green hunter's outfit burst from the underbrush. Glancing back at the pursuing pack of wolves, he transformed into a 2nd-tier purple-scaled snake and ascended a tree. Transformation ability. Witnessing this, Lu Yu was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such a talent in person. Having only heard tales of it before, the youth, now a purple-scaled snake, spotted Lu Yu and immediately became wary, exuding an aura of threat. Awooh! The wolf pack invaded the camp. This was a group of 2nd-tier wind-chasing night wolves, and their baring teeth made their fury unmistakable. The lead wolf raised its head, searching for the scent of its prey, only to be astonished to find it had vanished. The other wind-chasing night wolves scoured the area. But to no avail. In their rage, the pack laid waste to the camp and then retraced their steps, following the lead wolf. Once the wolf pack had departed, the purple-scaled snake reverted to human form and turned to leave. But Lu Yu called out to him, "How about we introduce ourselves? I am Lu Yu." "Zhang Hu," the youth halted. "I advise you to leave quickly. Our team is hunting the wind-chasing night wolves." With that, Zhang Hu transformed into a wind-chasing night wolf and vanished. Hunting wind-chasing night wolves? I should take a look. Since sleep eluded him, Lu Yu decided to join the fray. Following the direction Zhang Hu had taken, he soon heard the sounds of battle. "Don't skimp on weapons. Kill that lead wolf quickly, Captain. We can't. The fire oil is gone. The sunstrike can't be launched." At such a critical moment, they faltered. What a bunch of incompetents. "Zhang Hu, lead the wolf away." The one-eyed captain glared fiercely at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, instinctively recoiling from the thought of confronting the late-stage third-tier wind-chasing night wolf, responded, "Captain, I'm only in the early stage of the second tier. I can't outrun it. If the lead wolf doesn't leave, how can we catch the wolf cubs? If we don't capture the cubs to sell, your brother will be left to die." The one-eyed captain seized Zhang Hu and tossed him before the lead wolf. As Zhang Hu scrambled to his feet, he felt a chill creep up his spine and instinctively curled into the form of an armored turtle. Bang! The wolf's claw sent the armored turtle flying. And after crashing into the stones, Zhang Hu reverted to human form. "That hurts," he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Yet the enraged wind-chasing night wolf would not grant him respite. As it lunged forward, it unleashed a tempest. Burrowing mouse. Zhang Hu transformed into a burrowing mouse and burrowed underground. The wind-chasing night wolf's attack missed, and it relentlessly bombarded the ground. However, Zhang Hu had already disappeared beneath the surface, rendering the wolf's strikes futile. Seeing that its quarry had escaped underground, the wind-chasing night wolf turned its attention to the three standing on the rocks, howling to summon the pack to encircle them. "Zhang Hu, come out and hold off the lead wolf," the one-eyed captain shouted in panic. Hearing the call, Zhang Hu had no choice but to emerge, launching an offensive. As a burrowing mouse, he moved swiftly, launching surprise attacks that infuriated the lead wolf, which summoned the pack to unleash a storm to scour the ground, intent on capturing its underground prey. Lu, who had been watching silently from behind a rock crevice, was struck by the realization that Zhang Hu seemed less a member of the hunting team and more a bait, one whose life was expendable. Surprised? Yin Yin observed calmly from her vantage point. Lu Yu sighed. They don't seem to regard him as a teammate. They are merely exploiting him. His talent is an A-grade devour and mimicry ability, requiring the consumption of body parts from the object of mimicry to replicate. And his growth potential is limited due to inadequate nourishment. Yin Yin discerned Zhang Hu's abilities and circumstances with a single glance. Lu looked at Yin Yin in confusion, unable to comprehend her reasoning. Yin Yin offered no explanation, continuing, "The three of them possess B-grade talents and are already over 40. It will be exceedingly difficult for them to advance to the fourth tier in this lifetime. Their best option is to accumulate wealth for retirement. The Hunters Guild provides substantial compensation for hunters' deaths. An A-grade talent slain can yield 2 million Huaxia coins. It can be done like that." Lu Yu was taken aback. Go exploit Zhang Hu was one thing, but to wish for his demise to claim compensation was utterly disgraceful. "Sister Yin, won't you intervene?" Realizing he was no match for the situation, Lu Yu sought Yin Yan's assistance. "I don't even know him. Why should I save him?" Yin Yin coldly refused. 3 third-tier beasts would be mere trifles for you, Sister Yin. Besides, I sense Zhang Hu possesses great potential. Lu Yu attempted to persuade Yin Yin with a change in strategy. However, Yin Yin simply chose to close her eyes, offering no response. Lu Yu suddenly recalled Yin Yan's words before he left. "I will only act when your life hangs in the balance. If you wish to save someone, you must rely on yourself." Descending slowly, Lu Yu arrived at the valley and retrieved the armored crocodile's carcass from his spatial ring. Boom. The body hit the ground, and a surge of demonic energy enveloped the area, emanating from the sixth-tier beast, instantly suppressing dozens of wind-chasing night wolves. The three standing on the stones were also taken aback. The aura of a sixth-tier beast. "No, it's a corpse." The one-eyed captain sensed the faint life force and quickly discerned that it was merely a carcass. If they could obtain the body of a sixth-tier beast, they would undoubtedly make a fortune. The one-eyed captain was lost in dreams, while the wind-chasing night wolf pack was suppressed by the demonic aura, fleeing in a frenzy. Even the ferocious lead wolf retreated in fear, terrified not just by the armored crocodile, but also by the lingering power within it. "Oh, whoa!" The lead wolf howled in despair as it fled, with the other wind-chasing night wolves closely following. Not good retreat. The dozens of wind-chasing night wolves charged forward, overwhelming the three. Panic-stricken, the wind-chasing night wolves unleashed a storm to clear their path. The trio, even when united, could not withstand the onslaught and were sent flying several meters. As soon as the one-eyed captain landed, the lead wolf crushed his arm, and the remaining eye filled with blood as he roared, attempting to overturn the lead wolf, only to be trampled to death by the subsequent pack. The other two fared little better. The aftermath left them as mere pulp in the valley. Lu Yu could scarcely believe his success. As he prepared to leave with the corpse, Zhang Hu called out to him, "You saved my life. Allow me to offer you a gift." Zhang Hu transformed back into human form, sitting on the ground. Panting heavily, Lu Yu produced some blood flower honey for him to drink and offered him 2 blood-replenishing pills. "I did not save you for a reward. They are likely dead now. We should leave quickly." "Truly do not want it." That is the variant of the wind-chasing night wolf, the wind-chasing demon wolf, the wind-chasing night wolf, and the wind-chasing demon wolf, one word apart. Yet worlds different. The strongest wind-chasing night wolf barely reached the 4th tier, while the wind-chasing demon wolf could attain the 8th tier, with rumors of some even breaking through to the 9th tier. "Are you certain?" Lu Yu was initially startled, then looked at Zhang Hu with skepticism. The mutation rate of the wind-chasing night wolf was exceedingly low, around 1 in a million, and even if mutated, it did not guarantee it would be a wind-chasing demon wolf. Young wolf cubs all looked quite similar. Lu Yu suspected Zhang Hu was merely imagining things. "I would not mistake it. That is indeed a wind-chasing demon wolf, with a demonic visage." The blood flower honey was remarkably effective at staunching wounds, and Zhang Hu's injuries had already begun to scab. If it truly is a wind-chasing demon wolf, you could claim it entirely for yourself. Even a single cub could sell for millions of Huaxia coins. After some contemplation, Lu Yu still declined. Chapter 16. Taming the Demon Wolf. If you feel indebted, you may share a portion of the armored crocodile's flesh with me. Zhang Hu proposed and agreed. Lu Yu nodded in acquiescence, slicing off a dozen pounds of the armored crocodile's flesh and handing it to Zhang Hu. "Thank you." Zhang Hu accepted the flesh with sincere gratitude. At that moment, Lu Yu was unaware that this flesh would forge a legendary tale in the future, as well as give rise to the emergence of mutation abilities. Zhang Hu transformed into a burrowing mouse, excavating a passage to lead Lu Yu into the lair of the wind-chasing demon wolf. The lair of the wind-chasing demon wolf lay underground, surrounded by stones, with pre-dug holes outside for standing. Through the gaps in the stones, Lu Yu glimpsed the interior of the wolf den. 3 young wolves were tearing into a first-tier earth snake. Yet the largest portion was seized by a wind-chasing demon wolf cloaked in black fur, adorned with elongated demonic patterns. The 2 wind-chasing night wolves were visibly displeased, attempting to flank the demon wolf in a bid to reclaim the food while emitting threatening wolf howls. "Oh, whoa!" The wind-chasing demon wolf let out a deep and menacing roar, its dark fur billowing like a cloak, while the demonic patterns on its face writhed as if animated by the spirits of hellish fiends. The terrifying aura it exuded instantly subdued the 2 pursuit night wolves. Truly, it was a mutated demon wolf, having reached a late stage of the 1st tier in just a few months. Lu Yu, suppressing his excitement, broke apart the stones to enter the wolf's lair. Upon seeing Lu Yu's sudden intrusion, the aggrieved pursuit night wolves howled and lunged at him. Ignoring the 2 wolves, Lu Yu sidestepped their attacks and charged towards the wind-chasing demon wolf. "Follow me, and I shall lead you to reclaim the glory of our ancestors," Lu Yu promised, fixing his gaze on the wind-chasing demon wolf. The wind-chasing demon wolf, disdainfully swallowing its serpentine body, regarded Lu Yu with contempt. Claw raised for an immediate assault. "If you have a temper, then let us fight until you submit." Lu Yu donned his first-tier armor, bracing against the wolf's claws. With a resounding thud, the terrifying force repelled Lu Yu, nearly piercing through his first-tier gauntlet. "Come again," Lu Yu responded, not with anger but with delight. The stronger the wind-chasing demon wolf became, the more exhilarated he felt. With a powerful stride, he unleashed the tiger's fury fist. The wind-chasing demon wolf howled and, enveloped in a black wind, accelerated its speed. narrowly evading Lu Yu's punch while attempting to bite at his neck. In a critical moment, Lu Yu retracted his head, avoiding the lethal bite, and delivered a sweeping kick that sent the wind-chasing demon wolf flying. With a resounding crash, the wind-chasing demon wolf collided with the stones and was buried beneath the rubble. The two pursuit night wolves, sensing the peril, fled from the den. Oh, not feign death. Either become my companion or perish by my hand. The choice is yours. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, the pile of stones suddenly erupted, a black tempest hurling debris towards him. Lu Yu drew out a third-tier staff and swept away the shattered stones, sending debris flying in all directions. Fully alert, he remained cautious, yet a sudden wolf's howl echoed from behind him. The wind-chasing demon wolf sprang forward, exhaling a blade of black wind. You've fallen for my trap. Time froze. Lu Yu activated the time-stopping technique. Countless runes spreading from the ground, freezing everything in their path. The wind-chasing demon wolf, suspended in midair, felt a surge of primal fear. An instinctive submission to overwhelming power, Lu Yu shattered the black wind blade and approached the wind-chasing demon wolf. Grasping its throat and calmly stated, "Submit or die." The wolf's eyes flickered a moment of hesitation. Its noble bloodline resisted immediate submission. Observing this, Lu Yu tightened his grip, bringing the creature to the brink of death. Out of sheer terror, the wind-chasing demon wolf chose to submit, a glimmer of plea evident in its gaze. Lu Yu waved his hand, dispelling the stasis, and the wind-chasing demon wolf fell to the ground. A fleeting flash of murderous intent crossing its eyes. It was a noble wind-chasing demon wolf. How could it easily submit to a mere human? Just wait, it would find an opportunity to eliminate this human. Cunning and capricious, the wolf spirit, Lu Yu decided to add an extra layer of assurance. He retrieved a soul control talisman, commanding it with his mental energy to pounce upon the wind-chasing demon wolf. Sensing danger, the creature attempted to evade, but the storm that enveloped it had already immobilized it. In that moment, the wind-chasing demon wolf was utterly terrified, yearning for mercy yet unable to move, helplessly watching as the talisman fused with its body. As the talisman integrated into the wind-chasing demon wolf, chains emerged, penetrating its mind and locking its spiritual energy. The agonizing process of spiritual erosion was excruciating. The wind-chasing demon wolf howled in its mind. Yet it was futile. Only when the chains had fully consumed its spiritual energy did the torment cease. Lu, you could keenly sense the state of the wind-chasing demon wolf. Even its spiritual fluctuations were evident. This meant betrayal was impossible. Should it ever entertain a thought of rebellion, Lu Yu would immediately detect it and use the chains to strangle its spirit, leaving it trapped in a state of despair. Lu Yu released the wind-chasing demon wolf, which, now stripped of its previous arrogance, approached Lu Yu, bowing its head in submission. From now on, you shall be called Xiao He. Satisfied, Lu Yu patted the wind-chasing demon wolf and turned to leave the den. Zhang Hu had long departed, and Lu Yu found the remains of the one-eyed trio outside the valley, their spatial rings crushed by the wolf pack, leaving nothing behind. Daylight soon broke, and Lu Yu prepared breakfast for himself, offering a hefty piece of second-tier demon meat to the wind-chasing demon wolf. The wind-chasing demon wolf devoured the meat with ferocity, consuming dozens of pounds in mere moments, yet it still gazed at Lu Yu with an insatiable appetite. Eat as much as you like. I have no doubt I can fill you up. Lu Yu continued to feed the demon wolf. Xiao He, voraciously consuming everything offered, quickly grew larger. Still hungry? Lu Yu teased. Observing the creature's desire to eat itself into oblivion, which was simply impossible, Lu Yu had already devised a plan. He would nourish the wind-chasing demon wolf for a few days before allowing it to hunt on its own. He sought a companion that could fight alongside him, not a domesticated pet. With Xiao He by his side, Lu Yu's journey would no longer be solitary. Though their languages did not align, it did not hinder their ability to converse. As night enveloped Wolf Mountain, Yin Yin approached from afar, and the wind-chasing demon wolf emitted a low growl, subsequently lowering its limbs in submission. Sister Yin, were you not around during the day? Lu Yu sensed the remnants of demonic energy emanating from her, deducing she had engaged in a battle. Only the wolf god could possess such potent demonic energy, yet recalling his encounter with the wolf god, Lu Yu felt something was amiss. Could it be that there were other ninth-tier demons in Wolf Mountain? Do not inquire about what you should not know. Yin Yin settled by the fire, Consuming a pill and meditating to recuperate that moment, Lu Yu noticed that the sword box she usually carried was missing, and the hem of her right skirt bore a charred mark, as if scorched by flames. The Wolf Mountain is perilous indeed. There is even a second 9th tier demon. 1 9th tier demon could dominate a region. 2 united could easily decimate the entire Jiangnan city. The crux lay in the strong territorial instincts of 9th tier demons, which would not allow others of their kind to trespass, lest relentless battle ensue. Could it be the offspring of the wolf god? Lu Yu contemplated this possibility, though the odds seemed slimmed. A dual 9th tier lineage was exceedingly rare, even among the vast human population, let alone within the fiercely competitive demon race. Unbeknownst to Yin Yin, Lu Yu had already concocted a scenario involving another 9th tier demon. Had he known that the entity battling Yin Yin was merely a peak 8th tier beast, he would be even more astonished. Chapter 17. The New and Old Flame Demon. Upon realizing Yin Yin was ignoring him, Xiao He felt both elated and slightly disheartened. His instincts told him that winning this woman's favor would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. Lu Yu, aware of Xiao He's thoughts, could not help but smirk. You, a mere few-month-old wind-chasing demon wolf, wish to play the sycophant. She is a 9th tier master. What value could you possibly provide? You are merely infatuated by her beauty. Lu Yu regulated his breathing, refining the residual energy within him, while Xiao He ingratiatingly lay at Yin Yan's feet, inhaling her demonic aura and digesting the flesh within its stomach. The night was tranquil until dawn broke, when a sharp bird cry resonated from afar, a sound so piercing it nearly shattered eardrums from such a distance. Least a 5th tier beast. Startled, Lu Yu leapt atop the treetops in search of the source, quickly discovering a vast area of downed trees to the southwest. Black flames engulfed the trees, igniting a blaze, while acrid smoke filled the air as numerous demon beasts fled in terror. A small, palm-sized tricolored bird darted away, its frantic flight tearing through the black flames. Suddenly, the ground trembled, leading Lu Yu to question if an earthquake had struck. Even from nearly 1,000 meters away, he felt the tremor. His feet shaking beneath the embrace of the ancient trees, a hand of crimson stone, spewing magma, burst forth from the earth, reaching out to grasp the tricolored bird and crush it, its flesh and blood mingling in a dark crimson pattern upon its palm. What kind of monster is that? Lu Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This creature could obliterate everything around it with a mere gesture. The fire demon. Yin Yin gazed down at the battlefield. Wasn't the fire demon slain by the wolf god? Lu Yu questioned in confusion. Humans have families, and so do demons. The fire demon that died long ago was the father of this one. As for why the wolf god did not eradicate it completely, it's because the young fire demon has guardians. Yin Yin recounted the past, her tone calm as she looked towards the wolf's tail forbidden zone. Then why is it emerging now? Is it seeking death? The wolf god can kill the old fire demon and can certainly slay this immature one. The intense heat melted the ground into flowing dark red magma, revealing a vast form embedded with volcanic rock, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Such a commotion attracted the attention of many hunting squads who concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. What a pity for this fire demon. It is still immature yet already at mid-8th tier. If it were to mature, it would undoubtedly surpass its father and ascend to 9th tier. Perhaps even slaying the wolf god. The wind summoning squad, consisting of 4 members, floated in the air, gazing down at the flame demon. The team's female healer, Lu Qianqian, spoke first. This is precisely why the wolf god would not allow it to mature. This fire demon will not survive for much longer, even with a powerful demon protecting it, as this is the wolf god's territory. The team leader, Wu Min Yufeng, shook his head in regret. The fire demon is injured. It was just absorbing life force to recover. Zhuang stowed away the telescope crafted from the 1,000-eyed demon spider. Did you get a clear look? Can you identify the wounds? Lu Qianqian inquired eagerly. As a healer, she was skilled not only in daily treatments but also in analysis, able to deduce weapon types from wounds. The fire demon has been in constant motion, making it difficult to accurately capture its injuries. But the penetrative power of the wounds is immense, evidently piercing through the fire demon's right leg. Retreat. Wu Min Yufeng commanded, raising a wind wall that rose 100 meters to shield against the falling magma. As the 4 members of the team swiftly retreated to 500 meters away, a small talent with a big temper, Zhouang scoffed dismissively. There are plenty of people looking to take advantage. Lu Qianqian extended her arms to touch the web of life, with countless fine green threads spreading rapidly from her as the epicenter. This was her S-level talent, Life Web, which could transform her internal energy into threads that conveyed and precisely sensed vitality, linking her targets for parasitism or healing. As long as the three major academies did not intervene, the spoils would surely belong to them. The tall and confident Wu Min Yufeng, with his late-stage 6th-tier prowess and SS-level talent of Wind Spirit, possessed the means to look down upon his peers. Aside from the lunatics from Tianwu Academy, it was rare for Qingfeng Academy and Wujing Academy to allow their students to team up for practical training. Chen Lei, bearing a 3-meter-tall shield, shook his head, a scar beneath his left eye extended down to his mouth, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. In the distance, the flame demon was still clearing the area, magma erupting from below and consuming all life it encountered, converting it into energy for sustenance. Yet, even with an abundance of life energy nourishing him, the wounds that pierced his body remained unhealed. The energy residing within the wounds far too potent for him to contend with. Wolf God, do you dare to defy the pact with the Peng Emperor and kill me? The furious fire demon roared toward the wolf goddess domain, the ground trembling and sinking beneath him, dark red magma surging forth like a tidal wave, scorching everything in its path, as countless beings fled in desperation. Damn it, this fire demon has gone mad. Openly challenging the wolf god. If we anger him, we're all doomed. Other hunting teams cursed while fleeing, unaware that the fire demon sought to drag them down with him. Ever since being ambushed the previous night, the fire demon knew the wolf god intended to kill him, rendering his pact with the Peng Emperor null and void. To survive, the fire demon could only enlist the help of humanity. Betting that the wolf god would not dare annihilate them all, for such an act would be a blatant provocation of the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild, boasting dual 9th-tier hunters, had always been formidable. Even the wolf god would not dare offend them. As long as the wolf god hesitated, the fire demon would have a chance to escape Wolf Mountain. Leaving Wolf Mountain was perilous in the short term, but with the fire demon's strength, he could soon achieve complete growth. For years, he had been confined within Wolf Mountain, with resources exceedingly limited. Otherwise, with his talent, he would not have remained incomplete for so long. I once thought you would be smarter than your father, but it seems you are just as foolish, a resounding voice echoed through the heavens. The clear sky suddenly darkened, the ground trembling and cracking as countless demonic auras erupted from beneath, coalescing into a colossal wolf over 100 meters tall. The giant wolf's fur was pristine white, untouched by dust. Though formed from demonic energy, it exuded an aura of undeniable sanctity, the divine ability of a 9th-tier great demon, Dharmakaya. Lu Yu murmured as he gazed at the wolf goddess manifestation. On the ground, Xiao He had already prostrated himself, not to mention his current self. Even if he grew into a true wind-chasing demon wolf, he could not contend with the wolf god. Sister Yin, what bloodline does the wolf god possess? Lu Yu suddenly recalled that the wolf god had only a code name, with no records of his bloodline or race. It was said to be the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf, whose power doubled during a full moon. Yin Yin waved her hand from afar, and the massive form of the fire demon was instantly torn in two. A beam of sword light slicing through the air and landing behind Yin Yin, transforming into a sword box. Only then did Lu Yu realize that Yin Yan's opponent yesterday had been the fire demon. He wondered how the fire demon had provoked her. Surely it was not merely a case of accidentally scorching her dress with fire. Ha ha ha! As the magma surged, reshaping his form, the fire demon laughed maniacally, glaring at the wolf god. You have indeed grown old, relying on humanity to weaken my power before daring to confront me. The giant wolf gazed down at the fire demon without speaking, before raising its paw to strike down with a thunderous crash. As the wolf's claw descended, moonlight flowed forth. The fire demon drew upon magma to augment his form, boldly challenging the wolf's claw. Chapter 18. The contest for fire essence rock. Countless eyes were fixed on the battle, questioning whether the wolf god remained invincible or if the fire demon's offspring would take his place. The snow-white wolf claw effortlessly tore through the fire demon's massive form, the intense heat of the magma isolated by the moonlight, leaving even the wolf's fur unscathed. The fire demon roared as he lunged at the giant wolf. Refusing to believe he could not overcome the wolf goddess Dharmakaya, His father had nearly slain the wolf god once. Fusing the essence of their bloodline would only make him stronger. Magma purgatory, the ground shattered, magma gushing forth. Volcanic rock coalesced into a superheated pillar that pierced the giant wolf's abdomen, enveloped in toxic sulfur that melted the demonic energy. The giant wolf looked down upon the fire demon, its fur shaking and scattering moonlight. A silver full moon appearing on its brow, in the next moment, it erupted with silver light, shattering the stone pillar and sending a 100-meter cascade of magma plummeting downwards. The acrid sulfur lingered in the air, yet the battle seemed to have reached its conclusion. The giant wolf vanished, the magma gradually solidifying, as if everything were proclaiming the death of the fire demon. It is time to reap the rewards. The hunting teams rushed from all directions to the battlefield, each eager to claim the fire demon's corpse. After the fire demon's demise, the volcanic rock would absorb the magma and transform into fire essence rock, a renowned top-tier forging material worth 100,000 huaxia coins per piece. Fire essence rock was not only beneficial to humans but also effective for fire attribute demon beasts. Low-tier demon beasts that consumed fire essence rock had a chance to ascend in rank. And even in failure, their combat strength would be enhanced. Ha ha ha, I am the chosen one. The fire essence rock is mine. A man with butterfly wings landed first, disregarding the still steaming ground as he began to excavate the fire essence rock. Suddenly, the man felt a tightness around his ankle and looked down to see a withered yellow vine ensnaring him. Unperturbed, he drew his third-tier long sword to cut it away, only to find the vine unscathed, the blade shattering instead. Staring at the broken blade on the ground, the man was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his senses and flapping his wings to escape. The withered yellow vine tightened, forcibly dragging the man underground. "No! Let me go! Let me go!" His cries quickly faded away. Boom! A storm swept through as the wind conjuring team arrived first, the 4 members immediately dispersing to take action. Chen Lei thrust his shield into the ground, employing his S-level talent, Iron Wall, to extract underground metal and construct 5 walls, sealing off the area. Lu Qianqian spread her life web to monitor enemy movements, while Wu Min Yufeng was enveloped in a tempest, ready for battle, and Zhouang crouched down to excavate the fire essence rock. "Captain, we have company." The life web detected incoming enemies just as Chen Lei's iron wall was struck with force. "Do you think your wind-conjuring team can monopolize the fire essence rock?" The voice reverberated, penetrating every nook and cranny, akin to steel needles attacking their mental fortitude. Even the iron wall could not withstand this power. "Monopolize? And what if we do? Who can stop me?" Wu Min Yufeng burst through the iron wall, his hand transforming the air into a long whip that lashed downward. Bang! The whip swept through, causing an explosion, only to be blocked by an ancient gray-white tree. "Your hurricane whip has indeed grown stronger." Atop the gray-white tree stood 2 women and a man, dressed in black and red, their identities appearing rather peculiar. "Fire essence rock is of no use to you." Wu Min Yufeng spoke coldly. "Whether it is useful or not is irrelevant. The key is that it is valuable, and we are in dire need of money at present." The man smiled, extending 2 fingers. "Yufeng, don't say we're not giving you face. We only want 2 portions, and we'll leave once we have it. Since your Emoine team demands 2 portions, our Savage Beast team will also claim 2 portions." 4 5th-tier demon beasts emerged from the ground, led by a purple crystal scorpion at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, its tail's venomous stinger sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The Emoine team and the Savage Beast team were premier hunting teams that had entered Wolf Mountain, though their combined combat strength was slightly inferior to that of the Wind Conjuring team. If they joined forces, they could undoubtedly suppress them, especially since the Savage Beast team boasted SS-level beast transformation talents, earning them the title of Battle Bulldozers. At this moment, Wu Min Yufeng felt immense frustration. He had initially thought he could monopolize the benefits, only to encounter 2 formidable opponents. Other hunting teams and bounty hunters gradually arrived. They did not rashly approach but chose to wait patiently. According to the rules of contention, a fierce battle would surely erupt among the 3 teams, and that would be the true contest. Luu blended into the crowd, having adopted a new identity, a bounty hunter unrecognized by the Hunters Guild. Codenamed Chasing Light. "Brother, I advise you to leave quickly. With your strength, you'll be easily eliminated once the fighting starts," a plump man sitting in a tree urged while munching on bread. Luu glanced at the man, jumping up to the tree to get closer. Why fight over who gets what? If it escalates, no one will benefit. The plump man shot Lu Yu a glance. Nonsense, do you think money is too plentiful? Besides, we are not the only ones after the fire essence rock. Come out. An explosive mouse blasted through the ground, seizing a vine that had a fist-sized, bright red crystal hanging from its tip. Fire essence rock. The explosive mouse's eyes lit up as it lunged for the fire essence rock, but the vine suddenly fought back, flinging it away before swiftly burrowing underground and disappearing. A demon beast is after the fire essence rock. The life web detected several powerful life fluctuations. The three team leaders exchanged glances, deciding to first deal with the underground thieves. Hurricane Baptism. Wu Min Yufeng raised his hand, summoning a 10-meter hurricane that shattered the ground and slaughtered the underground demon beasts. Purple Crystal Armor. The purple crystal scorpion donned its armor and drilled underground, wielding its pincers to carve a bloody path. Silencing Cannon. The Illusion Sound Team's captain absorbed sound waves, converting them into energy waves that bombarded the ground. The already fragmented earth collapsed under the onslaught of the three, dragging the fire demon's corpse down with it. Get lost. A furious roar erupted from underground, followed by a golden beam of light shooting up, a terrifying energy that instantly repelled everyone, the energy storm snapping several large trees before dissipating. Hiding behind a tree stump, Lu Yu and the plump man exchanged knowing smiles, grateful for their quick reactions. Otherwise, they would have suffered greatly. The previous attack resembled the solar storm of the solar flower, the plump man murmured. Gazing at the battlefield, if it truly is the solar flower, no amount of fire essence rock will be obtainable. Lu Yu sighed as he observed the blazing sunflowers, which had an insatiable appetite for various fire attribute materials. The strongest among them could ascend to the 8th tier, known for their explosive tempers and formidable combat prowess. Yet here was merely a 6th tier blazing sunflower, and you dare to covet the fire essence rock for yourself? The wind swept away the chaos as Wu Min Yufeng stood poised in the air. Gazing down into the abyss, in the depths of the chasm lay a crimson bud enveloping the corpse of a flame demon, its delicate roots piercing into the body in search of fire essence rock. The blazing sunflower was indeed a coveted prize. Not long ago, a bounty had been posted in the northwest, offering 80 million for a 6th tier blazing sunflower. It remains uncertain whether that bounty still stands. The amethyst scorpion shook off shards of crystal, harboring a burning desire to reduce the blazing sunflower to ashes. It merely sought a share of the spoils. Yet the sunflower resisted fiercely, ultimately forcing it back with a tempest of flame, leaving it empty-handed. Be cautious. The crimson flame insects on the flame demon's corpse are no trifling matter. The three captains prepared to join forces, their team members retreating to clear the spectators. Enough of this. The fire essence rock is not for you. Chapter 19. The great chaos. The onlookers complied, retreating yet lingering in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Which side do you think has a better chance of winning? Lu Yu nudged Zhang Ming, as they had begun to familiarize themselves with one another. Why bother with such thoughts? It's best to seize the moment amidst the turmoil. Zhang Ming munched on a bun, hardly pausing to catch his breath. Is your talent merely to eat? Lu Yu inquired suddenly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming froze, swallowing the bun and waving his hand dismissively. I don't understand. I completely fail to grasp what you're saying. Lu Yu smiled silently, more convinced of his assessment that Zhang Ming's talent was indeed related to food. An S-tier giant form? Or perhaps an SS-tier energy battleship? Seeing that Lu Yu had no intention of pressing further, Zhang Ming felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, I'm clever enough to have deceived him. No matter how he guesses, he could never fathom that I possessed the SS-tier talent of a glutton. Zhang Ming was quite pleased with his own cleverness. While the two were engaged in their mental sparring, the three captains had already clashed with the blazing sunflower. All three possessed SS-tier talents, their combat abilities off the charts, sweeping through the surrounding area effortlessly. The blazing sunflower was equally formidable, unfurling its petals to unleash beams of light, shattering the trio's combined assault. The crimson flame insects, parasitizing the flame demon, seized the opportunity to attack, forming a swarm that besieged the amethyst scorpion. Begone, accursed insects! The amethyst scorpion, clad in crystalline armor, charged through, but the crimson flame insects could not breach its defenses. Hurricane Whip! An invisible whip lashed out toward the blazing sunflower. Even as it made contact with the flower's disc, it was thwarted by withered yellow vines. Another ally? Storm decimation. Wu Min Yufeng summoned a tempest that enveloped the vines. Countless razor winds slicing through at sonic speed, leaving the ground in utter ruin. Bang! Just as Wu Min Yufeng thought victory was at hand, the storm erupted violently, the withered yellow vines swelling into pillars that forced him back. Golden vines, observing the golden patterns adorning the surface of the pillars, Wu Min Yufeng immediately recognized the tenacity of his opponent. The golden vines were renowned for their unmatched defense at the same tier. To sever them reliably required overwhelming combat strength. However, Wu Min Yufeng's weapon was only 5th tier. Even with combat power enhancement, he could not cleave through the golden vines, as Wu Min Yufeng became ensnared by the golden vines. The blazing sunflower turned its full attention to the amethyst scorpion and the 2 others. With only 5th tier abilities, they were utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the blazing sunflower, and within mere seconds, they found themselves thoroughly subdued. I can't hold on any longer. The amethyst scorpion, feeling the greatest pressure, found its superbly defensive amethyst armor melting into liquid under the onslaught of the blazing winds. If it comes to that, we must retreat. Captain Mo evaded constantly, a pendant on his chest flickering with red light. The fierce determination fueling their struggle indicated that the quality of the fire essence rock was undoubtedly perfect. Wu Min Yufeng broke free from the golden vines, unleashing a hurricane that tore apart the disk of the blazing sunflower and successfully severing one of the flame demon's arms. Yet, instead of blood, vibrant crimson crystals poured from the severed limb, the very essence of the valuable fire essence rock. It truly is of perfect quality. The amethyst scorpion and Captain Mo were both taken aback. Perfect quality fire essence rocks not only commanded double the market price, but also had the potential to forge flawless weapons, a supply that could never meet the demand. It seems we must reveal some true skills. The amethyst scorpion transformed back into humanoid form, retrieving a weapon from its spatial ring, a shoulder-mounted amethyst cannon. The amethyst cannon, a 4th tier weapon, created a burning crater upon detonation, with the resulting amethyst powder possessing corrosive properties. Fetching a market price of 12 million. I heard you procured an amethyst cannon. Finally willing to bring it to the fray? Likewise, your Moine squad must have spent a fortune on the Divine Fire Thunder? Divine Fire Thunder is also a 4th tier weapon. Although it lacks the corrosive effects and crater of the amethyst cannon, its explosive power is greater, and it can be deployed in clusters. Having broached the topic, Captain Mo produced a box of Divine Fire Thunder .1 and $1.5 million per box. Captain Mo tossed out 2 Divine Fire Thunders. The golden vines attempted to intercept but detonated prematurely. The conflagration mingling with the lightning, resulting in the golden vines being severed into segments, with numerous crimson flame insects caught in the flames turning to ash. Boom! After the Divine Fire Thunder, the fierce beast captain fired a round from the amethyst cannon. The projectile struck the blazing sunflower squarely, unleashing a purple shockwave that rattled the ground and sent plumes of smoke rising from the chasm, accompanied by the sound of corrosion. The disk of the blazing sunflower was damaged and corroded further, inflicting pain and utter rage upon it. You desire fire essence rock? Here, take it. The roots of the blazing sunflower ruptured the corpse of the flame demon, spewing forth countless fire essence rocks. The swarm of crimson flame insects enveloped several pieces of fire essence rock, burrowing into the earth to escape, while the golden vines, having been destroyed by the Divine Fire Thunder, retreated as well. Watching the fire essence rocks raining down, Wu Min Yufeng and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Fixating on the largest pieces, swish, the 3 sprang into action simultaneously, vying for the largest fire essence rocks. Lu Qianqian and the others, disregarding everything else, scrambled to collect the fire essence rocks with utmost speed. With the obstacles removed, bounty hunters flooded into the battlefield, and chaos was about to ensue. Should we take advantage of the chaos? Zhang Ming suggested to Lu Yudelu. You rummaged through the grass for a piece of fire essence rock. Shaking his head in refusal. No, these people are in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the chaos would be akin to courting death. Zhang Ming was undeterred. An opportunity to defy fate lies before us. And you wish to be a coward? Lu Yu regarded him as though he were a fool. If you wish to go, then go. I, for one, will not. With that, Lu Yu continued his search for shards of fire essence rock. Although the fragmented fire essence rocks were significantly diminished in value, their abundance made up for it, and they posed little danger. Gathering his courage, Zhang Ming plunged into the fray, only to be sent flying by a shockwave mere steps in. Damn it! Zhang Ming shook his head in disbelief. 10 meters away, two bounty hunters were locked in a fierce battle over a fire essence rock. Their strikes were vicious and deadly, ultimately leading to the fire-breathing man seizing the prize while the ice-controlling man was reduced to ash. Perhaps it's best to withdraw. Zhang Ming retreated, following Lu Yu's lead in searching for fire essence rock shards. Initially, he had regarded these fragments with disdain, but as their numbers grew, his expression shifted. Almost half a gene. Gazing at the collected shards of fire essence rock, Zhang Ming suddenly felt that Lu Yu was indeed clever. Having thought of such a method to reap benefits, he must have gathered several gene by now. Let us hurry. Just as Zhang Ming was reflecting, Lu Yu suddenly emerged from the grass, only to disappear back into it the next moment. Hand over the fire essence rock. A swarm of water serpents surged from the brush. Pursued by a second-tier bounty hunter. Run, Zhang Ming bolted. Despite his plumpness, his speed was remarkable. Another first-tier ant chased them down. The bounty hunter sneered, signaling the water serpents to spread out and pursue the two. Swish, swish, the two leapt onto trees, exchanging glances before continuing their flight. Brother, shall we join forces against him? A second-tier bounty hunter. Together we can take him on, agreed. Lu Yu had set his sights on the fire essence rock held by the bounty hunter, who had a penchant for preying on the weak, undoubtedly having snatched numerous fire essence rocks. Let us go. The two halted their flight, drawing their weapons to confront the water serpents. Chapter 20. The gap in talent. Zhang Ming wielded a third-tier bone knife, the blade slicing through the water, severing dozens of water serpents in half. Lu Yu's staff was even more brutal, sweeping through and obliterating all the water serpents. Why aren't you running now? The water coalesced around them, and the bounty hunter, brandishing a dagger, sneered. Or do you believe you can turn the tables on me? Bang! The water exploded, separating the two, while water arrows coalesced and shot forth. Do not underestimate the water arrows. Their power rivals that of bullets, and upon impact, they explode. Zhang Ming and Lu Yu fought back valiantly but remained suppressed. After the water arrows detonated, they reformed into water. And as long as there was water, the bounty hunter's attacks would not cease. You have no idea of the disparity in strength. The difference between first and second tiers is not merely in spiritual power, but in the development of talent as well. The victorious bounty hunter regarded them with derision. Pa! Zhang Ming sliced through a water arrow. Look at you, a man in his 30s, yet only at the second tier. You likely not even S-tier talent and still have the audacity to mock us. If I were you, I would have already dashed my head against a wall. Lu Yu kicked a stone that shattered the water arrow, replying, "He is not doing so well either. Being a bounty hunter at the lowest rank of 1 star is no easy feat. So let us not mock him." Seeking death, the bounty hunter, enraged, waved his hand to conjure a blue water net that ensnared the two, the net bristling with sharp barbs capable of easily piercing through trees and the ground. Is this unbearable? You should return home. Wash up and get some rest. Zhang Ming sheathed his bone dagger, his pupils constricting into golden orbs as the golden mouse burrowed into the earth, donning a flowing water battle attire. The living man suddenly transformed into a monstrous beast and vanished, causing the bounty hunter to feel a surge of caution and promptly retreat. Simultaneously, he manipulated the water flow to envelop his body. The rushing water moved with a velocity and resilience surpassing steel, rendering him impervious even to cannon fire. Help! The golden mouse emerged from beneath the bounty hunter's feet, its eyes shooting forth beams of golden light that tore through the flowing water battle attire. Blind as a mouse. The bounty hunter gasped in astonishment. This was a capability only a third-tier golden mouse could wield. How could a mere first-tier human possibly harness it? Here it comes. Lu Yu shattered the water net and charged before the bounty hunter, swinging his cudgel down with force against his face. Water wall. The bounty hunter condensed a wall of water to defend himself, knowing that if he could withstand this blow, he could create distance for a counterattack. The two first-tier little ants had limited mental energy. Using their talents once was their utmost limit. Freeze! Lu Yu called out, a stasis barrier spreading around him, halting everything within a 3-meter radius in an instant. What is happening? Why can't I move my body? What kind of talent is this? The bounty hunter was utterly flustered, his gaze towards Lu Yu filled with desperation and fear. The long cudgel circumvented the water wall, crashing down, bursting into a fiery explosion of red and white. The next moment, the time barrier dissipated, and Lu Yu removed the spatial ring, the headless corpse crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. So swift? It took less than 3 seconds from Lu Yu's action to the bounty hunter's fall. Zhang Ming hadn't even registered the event before it concluded. Let's go. Perhaps this fellow has accomplices. Lu Yu, through Xiao He, spotted incoming figures and immediately leapt into the dense forest to retreat. Wait for me. Zhang Ming reverted to his human form, closely following Lu Yu. Just as the two departed, 2 figures arrived at the scene. Gazing at the corpse, they sighed. Someone beat us to it. As Lu Yu ran, he instructed Xiao He to keep watch, covering 30 miles before finally halting to rest. Huff, huff. Zhang Ming leaned against an ancient tree, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. You little rascal, are you made of wind? Running so fast nearly exhausted me. Woo! Xiao He darted to Lu Yu's side, gazing at him with eager eyes. Here you go. Lu Yu produced a chunk of meat to reward Xiao He. Thanks to it, they had evaded the searching bounty hunters. Chasing Wind Night Wolf? No, it's a mutated Chasing Wind Demon Wolf. Zhang Ming, greatly surprised, moved closer to Lu Yu. Tell me, is it truly a Chasing Wind Demon Wolf? I don't know. Why don't you ask Xiao He? Lu Yu jested. Zhang Ming's mouth twitched in exasperation. He can't speak human language. How do I ask? Opened. A loud clatter sounded as the bounty hunter's spatial ring successfully unlocked, spilling its contents onto the ground. Plenty of fire essence rocks. Lu Yu picked up a fire essence rock, slicing it. Tsk. This fellow has quite the peculiar taste. Observing the abundance of women's garments, Zhang Ming couldn't help but lament. The bounty hunter certainly indulged. It's all intimate apparel, clearly a lonely bachelor. You can have it all. Lu Yu expressed disinterest. Shoo, I'm still a child. Zhang Ming decisively declined. After clearing away the women's clothing, the two organized and divided the items. One couldn't help but remark on the bounty hunter's poverty. There were only 2 second-tier items, both common goods, and the total value barely reached 1 million huaxia coins. Ahem. I wish to ask you for a favor. Once they finished sorting, Zhang Ming gazed at Lu Yu with a beaming smile. Lu Yu nodded. Go ahead. I want a vial of Xiao He's blood. Zhang Ming produced a glass vial, estimated to hold 1 liter. Lu Yu looked at the vial. Speechless. You are not asking for a vial of blood. You clearly seeking to take Xiao He's life. Woo. Xiao He bared its teeth at Zhang Ming, gathering dark winds, ready for battle. No free gifts. It can be exchanged. Zhang Ming tossed a chunk of meat to Xiao He. Xiao He sniffed it and began to tear into it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming moved closer to bond with Xiao He, a gesture Lu Yu did not obstruct. He had learned from Yin Yin about Zhang Ming's talent, an SSS-grade talent known as Gluttonous Maw. The Gluttonous Maw was akin to a human spatial ring, capable of not only storing consumed items but also transforming and absorbing their abilities. If Zhang Ming wished, he could become a beast or even stone, though judging by his demeanor, he likely had never consumed stone. It was essential to cultivate such talent. Who knew when it might be life-saving? Zhang Ming was quite adept at socializing, feeding Xiao He while conversing, quickly gaining its approval. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Xiao He had been subdued by a soul-controlling talisman, and Lu Yu was privy to all their discussions. You acknowledge me as your elder brother, and I assure you a life of luxury and abundance. The food I provide will be of the finest quality. You need not worry about strength, and I can even help you find a female wolf. Why don't you just join me? I'll find you another wolf. Lu Yu hadn't anticipated Zhang Ming's audacity, not only seeking Xiao He's blood but also attempting to take Xiao He away. Xiao He, come here. The moment Lu Yu called, Xiao He immediately abandoned Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming met Lu Yu's gaze, revealing no vulnerabilities. Xiao He is my wolf. You should abandon those ghostly ideas. I don't understand what you're saying. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With his plan exposed, even Zhang Ming, with his thick skin, felt somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly sought an excuse to depart. By the way, let us exchange contact information. Zhang Ming turned back, pulling out his phone. Lu Yu likewise retrieved his phone, and they swapped numbers. I'm leaving. See you next time. Zhang Ming waved and strode away. Chapter 21. Making a Deal with the Wolf God. After parting ways, Lu Yu concealed himself in a cave to cultivate, releasing Xiao He to keep watch. Lu Yu had a sensation that his internal energy was nearing full capacity, allowing him to attempt a breakthrough to the second tier. However, upon settling into his meditation, he soon realized something was amiss. Though he felt the energy nearing fullness, there remained a gap before reaching complete saturation. More critically, he encountered the barrier to advancement. The higher the talent level, the more formidable the barrier, a widely acknowledged truth within the cultivation realm. Correspondingly, the rewards for overcoming the barrier were significantly greater. It was said that below A-grade talent, there were no barriers to advancing to the second tier. As long as energy was sufficient and mental strength met the criteria, one could ascend. Lu Yu mobilized his energy to strike against the barrier, which was an invisible force hovering above his dantian, obstructing the flow of energy. A roaring torrent of energy converged like a river, ceaselessly battering against the barrier, yet its solidity exceeded all expectations, and no matter how fiercely the energy clashed, it remained utterly unmoved. From day to night, Lu Yu tirelessly assaulted the barrier, but the outcome was disheartening. After several hours of relentless effort, the barrier merely exhibited a few cracks, with a breakthrough still far beyond reach. Cultivation most detests the pursuit of immediate results. Only by going with the flow can one journey further. Lu Yu opened his eyes to find not only a fire burning before him, but also a pot of soup simmering atop the flames. Grateful for Yin Yan's guidance, Lu Yu exhaled a breath of relief as he sat beside the fire. Xiao He clutched a piece of meat, squatting at Yin Yan's feet and gnawing vigorously. The origin of the meat was unknown. Xiao He had been gnawing for a long time, managing to tear off only a few strands. Nevertheless, he persisted, continuing to chew. Drink up. Lu Yu hesitated, glancing at the dark soup. It wasn't tea that he doubted Yin Yan's intentions, but rather that the concoction appeared far from edible. Drink. With a single look from Yin Yan, Lu Yu promptly lifted the stone pot and drank heartily. Gulp, gulp. At first, it was scorching, followed by an unimaginable bitterness and astringency. Lu Yu swore he had never tasted anything so foul. It was utterly inedible, and his entire being rebelled against the flavor. If you can, you should vomit. Whatever you regurgitate, you must drink again. That statement left Lu Yu no avenue for retreat, forcing him to grit his teeth and finish it. He was oblivious to how he managed to drink it all. By the end, he felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. The world transformed into a kaleidoscope, with countless colorful figures swirling before his eyes. Is it undrinkable? Observing Lu Yu collapsed on the ground, Yin Yin murmured softly, but both my master and senior brother say my culinary skills are exceptional. It's likely he simply cannot adapt. This pot of soup was a recipe Yin Yin acquired within a secret realm, which, after experimentation and refinement, proved highly beneficial for foundational cultivation. Noticing Lu Yu had succumbed to slumber, Yin Yin waved her hand to set up a barrier to protect the cave and then exited, soaring into the Wolf Tail Forbidden Zone. Within the Wolf Tail Forbidden Zone, the wolf god sat beneath a tree, engrossed in a game of chess. Upon seeing Yin Yin approach, the wolf god glanced her way. What's the matter? Are you worried I might break my promise and kill him? Yin Yin scrutinized the wolf god, her gaze lingering, before lamenting. You truly have aged. The wolf god placed a black piece on the board. Speaking, I have not transformed. I cannot cultivate your human laws. Living for a millennium or two is sufficient. After all, living too long is not necessarily a blessing. Not now. The global landscape is constantly shifting. Huaxia could be invaded at any moment, and your demise would mean losing a top-tier combatant. Yin Yin produced a bronze statue depicting a wolf-headed human form. Upon seeing the statue, the wolf goddess' expression changed dramatically, a glimmer of bloodlust and greed flashing in his eyes, yet it quickly returned to calm. A fine item, indeed. The wolf god murmured, fixating on the statue. The demon clan has forsaken you, but we, the human race, are willing to claim you. This is our sincerity. Yin Yin presented a bronze statue, which fell before the wolf god. The wolf's head and human body seemed as if they would come to life, with moonlight cascading over the wolf's tail, enveloping the forbidden zone. The wolf god extended his claw to caress the statue, and around him, silver moonlit celestial wolves began to materialize. Time passed unmeasured, and as the wolf god slowly opened his eyes, all the silver moonlit wolves vanished, leaving the bronze statue in tranquility, which soon crumbled into black ash with a soft rustle. Had it been acquired sooner, perhaps there would have been an opportunity for ascension to the imperial level. But alas, it was a mischance. The wolf god chuckled to himself, recognizing that such treasures could not easily be bestowed upon others. Were it not for his own value, the human race would never have relinquished it. Congratulations were offered to the wolf god for his transformation. Yin Yin extended her blessings. The wolf god's original vitality was akin to a candle flickering in the wind, appearing resilient yet perilously close to extinguishment. However, after receiving the nourishment of the bronze statue, his vitality stabilized and even flourished with additional gifts. Though ascension to the imperial level was not guaranteed, guarding Wolf Mountain posed no problem and in critical moments. He could protect the borders of Huaxia. Huaxia is not merely the realm of humanity, it is also the domain of the demon race. Let us discuss the adversaries that lie ahead. With benefits bestowed, it is only natural to contribute effort. The demon race of the East Japan has been unified under the banner of the Yamada no Orochi, who has successfully ascended to the imperial level. Proclaiming himself the eight-headed demon emperor, the Yamado Crane clan has gained tremendous strength from the treasure of Su Fu, reportedly possessing 2 genuine elixirs. Europe is also undergoing dramatic changes, with rumors of someone having discovered the true Mount Olympus. Each piece of information Yin Yin shared was a closely guarded secret, circulated only among the upper echelons, acquired at the cost of lives. Mount Olympus poses a challenge, but there is no need for concern. The one from Dragon Valley harbors a particular disdain for winged serpents and is currently focusing efforts on the East Japan. The wolf god analyzed that even if the East Japan gained immense power from Su Fu's treasure, it would not instill fear in Huaxia. It seems that the human race is not united internally. Yin Yin lapsed into a brief silence. Although she was a 9th-tier venerable, she did not engage in political affairs and loathed the so-called intricacies of human relationships. I have no interest in such matters. My role is to act, while you identify the key to breaking the impasse. The key lies far away yet close at hand. Yin Yin exuded confidence. The wolf god understood, realizing that she referred to Lu Yu as the key to breaking the deadlock. This is a godly talent. Are you willing to risk him becoming a target for assassination? Yin Yin replied proudly. Who dares to kill him within Huaxia? Even if the 12 gods of Olympus were to be resurrected, they would not be able to step into Huaxia to harm him. The wolf god did not refute her, for what she spoke was indeed the truth. What do you wish for me to do? The wolf god turned his gaze towards Yin Yin. For now, it is unnecessary. The wolf god merely needs to guard his domain, if possible. I hope the wolf god can offer a drop of his essence. Yin Yin subtly made her request. Is it for that wind-chasing demon wolf? The wolf god discerned Yin Yin's intent, swiping his claw through the air to capture the small black wolf, examining it before tossing it back to the ground. Its bloodline concentration is average, but it may still be worth a try. The wolf god released a drop of his essence, a true treasure, the quintessence of the wolf god himself. It is no exaggeration to say that this drop is worth over 10 billion. Any wolf demon consuming this essence could enhance its bloodline, and if it were a member of the same species as the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf, it might even inherit the power of the wolf god. Thank you for your generous gift, wolf god. Yin Yin accepted the essence with sincere gratitude. Mutual assistance is vital, and I too am curious to see how far this godly talent can advance. The wolf god waved his claw, bidding her farewell. Upon returning to the cave, Yin Yin extracted the wolf god's essence and sealed it within the small black wolf. Chapter 22. Exclusive training. The small black wolf remained oblivious. Rolling over to continue its slumber, Lu awoke on the afternoon of the 3rd day. As he opened his eyes, the small black wolf approached and licked his face. Stop! Lu Yu pushed the small black wolf away. Suddenly sensing something amiss, upon closer inspection, he realized the small black wolf had undergone a transformation. The demonic markings on its face had faded, and its black fur had lightened considerably. It appeared entirely unlike the wind-chasing demon wolf. A second mutation? Lu Yu was puzzled, unsure whether he was still groggy or had mistaken the wolf for another. Seeing Lu Yu unharmed, the small black wolf lost interest and turned to gnaw on a piece of meat. Just then, Yin Yin arrived, prompting Lu Yu to hurriedly inquire about the changes. Perhaps it has evolved due to excessive consumption of meat. Yin Yin offered casually. Lu Yu wore a skeptical expression, but his instincts told him it was not a bad development. So he refrained from pressing the matter further. Gurgle. The familiar tortoise shell, the well-known cooking process, sent a chill down Lu Yu's spine. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Sister Yin, what is this?" "Not for drinking." Yin Yin replied, grabbing a handful of black powder to mix into the tortoise shell. Hearing this, Lu Yu's brow relaxed as he stood and walked outside, only to be nearly startled. "Wait, take a bath first. Cover your entire body with this stuff. Remember, I mean your entire body, including the soles of your feet." Lu knew he couldn't refuse. Once outside the cave, he quickly relieved himself, then sought a river to cleanse himself. The water rose above his head, and Lu Yu felt utterly refreshed, only to discover that the barriers within him had actually shattered. Previously, there had only been cracks. How could they have broken after a day and a half of sleep? Could it be the effect of that bowl of soup? Lu Yu pondered the implications of that soup. It was evident that something capable of aiding someone in breaking through barriers was extraordinary, especially coming from Yin Yin, a ninth-tier venerable. After cleansing himself and changing into fresh clothes, Lu Yu returned to the cave. Yin Yin had already departed, leaving behind the tortoise shell and a pale purple medicinal paste within it, along with a note. "After coating your entire body, proceed to the valley 10 miles south of the cave, where an opponent awaits you." Lu stripped off his clothing and grabbed the medicinal paste to apply it. Although the paste had been heated over the fire, it felt icy to the touch, yet after application, his body felt ablaze. As he applied more and more, Lu Yu felt as though he were igniting, not only amplifying all his senses but also exponentially increasing his consumption of energy. Without a moment's delay, Lu Yu set off for the valley with the small black wolf in tow. 10 kilometers, Lu Yu covered in just 2 minutes. The fierce wind whipped around him as he leapt into the valley. Just as he landed, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and dark red tendrils ensnared his ankles, constricting while attempting to drag him underground. Out! Lu Yu stomped the ground, shaking off the tendrils, then swung his third-tier staff down with force. Boom! The ground exploded, spraying blood, and a furious roar erupted from below, causing more tendrils to emerge, reaching for Lu Yu. Lu remained calm, stepping back to avoid the siege while sweeping his staff to sever the tendrils. The heightened senses allowed Lu Yu to react with agility. No matter how the tendrils attacked, they could not harm him, and instead, they were continuously shattered by his staff. The underground beast, finding its prolonged assault ineffective, chose to retreat, but Lu Yu would not allow it to escape. After a fierce exchange, Lu Yu pinpointed the beast's location. As the tendrils retracted, he seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, driving his staff into the ground and summoning the earth. "Come forth!" Boom! A 3-meter diameter mass of flesh was sent flying by the staff, blood gushing from a gaping wound at its center, while numerous tendrils thrashed and struck the ground. A second-tier demon beast, a flesh worm. Lu's gaze turned cold. The flesh worm was in a precarious position underground. Without the protection of the soil, its combat prowess would plummet. The flesh worm struggled to escape back into the earth, but Lu Yu offered it no chance. He advanced, stepping into a dragon horse stance, and brought down his staff, cleaving it in two. "Sister Yin, this opponent is insufficient." Just as Lu Yu's words fell, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to swing his staff, only to be struck by a tremendous force that sent him staggering back. The staff embedded itself in the ground, sliding several meters and leaving a deep trench. What immense power! Lu Yu narrowed his eyes at the scales left on his staff. 3 meters away, the culprit observed Lu Yu intently. It was a slender red jade serpent, 3 meters long, its serpentine eyes scanning Lu Yu for weaknesses. The red jade serpent is known as an anomaly among serpents, differing greatly from most snake demons. While most snake demons are venomous and prefer to prey on the weak, the red jade serpent is non-venomous and delights in challenging the strong. The red jade serpent's hunting relies on speed, strength, and razor-sharp scales, though its weakness lies in its poor endurance. Lu Yu finished his analysis. A whistling sound pierced the air, and a streak of red light shot toward him like an arrow. Lu Yu immediately sidestepped, watching as the red jade serpent zipped past him. Thud! The serpent pierced a tree trunk and crashed to the ground, coiling up before launching again. This time, Lu Yu opted to confront it head-on, switching from his third-tier staff to a second-tier stone shield. Lowering his body, he raised the shield and charged forward. Bang! The collision of forces exploded through the air, and Lu Yu felt himself pushed back 3 meters. with several serpent scales embedded in the stone shield, along with an indentation of a serpent's head. As the red jade serpent, thwarted in its offensive, leapt behind Lu Yu, coiling before launching itself again. Lu Yu raised his shield to defend. Regardless of how the red jade serpent altered its trajectory, it could not evade Lu Yu's perception, and each strike was perfectly blocked. After several failed attempts, the red jade serpent grew impatient. Its forehead scales had but one remaining piece, and its body pulsed with a red glow, exuding an aura of danger. Wishing to go all out? Very well, Lu Yu raised his left hand, holding the shield, while grasping a second-tier dagger in his right, beckoning the red jade serpent with a flick of his finger. In the blink of an eye, the red jade serpent vanished, a whisper of wind barely audible. Lu Yu's instinct screamed with urgency, sensing danger from all directions yet unable to pinpoint the source of the attack. Behind him, Lu Yu charged forward, the dagger slicing through the air. The anticipated impact never arrived. The dagger failed to strike its target, indicating Lu Yu's miscalculation. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded from his left, a flash of red light appearing. Time seemed to freeze. Lu Yu's expression remained tranquil as a shimmering barrier erupted from beneath his feet, runes swiftly radiating outward, freezing the area within a 3-meter radius. He deftly parted the scales of the serpent, locating the precise spot to strike, and with a single, decisive blow, severed the head from the body. Blood gushing forth from the jagged wound. As the barrier dissipated, the serpent's head fell to the ground while Lu Yu collected the serpent's body. Is it over? Lu Yu took a step forward but soon halted. His gaze locked onto a pair of crimson eyes staring back at him. Sensing Lu Yu's attention, the red-eyed creature unfurled its fleshy wings, revealing its true form. A 2-meter-tall black king bat. A third-tier black king bat. Yin Jia, you truly hold me in high regard, Lu Yu murmured, only to be propelled backward by a sonic wave the next moment. Outside the valley, Yin Yin observed the skirmish. A small black creature nestled at her feet, gnawing on a piece of meat. I hope you won't disappoint me. The black king bat had been meticulously selected by Yin Yin to aid Lu Yu in breaking through to the second tier. The flesh worms and red jade serpents were merely precursors. The real battle was only just commencing. Within the valley, Lu Yu nimbly evaded the attacks, but his second-tier stone shield shattered after merely 3 strikes. I refuse to believe you can sustain sonic waves indefinitely. Lu Yu resolved to outlast the Black King Bat. Chapter 23. Breaking through to the second tier, the sonic waves of the Black King Bat were taxing, and Lu Yu merely needed to wait for it to exhaust itself before he could counterattack. However, he underestimated the intelligence of the Black King Bat, for it was indeed a third-tier beast, possessing considerable cunning. Realizing Lu Yu's intention to tire it out, the Black King Bat promptly abandoned its sonic assault and engaged in close combat. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Black King Bat lunged at Lu Yu, its shadow on the ground morphing into an offensive form. 2 Black King Bats attacked in unison, leaving Lu Yu with no option but to confront them head-on. Despite its relatively small size, the Black King Bat proved formidable in close quarters, its claws teeming with lethal pathogens. Any infection would result in relentless bleeding. Lu Yu donned his second-tier armor in advance, wielding a staff as he prepared to face the Black King Bat. The creature and its shadow launched alternating strikes, leaving Lu Yu hard-pressed to defend himself even with his third-tier staff. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to utilize time stasis, nearly succeeding, but was interrupted at a critical juncture by a sonic wave from the Black King Bat. Having suffered a setback, the Black King Bat hesitated to attack recklessly, perching on a tree while fixating its gaze on Lu Yu, occasionally launching sonic bombs to deplete his energy. Lu Yu continuously dodged the sonic blasts, but his internal energy reserves were nearly depleted. Noticing Lu Yu's weakened state, the Black King Bat unleashed 3 sonic bombs in rapid succession. Your eyes are truly cunning, Lu Yu cursed as he evaded. Though his energy was spent, his stamina still held firm, a testament to the benefits of rigorous physical training. In the midst of evasion, Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised to find his energy beginning to recover. The remnants of a 6th-tier inner core were swiftly refining, the restored energy purer than before. With the barrier to advancement teetering on the brink of collapse, a concentrated assault could surely break through. Let me see how clever you truly are. Lu Yu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the final sonic bomb to strike him directly. His second-tier armor disintegrated in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground, Motionless, the Black King Bat cautiously approached, aware that the successive sonic bombs had also drained its own energy. Tioit, Lu Yu, now without armor, posed no threat. Even if he retained some peculiar abilities, he could not inflict harm. As the Black King Bat drew nearer, Lu Yu's calmness intensified. He had but one chance. Should he fail, the Black King Bat would never approach him again. It had to be a fatal blow. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as the claws of the Black King Bat descended, Lu Yu's body sprang to life, a time stasis barrier manifesting instantaneously, runes expanding to immobilize the Black King Bat. The creature's eyes widened in terror as it fought against the binding runes, its body straining against the confinement, yet it was slowly moving. You have no chance. The third-tier staff swung down with tremendous force, caving in the Black King Bat's skull and interrupting its movement. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yu struck 3 resounding blows in succession, each more powerful than the last, reducing the Black King Bat's head to a pulpy mess, ensuring its demise. Panting heavily, Lu Yu collapsed onto the ground, the carcass of the Black King Bat crashing down beside him. The excessive expenditure of mental energy left him with a throbbing headache, and his fatigued body was enveloped in aches. Even as movement became arduous, Lu Yu dared not lower his guard, uncertain if other beasts lurked in the shadows. After several moments, his energy began to replenish, the sensation of soreness gradually dissipating. Gritting his teeth against the headache, Lu Yu sat up, retrieving a first-tier energy pill to aid his recovery while simultaneously attempting to breach the advancement barrier. The already tenuous barrier succumbed to the torrent of gathered energy, and after 2 relentless waves of pressure, he successfully advanced. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and the residual energy from the 6th-tier inner core was completely refined. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if enveloped in a warm spring. Peering inward, the changes in his body were starkly evident. His dantian had expanded 3-fold, significantly increasing his energy reserves, while his meridians widened, allowing energy to flow more freely, and his flesh was nourished, becoming firmer. Yet, the most significant transformation lay in the manifestation of his divine talent following his ascension to the 2nd tier. Lu Yu could now harness the power of time acceleration, augmenting his combat capabilities with an additional method of attack. Moreover, the most astonishing revelation was the transformation of his talent divine tree. Having broken through to the 2nd tier, the divine tree had grown considerably taller, its roots flourishing, and the talent fruits hanging from its branches had also swelled in size. Lu Yu endeavored to attune himself to the talent divine tree. And to his astonishment, he discovered he could now sense the emotions of others, granting him an additional means to discern friend from foe. Gazing at the talent fruits with curiosity, he pondered when the 2nd fruit would ripen. As it stood, the growth rate of the 2nd talent fruit was significantly slower than that of the 1st, likely requiring 1 to 2 years to mature. If the time required doubled, did that imply that the further along one went, the longer it took for the talent fruits to ripen? Ultimately, the crucial question remained. Could one possess multiple talents simultaneously? If so, Lu Yu would be invincible. If not, he must prepare for the arrival of the talent fruits ahead of time. An hour later, Lu Yu emerged from the valley to find Yin Yin awaiting him. Her expression remained composed, yet Lu Yu sensed her delight through the talent divine tree. You performed admirably, she commended. Turning to leave. I am truly grateful for your guidance, Yin Jia. Lu Yu expressed sincerely. Moo. The little black creature dropped a piece of meat at Lu Yu's feet. Help yourself. Lu Yu looked disdainfully at the meat, covered in bite marks, wondering whether to praise the creature's loyalty or chastise its foolishness for offering him something so unappetizing. In the following days, Yin Yin seemed to vanish without a trace. Unresponsive to Lu Yu's calls, without any reply, Lu Yu dared not act recklessly, confining himself to practicing around the cave. It was not until the 5th day that Yin Yin finally made her presence known. Upon appearing, she tossed a bone tablet to Lu Yu. Yin Jia. What's this? A method for mental refinement, obtained from the secret realm. It is a closely guarded secret of the Guardian Pavilion, and I procured it for you. Yin Yin explained a method for mental refinement. Lu Yu gasped, recognizing the immense value of such a technique, even among the 3 prestigious academies, requiring significant sacrifices to master. Yet now, Yin Yin had handed it to him directly. And it was a secret of the Guardian Pavilion. Yin Jia, can I practice a secret from the Guardian Pavilion? Lu Yu expressed concern about potential repercussions from the pavilion. If you couldn't, why would I give it to you? Enough with the preamble. Start practicing. Yin Yin shot him a glance. Tio obtained this. She had flown back to the Guardian Pavilion and single-handedly contended with several old codgers. Right away, Lu Yu hastily nodded. Despite her icy demeanor, Yin Yin was genuinely concerned for Lu Yu's well-being. He pressed the bone tablet against his forehead, utilizing his mental energy to glean its contents. The Thousand Threads Technique, a brutal method for refining mental energy, requiring the continuous division of one's mental force, honing it through repeated segmentation. After perusing the cultivation method, Lu Yu sighed deeply, sensing inherent risks within the Thousand Threads Technique. Is there a problem? Yin Yin furrowed her brow. Lu Yu hesitated. Yin Jia, is there any risk in practicing the Thousand Threads Technique? The Thousand Threads Technique? Yin Yin paused, snatching the bone tablet to review it, her expression darkening immediately. Oh, so they wish to play these underhanded games with me. With a cold smirk, she shattered the bone tablet. Chapter 24. The overbearing Yin Yin burned with a desire to return to the Guardian Pavilion, demanding answers from the old coots as to why they would resort to such measures. Yin Jia? Lu Yu's call brought her back to reality. It's nothing. You cannot practice the Thousand Threads Technique. Focus on this one instead. Yin Yin conjured a jade tablet from her ring and tossed it to Lu Yu. I initially intended to help you build a foundation, but it nearly led to your ruin. You'll have to wait until you enter the Wuji Academy to exchange for a more advanced mental refinement method. Lu said nothing further, accepting the jade tablet and scanning it with his mental energy, discovering its cultivation difficulty to be significantly lower than that of the Thousand Threads Technique, with much lower risk. Disputes arise wherever people gather. Such occurrences are entirely normal. Lu Yu smiled reassuringly. Yin Yin shook her head, her eyes betraying a fierce resolve. I can accept normal disputes, but to think they would attempt to harm a prodigy of Huaxia, that jeopardizes the future of our entire nation. I will not allow it. Lu Yu ceased his chatter, immersing himself in the study of the mental refinement technique. His current second-tier level, he found himself powerless even in the face of potential threats. It was likely that those who could instill fear in Yin Yin were ninth-tier venerables, and his present strength afforded him no grounds for resistance. The method recorded within the Jade Slip was called the planting technique, which required one to envision their mental energy as a grand tree, rooting and growing. With a tranquil mind, Lu Yu swiftly entered a meditative state, mobilizing his mental energy to simulate the rooting and growth of a tree. As the roots extended, he felt invigorated, and his awareness and control over his body began to enhance. By the time Lu Yu concluded his training, the stars were densely scattered across the night sky. Yin Yin was nowhere to be found, and the roasted meat over the fire was ready. The satiated Xiao He was soundly asleep. Lu Yu seized the roasted meat to indulge in, and after satisfying his hunger, he resumed his cultivation. In the following days, Yin Yin was again absent, compelling Lu Yu to confine his activities to the vicinity. During the day, he hunted fierce beasts to hone his combat skills, while at night he sat in meditation to refine his mental prowess. Life was indeed comfortable. One night, as Lu Yu was savoring grilled fish, Zhang Ming suddenly sprang forth, clutching 3 gray-brown eggs. These are treasures. Give them a taste, Zhang Ming exclaimed, settling by the fire and distributing 2 of the eggs to Lu Yu and Xiao He. What sort of eggs are these? Lu Yu inquired, accepting the egg with curiosity. These are silver-winged eagle eggs, each worth around 100,000. Unfortunately, they are all unfertilized and will not hatch, Zhang Ming remarked, slicing off the top of the eggshell and taking a hearty swig. Indeed, that is unfortunate, Lu Yu replied. The silver-winged eagle was a 5th-tier beast, renowned for its speed among flying beasts of the same tier and admired for its striking appearance, making it a favorite among the wealthy. You didn't sneak into the silver-winged eagle's nest, did you? Lu Yu asked as he shared half of his grilled fish with Zhang Ming, mimicking his actions of cracking open the egg and drinking. Of course not. The silver-winged eagle is notorious for holding grudges. I wouldn't dare approach its lair. I found these 3 eggs. Zhang Ming recounted the tale with an air of mystery. In the afternoon, while Zhang Ming was engaged in battle with a devil flower, 3 silver-winged eagles descended, one of which, a female, had its right wing severed. The remaining pair, 1 male and 1 female, were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Zhang Ming, hiding underground, was taken aback to witness the original mate confronting a rival. The original female eagle, exhibiting formidable strength, managed to hold its ground against two attackers, ultimately blinding the male eagle in its right eye before departing in fury. Before leaving, the female eagle discarded 3 unfertilized eggs. The male eagle, now filled with fear, abandoned its concern for the eggs and fled with the rival, allowing Zhang Ming to claim the 3 silver-winged eagle eggs without effort. Who would have thought such affairs occurred in the beast realm? Lu Yu mused, surprised by the underlying drama surrounding the 3 eggs. Isn't that something? The fickleness of beasts is no less than that of humans. Some species are even infamous for their unfaithfulness. Zhang Ming tossed aside the eggshell and threw a piece of meat to appease Xiao He. After Xiao He finished drinking the egg, it caught a whiff of the meat and eagerly tore into the morsel. Why do I feel like Xiao He has changed? Zhang Ming remarked, puzzled as he stroked Xiao He. That I cannot say. Perhaps you should discuss it with Xiao He, Lu Yu replied, recognizing Zhang Ming's ulterior motives and directly informing him of what to do. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction, subsequently producing a pile of meat to feed Xiao Heilu. Yu finished his meal and returned to his cultivation. Unperturbed by Zhang Ming's intentions, as the only emotion he sensed from him was joy. Observing Lu Yu enter a state of training, Zhang Ming retreated with Xiao He to the side. Xiao He, you've consumed quite a bit from me. It's time you contribute something, Zhang Ming said with a grin, retrieving a vial. Xiao He shot Zhang Ming a glance, then placed its right paw on the vial. Fear not, you shall not suffer loss. In the future, I will certainly share half of whatever I acquire with you, Zhang Ming assured, slicing open its right paw to collect blood. Once the vial was filled, Xiao He immediately withdrew its paw, the flesh writhing to seal the wound as it cast a resentful gaze at Zhang Ming. Take this to replenish yourself, Zhang Ming said, stowing the vial and tossing a stick-like object before dashing into the underbrush. Vanishing from sight, Xiao He snapped up the stick-like object but soon sensed something amiss. The shape and scent resembled that of a certain special part. With a snort, it spat out the object and sniffed it carefully, then hastily darted into the underbrush in pursuit. Unfortunately, Zhang Ming had already slipped away, making it impossible to catch up in the dead of night. Just as Lu Yu was drifting into slumber, he was jolted awake. A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, clearing a radius of 100 meters before a blood-stained Yin Yin emerged from the sword box. Sister Yin, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yu asked, bewildered. This is the debt I have collected for you, Yin Yin replied, her palm flicking to reveal a severed head. The head tumbled to the ground, rolling twice, its bloodied eyes fixated on Lu Yu. Even in death, the residual demonic energy sent shivers down Lu Yu's spine, urging him to flee instinctively. This creature was a 9th-tier great demon, a silver Paishto, charged with overseeing the techniques in the Protecting Path Pavilion. The previous 1,000 Threads technique was a result of its deceit, Yin Yin explained, swiftly severing the head with a stroke of her sword before consuming a pill and settling down. Sister Yin, did you spend these past few days returning to the Protecting Path Pavilion to slay it? Lu Yu asked, his gaze complex as he regarded Yin Yin. What is with that look? Yin Yin queried. Her expression calm. I am your protector, with the responsibility to safeguard you, as long as I am alive. No one can harm you. Besides, I have long found this old demon displeasing, relying on its meager reputation to act wantonly in the Protecting Path Pavilion. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate it. Despite Yin Yin's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the battle with the Silver Paishio had evidently left her grievously wounded, as evidenced by her blood-stained gown. Sister Yin, I will remember this kindness, Lu Yu replied earnestly, looking into her eyes. Yin Yin waved her hand dismissively, saying, do not utter such sentimental words. Focus on living well and enhancing your strength. The entrance examination for Tianwu Academy is notoriously difficult, and with your temperament, you are bound to offend many. Let them be offended. I will simply step over them to ascend, Lu Yu declared with unwavering confidence. Yin Yin cautioned, do not be complacent. There will be participants from the eastern Japan, notorious for their cunning and treachery. Yet they are but a vassal of our Huaxia. What can their deceit accomplish? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes will crumble, he retorted defiantly. Chapter 25. Persuading Zhang Ming to transfer schools if you can secure first place in the entrance examination. I will consider taking you to the secret realm where your parents fell. During her absence, Yin Yin had thoroughly investigated the Lu family and learned the reasons behind their decline. That is a promise. Lu Yu promptly agreed. Originally, he had planned to wait until he ascended to the 5th tier before entering that secret realm in search of his family's remains and the cause of their demise. But now it seemed he could do so earlier. Yin Yan's return did not disrupt Lu Yu's methodical cultivation. Due to her injuries, Yin Yan did not enter the void but remained stationed at the camp, resulting in a 1-kilometer radius devoid of any beasts. To train in real combat, Lu Yu had to venture farther afield. Rise. At the edge of a 1,000-meter lake, Lu Yu was engaged in a fierce battle with a 5-meter-long green armored turtle. The turtle's combat prowess surged in the water. Even at the initial 2nd tier, it managed to overpower Lu Yu. Unfortunately, the green armored turtle soon exhausted its stamina after firing 3 water cannons, affording Lu Yu the opportunity to seize its fins, flip it over, and hurl it onto the shore. Dinner is secured. Lu Yu swam toward the shore, but after a few meters, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice. The water surface erupted violently, and water arrows shot towards him from all directions. Time, halt! He invoked a rune that spread out to form a barrier, freezing the area around him within a 3-meter radius into absolute stillness, seizing the moment while the water arrows were immobilized. Lu Yu swiftly locked onto a target submerged 10 meters behind him. Time, accelerate! With a whoosh, Lu Yu surged forward, his speed dramatically increasing as he dashed toward the target. His blade sliced through the water with silent precision, striking down before the target could react, inflicting severe injury. Only after sustaining the hit did the target realize what had transpired, but it was far too late to escape. 1 minute later, Lu Yu concluded the battle, dragging a 2-meter-long water snake back to the shore. Though the water snake was merely at the late 1st tier, its stealth and ambush capabilities were exceptional. Had anyone else been in his place, they would have already fallen victim to the snake. Of course, even without resorting to the time halt, he would have been fine. With the fire dragon inner armor still intact, such attacks posed no threat to him. Let us return. Xiao He seized the water snake while Lu Yu shouldered the green armored turtle as they made their way back to the camp. Lu. Upon their return, Lu Yu heard Zhang Ming's anxious voice. At that moment, Zhang Ming appeared visibly nervous, waving his hands while Yin Yan sat expressionless nearby. Lu. You quickly discerned the cause of Zhang Ming's anxiety, discarding the green armored turtle and cheerfully introducing. Sister Yin, this is Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming hastily nodded. Hello, Sister Yin, I am Zhang Ming. In truth, Zhang Ming had been present for quite some time but had not dared to utter a word. The reason was simple. The aura emanating from Yin Yin was so formidable that it deterred him from initiating conversation. Yin Yin nodded, then turned to vanish into the sky. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Ming's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Goor! Xiao He growled at Zhang Ming, its expression brimming with animosity, clearly still harboring resentments from their previous encounter. Ahem, Zhang Ming coughed awkwardly to ease the tension. Do you believe me when I say the last time was a misunderstanding? Bang! Xiao He unleashed a wind ball, demonstrating with action that it did not believe him. Wait! Let's talk this out, Zhang Ming exclaimed, flipping to evade while tossing out pieces of meat. Xiao He disregarded the meat and continued to pursue Zhang Ming, its gray fur bristling as it conjured a storm, unleashing a barrage of wind balls. No, I've already apologized. Why are you still chasing me? Zhang Ming swiftly took to his heels, with a man and a wolf engaging in a merry chase. A spectacle that at least seemed quite delightful to Lu Wayud. As Lu Yu busied himself gathering ingredients for dinner. Half an hour later, both the man and the wolf collapsed in exhaustion. Now, has your anger subsided? Zhang Ming tossed another piece of meat. This time, Xiao He did not refuse. It devoured the morsel, signaling its forgiveness. Soon enough, the man and the wolf reconciled and returned to the fire, where Lu Yu had prepared a sumptuous dinner, clear stewed turtle and charcoal grilled eel, both dishes beyond reproach. The trio began to feast, with Zhang Ming retrieving his portable condiments, a delicate flower stamen known as the fairy flower. Sweet and refreshing. The palm-sized stamen was translucent, bursting with fragrance upon the first bite, instantly banishing any sense of greasiness. The over 200 pounds of turtle were consumed entirely, leaving Zhang Ming and Xiao He so full they could barely move. Lu Yu, which academy did you apply to? Zhang Ming inquired, rubbing his belly. Heavenly Martial Academy, Lu Yu replied as he buried the remnants beneath the ground. Zhang Ming sighed, it's a pity we're not in the same academy. I applied to the Wujing Academy, but I've heard that the Heavenly Martial Academy is filled with martial fanatics. Why don't you transfer to Wujing Academy? Together, we could surely make a name for ourselves in the academy. Coincidentally, I too am a battle enthusiast, Liu chuckled. Perhaps you should transfer to Heavenly Martial Academy instead. I feel Wujing Academy may not suit you. Not suited for me? Zhang Ming frowned, as his knowledge of Wujing Academy was limited. Knowing only that it was one of the 3 major academies in Huaxia. Deep down, you yearn for battle. You just haven't realized it. Liu continued to persuade, believing that aligning with Zhang Ming would provide a greater advantage against future troubles. With Zhang Ming's vengeful nature, he could ensure those adversaries would not soon forget their encounters. Yearning for battle? Zhang Ming was taken aback. All he knew was his penchant for fine food. When had he ever aspired for combat? The delicacies you consume are all from magical beasts. Do you not feel a sense of achievement in hunting your own food? Zhang Ming increasingly felt the truth in Liu Yu's words. Indeed, the satisfaction derived from hunting was profound, albeit somewhat arduous. The effort was undoubtedly worthwhile. Could it be that I too am a battle enthusiast? Zhang Ming pondered, engulfed in self-doubt. Xiao He appeared bewildered. Such a strategy of sowing self-doubt in an enemy seemed remarkably potent. Under Liu Yu's sincere explanations, Zhang Ming ultimately came to accept that he too was a battle enthusiast, resolving to handle his transfer procedures the following day to join the more suitable Heavenly Martial Academy. I welcome you on behalf of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Liu Yu extended his hand. From now on, we are family. Zhang Ming smiled as they shook hands. The two conversed until the early hours of the morning before parting ways, exchanging supplies in the process. Zhang Ming required various ingredients, while Liu Yu sought resources to strengthen his physique and mental fortitude. After their resource exchange, both departed with their arms full, Zhang Ming leaving with a grin. Upon awakening, Liu Yu packed his belongings and departed from Wolf Mountain. The day after tomorrow marked the entrance examination for the Heavenly Martial Academy. It was time to set forth. Xiao He was brimming with excitement for the world beyond, bounding joyfully along the way. Upon exiting Wolf Mountain, the man and the wolf quickened their pace, returning to the outskirts of Jiangnan City in merely half a day. Liu Yu inhaled the familiar scent of humanity as he entered a restaurant. Ordering a lavish spread of dishes, Xiao He curiously observed the hustle and bustle of the patrons. It was its first foray into human society. Hey, buddy, is that a wolf or a dog? Inquired a curious patron at the adjacent table. A common wind-chasing night wolf, Liu Yu replied with a smile that I see. I thought it was a rare breed. I was going to ask where to buy one. The man shook his head with a chuckle. The wind-chasing night wolf is not particularly valuable. There's no need to purchase one. Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, I'll take you to buy a beast companion ring. Chapter 26. The Battle of Beast Companions. The Beast Companion ring allows for the convenient storage of beast companions, making it a favorite among beast tamers. After their hearty meal, the man and the wolf headed to Jiangnan City's largest commercial center, Water Cloud Sea. Spanning 3,000 acres, Water Cloud Sea boasted towering skyscrapers interconnected by pipeline-like cloud ladders. Upon locating a store specializing in beast companions, Liu Yu and Xiao He ascended via the cloud ladder. Welcome, greeted a cute, cat-eared girl with a cheerful smile. Her cat ears were not mere decorations. They were genuine, intricately connected to her nervous system through flesh and blood, allowing for perfect control. Hello, I'd like to purchase a beast companion ring. Liu Yu nodded in response. Please, follow me, the cat-eared girl said with a smile. Leading the way while explaining, we currently have 3 types of beast companion rings: silver, gold, and diamond, priced from 1 million to 10 million Huaxia coins. You may experience the differences firsthand, arriving at a crystal display case. The cat-eared girl presented the 3 rings for Liu Yu to try. Yu activated the beast companion ring, connecting it to his mental energy, and conducted a release and capture test with Xiao He. Quickly discerning the distinctions, the silver beast companion ring, priced at 1 million, offered an internal space of 3 cubic meters and contained a trace of demonic energy, allowing the beast to move for 1 to 3 hours. The gold ring, at 5 million, provided 5 cubic meters of space and contained a portion of demonic energy, enabling movement for 3 to 5 hours. The highest tier diamond ring, priced at 10 million, offered 10 cubic meters of space and held a significant amount of demonic energy, allowing the beast to roam for 5 to 10 hours. I'll take this one, Liu Yu decided, retaining the diamond beast companion ring while presenting the Huaxia card gifted by Yang Ruahai. Very well, please hold on a moment. The cat-eared girl processed the transaction with a swift swipe of the card. Do you require anything else? We just released a brand new pet food that effectively promotes the growth and development of beast companions. The cat-eared girl leaned forward, returning the Huaxia card with a smoldering gaze that seemed to yearn for him. It was no wonder she struggled to maintain composure. Lu Yu was both handsome and wealthy. Undoubtedly a prime catch. No, thank you. Lu Yu reclaimed his card, pivoting to leave with Xiao He, while the cat-eared girl could only watch wistfully, as fate would have it, just as they stepped out of the store. Lu Yu heard a familiar voice. Turning to investigate, he spotted Yang Wanning following Zhang Yuan toward them. A small, snow-white bird perched on Yang Wanning's right shoulder, seemingly harmless, yet its hooked claws and beak betrayed its ferocity. A first-order flying snow owl, Lu Yu thought, recalling how generous Yang Ruahai was. The flying snow owl, alongside the silver-winged eagle, ranked among the raptors, with speed slightly inferior to the latter, yet still placing among the top 6 of its tier. The true strength of the flying snow owl resided in its bloodthirsty state, transforming into a blood-flying owl, significantly enhancing its combat prowess and speed, placing it within the top 3 of its tier. It was precisely due to this bloodthirsty transformation that the flying snow owl's value surged. A flawless specimen would cost no less than 5 million Huaxia coins, and even then, one might find it difficult to procure. It seems you've recognized Xiao Shui, Yang Wanning remarked, petting the flying snow owl. Yang is truly wealthy, Lu replied nonchalantly to Lu. Once you pass the Academy's examination, you'll be my junior. Would you like me to share the examination details with you in advance? Zhang Tian, arms crossed, stood watching Lu Yu with a smile. Tio the uninformed, he might appear to be a caring senior. But Lu Yu was well aware of his true nature. This fellow was a predatory wolf in sheep's clothing. No, thank you. I recall that the Academy does not distinguish between seniors and juniors. Only by year, Lu Yu retorted, unconvinced that Zhang Tian's intentions were benevolent. He suspected ulterior motives. Zhang Tian squinted, choosing not to press further. Yang Wanning's gaze fell upon Xiao He, and she mocked. Your beast companion is just a wind-chasing night wolf? Xiao He glared at Yang Wanning, questioning her eyesight for failing to recognize the illustrious wind-chasing demon wolf. Unfortunately, I'm too poor to afford a premium beast companion. Xiao He is merely the one I encountered on Wolf Mountain. Should I request Yang to sponsor me some Huaxia coins? Lu Yu seized the opportunity to irritate Yang Wanning. Yang Wanning regarded Lu Yu with disdain. Don't you think I'm unaware? My father previously gave you 20 million Huaxia coins, which is more than enough to purchase a top-tier beast companion. Don't tell me you've already squandered that money? IVE only used half. Lu Yu revealed the diamond beast companion ring he had just acquired. Thanks to Yang's generosity, otherwise, I'd have only been able to afford the lowest-tier silver beast companion ring. His calm words pierced Yang Wanning's heart like a dagger. With just 1 million remaining, she could barely afford the silver beast companion ring. Unwilling to be outdone, she felt the sting of defeat. But without Huaxia coins, even the daughter of the city's mayor could not prevail. The more Lu Yu flaunted his beast companion ring, the more it grated on her nerves. Yet, the next moment, Yang Wanning turned her gaze to Xiao He, grinning. Lu Yu, why don't we have a little competition? A competition? For what? Lu Yu feigned surprise while already guessing Yang Wanning's ulterior motive. Let us see whose beast companion is stronger. This is a third-order blood pill. It can help a beast companion grow faster, perfect for your wind-chasing night wolf. Yang Wanning proposed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiao He growled softly, baring its teeth at Yang Wanning. This girl was undoubtedly blind to misidentify it. What do you want? The third-order blood pill was indeed suitable for Xiao He. Although it was a wind-chasing demon wolf, it remained a first-order beast. The blood pill would hasten its growth. I want your beast companion ring. It dawned on Lu Yu that Yang Wanning was after his diamond beast companion ring. The daughter of the city's mayor could not afford even a single beast companion ring. Or had Yang Ruahai penalized her? Lu Yu's scornful remarks instantly drew attention, encircling the 3 individuals. Yang Wanning wore a sullen expression, wishing fervently to rip Lu Yu's mouth apart. It has nothing to do with you. Are you capable or not? Yang Wanning suppressed her fury and questioned him. Zhang Tian stepped aside to watch the spectacle. The fiercer their conflict, the more delighted he became. For only then would Yang Wanning be of use to him. For the sake of Mayor Yang, I shall grant you this opportunity. Lu patted Xiao He, cautioning, be gentle with your claws. Do not kill the flying snow owl, however. Xiao He interpreted this differently. Fight. Strike fiercely, preferably to the death. An unremarkable wind chaser night wolf dares to contend with my flying snow owl? Yang Weining gently stroked the flying snow owl, commanding, Xiao Shui, tear it apart. With a swift motion, the flying snow owl's gaze shifted, and it took flight with a speed rivaling lightning. A howl escaped Xiao He as it unleashed a dark wind to intercept the flying snow owl. Its claws gathering a tempest. The flying snow owl retreated to evade the claw strike, seizing the moment Xiao He landed to launch a counterattack, its icy claws slicing through the air aimed at its head. Should this strike connect, the floor would surely be pierced. Any ordinary wind chaser night wolf would meet certain death, yet Xiao He was a mutated wind chaser demon wolf. As Xiao He touched the ground, it summoned a storm that enveloped its entire form, its wolf fur billowing with a layer of inkiness, the magical markings on its face gradually reappearing. With a resounding crash, Xiao He raised its claw to clash with the flying snow owl. Chapter 27. Travelogue. Heading to report a fierce wind swept through, blinding the onlookers, and Yang Weining's imagined battle did not unfold. The wind chaser night wolf she derided surprisingly stood its ground against the flying snow owl. How could this be? When did the wind chaser night wolf become so formidable? Yang Weining's face was etched with confusion. The growth limit of the flying snow owl was 6 tiers, a full 2 tiers above the wind chaser night wolf, which should have been easily overwhelmed. Yet now, Lu Yu's wind chaser night wolf was actually able to contest the flying snow owl, an unprecedented occurrence. The onlookers were equally astonished, and upon learning of Yang Weining's identity, the security personnel discreetly retreated. I refuse to believe that the wind chaser night wolf can compete with the flying snow owl, Xiao Shui. Upon hearing the call, the flying snow owl abandoned its attack and retreated, its feathers stained with blood as it willingly entered a bloodbath state. With a swish, the bloodbath state propelled the flying snow owl's speed to new heights. Its wings thrummed, appearing behind Xiao He, its sharp claws poised to strike at its spine. With a powerful clash, Xiao He raised its paw to defend, the force of their collision flipping the flying snow owl. Disoriented, the flipped flying snow owl barely had time to react before being ensnared by a wind net. Perilously close to being pinned by wolf claws, the critical moment. A bolt of lightning descended to rescue it. Now free, the flying snow owl dared not linger and swiftly returned to Yang Weining's side. Casting a cautious glance at Xiao He, "You are fortunate indeed to have acquired a mutated wind chaser demon wolf." Zhang Tian recognized Xiao He, who proudly lifted its head as if to commend Zhang Tian's discernment. "I have always been lucky." You called Xiao He back, turning to Yang Weining with a calm demeanor. "Shall we continue the competition?" Yang Weining gritted her teeth. "You have won." With that, she tossed a blood pill and turned to leave. The crowd hastily parted to create a path, wary of incurring the ire of the mayor's daughter. "Xiao He, let's go." You stowed Xiao He away in the beast pet ring and departed via the cloud ladder. Having left the water cloud sea, Lu Yu proceeded to the monster beast market, where he converted some resources into cash. Under Yin Yan's guidance, he purchased a batch of elixirs and equipment before returning to the Lu family. "I am back." "Good to have you back," Lu Qingtian greeted, his face radiating pride. "You have darkened, thinned out, and grown stronger. It is all thanks to Sister Yan's excellent teaching," Lu replied with a smile. "Rest well. We leave for Tianwu Academy tomorrow." Lu Qingtian handed Lu Yu a huaxia card, saying, "This is 5 million huaxia coins I prepared for you. Take it for the journey. No need. Second uncle, I still have 10 million left from the 20 million Yang Ruahai gave me, and he will continue to provide me with funds every month." Lu declined the offer. The Lu family was not affluent, and the 5 million huaxia coins were likely cobbled together from various sources. Lu Qingtian opened his mouth as if to say something but faltered, ultimately giving Lu Yu a pat on the shoulder before departing. Lu returned to the courtyard and released Xiao He, advising it to stay within the yard and not to wander off, then entered his room. Xiao He surveyed its surroundings before selecting a comfortable spot to doze off. In the room, Lu Yu opened a book he had purchased at the monster beast market, a travelogue filled with tales of adventure. The yellowed pages exuded a sense of history, presenting an eclectic array of content that introduced many extraordinary individuals and events from a traveler's perspective. The more Lu Yu read, the more astonished he became. Much of what was documented contradicted common knowledge, raising questions about its authenticity. "Sister Yin, is it necessary to read this?" Lu Yu set the book down, puzzled. This travelogue was suggested by Yin Yin, but now I wonder about its worth. If you knew the identity of Gu Xianyuan, you would not ask such a question. Yin Yin materialized on a nearby stool. Reaching for the travelogue with a wistful gaze, Ji Xianyuan was an imperial-level sage. This travelogue was pinned by his own hand. Unfortunately, due to subsequent events, most of the travelogues were destroyed, leaving only a few that survived. The true value of this travelogue lies not in its content, but in the secrets it conceals. Yin Yin closed the book and crushed it, scattering paper fragments across the floor. When she opened her hand, 3 black characters, by Jing Mountain, had materialized in her palm. Sister Yin, where is Bai Jing Mountain? Lu Yu inquired, intrigued. It is the first mountain of the Baiyu Jing secret realm. Yin Yin blew away the black characters. The Baiyu Jing secret realm, Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. That is the highest known secret realm in Huaxia, where even a 9th-tier venerable could meet their demise. It is said to harbor true immortals. Gu Xianyuan concealed something at Bai Jing Mountain. You may consider retrieving it in the future, though its nature remains unknown. Yin Yin directed her gaze at Lu Yu, who lowered his head in silence. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. How could a renowned imperial-level sage remain obscure, with no mention in textbooks? Had he betrayed Huaxia, or committed some other grave error? But he was an imperial sage, a being comparable to a nuclear weapon. What kind of significant transgression could he have committed? He did not betray Huaxia. He merely erased his traces due to the extensive ramifications. You will gradually learn about his story upon entering Tianwu Academy. Yin Yin provided a brief explanation. Lu nodded, refraining from further inquiries as he opened his spatial ring to organize his belongings. Afterward, he focused on honing his mental strength. That evening, Lu Yu received notification that a teacher from Tianwu Academy would come to escort him the following morning. He retired early and, upon waking, washed up and had breakfast. Just after finishing his meal, a thunderous roar echoed above the Lu family residence, prompting the family members to look up in awe as a colossal shadow descended. With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept through the Lu family grounds, revealing a 6th-tier royal griffin hovering in midair. The royal griffin exuded an aura of majesty, its broad wings stirring up a tempest. With figures seated upon its back, new student number 003, Lu Yu, a robust man with a square jaw, called out. Here, Lu Yu responded loudly. Identity verification? The royal griffin spoke human words, releasing a sphere of golden light that enveloped Lu Yu. Confirming his identity before the golden light lifted him onto its back, the royal griffin was indeed a top-tier mount, offering unparalleled comfort and prestige. Find a spot to sit. We will arrive at the academy in 2 hours. By now, the griffin's back was occupied by several individuals, some chatting in small groups, others meditating with their eyes closed, and a few engrossed in movies on their phones. Lu settled at the edge. Closing his eyes to rest, the next moment, he felt a jolt beneath him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped by clouds as the royal griffin took flight. Look, that is the king jellyfish of Wuji Academy. Lu Yu turned at the sound to see a 100-meter-wide jellyfish adorned with a fleshy crown, with new students seated upon its back. The royal griffin swiftly caught up to the king jellyfish, slowing its pace to fly alongside it. This allowed the new students from both academies the opportunity to interact, as they called out to each other and introduced themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. However, this excitement had little to do with Lu Yu. He chose not to forge friendships and instead observed quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Weining, leveraging her status and connections, had already captivated a group of followers who were currently being indoctrinated by her to assist in passing the assessments. Chapter 28. Square Battle UZ. A familiar voice roused Lu Yu from his reverie. Zhang Ming broke free from his restraints and leapt onto the back of the royal griffin. Have you succeeded? Lu Yu inquired with a smile. Zhang Ming, come back. Before Zhang Ming could respond, the surrounding air suddenly coalesced into arms that grasped him. I will not return. I want to transfer to Tianwu Academy. Zhang Ming struggled, shouting. You enrolled in Wuji Academy. You are a student of Wuji Academy? Transfer? Not a chance. A hawkish-nosed man snorted derisively, waving his hand to seize Zhang Ming. Kidnapping? A middle-aged man with a gourd on his back interjected. A grin spreading across his face. Mr. Huang, what do you mean by that? Mr. Shun's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. Did Mr. Shun not hear me? I shall repeat myself. The choice of academy is the student's freedom and should not be interfered with. But he has already enrolled in Wuji Academy. Perhaps he made the wrong choice. It would be better to let him choose again. It is inconceivable. He is now a student at my Wujiyuan Academy. Hand him over. As their gazes collided, the air crackled with tension, and an invisible pressure rippled through the void. When I call you Mr. Shun, do you truly consider yourself important? Attempting to seize someone without assessing your own worth? Dare to utter another word, and I assure you, I shall end your life. Boom. Mr. Huang slammed his gourd, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand that coalesced into a sea hovering above. Who will kill whom remains uncertain. Mr. Shun shattered the sand sea with a single punch, the air solidifying into a giant that loomed over the crowd. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. The two seventh-tier beings faced each other, and even though their targets were not Lu Yu and the others, the released energy made it difficult for many to breathe, with some even collapsing to their knees. As an educator of the academy, is this the example you set for your students? A burly man with a square face spoke coldly, his eyes radiating a crimson light that pierced through the sand sea and the air giant, forcefully interrupting the confrontation. Wang Qingshan, do you intend to represent Tianwu Academy in this abduction? The king jellyfish distanced itself, its body expanding as it lowered thousands of transparent tentacles, its back releasing bubbles to envelop all the students. Tianwu Academy has never engaged in such underhanded dealings. We fully respect the will of the students. Mr. Huang glanced at Zhang Ming, who understood the cue and shouted towards Mr. Shun. I, Zhang Ming, voluntarily withdraw from Wujiyuan Academy to join Tianwu Academy. Mr. Shun cast a deep gaze at Zhang Ming, lightly stepping onto the king jellyfish. Carrying the students away into the clouds, gentlemen, does this resolve the matter? Zhang Ming inquired softly. It's half and half. At least on the surface, Shen Buwen will not hold it against you, but in the shadows, things may not be so certain. He is notoriously vindictive, and you have to fight him in front of so many people. Mr. Huang patted Zhang Ming, putting on an expression of shared difficulty. Zhang Ming's face clouded with worry. Being targeted by a seventh-tier talent is no trivial matter, especially when the individual is a teacher from Wujiyuan Academy, with connections and influence beyond imagination. It amusing to intimidate students. Wang Qingshan glanced at Mr. Huang, then turned to Zhang Ming, saying, as long as Shen Buwen knows his limits, even in retaliation, he will only send someone of the same tier. That's good to hear. Zhang Ming sighed in relief and turned to sit beside Lu Yu. The Royal Griffin made several stops, collecting quite a number of people. Zhang Ming counted approximately 300, half of whom were ordinary individuals, while the other half were relatively affluent. The disparity in wealth formed a natural divide. Splitting the students into two large factions. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the Royal Griffin soared through the clouds into the Tianwu mountain range. Tianwu Academy is nestled in the heart of the mountains, with various buildings constructed along the slopes, resembling a scattered Bagua diagram from above. The Tianwu mountain range is dotted with ancient relics and formations. To venture out, one requires identity verification, and losing one's identity card results in a deduction of credits. All activities within the academy require credits for payment, with 1,000 credits awarded upon passing assessments. Those who fail are demoted to preparatory students and may challenge again after 3 months. Mr. Huang explained the rules with a smile, then patted the Royal Griffin, which immediately folded its wings and dove down, simultaneously dispersing its protective shield to let the gale howl. The speed of the Royal Griffin was astonishing. The howling wind slicing through the air like a blade, toppling several students who were caught off guard. They managed to grasp the feathers on its back to avoid falling. With their strength, dropping from 1,000 meters would offer no chance of survival. Others also clutched the feathers, mitigating the force of the wind, with Lu Yu and Zhang Ming among them. What about those two showing off? Zhang Ming remarked, glancing at the two who sat calmly, unaffected by the raging storm. One can disregard the tempest, while the other can cleave through it. Lu squinted. The youth on the left melded with the wind, impervious to its effects, while the youth on the right tore the wind apart, ignoring the storm. The one on the left must possess the SS-grade talent of Wind God, while the one on the right could be S-grade talent for ultimate cutting, or possibly SS-grade for molecular cutting. Boom! The Royal Griffin landed steadily, stirring up a storm that snapped several ancient trees. Rest for half an hour. The assessment will commence afterward, Wang Qingshan announced, and the students gradually descended. Once all the students landed, the Royal Griffin shot up into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Beneath him lay a vast square nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, with several indistinct, peculiar stone statues standing at the edges, and directly ahead stood an oval-shaped archway, its other side obscured, making it impossible to discern what lay beyond. You all arrived quite late. A clumsy accent immediately drew attention, and the crowd turned to see a group of individuals clad in Eastern samurai attire, both male and female, with the majority being men. What are Easterners doing at Tianwu Academy? Get out, a hot-headed youth shouted angrily, raising his hand to conjure a water whip to strike. Overestimating themselves, the foremost Eastern youth let out a cold laugh, drawing his katana, which gleamed as it sliced through the water whip, sending the boy flying across the ground. How powerful! The assailant was merely in the mid-stage of the first tier and possessed the S-grade talent of water manipulation, yet he was effortlessly struck down by a single blow. The Eastern youth was at least in the late stage of the first tier, and his talent was no lower than SS-grade. Is this the standard of the three major academies of Huaxia? Truly disappointing. The youth sheathed his sword with a cold sneer. A mere Eastern barbarian dares to mock my Huaxia brethren? Kneel before me! A dignified youth glared fiercely, his body enveloped in golden light as he grew into a 3-meter-tall figure, wielding a long mace like a legendary guardian deity. S-grade talent. Vajra Protector. The students promptly stepped back. The Vajra Protector possesses immense strength and unparalleled defense, and the angrier he becomes, the stronger his combat prowess. He might just be able to contend with me. The Eastern youth maintained an indifferent expression as blood streaked across his face, shrouded in red mist as he unleashed a frenzied roar. When the red mist dissipated, the Eastern youth transformed into a 3-headed hellhound, glaring fiercely at the Vajra Protector. Chapter 29. Yen Yen departs. The assessment begins. SS-grade talent, Hellhound. The Hellhound is no easy foe. One must sever all 3 heads in a single strike to slay it. Otherwise, it will infinitely resurrect. Moreover, the Hellhound wields Hellfire, boasting an almost monstrous ability to incinerate. In an instant, the crowd held their breath for the Vajra Protector. Bang! The Vajra Protector took the initiative, leaping 10 meters to pounce upon the Hellhound, swinging his fist to shatter the air with a thunderous crash. The Hellhound swiftly evaded, while its 3 heads unleashed Hellfire in a blaze. Boom! The Vajra Protector's punch missed, shattering the ground, as the Hellfire surged toward him. Yet, he did not flinch and charged forward to withstand it head-on. The thousands of degrees Celsius of heat could melt the ground, yet it could not breach the Vajra Protector's defenses. Realizing something was amiss, the Hellhound attempted to evade again, only to be seized by the Vajra Protector, who had predicted its landing. Got you! The Vajra Protector pinned the Hellhound down, raising his fist to obliterate the central head. Splatter! Blood sprayed, and flesh flew as the onlooking Huaxia students cheered. Roar! The left and right heads simultaneously let out a wail, their cries piercing the soul, causing the Vajra Protector to lose its combat effectiveness and stagger backward. The Hellhound can also utilize soundwave techniques? Zhang Ming remarked in astonishment. It wasn't recorded in the talent compendium. It must be a weapon it possesses, Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. The Vajra Protector's mental strength was compromised, drastically reducing its combat ability. Even with its unparalleled defense, it could not withstand the relentless bombardment of Hellfire. And it was destined to lose. Indeed, as Lu Yu had anticipated, the Vajra Protector succumbed to the frenzied onslaught of Hellfire and ultimately fell. Splatter! The Vajra Protector vanished, and the youth coughed up blood as he collapsed. Supported by others, I told you, you were incapable. The Hellhound reverted to the Eastern youth. You won by deceit against Brother Lu. What is there to boast about? Just like your shameless ancestors, you truly are a family. A scrawny youth in blue clothing retorted sharply, causing the 30 Easterners to falter. Silence. We Easterners are honorable and have never what? Never miss an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, or never allow others to unmask your hypocritical facade? The blue-clad youth spread his arms wide, snowflakes descending like feathers, as a shadow behind him, cloaked in snowflakes, emitted anguished wails. Upon closer inspection, a pair of arms were concealed within the shadow, belonging to a young Eastern girl clad in a pale pink gown. Her talent is S-grade shadow manipulation. She attempted to control the shadow of the blue-clad youth for a surprise attack, but was discovered and countered. It must be the intoxication of celestial fairies. Carelessly shattering the white clouds, The blue-clad youth exhaled a frosty breath, and the snowfall intensified, the chill enveloping the area, ice shards flying, and the Eastern girl's cries growing louder. "Stop!" the Eastern youth roared, but before he could act, the girl's face turned pale, and she fainted, her arms buried in the ground, severed at the roots, the severed ends encased in frost, blood failing to flow. "You should be grateful that Brother Lu is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have turned her into an ice sculpture." The blue-clad youth, draped in snow, appeared cold and merciless, revealing his SS-grade talent. "Snow God, I will kill you." The Eastern youth wept for the girl, glaring fiercely at the blue-clad youth. The other Easterners stood united, though few in number. They showed no fear as they faced the Huaxia students. "Be careful, old Zhang. That fellow is dangerous." Liu gently tapped Zhang Ming to remind him. Following the direction of Zhang Ming's gaze, he spotted an unremarkable youth from the East Ing. Among 30 individuals from East Ing, this boy was the least conspicuous. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon laying eyes on him for the first time, Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. "This fellow seems to be at odds with me," Zhang Ming murmured as he swallowed a steamed bun. Lu Yu was uncertain whether there was indeed a clash between them, but he was certain that this individual bore ill intentions. He was the embodiment of the greatest malice perceived by the divine tree. Evidently directed at Lu Yu. "Xiao Yu." Yin Yan's voice echoed in his mind. "Sister Yin, what is it?" Lu Yu sensed an ominous turn of events. "Mount Olympus has emerged into our realm, and I must seize the opportunity." Yin Yan disclosed calmly, "I wish you a safe journey and a swift return." Liu offered his blessings. "Rest assured, although I may be departing, as long as you remain within the academy, they will not act too recklessly. In a critical moment, Xiao He can also assist you." Yin Yan imparted a few hurried words before setting off. The matter concerning Mount Olympus was of great significance, and countless nations across the globe were en route. As a major power, Huaxia would certainly not miss the opportunity. Along with Yin Yan, 3 9th-tier esteemed individuals and 9 8th-tier sovereigns would also be present. Liu had no time to ponder further, as the clash between East Ing and Huaxia had already ignited. Halt! Just as the battle commenced, it was abruptly terminated. Wang Qingshan strode through the air, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the crowd, and none dared to meet his eyes. "The Academy's assessment begins now." A resonant hum filled the air as the stone archway emanated white ripples, leading to an unknown realm. "The assessment duration is 12 hours. Your task is to survive for these 12 hours. Death within the Mirror of Secrets will not result in true demise, but your soul may suffer injury, or even fall into a permanent slumber." Upon hearing it was a secret realm, the crowd instantly perked up. The secret realm represented both opportunity and peril. Although true death was not a concern, no one wished to see their soul injured, as it directly impacted their future ascension. "I wish you all good fortune." With a sweeping gesture, Wang Qingshan gathered everyone and hurled them into the stone archway. "If you wish to treat my Tianwu Academy as a laboratory, then I shall extract every ounce of value from you." Within the Mirror of Secrets, upon landing, the group quickly rose to their feet, remaining vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. "Old Zhang," Lu Yu called out, spotting Zhang Ming perched upon a tree, seemingly fortunate not to have been separated. "Xiao Hei." Summoned Xiao He, Wu. Xiao He shook its fur and let out a long howl. "Let us go." The two, one human and one wolf, set off together. Others also formed teams to increase their chances of survival. "Everyone, I suggest we join forces to eliminate the 30 Easting individuals first." The scarred youth shouted loudly, yet received no response. The more privileged boys and girls had already completed their teams. Some summoned familiars to scout ahead, some retrieved weapons for defense, while others utilized mechanical puppets. The commoners, seeing this, could only form teams as well, for no one wished to be eliminated immediately. Soon, everyone realized something was amiss. This secret realm was indeed quite small, spanning less than 2 kilometers, and aside from plants and transparent crystals, there were no animals to be found. In that moment, they all understood. The enemy was their own kind. "I have a strange feeling about these crystals." Liu examined a crystal closely but found nothing wrong. "Just ordinary crystals," Zhang Ming remarked after inspecting one as well. Meanwhile, a team led by Yang Weining was searching for Lu Yu. "Miss Yang, rest assured, the sect leader has instructed us. We will not allow Lu Yu to pass the assessment smoothly. With such tremendous talent, without proper growth, He is nothing. It would be best if we could injure his soul, rendering him the weakest with divine talent. Chapter 30. The invincible stance prioritized the revival of the deceased, control of time, and summoning of the undead. The 30 Easting individuals huddled together, with the youth Lu Yu had noticed standing at the forefront. I will take charge of the time control. You all are responsible for the summoning of the undead and the revival of the deceased. The boy removed his samurai attire, revealing a long robe embroidered with wild cranes, causing the others to immediately bow their heads in respect. Jizi, Qingxiu will lead. The rest will follow their orders. The two named stepped out of the group to select team members, dividing the 27 into 2 teams to act separately. With divine talent, do not disappoint me. The youth gazed into the distance, his vertical pupils reflecting Lu Yu's face, while black serpents coiled around him. Now I understand why your combat prowess is so formidable, Zhang Ming remarked, watching Lu Yu engage in weighted training with the sense of a WE.ITS, not the talent that poses a threat, but rather the one with superior talent who works harder than you. I once thought this sentiment was merely a cliché, but now I see it exemplified. Cultivation was indeed addictive. Lu cast off the 100-pound boulders, binding his arms, and took out a bottle of bloodflower nectar from his spatial ring. Drinking deeply. You're impressive. Zhang Ming had yet to reach the point of being addicted to cultivation. Interesting. It seems they arrived first. Through Xiao He, Lu Yu spotted young Weining and her companions, who were currently rushing towards this location. 3 second-tier individuals. This could be troublesome. Lu Yu deliberately disregarded young Weining, for the true threat lay with the 3 beside her. I can assist you, but in return, I require a vial of Xiao He's blood after the deed is done. Zhang Ming grinned, shaking a jade vial. Deal. Lu Yu readily accepted. Xiao He had now grown to 3 meters, so shedding a bit of blood was no issue. Suddenly, Xiao He, hiding several hundred meters away and monitoring the enemy's movements, felt a chill run down its spine, sensing impending danger. Screech, a piercing scream assaulted the eardrums as white light burst through the treetops, hurtling toward Xiao He. Instantly recognizing the white light, Xiao He's eyes glinted with derision as it unleashed a gust of black wind to repel it. Swiftly retreating atop the black wind, Lu Yu's wind chasing demon wolf, young Weining exclaimed, and the 3 beside her immediately pursued. If the wind-chasing demon wolf returns alive, it will surely alert Lu Yu. Death's thorn net, Xin Huang hand, flying manta rays. The ground erupted, sprouting toxic thorn nets to obstruct the path. Xiao He abruptly halted, evading the encirclement, its fur bristling as magical patterns emerged, the black wind around it thickening. Swiftly escaping with a whoosh, boom. Arm-like protrusions erupted from the earth, and swarms of flying manta rays dove in. Despite their small size, the flying manta rays were among the top 5 in combat power within the same tier. Known for their ferocity, facing the onslaught, Xiao He remained unfazed, relying on its speed as its greatest asset. With black wind enveloping it, it darted away like lightning, deftly evading the earthen arms and flying manta rays. This creature's speed surpasses even that of the snowy owl. The 3 were astounded, never expecting that their combined assault would still allow it to escape, even if it returns alive to inform. It won't matter. The secret realm is this small, unless Lu Yu is perpetually on the run. The 3 continued their pursuit, but the scene that greeted them upon emerging from the dense forest left them astonished. Lu Yu had not fled. Rather, he was seated, enjoying food, and even the wind-chasing demon wolf was feasting on meat. It seems you realize you cannot escape, thus choosing to surrender, Su Su remarked coldly at Lu Yu. That fat fellow, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to depart later, Eli being called out to Zhang Ming. Yuzi, I think I heard a dog barking. Did you hear it? Zhang Ming swallowed a meat bun and replied, no need to listen. The 3 dogs are right in front of you. Lu Yu stood up, brandishing his staff. Truly worthy of divine talent. Your audacity is remarkable. But alas, no matter how defiant you are, today, you are destined to be trampled beneath our feet. Yao Jialong's gaze turned icy, and the ground erupted violently as toxic thorns intertwined to form a cage. Glimmering with chilling spikes that sent shivers down the spine, his tier talent, demonized thorns, Lu gripped his staff tightly and smashed down, unleashing a torrent of power that shattered the thorn net. Whoosh! Yao Jialong sneered, waving his hand to control the thorn fragments to shoot forward, the poisonous and spiked shards more perilous than bullets. Although Lu Yu had the fire dragon armor for protection, he chose to retreat to create distance. When are you going to prepare your time freeze? Li Bing inserted his hands into the earth, and Lu Yu suddenly felt the ground beneath him soften, transforming into a swamp as numerous muddy hands reached out to grasp him. Time acceleration. Lu Yu accelerated his own time, successfully dodging the muddy hands as everything around him slowed down. Old Zhang received. After landing, Lu Yu immediately lunged forward, and Zhang Ming grinned, transforming into a steel-armored crocodile, its sturdy body charging ahead. Attack! Su Su summoned a swarm of flying manta rays to pounce upon the steel-armored crocodile. The manta rays opened their mouths to bite, but the steel-armored crocodile's skin was too tough, rendering their efforts futile. Instead, its tail swept through, shattering several flying manta rays. What good is thick skin if you kneel before me? Dark red thorns erupted from the earth, intertwining to form a cage that imprisoned the steel-armored crocodile. This time, the thorns were even sturdier than before, their dark red surfaces seemingly flowing with blood as they constricted tightly, the barbs grazing the surface and sparking. Now that your ally is gone, what do you have to fight us with? The swarm of flying manta rays converged into arrows, launching themselves toward Lu Yu. While the ground melted extensively, revealing dozens of muddy hands, the air filled with a foul stench. Though you think you two can contend with me? How utterly laughable. Lu Yu accelerated, his speed surging, wielding his staff as an unstoppable force, ruthlessly shattering the swarm of flying manta rays and muddy hands as he charged right up to the two of you. Su Su and Li Bing stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time they reacted, Lu Yu was already upon them. Retreat. As the two individuals retreated, seeking to create distance between them, they quickly sensed that something was amiss. The surroundings seemed to slow down, as if an invisible force was exerting control over their bodies and time itself. Every movement they made appeared to be in slow motion, rendering the scene extraordinarily terrifying in the eyes of Yao Jialong. It was imperative to note that Lu Yu was currently only at the second tier, and the power displayed by his manipulation of time was already formidable. The thought of his continued growth was almost unimaginable. In that moment, Yao Jialong felt a surge of murderous intent towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes at Yao Jialong, realizing that this fellow actually harbored intentions to kill him. Yao Jialong, unable to meet Lu Yu's piercing gaze, quickly turned his head to evade it. With a cold snort, Lu Yu kicked the two of them away and then redirected his staff to strike at Yao Jialong. Yao Jialong was taken aback, bewildered by Lu Yu's sudden aggression. Did he somehow know what he was thinking? Blood Honey Grove. Faced with the swiftly approaching Lu Yu, Yao Jialong dared not underestimate the situation. He clapped his hands to the ground, summoning vibrant red thorns to obstruct Lu Yu's path. These crimson thorns bore no barbs, only unusually bright flower buds. Lu Yu hastened his own temporal acceleration, only to be caught off guard as the buds suddenly erupted, releasing a cloud of pink mist. The air was instantly enveloped in a sweet fragrance, prompting Lu Yu to seal his mouth and nose before bursting through the encirclement. Chapter 31. Wild Crane, Elegant Fields Boom. The uncontrolled thorny cage began to wither, as the armored alligator swept its claws and tail, shattering it and crushing the ground as it lunged towards Su Su and Li Bing. The two had just managed to rise when the armored alligator was already upon them, its gaping maw poised to bite down. In that critical moment, Yang Weiniying threw out her bracelet to save them. Lu Yu, now adorned in pink, landed steadily, his gaze sharpening as he raised his staff to strike downwards. Yao Jialong let out a cold laugh, drawing a second-tier long knife to slice upwards. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the second-tier long knife shattered into two, leaving Yao Jialong's ankles buried in the ground, his hands numbed and frozen in midair. Yet, there was no trace of panic on his face. Bang! Lu Yu kicked Yao Jialong away, ready to pursue, when he suddenly felt his body stiffen. Looking down, he discovered that he was enveloped by pink spores. What appeared to be fragile spores turned out to be exceedingly tough. Despite Lu Yu exerting all his strength, he could not crush them. As time passed, the pink spores grew increasingly resilient, ultimately solidifying completely, immobilizing Lu Yu in place. Cough, cough. Yao Jialong spat blood as he leaned against a tree to rise. Why Blood Honey Grove is not so easily trespassed. Now it's my turn. With a flicker of his spatial ring, Yao Jialong brandished his second-tier long knife and approached Lu Yu. The prospect of personally eliminating the legendary god-tier talent filled him with uncontainable joy. Regardless of the consequences he might face afterward, he would be immortalized in history, even if it meant being remembered for infamy. Suddenly, a howl of a wolf shattered Yao Jialong's reverie. Before he could turn around, a black wind descended from the sky, engulfing him. Even if you are the wind chaser wolf, it is of no consequence. You are but a second tier, powerless to resist me. Yao Jialong scoffed as toxic thorns erupted from beneath him, coiling into a sphere that shattered the black storm. Seeing this, Xiaohe immediately retreated on the wind, while Yao Jialong hurled thorns in pursuit, subsequently turning his gaze to Lu Yu, who was 5 meters away. Your beast companion is indeed loyal, but alas, it cannot save you. Are you done? Crack, crack. The spores began to fall away, and Lu Yu radiated a crimson glow, as if emerging from flames, exuding an indescribable pressure. Yao Jialong was momentarily paralyzed by this aura, and by the time he regained his senses, Lu Yu's staff was already at his face. Puff! Blood sprayed as Yao Jialong, now missing half of his face, fell heavily to the ground, the toxic thorns erupting from the earth to envelop him. Lu Yu turned his gaze towards the depths of the grove. How long do you plan to remain hidden? Seeing that the other party did not emerge, Lu Yu called to the armored alligator. Old Zhang, return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming crushed the mud beneath his feet, transforming back into human form, puzzled. Yuzi, are we not fighting anymore? That person from the east has arrived. Where? Zhang Ming's expression grew grave, his black hair billowing like writhing serpents, at the same time. Yang Weining and the others felt a sense of trepidation, just as they intended to retreat. They suddenly found themselves frozen in fear, unable to move as their bodies and consciousness became disjointed. The familiar sensation reminded Yang Weining of Lu Yu, leading her to suspect that he had somehow immobilized them in time. However, upon noting the distance between them, she dismissed the thought. They were currently 20 meters away from Lu Yu, making it impossible for his temporal stasis to encompass such a large area. I am curious. How did you discover my presence? The East Asian youth emerged from the shadows, his vertical pupils scrutinizing Lu Yu. Curious to know. Perhaps if you kneel and beg, I might consider divulging the information. Lu Yu recalled Xiaohe and the trio, 2 humans and 1 wolf, readied themselves for confrontation. It is you who should kneel, not I. Once I capture you, you will confess all your secrets willingly. The East Asian youth waved his hand, causing Yang Weining and the others to collapse as if they were puppets, black tendrils emerging from the shadows to envelop them, leaving only their mouths and noses exposed for breathing. Yuzi, can you discern what kind of talent this is? Zhang Ming whispered. Uncertain, but I can affirm it is at least an SS-level talent, and exceptionally difficult to contend with. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, suspecting that this individual intended to turn him into a puppet. I will test the waters. Zhang Ming transformed into the armored alligator and charged forward, the 20 meters vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just as the alligator's gaping maw was about to snap shut, it was suddenly ensnared by the tendrils. These tendrils not only outnumbered but also possessed strength beyond imagination. Even the powerfully built armored alligator found itself unable to move. Level talent. Devouring maw? Just what I needed. A space ring that can grow. The youth's vertical pupils reflected Zhang Ming's face, though now filled with terror. How fortuitous. You wish to transform me into a portable space ring, while I intend to devour you. The armored alligator expelled a potent gastric acid, its body shrinking into a swift shadow, severing the tendrils to escape. Faced with the onslaught of gastric acid, the youth remained unmoving, as the tendrils emerged from the shadows to form a shield. Blocking all the acid, his eyes could penetrate thoughts, instilling fear in others. Zhang Ming reverted to human form, reflecting on the earlier battle. This level talent, Eye of Fear. Lu Yu turned his attention to the East Asian youth. You guessed correctly, but alas, no reward for you. Allow me to introduce myself, Wild Crane, Elegant Fields. Wild Crane, Elegant Fields spread his arms wide, his eyes reflecting Lu Yu and Zhang Ming. The Eye of Fear originates from darkness, capable of manipulating the mind while controlling shadows. Once consumed by fear, one becomes a puppet of the Eye of Fear. In the annals of history, there was once an 8th-tier Eye of Fear, whose mere gaze turned half a city's populace into puppets. In the end, he sought to carve out territory and declare himself king, only to be slain by a 9th-tier master, with his eyes preserved as specimens for public display. Submit, Wild Crane, Elegant Fields locked onto the two and launched an offensive, appearing before them in the next instant. You faced him head-on, raising his weapon to slash, while Zhang Ming transformed into a swift shadow to launch a surprise attack. The blade sliced through the air, only to be ensnared by the tendrils and unable to advance. Liu decisively abandoned the weapon, clenching his fist to strike. Bang! Wild Crane, Elegant Fields raised his hand to block the punch, the shadowy armor vibrating as it absorbed all the force. Impressive strength, but alas, it serves no purpose if you do not employ time stasis soon. You will find yourself out of opportunities before the last word could escape his lips. Wild Crane, Elegant Fields was sent flying by a punch, blood spurting from his nose. Time acceleration. Wild Crane, Elegant Fields narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, he had clearly reacted, yet his body had been rendered immobile. Even his shadow armor slowed. Truly a god-tier talent. You are indeed a formidable opponent. However, you are destined to not escape. Wild Crane, Elegant Fields spat forth a scale, palm-sized and exuding an unsettling chill that caused the temperature around them to plummet, as if winter had suddenly descended. What on earth is that? Liu felt a chill run down his spine as he hastily retreated, only to realize he was still rooted in place, shrouded by a layer of black mist. Not just him. Zhang Ming and Xiao He were also immobilized, with Xiao He trembling and kneeling on the ground. Could it be a scale from a 9th-tier great demon? Liu speculated, considering the possibility. Not a scale from a 9th-tier great demon. Zhang Ming shook his head, his expression grave. It was rumored that there exists a 9th-tier great demon in the east, Yamada no Orochi. It appears that creature has now ascended to royal status. Chapter 32. A defeated retreat. Liu had no reason to doubt him. Having encountered the wolf god on Wolf Mountain, he recognized that although Wild Crane, Elegant Fields possessed merely a snake scale, its oppressive aura surpassed that of the wolf god, corroborating Zhang Ming's conjecture. In the east, we have the Snake Emperor reigning supreme, rendering us invincible. If you kneel and submit, you may live. Otherwise, only death awaits. The black mist swirled, coalescing behind Wild Crane, Elegant Fields into a colossal 8-headed serpent. Though the serpent stood only as tall as a person, its oppressive presence equated to that of a 5th-tier beast. Old Zhang, Yuzi. The two exchanged glances, silently understanding each other, and then shared a knowing smile. Although they appeared paralyzed by fear, they were actually biding their time for Wild Crane, Elegant Fields to approach. Only Xiao He was genuinely unable to move. The bloodline suppression of a royal beast was too powerful, rendering even the wind chaser wolf incapable of resistance. I had thought that crafty serpent would be bolder. How disappointing that it only sent a single scale. At the Tianwu Academy, outside the library, the three sat around a pool, the reflection in the water mirroring the battle within the small mirror realm. Consider their plight. The East is but a small land, and birthing a royal beast is no easy feat. How could they risk themselves? Dressed in a long robe, Chang Dingfang smiled as he spoke. The 8-headed serpent is hardly a concern. What we truly need to guard against are the unseen hands lurking in the shadows. Liu must not encounter any accidents. The elderly scholar, with his hair now white, spoke with unwavering conviction. As the guardian of the library, this scholar had been present since the establishment of Tianwu Academy. In a sense, he was the very soul of the institution, and a saying circulated within the academy. The ironclad scholar, the ever-changing dean, scholar, the divine-level talent involves far-reaching implications, and we can only do our utmost, said Zhou Hua, the upright director, his face betraying his unease. The scholar glared at Zhou Hua, mocking him. It seems someone has pressured you. Let me guess, is it the king of the southern region, Zhang Tai? Zhou Hua forced a bitter smile but did not respond. How could he dare speak the truth? If the scholar learned of Zhang Tai's words, he would undoubtedly storm the royal palace with the library, potentially turning Tianwu Academy against the southern region's royal house. The scholar, discerning Zhou Hua's thoughts, chose not to confront him directly. Scholar, Zhang Tai knows his limits and would not overstep. You often say that without tempering, jade cannot become a vessel. Consider this a test for Liu. Chang Dingfang interjected with a smile, as the scholar cast a meaningful glance at him. You had better pray that no one crosses the line, or I would not hesitate to invoke the library to traverse the land of China. With that, The scholar transformed into particles of light and vanished into the library. You know nothing of strength. Flawed set of mystical realm rules cannot possibly restrain the power of the Serpent King. Wild Crane Shotian brandished a serpent scale. Behind him 8 serpents exhaled black mist that entwined around the 2 men and a wolf. The black mist constricted, suffocating their breaths, as Lu Yu and Zhang Ming synchronized their performance, perfectly embodying the agony of asphyxiation, while only Little Black, the wolf, sustained an injury. Huh? Wild Crane Shotian advanced through the mist. The 8 serpents behind him swelling until they transformed into the colossal 8-headed serpent. The serpent loomed above, its indifferent gaze extinguishing any spirit of resistance, fear crashing over their souls like a tidal wave. The sound of submission echoed in their ears. Gradually, Lu Yu and Zhang Ming's expressions turned vacant, bending at the waist and buckling at the knees, as though they would kneel at any moment. The great Serpent King shall lead you to supremacy. Just as Wild Crane Shotian's words fell, he was suddenly struck and sent flying, half of his body bitten off, his nose caved in, gushing blood. Zhang Ming, transformed into a steel-armored crocodile, disdainfully spat out the remains. What a stench of serpent! You're not half human, half demon, are you? Uncertain whether he was half human or half demon, one thing was clear. He was exceptionally good at putting on a facade. Lu Yu flicked the blood off his hands. This is the Tianwu Academy of China, not the minute territories of the East Japan. Do you believe a single scale can allow you to act with impunity? That is pure folly. Impossible. Wild Crane Shotian struggled to rise, staring incredulously at the toot. The Serpent King's scales, combined with the Eye of Fear, are invincible in the East Japan. Even 4th-tier talent cannot resist. How could it suddenly fail against 2 second-tier talents? What went wrong? You should just step outside and ponder it slowly, Zhang Ming and Lu Yu declared in unison as they launched their attack. Get lost? Wild Crane Shotian roared, the Eye of Fear activating once more, his shadow sprouting numerous tentacles. In an instant, the two were ensnared, unable to mount an offense. Even if my power is suppressed, I can still subdue you. Ignoring the blood pouring from his body, Wild Crane Shotian pressed his mental force to unleash his talent, his single eye bloodshot and distorted, blood streaming from its corner. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow's tentacles grew wildly. Indiscriminately pounding and smashing, Lu Yu raised his staff to defend but was mercilessly repelled. Zhang Ming, embodying the rock giant, fared even worse, howling in pain, ultimately forced to burrow underground as the golden light mouse. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he not fear exhausting his soul and becoming an idiot? Zhang Ming exclaimed while dodging. The East Japan reveres the spirit of the warrior's way. Better to die than yield. Moreover, he is from the Wild Crane family, likely holding firm faith in the 8-headed serpent, Lu Yu replied, standing still as the gigantic tentacles struck him. Yet, the tentacles, capable of shattering boulders, could not harm him. The 7th-tier fire dragon armor absorbed all the force. Poof! Moments later, Wild Crane Shotian spat blood and collapsed, his life force rapidly dissipating. Wiping the blood from his eyeball, he glared fiercely at the two. Next time, your luck won't be so good. Just as he finished speaking, Wild Crane Shotian was transported away, becoming the first student to be eliminated. Now that he is gone, the spoils remain. Zhang Ming gazed at the serpent scales. Saliva pooling. Though the 8-headed serpent reeked, it was undeniably royal grade. Consuming the serpent scales would undoubtedly bolster his trump card. The issue was that Lu Yu was entitled to a share, and Zhang Ming grappled with whether to split it with him. Enough, I have no such inclinations, Lu Yu. Sensing Zhang Ming's thoughts, quickly interjected, Yuzi, consider this my debt to you. Next time, Little Black, quick-witted, snatched the serpent scale and dashed away, while Zhang Ming reacted too late, finding it had already sprinted several meters. Curse it, spit that out. Zhang Ming chased after it, exclaiming. The chase between man and wolf became quite the spectacle. Lu Yu glanced 20 meters away, noting that the trio, previously on the ground, had vanished. They run pretty fast. He retracted his gaze, pondering that while one could evade the initial strike, they wouldn't escape the subsequent ones. Next time, they wouldn't be so fortunate. Half an hour later, the pursuit between Zhang Ming and Little Black concluded, with Zhang Ming ultimately reclaiming the serpent scale, as Little Black could not bite through it and feared tearing its body while attempting to swallow it, ultimately spitting it out. gazing at the saliva-covered scale. Zhang Ming hesitated not at all as he lifted it and swallowed it whole. Little Black stared at Zhang Ming as if he had seen a ghost, curious how he managed to consume the serpent scale. "You re too inexperienced to contend with me," Zhang Ming declared triumphantly. Chapter 33. The mirror in the darkness in the outer square, the stone archway shimmered, subsequently releasing a figure. Wild Crane Shoutian rolled to his feet, surveying his surroundings and exhaling in relief upon seeing only Wang Qingshan. Standing aside, Wang Qingshan stole a glance at Wild Crane Shoutian before returning his gaze. Wild Crane Shoutian dared not act rashly, bowing respectfully to Wang Qingshan before retreating to rest at the foot of a statue. Within the Little Mirror realm, Lu Yu and Zhang Ming were healing, with Little Black on lookout. Unlike Lu Yu, Zhang Ming's healing method was unique. He quickly digested the elixirs he had previously consumed, allowing him to bounce back to life within half an hour, whereas Lu Yu took an hour to complete his recovery. This ability was not recorded in the talent guide. Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. "Zhang Ming, how many secrets are you hiding now?" Zhang Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "Yuzi, the talent guide is merely for reference. Even with identical talents, the development of abilities varies, and trump cards and secret techniques are not meant for public knowledge. I understand. I was merely pondering how much you have concealed." Lu Yu tossed a dry branch into the fire, which crackled and sparked. Zhang Ming smiled without responding, retrieving food from his spatial ring to share, as darkness swallowed the twilight in the distance, and the realm swiftly welcomed the night. "Yuzi, something is watching us," Zhang Ming whispered after swallowing a morsel of meat. "There are 3 targets, strength uncertain, able to blend into the environment." Lu, you marked the target locations on the ground. One must admit, the talent of the divine tree to sense emotions was extraordinary. As long as it reacted to Lu Yu's emotions, even invisibility could not shield them from detection. If we cannot see them, we are in deep trouble. Zhang Ming felt a sense of unease. For unseen enemies were perilous. Growl. Little Black bared its teeth at the darkness. "Let us go." Lu Yu swung his blade, producing a resounding clash as the invisible enemy blocked the blade, sparks flying from the point of contact as a gust of wind swept through. Zhang Ming took off running, while Little Black unleashed a wind blade to assist Lu Yu, but the wind blade was severed before it could reach its target. Little Black was caught off guard and sent flying, 3 claw marks raking across its abdomen, nearly tearing through to its insides. "Are you out of your mind? How do we fight what we cannot see? Hurry!" Before Zhang Ming could finish, he was ambushed. A fierce wind rushing at him, signaling imminent danger. Block! Zhang Ming transformed into a steel-armored crocodile, charging headlong. With its defenses and strength, he believed he could withstand the assault, or so he thought. Bang! The ground sank before erupting, sending Zhang Ming, in his steel-armored crocodile form, flying several meters, while the ambusher was also thrown back. "What is this thing that is so tough?" Zhang Ming shook his head, scanning the surroundings, and upon seeing the footprints on the ground, his expression suddenly turned grave. The footprints resembled those of the steel-armored crocodile, yet they had previously determined that no beasts existed within the realm. Could it be that another talent holder with shape-shifting abilities was present? Zhang Ming found it hard to believe. If his suspicions were correct, they faced a shapeshifter equipped with invisibility gear, making them quite dangerous. "I don't believe you can remain invisible forever." Zhang Ming charged forward, only to find the opponent rushing towards him as well. With another mighty crash, the 2 steel-armored crocodiles clashed evenly, but this time Zhang Ming bled, while the opponent remained unscathed. Could it be that their cultivation surpasses mine? Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming pressure. "Old Zhang," Liu forced the target back with a blade. "Do you remember those crystals we saw during the day? This realm is called the Little Mirror Realm." Zhang Ming paused, realization dawning on him. Damn. All this time, I've been fighting my own reflection? Upon grasping the truth, Zhang Ming burst into laughter. Since it's just my reflection, there's no need for concern. I'll charge ahead. The rest is up to fate. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Ming clashed repeatedly with the mirror image, causing the ground to tremble and erupt, with mud and sand flying in all directions, breaths coming in sharp gasps as time accelerated. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened as he quickened his own pace, wielding his blade to sweep before him, while the mirror image mirrored his movements with equal swiftness. Clash! Sparks erupted as fragments scattered like stars. The crystalline barrier could not withstand the assault of the second-tier long sword, and after several fierce exchanges, it was cleaved in two, with his feet firmly planted in the dragon horse stance. Lu Yu exerted his strength downward, driving the blade deep into the mirror image, shattering it with a resounding crash. A pile of crystals lay scattered on the ground. Having dealt with the mirror image, Lu Yu turned his attention to Xiao He and Zhang Ming. "There is no need for concern, Zhang Ming," he reassured. "While the mirror image can imitate abilities, it lacks equipment. Victory is merely a matter of time." However, Xiao He is in a precarious situation, as it too is unequipped and completely unable to perceive the mirror image, forced to evade continuously. "Howl!" Xiao He, looking aggrieved, scampered to Lu Yu's feet, its fur shorn down by a third. "I'll tell you where it is. You fight it yourself." Lu Yu coldly kicked Xiao He away, desiring a companion capable of fighting alongside him, not a mere decorative trinket. Though Xiao He felt displeased by Lu Yu's indifference, it resolved to take action. To the left, Xiao He leaped into action, striking with its claws while simultaneously unleashing a wind blade to shred the air. The mirror image raised its claws in defense but had its forelimbs severed by the wind blade. Before being crushed under a descending paw, gazing at the scattered crystals, Xiao He bore a proud expression, as if to declare its capability without Lu Yu's assistance. Cough, cough. "This thing isn't very friendly to me." Zhang Ming gasped, transforming back into human form and collapsing to the ground. "Is this all it takes to tire you?" Lu Yu squinted and smiled. Zhang Ming suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Is there more? These three were just appetizers. The real heavyweights are yet to come. Boom, boom. A thunderous roar resonated from the darkness, followed by a multitude of trees crashing to the ground, as enormous footprints appeared, signaling the arrival of an unseen enemy. What the hell? How is one supposed to survive this? Zhang Ming scrambled to his feet, realizing the perilous nature of this mirror image realm. "Stay close to me," Lu Yu ordered, narrowing his eyes as he swiftly made his escape. Xiao He howled, leaping into the wind to follow, but after a long distance, it noticed Zhang Ming was missing. Just as it was about to stop, it felt a tightening grip on its back, as if something had latched onto it. Xiao He shook its fur in a desperate attempt to dislodge the entity, but no matter how it writhed, it remained bound. That moment, Zhang Ming had transformed into a golden light mouse, comfortably perched on Xiao He's back, relishing the night breeze, utterly carefree. "Is this the confidence you have in hunting me?" Zhou Hong coldly remarked, stepping on Dong Mingji's face, with three skeletal old soldiers armed with blades standing behind him. The old soldiers, their bodies decayed to mere bones, wore tattered remnants of uniforms that once signified honor, their battle-worn blades now rusted. Truly, an S-level necromancer's summons are formidable foes indeed. Dong Mingji remained stoic, seemingly resigned to his fate. "As long as you are in the Tianwu Academy, we will undoubtedly cross paths again. Next time, your luck will run out." Zhou Hong kicked Dong Mingji aside, and the old soldiers swiftly beheaded him. A bloodthirsty blade must taste blood to sharpen its edge. Zhou Hong murmured to the darkness, as the old soldiers felt the danger and prepared to attack. Summoned undead, the soldiers were tireless and impervious to pain. No matter how strong an opponent, they would inevitably wear down. Chapter 34. Collaboration and Encounters. It seems we are surrounded. Zhang Ming leapt down from Xiao He's back, reverting to human form. Blade in hand, alert, Xiao He, too breathless to seek revenge, panted heavily to regain strength. Eyes fixed on the ever-increasing number of footprints, Lu Yu squinted in silence. The number of mirror images had exceeded their estimates, completely surrounding them. The mirror image count was least on their right flank. "Let us engage." Zhang Ming transformed into a blood demon bull and charged forth, while Xiao He howled and leaped onto the bull's back, gathering a gale to boost its speed, with Lu Yu covering their rear. The mirror image imitated Zhang Ming, transforming into a blood demon bull as well, causing the ground to tremble like thunder. Just as a collision seemed imminent, Zhang Ming abruptly reverted to human form, then, with a speed that defied the eye, transformed into a golden light mouse and burrowed underground. This fluid sequence of actions left no room for counteraction, and Xiao He found itself instantly surrounded, unleashing a storm to clear a path but was ruthlessly crushed instead. Just as it was about to be trampled by the bull's hooves, a pair of hands emerged, dragging it into the earth. On the surface, the mirror image of the blood demon bull collided repeatedly, leaving behind piles of shattered crystals. Liu needed no trickery. The combination of the dragon horse stance and time acceleration greatly increased his speed. And in mere seconds, he dispatched 2 mirror images. Once Lu Yu sheathed his blade, all 12 mirror images lay defeated. You? That was impressive, Zhang Ming exclaimed, pulling Xiao He from the fray. No time for flattery. Lend a hand, Lu Yu replied, kneeling as he gasped for breath. Thankfully, he had been honing his mental fortitude, or he would have been unable to stand after this ordeal. Let us move. Zhang Ming, noticing Lu Yu's severe mental drain, quickly helped him up, while Xiao He offered its back for Lu Yu to ride. Liu lay on Xiao He's back, using his innate ability to guide them, as Zhang Ming cleared the path with his blade. And Xiao He carried Lu Yu, keeping pace. Old Zhang, head toward the area with more people. At Zhang Ming's words, he swung his blade to clear a path into the dense forest. There are no mirror images during the day. I suspect if we can endure until dawn, we'll be safe. Liu shared his conjecture. There are still several hours until dawn. What if we get surrounded again? Be careful, bang. A blue light streaked by, and a giant tree fell with a crash as Zhang Ming transformed into an armored crocodile, smashing through the trunk. Brr. A cold wind swept through, scattering wood chips and covering everything in frost. A few meters ahead, a blue-clad youth with the snow god ability was engaged in battle. His adversaries were 2 mirror images on either side, 3 meters of snowflakes swirling around him. Thanks to the heavy snowfall, the previously invisible mirror images became clear. Die. The blue-clad youth wielded 2 ice swords, attacking simultaneously. The mirror images, now slowed and weakened by the snow, were unable to defend themselves and had their heads severed by the ice blades. Having dealt with the mirror images, the blue-clad youth turned to Zhang Ming. I believe we can collaborate. Unexpectedly, the youth was the first to propose an alliance. Agreed, Lu Yu replied, looking up. Liu. Zhang Ming, Xie Huayu. Oh well. The 3 of them, along with Xiao He, continued forward, exchanging information along the way. Through Xie Huayu, they learned that Yang Weining and the others were still alive and faring reasonably well. Yang Weining had revived Dong Cheng using the resurgence ability, and now he was protecting them. As Xie Huayu explained the situation, is that Dong Cheng particularly strong? Zhang Ming inquired curiously. Xie Huayu pondered for a moment, then replied, Dong Cheng possesses an S-level talent, imposter, capable of emitting pheromones to interfere with targets, blending into his surroundings. Upon hearing the term imposter, their expressions shifted in a peculiar manner. According to the talent compendium, the imposter was regarded as the weakest S-level talent. Initially, its pheromone release was limited, making its camouflage ineffective. However, its combat ability increased significantly in later stages, rendering its disguise less impactful. Though ineffective against living beings, the imposter proved invaluable against mirror images, undead, and the like, effectively cloaking itself. Could it be that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse? Zhang Ming mused, stroking his chin. Have you encountered any Easterners? Lu Yu expressed indifference towards Yang Weining, deeming her a foolish woman full of herself. No. Xie Huayu shook his head. Finding Easterners shouldn't be difficult. Just 50 meters away, 8 Easterners are resting under a tree, with Yang Weining and a few others bound nearby. Zhang Ming closed his eyes, which were akin to searchlights, reverting to his human form. Originally, he had only intended to use the night demon fly's vision to scout the path, but unexpectedly garnered additional insights. Liu and Xie Huayu exchanged glances and nodded. Quickening their pace toward the 50 meters ahead in the blink of an eye, they traversed the distance, but upon landing, they were met with an ambush. Bang! The ground sprouted numerous spikes, shadows writhing into black hands that reached out, uprooting trees and charging toward them. Wind and snow shield. The falling snow coalesced into a shield, blocking the charging trees as Lu Yu swung his blade to slice through the spikes and black hands. Time acceleration, whoosh, runes embedded themselves within Xie Huayu, who suddenly felt as if everything around him had slowed, himself remaining unaffected. Gravity snowflakes. Xie Huayu raised his hand downward, instantly blanketing the area in heavy snow. The once light snowflakes transformed into an oppressive weight, crushing trees and even cracking the ground beneath. The 3 Eastern youths, caught unawares, were mercilessly buried, subsequently disintegrating into motes of light. The 5 who escaped rolled and dodged, one of them grabbing Yang Weining and tossing her beneath a tree, where shadows surged like a tide, enveloping her and melding into the environment. I advise you not to court death, Sanbin Sihu. His face darkened, stood up. As his samurai attire billowed, a summoning circle erupted beneath his feet, and two second-tier demonic beasts materialized with a flicker, a second-tier starry sky jellyfish and a second-tier demon eel. Lu Yu squinted. The starry sky jellyfish, 3 meters in diameter, unfurled its paralyzing stinging tentacles like a cage, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. The smaller demon eel, though only 1.5 meters long, possessed extraordinarily developed muscles and secreted a slippery slime to thwart attacks. I will handle the demon eel. You take care of the starry sky jellyfish? Xia Huayu looked toward Lu Huayu. Be careful. Lu Yu replied before launching himself into the fray, accelerating and sweeping his blade. Swoosh! Numerous tentacles were severed, gushing forth a torrent of pale blue blood. The pain provoked the starry sky jellyfish's wrath, as it closed its tentacles to constrict Lu Yu while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of bubbles. Seize him. Lu Yu is one of the targets. Although the reason behind Yi Xiao Tian's failure remains a mystery, it does not deter Sanbin Qingxiu from capturing him. Once successful, Lord Snake Emperor will personally bestow her with power, and perhaps she could even surpass Yi Xiao Tian. The demon eel spews forth a copious amount of viscous liquid to ensnare Lu Yu. But just as the goo is launched, it is frozen solid by the falling snowflakes. The cold wind howls, snowflakes flutter, and the surroundings are instantly enveloped in a frigid embrace. I have yet to encounter a living demon eel. Xia Huayu chuckles softly, gripping his ice blade as he charges towards the demon eel. Seeking death, are we? Sanbin Qingxiu snorts coldly, while the 4 individuals behind her split into 2 groups, one tasked with escorting Yang Weining to safety, and the other focused on shaping the terrain to divide the battlefield. Tidal surge. Guardians of the wood, rivers materialize from thin air, severing the two, and then trees transform into sentinels, launching an assault. The demon eel dives into the water to evade the ice blade, opening its mouth to unleash a glob of viscous liquid, repelling Xia Huayu. Chapter 35. The Tool. Xia Huayu retreats several steps to regain his footing, only to notice that the snowstorm shield has melted considerably. Is the viscous liquid toxic? No, it's the water that is toxic. Observing the ever-expanding river, a sense of foreboding washes over him. The battle must be concluded swiftly. The demon eel swirls the river water towards Xia Huayu, causing the flora along its path to wither and a foul stench to permeate the air. Block. Xia Huayu slams his palms against the ground, erecting a towering ice wall several meters high. The blue-clad figure vanishes in the blink of an eye, followed by a sweeping cold wind and a flurry of chaotic snow. What appears to be harmless snowflakes, when stacked and assisted by the chilling wind, possess a force that rivals that of a bullet from a handgun, causing the ground to erupt with explosive force. However, the demon eel had anticipated this, secreting viscous liquid that merges with the river water. As the snowflakes tear through the water, they are instantly ensnared, their power dissipating in an instant. Boom! The ice wall shatters, viscous liquid splattering everywhere, while the demon eel roars arrogantly, searching for Xia Huayu. Looking for me? Whoosh! The demon eel whips around to bite, viscous liquid spraying outward from its center. Sizzle! The baiting snowman melts away in an instant, and the demon eel spews forth snowflakes, secreting more viscous liquid. In the brief moment when it is secreting the viscous substance, the snowman suddenly explodes, 2 ice blades striking simultaneously, accompanied by a rapid descent of gravity-infused snowflakes. Sensing imminent danger, the demon eel attempts to burrow underground, but Xia Huayu stomps down, causing the snowflakes to explode, enveloping it. Even with the protective viscous layer, the demon eel is hindered by the snowflakes, unable to escape underground. As the ice blades approach, it chooses to make a desperate stand, shedding its snow-covered viscous shell, baring its sharp fangs to bite at the left ice blade while its powerful muscles propel its tail to intercept the right ice blade. If it can withstand these 2 ice blades, the demon eel may have a chance to counterattack. Puff! The demon eel successfully bites onto the left ice blade, but simultaneously, its tail is pierced by the ice blade, a wave of chill rushing through its body. It struggles to escape but is restrained by the gravity-infused snowflakes, and with a thud, it crashes to the ground, becoming an ice sculpture. Huff! After dispatching the demon eel, Xia Huayu turns his gaze towards Sanbin Qingxiu. Noticing Xia Huayu's intense stare, a glint of murderous intent flashes in her eyes as she looks at Lu Huayu. Lu, armed with dual blades, stands firm against two opponents, having severed all the tentacles of the starry sky jellyfish, which now serves as a moving target. The sturdy wooden guardians attack desperately, yet their sluggish movements fail to reach Lu Huayu. Is it true that no divine-level talent can triumph? San Bin Qingxiu internally roars in frustration. Why is it that the East Japan has no divine-level talents, while Huaxia boasts several? Must they always remain under Huaxia's suppression? Hey, losing focus during battle is a grave mistake. The cold wind slices through, severing a few strands of hair, and San Bin Qingxiu quickly retreats to gain distance. Come back. Defeat is a foregone conclusion. It would be wiser to conserve strength and await the next opportunity. Hearing the call, the starry sky jellyfish hastily withdraws, while the wooden guardians extend their arms, sprouting branches to obstruct Lu Yu's pursuit. Time accelerates. Lu Yu's figure flickers, his speed surging as he evades the branches, bringing down his blade to cleave the starry sky jellyfish in twain. Puff! Having lost two summoned beasts in quick succession, San Bin Qingxiu instantly spits out blood, and the two individuals behind her swiftly assist her in fleeing. Pursue! We cannot pursue. The mirror images are approaching. Xia Huayu aims to eradicate the threat, but Lu Yu raises a hand to stop him. A multitude of mirror images, drawn by the battle, races towards this location. They must evacuate promptly. A wolf howl echoes from a distance, and through Xiao Hei's perspective, Lu Yu spots Zhang Ming and Yang Weining. At this moment, Yang Weining has regained consciousness, yet Zhang Ming has sealed her mouth, rendering her unable to speak. Let's go. Through the divine tree of talent, Lu Yu finds an escape route, and the two manage to withdraw just before being encircled by the mirror images. The trio and the wolf converge in a stone cave, where Zhang Ming tosses Yang Weining down and remarks casually, you don't still have feelings for her, do you? Lu Yu had previously confided in him about his entanglement with Yang Weining, and according to Zhang Ming's understanding, he should have eliminated her from the equation. Old Zhang, what do you take me for? Lu Yu tears off the adhesive from Yang Weining's mouth. You've also advanced to Tier 2. Don't waste your abilities, assist us in healing. Yang Weining glares at Lu Yu with a fierce expression, clearly unwilling to comply. Lu Yu shows no leniency towards such behavior, raising his hand to slap Yang Weining, sending her flying. Yang Weining's left cheek swells with rage. Lu Yu, how dare you hit me? What of it? If you don't cooperate, do you believe I want to eliminate you immediately? Lu Yu sneers disdainfully. Still as foolish as ever, displaying an air of superiority despite having become a captive, utterly ignorant of her circumstances. You? Yang Weining grits her teeth, yet dares not continue her threats, should she be eliminated. She would lose a year of precious cultivation time, an irreplaceable loss I must endure. I must bide my time. Once I enter the Tianwu Academy, Zhang Yuan will not let him off the hook. Then I will make him kneel before me, begging for mercy. Although Lu Yu cannot hear Yang Weining's inner thoughts, he senses the rising malice through the divine tree of talent and comprehends her deep-seated hatred towards him. I almost forgot that the resurrection of the dead can also assist with healing. Zhang Ming releases Yang Weining's limbs and lifts Xiao Hei to facilitate her healing. Yang Weining suppresses her fury. Placing her hands on Xiao Hei to commence the treatment, a green light of life envelopes Xiao Hei, rapidly reviving her fur and dispelling her fatigue. The healing from resurrection of the dead differs from conventional healing talents. The former requires the consumption of vitality, while the latter does not. Naturally, the vitality consumed during resurrection can be gradually restored, and its effects surpass those of healing talents of the same level. As the green light of life dissipates, Xiao Hei shakes her black fur, brimming with excitement. It's our turn now. Zhang Ming extends his hand, and Yang Weining begrudgingly expends her vitality to heal him, followed by Xia Huayu and Lu Yu. After healing the three individuals and the wolf, Yang Weining is drenched in sweat, leaning against the stone wall, gasping for breath, her entire demeanor utterly drained. No wonder those wealthy families are so fond of resurrection of the dead. Xia Huayu reflects, feeling a genuine sense of gratitude towards Huaxia's emphasis on those with talents. Yet, in East Japan, Europe, and America, many talented individuals are nurtured by the affluent, especially those with talents like resurrection of the dead or life drain. Once they appear, they are seized by the wealthy families, reduced to mere tools for saving lives at a moment's notice. They care not for the lives of the talented. Once their value is exhausted, they simply replace them with new ones. May I leave now? Yang Weiniang rises to depart, and Xia Huayu and Zhang Ming glance at Lu Yu. With a mere look from Lu Yu, Xiao He immediately blocks Yang Weiniang, her face adorned with magical patterns swirling as air rushes around her. Yang Weiniang, seething with anger, glares at Lu Yu. I have already healed you. What more do you want? Lu Yu scoffs, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize good intentions. If you go out now, you'll be courting death. Those mirror images are searching for targets everywhere. Dio, you really think you can take on several mirror images? Yang Weiniang is momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. She longs to retort against Lu Yu. But the thought of the troublesome mirror images leaves her speechless. Chapter 36. Strong ones everywhere. Lu Yu finds a massive rock to block the cave entrance, and Xia Huayu uses snowflakes to cover the boulder, creating a disguise, leaving only a few breathing holes for air exchanged. As night deepens, the trio and the wolf gather around a campfire, eating roasted meat and sipping beverages while chatting. Yang Weiniang, battling her hunger, leans against the stone wall, turning her back to ignore her surroundings. Her spatial ring was snatched away by the East Japanese, and at this moment, she possesses nothing but her clothing. Puff! A piece of roasted meat is tossed in front of Yang Weiniang. She looks up to see Xiao He sitting by the fire, oblivious, tearing at the meat and swallowing it whole. Yang Weiniang stares at the dusty roasted meat, ultimately picking it up. She is both hungry and exhausted, and if she doesn't eat something, she may not survive the next 24 hours. Old Xie, have you encountered any formidable characters? Zhang Ming mimics Lu Yu's tone in addressing Xia Huayu. Xia Huayu nods. I have encountered two, one named Zhou Hong, possessing an SSS-level talent, necromancy, and the other named Tanding-Hu, with an SS-level talent, 8 Gods Volcano. Isn't necromancy rather weak in the early stages? Unless he has acquired the bones of a powerful being. Before reaching Tier 5 Awakening, the strength of necromancy entirely depends on the summoned undead. The stronger the undead in life, the greater their power in battle upon summoning. The specific level remains uncertain, but those 3 skeletons were armored, likely protectors of some ancient tomb. Xia Huayu briefly recounts his battle with Zhou Hong. After a chance encounter, they sparred. Despite Xia Huayu employing all his skills, he was ruthlessly suppressed by the skeletal veteran and ultimately had to concede defeat. Zhou Hong did not eliminate Xia Huayu. Instead, he invited him to form a team. Then why did you refuse? Zhang Ming, perplexed, inquired, while Xia Huayu shook his head. His gaze is terrifying, utterly devoid of the essence of life, which compelled me to decisively refuse. Devoid of life? Lu Yu interjected, such is the nature of undead abilities. The further one progresses, the less human they appear. Not quite the same, Xia Huayu countered. In hindsight, I feel those 3 skeletal soldiers were akin to an extension of him. Despite being undead, their eyes radiated a remarkable wisdom. Hiss! Zhang Ming, startled, recoiled repeatedly. Old Xia, please refrain from sharing such ghost stories in the dead of night. Lu Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Supernatural beings were commonplace to him, and he felt little trepidation. What of Tanding-Hu? The 8 Gods Volcano seems to have emerged in the land of the rising sun only last year. It hasn't yet been catalogued in the Huaxia Talent Compendium. Extremely formidable. Xia Huayu's expression turned grave. I even suspect that the talent level of the 8 Gods Volcano should be elevated to SSS rank. I did not engage him in combat, but I witnessed him effortlessly sweeping aside 5 reflections, his power surging like a volcanic eruption. Upon hearing that Tanding-Hu had effortlessly dispatched 5 reflections, Lu Yu's expression also grew serious. To sweep away and to win are entirely different concepts. The former suggests overwhelming dominance, while the latter may still entail a narrow victory. Though Tanding-Hu is merely at the early 2nd tier, I sense his combat prowess rivals that of the late 2nd tier. If paired with weaponry, he could even contend with early 3rd tier adversaries. Xia Huayu's high appraisal of Tanding-Hu piqued the curiosity of Lu Yu and Zhang Ming, both eager to meet him. The likelihood of engaging a 3rd tier opponent is slim. As one progresses, the disparity in levels becomes increasingly pronounced. Even a mere SSS tier talent at the 3rd level can suppress an SSS tier talent at the 2nd level. Lu Yu opined, doubting Tanding-Hu's capabilities could reach such heights. We shall ascertain the truth when we meet and engage in combat. Zhang Ming lifted a beverage and drank heartily. After a while, The three began to feel drowsy, ultimately deciding to take turns keeping watch, with Xia Huayu going first, followed by Zhang Ming, and Lu Yu taking the final shift. After 2 hours, Xia Huayu handed over to Zhang Ming, who yawned while adding firewood and subsequently retrieved food to enjoy. The sound of his chewing drove Yang Weining to distraction. She had anticipated Zhang Ming would soon finish and spare her the torment. However, to her utter dismay, Zhang Ming continued to eat for a full 2 hours. Just as Yang Weining teetered on the brink of despair, it was finally Lu Yu's turn to stand watch. Yuzi, it's your turn now. Zhang Ming, sated, collapsed into slumber, while Lu Yu adjusted his focus and began to cultivate. 2 hours swiftly passed, and sunlight filtered through the ventilation holes into the cave, awakening Xia Huayu and Zhang Ming in succession. The reflections should have vanished. The trio emerged from the cave, pushing aside the massive stone to bask in the sunlight. Their surroundings revealed no signs of movement, and Lu Yu felt no malevolence emanating from the reflections. If we can endure until dusk, we will be free. Zhang Ming let out a relieved sigh. Those who survived last night are no ordinary individuals. A fierce battle is inevitable. Lu did not ease his vigilance. On the contrary, he perceived the dangers only intensifying as they progressed. Xiao He, take her with you. Xiao He picked up Yang Weining and slung her onto his back. She offered no resistance. She had neither the strength nor the will to fight back. The trio ventured into the dense forest and soon encountered several large craters, their depths scorched black as though consumed by fire, alongside a number of shattered tree trunks. Clearly, a fierce battle had erupted here last night, with Tan Dinghu among those involved. Xia Huayu squinted at the blackened pit. The one he fought was also a formidable opponent. Lu crouched to inspect the tree stump, discovering a fist imprint embedded within it. It was evident that the trunk had been shattered by a fist. The tree, nearly half a meter in diameter, if shattered without the aid of equipment, indicated the assailant's strength exceeded 2,000 pounds, truly a humanoid behemoth. I never anticipated that besides Tan Dinghu, there could be another with such power. Xia Huayu also noted the fist imprint, concluding that last night had indeed seen a fateful encounter, though it remained uncertain who emerged victorious. Perhaps they were both losers. Zhang Ming brushed aside the foliage with a mysterious smile. The others, drawn by the commotion, approached to behold a shocking sight. A crater nearly 10 meters in diameter. It was difficult to imagine such a battle had transpired here. The edges were stained with copious amounts of dried blood and 2 severed fingers. Judging by their size, they belonged to 2 individuals, implying that a third party had been present and had seemingly inflicted severe injuries on both Tan Dinghu and another individual, Zhou Hong. Xia Huayu's tone grew heavy. Intriguing. This is a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lies in wait. Zhang Ming, munching on food, chuckled. From the bloodstains, it seems Tan Dinghu and the other individual are likely unharmed. One fled east, the other south. Lu followed the blood trail to the base of the broken tree, discovering 2 sets of footprints of varying sizes, deducing the escape routes of the 2. There are words. Xia Huayu, having leapt into the crater, emerged again, tossing out a charred stone slab, upon which several lines of text were etched. Those who discover the whereabouts of Tan Dinghu and Zhao Fei are to notify me. Rewards will be given for accurate information. The signature was unmistakably Zhou Hong's. Clearly, Zhou Hong anticipated that someone would find the crater and deliberately left the stone slab to reveal his identity while issuing a bounty on Tan Dinghu and the other individual. Zhao Fei, such a familiar name. I feel as though I've heard it somewhere before. Xia Huayu racked his brain, when suddenly a voice called from behind, I know Zhao Fei. Yang Weining raised her hand to speak. Chapter 37. The team grows. Zhao Fei's schemes. Lu Yu was not surprised. Yang Weining was adept at making connections, and it was entirely reasonable for her to be acquainted with Zhao Fei. Go on. Yang Weining initially intended to leverage this information for food, but upon encountering Lu Yu's indifferent gaze, she was instantly intimidated. After a brief hesitation, she divulged the intelligence. Zhao Fei possesses an SS-level talent, Overlord Dragon Soul. Characterized by an arrogant demeanor and formidable strength, we previously invited him to join our team, but he ignored us. Overlord Dragon Soul. The 3 exchanged solemn looks. The Overlord Dragon Soul, a top-tier SS-level talent, boasts combat prowess rivaling that of S-level talents. It is accompanied by the essence of the Overlord Dragon, infusing its wielder with an imposing aura, and when the dragon's soul merges with the body, One can transform into an Overlord dragon. The Overlord is also known as one of the 9 dragon sons, Baxia. This is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Xia Huayu narrowed his eyes. I sense. Quick, dodge. Zhang Ming's words were cut short as Lu Yu interrupted. Xiao He, sensing the urgency, leapt into action. Boom! The ground exploded, sending sand and stones flying as a young boy clad in yellow burst forth from the earth, extending his right hand towards Yang Weining. Zhao Fei, Yang Weining gasped. Stop him. Time acceleration. Lu Yu activated a rune, dramatically increasing his speed as he brought down the 3rd-tier staff with an unstoppable force. Gravity snowflakes. Xia Huayu waved his hand, sending a whirlwind of snowflakes racing toward Zhao Fei. Puff! Zhang Ming transformed into an obsidian spider, launching a web in Zhao Fei's direction. Unfazed by the onslaught, Zhao Fei deftly shifted his body, landing on a tree, his eyes filled with fury as he bellowed. Overlord's roar, roar, boom! The dragon soul's roar unleashed a shockwave, countering the staff strike with an invisible force, simultaneously shattering the snowflakes and web, causing the 3 to be violently thrust backward by several meters. Incredible! The trio was taken aback. They had not anticipated that despite his injuries, Zhao Fei's strength remained so formidable. A mere roar was sufficient to repel them. Cough! Zhao Fei grasped the tree trunk, coughing up blood. His yellow garments soaked crimson. I do not seek anyone. I only desire her assistance in healing. Wiping away the blood, Zhao Fei fixed his gaze upon the 3, his eyes, laced with blood, seething with fury. Xiao Hei beckoned, and Xiao He promptly jumped behind the trio, while Yang Weining, having narrowly escaped disaster, gasped for breath. From Zhao Fei's condition, it was evident he was gravely injured. Yang Weining was unwilling to squander her vitality to heal him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To gain something, one must pay the price. Lu spoke calmly. Zhao Fei regarded Lu Yu for several seconds, and once his clothing ceased to bleed, he slowly replied, What do you desire? An alliance. Let us advance and retreat together, Lu suggested with a smile. Zhao Fei was taken aback. He had expected Lu Yu to capitalize on the opportunity to extort resources. Yet his proposal was for an alliance instead. Regaining his composure, Zhao Fei did not immediately acquiesce but instead perched on the tree, engaging Lu Yu in conversation. What is the purpose of your team? Self-preservation, to pass the assessment smoothly. Is that all? What else? Zhao Fei pondered for a moment before descending from the tree. I agree to the alliance. May our collaboration be fruitful. Lu extended his hand in welcome. And Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu followed suit. Having more allies is certainly preferable to having more enemies. I do not agree. Yang Weining declared resolutely, a captive has no right to refuse. Lu crossed his arms. Smirking, you? Yang Weining gritted her teeth, but before she could finish her sentence, her attention was diverted by the sight before her, dried meat and beverages. Gulp! Yang Weining swallowed hard, ultimately relenting. Zhao Fei, unfazed, did not press Yang Weining for immediate healing. Instead, he requested food and drink from Zhang Ming, consuming heartily as the 3 stood by, eating and waiting. Last night, I was pursued by reflections and ended up here. To my astonishment, Zhou Hong and Tan Dinghu were engaged in battle. I had intended to profit from the situation, but was ambushed and injured by Zhou Hong's skeletal soldiers. In a fit of rage, I broke the arms of the skeletal soldier and fled, only to have Tan Dinghu turn his spear against me. Reluctantly, I had to use an Earth Escape talisman to burrow underground. After satiating his hunger, Zhao Fei recounted the events of the battle. What was the outcome between Tan Dinghu and Zhou Hong? Xia Huayu inquired. Zhao Fei contemplated before responding. It was a stalemate. Tan Dinghu had a finger severed, while one of Zhou Hong's skeletal soldiers was obliterated. Those 2 severed fingers belonged to 2 different individuals. Lu Yu extracted 2 fingers. Zhao Fei had not severed any, leaving the other severed finger belonging solely to Zhou Hong. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Fei's eyes, but it quickly vanished, and he remarked, Perhaps the darkness at that moment obscured my attention. The 3 were not oblivious. They immediately discerned Zhao Fei's deception, though the motive behind his lie remained shrouded in mystery for the time being. After Yang Weining had her fill, she assisted Zhao Fei in his healing, as vibrant green energy surged into his wounds, causing granulation tissue to rapidly form and connect. In a mere half-minute, the ghastly gash was smoothed over, leaving only a faint pink scar. I am so hungry. Yang Weining, having exhausted her energy reserves, was offered food by Zhang Ming. Both Tandinghu and Zhou Hong bore injuries, and with 10 hours remaining until the assessment concluded. I propose we take the initiative. Rejuvenated, Zhao Fei exuded vigor, his words laced with a commanding tone. They were no fools. Naturally, those injured would seek refuge to recuperate, making it no easy task to locate them. Zhang Ming casually spat out a bone. Zhao Fei flipped his palm, revealing a black and white feathered butterfly. Even if they hide, I will find them. The others recognized the butterfly as the dream butterfly. They bore traces of butterfly powder, rendering escape impossible. Zhao Fei released the dream butterfly, which circled in the air before darting forward. Zhao Fei leapt onto a branch, swiftly pursuing it, while Lu Yu and the others exchanged glances and decided to follow suit. Regardless of what Zhao Fei was concealing, finding Tandinghu and Zhou Hong would undoubtedly unravel the mystery. Yang Weiniang, halfway through her meal, was forced to halt as Xiao He raced through the forest. Seated upon his back, she could hardly consume her food. Zhao Fei, hearing the wind behind him, secretly reveled in delight. What of your godlike talents? You are still but a puppet in my hands. Once I acquire that item, I shall surely become the foremost of the new generation. You cling to life with but half a breath remaining. You are not faring much better, with but one skeleton soldier left. Once it falls, you will follow die in the mire. Zhou Hong and Tandinghu glared at each other. The muddy water engulfed most of their bodies, rendering them hesitant to act. Even the skeleton soldier could only stand by the shore, watching. Nevertheless, the two continued to struggle, bubbles occasionally surfacing between them, seemingly vying for something. Zhou Hong, your strength is waning. Tandinghu sneered, exerting force to drag Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong's face turned pale as he helplessly replied, "The power bestowed by the 8 gods volcano is indeed formidable. I concede." Suddenly, Zhou Hong yanked his arms free, catching Tandinghu off guard as he sank into the mire, the muddy water engulfing him instantly. The skeleton soldier felled a tree to rescue Zhou Hong, standing before him with its blade, hollow eye sockets fixed intently on the mire. Zhou Hong wielded the purified water chain to wash away the mud, retrieved clothing from his spatial ring to change, and finally took out a healing pill to swallow. Tandinghu, I know you are not dead. Come forth, boom! The ground trembled as the mire erupted, and Tandinghu leaped from the depths, cradling a glowing orb. Chapter 38. The Battle for the Stone Jade Essence. Mud rained down, and Tandinghu landed on the opposite shore, swallowing a healing pill with his right hand, which was missing a finger. Zhou Hong, the item is now in my possession. Why not we cooperate to survive the remaining hours? After we exit, I shall reward you with a portion of golden jade ointment. Zhou Hong opened his eyes, coldly retorting, third-tier stone jade essence is worth 1,000,000 huaxia coins per gene. This orb weighs at least 20 gene. With a market value of 20 million, do you intend to placate me with less than 3 million worth of golden jade ointment? Am I truly so gullible, or do you think me a fool? Boom! The skeleton soldier drew its sword, severing a large tree, the flickering flames of the undead coalescing into a line, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The negotiation crumbled and Tandinghu ceased with the pretense, scoffing, "You are left with but one skeleton soldier. I do not believe you would allow us to perish and let others benefit. Do you think I would shy away?" Zhou Hong slowly rose, gripping the rust-red long knife tightly. "I shall accompany you to the end." Tandinghu pressed the orb with his left hand, his right fist shattering the air, dark red gauntlets bristling with spikes, resembling thorns grown from blood. As their gazes clashed, a sudden sound of wind overhead drew their attention, revealing the dream butterfly. Whoosh! Zhao Fei burst forth from the thicket, landing with the dream butterfly fluttering onto his shoulder. "Surrender the stone jade essence and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will eliminate you both." Sensing Zhao Fei's imposing aura, Tandinghu and Zhou Hong furrowed their brows. Despite being the most grievously injured, how had he recovered so swiftly? Unless he had found a healer among them, the item was in his possession. If you have the ability, seize it. Zhou Hong sheathed his knife, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Zhao Fei turned to Tandinghu, coldly commanding, "Give it to me." Tandinghu's gaze shifted from Zhao Fei to Zhou Hong. "I suddenly feel this item is not that significant. Whoever desires it may take it." With that, Tandinghu hurled the stone jade essence with all his might, the orb soaring into the air. Zhao Fei leaped onto a branch, propelling himself towards the orb on the ground. Zhou Hong and Tanding exchanged glances before deciding to join forces. The stone jade essence shall be mine. Just as Zhao Fei was about to grasp the stone jade essence, a flash of white light zipped past and snatched it away. Who? Zhao Fei landed, bellowing in fury. In a wonder you sought to conceal this from us. It was for the stone jade essence. The white light shimmered, revealing its true form, a snowy owl. Unlike Yang Waning's snowy owl, this one was larger and could speak human language. The snowy owl transformed back into Zhang Ming. Tossing the stone jade essence to Lu Yu. You caught the essence, examined it briefly, and tossed it to Xie Yu. A splendid item, third-tier stone jade essence. It is excellent material for alchemy and forging. That item is mine. Hand it over. Zhao Fei extended his hand, demanding the stone jade essence. Yours? Liu scoffed. Did this stone jade essence bear your name, or did it drop from your possession? Zhao Fei glared at Lu Yu, his voice low and serious. Lu Yu, escalating this matter benefits no one. I can offer you a share, but the lion's share must remain with me. It seems you are unaware of the situation. The stone jade essence is now in our possession. How it is divided has nothing to do with you. Zhang Ming remarked, rolling his eyes. Tanding and Zhou Hong did not interject. For them, the more people involved, the better, as it created a murky environment for opportunism. Zhao Fei disregarded Zhang Ming, his focus solely on Lu Yu. For Lu Yu represented the greatest threat. Lu Yu met Zhao Fei's gaze with calmness. Zhao Fei averted his eyes, having already discerned Lu Yu's choice. Regrettably, I offered you an opportunity, yet you squandered it. Boom. The tree trunk splintered as Zhao Fei lunged at Lu Yu and his companions, his figure expanding mid-air as he unleashed a terrifying dragon's roar. The sound wave reverberated with monumental force, but Lu Yu and his companions were prepared, channeling energy to seal their ears against the sonic wave. Seizing their weapons to assault Zhao Fei. Taken aback by their vigilance, Zhao Fei narrowly evaded the descending blade, his fist colliding with the weapon's edge. Clang. The sound of flesh striking the second-tier long knife echoed like metal clashing. Shocked, Lu Yu quickly distanced himself, snowflakes swirling behind him, coalescing into ice spikes for an ambush. You cannot withstand me. Zhao Fei shattered the ground and charged forward, his skin hardening to a metallic sheen. Violently smashing through all the ice spikes. In terms of strength, allow me to demonstrate. Zhang Ming transformed into an armored crocodile, confronting him head-on. The two figures collided, each being sent flying backward, scales raining down like confetti. The larger scales belonged to the armored crocodile's back, while the smaller ones originated from Zhao Fei. This fellow must belong to the Turtle Clan. Zhang Ming reverted to human form, two bloody lines etched across his back. Hand over the stone jade essence. Zhao Fei rose from the ground, sustaining no injuries other than some scratches on his face. It was hard to fathom how sharp the skeleton soldier's blade must be to cut through Zhao Fei's flesh and injure his internal organs. The tyrant dragon soul is indeed unreasonable. I suggest we deal with him first, and we five can share the stone jade essence. Zhou Hong chimed in, as the skeleton soldier descended from above to block Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei squinted at the skeleton soldier's blade. Its sharpness rivaled that of a third-tier weapon, and with his current strength, he could not withstand it. I find this proposal agreeable. Tanding, engulfed in flames, strode forward. Upon closer inspection, the flames surging above Tanding's head resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Zhao Fei turned to face Tanding and Zhou Hong. You intend to join forces to eliminate me? Naive, brother Luo. Having spent so long underground, it is time to breathe some fresh air. Zhao Fei stomped his foot, causing a figure to emerge from the ground. I've suddenly changed my mind. We can discuss teaming up later, but I shall take my leave first. The figure attempted to burrow away but was intercepted by Zhao Fei. If you wish to assist today, you must help. If not, you must still help. The figure, seized by Zhao Fei, lost its temper, helplessly stating, is it truly worth this many people fighting over a mere 20 gene of stone jade essence? Why bother? The stone jade essence was merely a trinket. What truly fueled their contention was their competitive spirit. Present were exceptional talents, each unwilling to admit inferiority to the others. Thus, when confronted, they naturally sought to test their mettle. Enough chatter. Block for me for 10 seconds, and I shall resolve them first. Zhao Fei hurled the figure aside with one arm, then charged straight for Tanding. Tanding donned his gauntlets and threw a punch, the flames on his body erupting with deafening explosions. Boom! Fists collide with unyielding force. Sharp spikes penetrate flesh yet do not draw blood. Upon closer inspection, one discovers that the spikes have not pierced the flesh at all, but rather a thick layer of keratin. At this moment, Zhao Fei is enveloped by this keratin layer, resembling a human tank, fearless and unyielding. Let us compare strength. I shall overturn you. Zhao Fei roars, exerting his might as he clasps Tandinghu's hands, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With an SS-level talent, I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. Like a volcano erupting, Tandinghu's power surges, enabling him to break free from Zhao Fei's grasp. In a swift motion, he charges forward, toppling Zhao Fei, his fists raining down like a tempest, sending dirt flying amidst the thunderous roars of the earth. Chapter 39. Mutual Destruction. The examination concludes. Zhou Hong, the closest, refrains from intervening, instead standing with his weapon drawn, observing silently in the distance. Lu Yu and his companions watch the youth intently. Cough, cough. The young man attempts to ease the tension. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Xiaoyao. Shall we sit down and chat? With a smile, Luo Xiaoyao produces delicacies. Your hidden methods are quite remarkable. It must be your talent, no? Lu Yu regards Luo Xiaoyao with a smirk. Luo Xiaoyao displays no malice, and Lu Yu's trio remains unhurried. As they possess the Shiyu Sui, it's merely an S-level talent, Luo Xiaoyao humbly replies. Not comparable to the legendary God-level talents. S-level, Xiaohuayu circles around Luo Xiaoyao. Not merely that, at the very least, it is an SS-level talent, though I am uncertain of its specific nature. Luo Xiaoyao feigns ignorance, continuing to indulge in his food. Zhang Ming, after sampling the treat offered by Luo Xiaoyao, pauses in surprise before eagerly seizing Lu Yu's portion and demanding, "Where did this come from?" Luo Xiaoyao, momentarily bewildered by the cake, casually replies, "Where else could a cake come from but a store?" "Of course. Where did you buy it? Where is the shop? Did you see what the shopkeeper looked like?" Zhang Ming discards the cake, gripping Luo Xiaoyao's arms in fervent inquiry. The sudden barrage of questions leaves Luo Xiaoyao flabbergasted, as do Lu Yu and Xiaohuayu, both equally perplexed. Why would a mere cake provoke such a reaction from Zhang Ming? Could it be that the baker shares some special connection with him? I don't remember, Luo Xiaoyao stammers. I believe I bought it at a cake shop on Shijing Street. I have no impression of the shopkeeper other than an old man who was there purchasing it. There were no others in the shop. Struggling to recall, Luo Xiaoyao finally manages to piece together some details. Zhang Ming, realizing his own loss of composure, apologizes to Luo Xiaoyao, who graciously accepts the apology and answers Zhang Ming's inquiries without hesitation. Who would have thought that the old man would wander back to Shijing? I remember him saying that he wouldn't return before his demise. Could it be that his end is near? Zhang Ming's heart is a mix of joy and sorrow, while Lu Yu and Xiaohuayu are captivated by the ongoing battle. They had anticipated that with Tandinghu unleashing his full power, victory would be effortless, yet Zhao Fei, infused with dragon spirit, exhibits unparalleled defense, withstanding Tandinghu's assault. Are you exhausted? Zhao Fei pries apart Tandinghu's arms, rending his bloodied garments to reveal a robust physique. And then, using his head as a hammer, sends Tandinghu flying. Bang! Tandinghu crashes into the dense forest, toppling several trees. Unlike Zhao Fei, he lacks such formidable defenses, and his head sustains a grievous blow, rendering him incapacitated. Buzz! Just as Tandinghu turns, he hears a swift gust of wind. Without a moment's thought, he clasps his hands together to grasp the white light. The light expands before his eyes. And just as it is about to strike, he seizes it with both hands. The blade quivers in his grasp, unable to escape the iron grip of his palms. I have been guarding against you. Tandinghu glares at Zhou Hong, kicking the skeleton soldier aside with force. Scatter! Zhou Hong, taken aback by Tandinghu's quick reflexes, joins his hands to dispel the summoning. In the next moment, the skeleton soldier that had been sent flying and the long blade grasped by Tandinghu vanish entirely. Instead of the skeleton soldier absorbing the damage, Zhou Hong collapses to the ground, violently retching, his face contorted as if he had suffered a grievous injury. It seems that last skeleton soldier was of utmost importance to you. Even at the cost of elimination, you sought to preserve it. Summoning talents can allow the summoner to absorb damage to safeguard their summoned entities, yet in most cases, summoners would not resort to such measures. For the majority of summoners, summoned beings are regarded as expendable. Their loss is inconsequential, for they can be replenished at will. Zhao Fei strides toward Zhou Hong, but barely takes 2 steps before collapsing to his knees. The time for the dragon's spirit has elapsed, the armor-like keratin layer dissipating, leaving him drenched in sweat as if he had emerged from the depths of a river. Without the dragon's spirit, you are nothing. Zhou Hong struggles to rise, casting a cold smirk at the prostrate Zhao Fei. Were it not for your interference, the Shiyu Sui would have been mine long ago. Now, with us all mutually damaged, they stand to gain. Is this the outcome you desired? Zhao Fei points an accusatory finger at Zhou Hong, shouting in anger. Zhou Hong retorts with a sneer, what does the Shiyu Sui have to do with you? It was originally discovered by Tan Dinghu and me, so it should rightfully be divided between you. It is your own greed that has led to this predicament. You have brought this upon yourself. Eliminate them? Xia Huayu glances at Lu Yu. Lu shakes his head. Not interested. I wish to battle the strong. Xia Huayu nods in agreement, sharing Lu Yu's sentiment. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With a smile, Luo Xiaoyao burrows into the ground. Observing the unblemished earth, Xia Huayu narrows his eyes. It must be an SS-level talent, Earth Symbiosis. Seemingly harmless, yet undoubtedly powerful. A formidable opponent. Not to mention, Luo Xiaoyao's ability to traverse the earth allows him to come and go without a trace. If paired with a weapon for a surprise attack, he would be a nightmare for his enemies. Old Zhang, let's go. Lu pats Zhang Ming on the back. Go? Zhang Ming snaps back to reality. Astonished. Yuzi, this is a prime opportunity to eliminate them. Once this chance passes, it may never return. I do not relish taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Lu Yu waves his hand dismissively, turning to leave. Old Xia. Xia Huayu also turns to depart. Zhang Ming glances at the panting Zhao Fei on the ground. I shall let you off this time. Should we cross paths again, I will ensure you remember it for a lifetime. How hypocritical. Zhao Fei remains unappreciative, dismissing Zhang Ming as a rival. Zhang Ming catches up to the duo, with Xiao He carrying Yang Weining darting to the forefront, mouth agape for food. This is difficult to share. Xia Huayu observes the Shiyu Sui with a conflicted expression. What is so hard about it? Just smash it. Zhang Ming scoffs. Absolutely not. Xia Huayu shakes his head in refusal. The spherical Shiyu Sui is exceedingly rare. Shattering it would be a pity. It is better to take it outside the academy and sell it, splitting the Huaxia currency amongst us. Such a hassle. Zhang Ming frowns. I have no use for Huaxia currency. It would be better to give me the Shiyu Sui to forge weapons. I too wish to forge a weapon. Lu nods. Despite having received several weapons from Yin Yan, he still desires a personal weapon of his own. Though reluctant, Xia Huayu ultimately agrees to shatter the Shiyu Sui. Lu retrieves a third-tier staff and brings it down, causing the Shiyu Sui to shatter into pieces. The three then divide the fragments by weight. The intact Shiyu Sui cannot be stored in a spatial ring, while the broken pieces can be, though the reason for this remains uncertain. Lu pulls out a clock, noting it is precisely 11 o'clock. With 5 hours remaining until the examination concludes, the trio emerges from the dense forest to the riverbank, resting and replenishing their energy. In the ensuing hours, the sounds of battle echo intermittently in the distance. Yet the three do not venture forth. Time passes swiftly, and soon it is 16 o'clock. The examination has concluded. A resounding announcement reverberates overhead, and in the next instant, all surviving participants transform into specks of light and vanish. When they open their eyes again, everyone finds themselves back in the square. Chapter 40. The struggle for housing. Greed leads to pitfalls. Congratulations on passing the examination. Each of you will receive 1,000 credits. Wang Qingshan gestures, and academy attire descends from above. Those who receive the garments are filled with joy, while those who do not look on with envy. This is your student token, and the 1,000 credits have been credited to your accounts. As for those who failed, do not be disheartened. You may challenge again in 3 months. Following the distribution of attire, the tokens are handed out. The crowd accepts the tokens, pricking their fingers to bond with them, which immediately displays their information. Name: Lu Yu, first-year student. Origin: Jiangnan Lu family. Talent level: unknown. Credits: 1,000. The token binds to its owner, unable to be stolen, only destroyed. It also contains a positioning device meticulously designed by Tianwu Academy, which can notify instructors for rescue in critical moments. However, Wang Qingshan does not disclose this information. Lu Yu and the others only learn of it later. Welcome to Tianwu Academy. Wang Qingshan dismisses the unsuccessful participants, and an elderly man with white hair appears before the crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the practical combat instructor at the academy. You may call me Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo? The crowd bows in respect. Follow me. M.Mo nods with a smile, waving his hand, and the surroundings transform like a mirror, bringing them to a mountainside where a series of houses are built into the terrain. The houses vary in size and material, with the most prominent being undoubtedly the best, captivating everyone's attention with the solitary villas. Houses here are contested based on merit, with opportunities to compete every 6 months. I advise you all not to be deceived by appearances, for doing so may incur grave consequences. Mo chuckles, stroking his beard. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately grows cautious. Go ahead, choose your residence, as the crowd exchanged glances. None dared to take the lead. After all, Mr. Mo's words indicated that these houses were far from ordinary, likely concealing hidden traps. Observing the hesitation among the crowd, Mr. Mo nodded in satisfaction, noting the caution displayed by this year's newcomers. He then announced, the first to secure a residence will be rewarded with 1,000 credits. With that, a flurry of figures surged forth, and among them were Lu Yu and his companions. One chose the nearest house, for it was too small and constructed of yellow clay, rendering it quite unappealing. Old Zhang, choose the one in the middle, they thought in unison. Let's join forces. Lu Yu activated his time acceleration ability, the runes entwining around the trio as their speed surged, propelling them to the forefront of the group, heading straight for 3 small courtyards ahead. Not so fast. The twin brothers intervened, both possessing as-level talents as storm children, unleashing a whirlwind that coalesced into a vortex, attempting to ensnare the 3-gravity snowflakes. Xia Huayu snorted, summoning a heavy snowfall. The descending snowflakes overwhelmed the crowd, successfully intercepting the twin brothers. You wish to fight? Don't drag us into it. The gravity snowflakes affected a dozen individuals, inciting immediate ire towards Xia Huayu. Before he could utter another word, the crowd began to retaliate. Snowstorm shield. The snowflakes converged into a protective barrier, blocking the incoming attacks, yet Xia Huayu found himself steadily retreating under the relentless onslaught. You all go ahead and seize the houses. He grit his teeth and instructed. Old Xia, you're quite the ally. Zhang Ming praised, giving a thumbs up before transforming into a snow owl, merging with the storm. Since you're so generous, I shan't fall behind. Yuzi, you go. As Lu Yu landed, the wooden house loomed before him. Just as he was about to push the door open, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted, nearly piercing his foot with a metallic arrow. Cautious, Lu Yu drew his shield for defense while searching for the enemy. Relying on his innate talent, the divine tree, Lu Yu accurately pinpointed the adversary, only to find a humanoid longbow poised for attack. That moment, the longbow unleashed a barrage of metallic arrows, the air crackling with each shot. The distance was too great to catch. Lu Yu leaned against the wall with his shield raised as arrows collided with it, exploding upon impact. Credits are mine. A shadow darted into the courtyard. Laughing maniacally, with a buzzing sound, the ground shimmered, and the wooden door slammed shut. The shadow transformed into a humanoid figure, a token floating up to claim 1,000 credits. All eyes were on the youth. Eager to see his next move, the young man, filled with exhilaration as he retrieved the token, suddenly wore a grim expression. The token revealed new information. Acquired an independent courtyard for 6 months. A daily deduction of 10 credits will apply. Upon depletion, usage rights will be revoked. 10 credits a day, totaling 300 a month, and 1,800 for 6 months. Outrageously expensive. Chin, why the sudden change in your demeanor? A friend inquired, chuckling. The one referred to as Chin forced a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just regretting not seizing the top villa instead. What information? Do elaborate. Nothing much, just that the better the quality of the house, the greater the benefits it provides in energy supply. As he spoke, the youth activated the house, an energy shield enveloping the courtyard, and the ground erupted with a geyser of energy spring water. The sight astonished the onlookers. Was this the hallmark of a premier academy? Many turned their gazes toward the top villa, realizing that if the regular courtyard offered such splendid benefits, the villa would surely provide even greater advantages. The second to confirm their residence will receive 800 credits. Mr. Mo's announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy as they dashed toward the coveted top villa. Lu Yu, unhurried, pushed open the wooden door to claim the 800 credits. Without a moment to inspect the token, Lu Yu rushed to aid Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu, who had become targets of the gathering crowd, their bodies battered. Let's go. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone was preoccupied with the struggle for the houses, allowing Lu Yu to rescue the two easily while retrieving his token. Yuzi, what's the situation? Zhang Ming inquired anxiously. The house only grants usage rights, but requires rent. Credits serve as the rent, costing 10 credits daily. If the credits run out, you lose your rights, Lu explained after reviewing the information. Good thing I wasn't driven by greed to seize the villa. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough credits for the rent. Zhang Ming gasped, what a ruthless setup. This forces us to earn credits, and the tasks to do so are undoubtedly perilous, possibly even life-threatening. Then let's choose a courtyard, Xia Huayu suggested, pushing open the left wooden door, while Zhang Ming opened the right. The battle atop the mountain was escalating fiercely. With only 5 standalone villas available, yet 15 individuals vying for them, the competition was fierce. The disparity in talent quickly became evident. As the 3 with S-level talents were swiftly eliminated, leaving 12 contenders still fighting. Among them, the SS-level talents Tandinghu, Zhou Hong, and Zhao Fei surprisingly joined forces to confront the adversaries. The trio formed a defensive circle, successfully repelling 8 opponents to secure 3 villas. The remaining 2 villas were divided among 2 SS-level talents. As the 5 entered their chosen villa, they immediately regretted their decision. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The token had already bound them to the villa, and they were compelled to pay rent on time. The rent for a standalone villa was 30 credits daily. 1,000 credits barely sufficed for a month. We've been duped, the 5 lamented, their animosity directed toward Qin. As the standalone villas were claimed, the remaining individuals reluctantly opted for the small courtyards. With the tokens activated to confirm their residences, what had begun as sighs of discontent transformed into relief. They were fortunate to have avoided the standalone villas, or else they would struggle to pay rent. Yang Weining's courtyard was situated on the edge, near the cliff, a location she had secured thanks to Lu Yu's influence. Otherwise, she would have had to settle for the lowest-grade earthen house. This is your first lesson. Rest well, and assemble promptly at 7 tomorrow morning, Mr. Mo instructed before departing. As his figure began to blend into the mist. He paused, turning back to warn, do not wander about tonight. I do not wish to collect your corpses come morning. With that, he vanished into the fog, leaving the crowd shaken. Lu entered the house, which was sparsely furnished, merely a dining table and a wooden bed, separated by a wooden wall, with a hot spring accessible at the back for bathing. Time for some fresh air. His beast companion's ring illuminated. Releasing Xiao He, who surveyed the surroundings before settling down to rest in the courtyard. Ding, a notification chimed on Lu Yu's phone as he opened his contacts to find a friend request from Xia Huayu. Lu Yu swiped to accept and soon received a message, preparing to rest. Contact me if needed. All right, Lu Yu replied, informing Zhang Ming before returning inside to rest. The moment his body hit the bed, he was enveloped in slumber. When Lu Yu finally opened his eyes, the full moon hung high in the sky, and Xiao He sat by the bedside, gazing at him expectantly, hungry. Sensing Xiao He's emotions, Lu Yu promptly retrieved some meat to feed him. Unfortunately, there was no kitchen. Without a kitchen in the courtyard, Lu Yu could only munch on jerky and sip drinks. The duo, one human and one wolf, sat in the courtyard, enjoying the moonlight while snacking. Since we will all be classmates, let us exchange numbers for easier communication. A voice chimed from the left. Sure, I'm Zheng Tong. Here's my number. A leader emerged, and soon others joined in, sharing their contact details, with some even presenting local specialties to share. A moment of camaraderie and joy ensued. However, this joy was limited to the courtyards, as the 5 villas perched above remained isolated from the festivities. As Lu Yu finished introducing himself, he was inundated with over 20 friend requests. Having counted earlier, he realized there were a total of 45 participants in this cohort, and more than half had sent him requests. Rather than accepting them immediately, he inquired which individuals Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu had added. After exchanging information, Lu Yu agreed to 6 friend requests, leaving the others for further scrutiny. As the night deepened, conversations grew quiet until they faded entirely, leaving only the moonlight to blanket the earth. Let's get some sleep. Amidst such a beautiful scene, a voice beckoned, young master, why not stroll with me to admire the moon? Lu Yu turned to see a barefooted girl in a blue dress standing in the courtyard. Squinting, Lu Yu remained silent. He felt no emotional resonance from the girl, which struck him as peculiar. "What are you looking at, young master?" The girl giggled softly as she approached. "I am Yao Yao, a flower spirit from Tianwu Academy, here to pay homage to a divine talent." As she came closer, her delicate, boneless fingers entwined around Lu Yu's arm, her eyes shimmering with affection, stirring feelings of infatuation. Just as her fingers were about to caress his cheek, Lu Yu abruptly raised his hand and slapped Yao Yao away. "Young Master Lu, you?" Yao Yao pouted, covering her face, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking sympathy. Her touch feels quite real. Could she be a real person? Lu Yu mused, crouching down to pinch her porcelain-like cheek. Yao Yao forced a smile. "Ah, so young Master Lu enjoys being assertive. Even so, I am willing." Another slap sent Yao Yao sprawling into the courtyard, her cheeks reddened and bruised. "Young Master Lu, you go too far, even if I am smitten with you." "You cannot." "Xiao He, go." Lu Yu, weary of idle chatter, unleashed the wolf with a swift gesture. He delivered 2 resounding slaps, yet the creature remained devoid of any emotional response. Lu surmised that this being was not human. Any person would exhibit some emotional fluctuation, especially after being struck. Xiao He lunged at Yao Yao, opening its maw wide to tear her apart. Just as Lu Yu had anticipated, Yao Yao was not human either. Upon being destroyed, she vanished in an instant, likely a mere illusion. Lu summoned Xiao He back and seated it upon the bed. It was not only Lu Yu who encountered Yao Yao. Everyone had laid eyes on her, albeit with differing names and appearances. "Young Master Zhang, are these delicacies truly superior to my offerings?" Qin Qian gazed at Zhang Ming with a look of longing. Zhang Ming, indifferent, savored his feast without a glance in her direction. Frustrated by his neglect, Qin Qian approached him, attempting to entice him, only to be brusquely pushed away. "Be gone. You cannot partake in this, so why bother?" Undeterred, Qin Qian tried once more, yet the outcome was the same, ultimately resigning herself to leave in despair. Xia Huayu, more direct in approach, utilized gravitational snowflakes to suppress the enchanting beauty, remaining unfazed by her protests. However, some could not resist the allure, succumbing to the seduction of beauty and losing their composure. "Young Master Ma, let us depart," Han Han said, linking arms with the youth as they made their way towards the exit. The youth, entirely oblivious to what awaited him, embraced Han Han's slender waist with excitement. As they exited the courtyard, a sudden chill ran down the youth's spine. Just as he was about to seek solace from Han Han, he glanced down to find a withered, aged face resting in his embrace. "Young Master Ma, do I appear attractive?" The old face spoke, sending the youth into a state of panic. By the time he regained his senses to retaliate, it was too late. He found himself immobilized, powerless to resist as his strength was siphoned away. This child would likely be rendered incapable of pursuing romance for a considerable time thereafter, above the clouds. The trio observed the scene below. In addition to Wang Qingshan and Mr. Mo, there was a voluptuous instructor known as Sister Hua, who had just made a teasing remark. "Oh, not be deceived by her figure. Anyone who can teach at Tianwu Academy is not to be trifled with. Those who cannot maintain control over their students or the myriad of creatures within the academy are hardly a concern." Romance? Wang Qingshan shook his head. Now is not the time for such distractions. They must mature swiftly to confront the impending crisis. Growth is essential, though one need not rush. Talent is graded, and this youth named Ma Su possesses only S-level potential. It would be remarkable if he were to pass the assessment. We should not impose excessive expectations, Mo remarked with a smile. Sister Hua rolled her eyes. "Stop pretending to be the good guy. The soul-sucking mirror demon was your doing. I initially intended to let the thousand-eyed demon bird torment them, but you insisted on testing their limits. Mo stroked his beard with a chuckle as one ages. One must learn to adapt. Constantly tormenting students is not ideal. Occasionally granting them a taste of sweetness is necessary to temper their mindset." Wang Qingshan and Sister Hua exchanged knowing glances, instantly realizing that Mr. Mo harbored ulterior motives. The following day's lessons would surely be a trial. What should we do with those 5 individuals from the East? Are we truly to allow them to remain in the academy? Sister Hua inquired, glancing at the 5 contiguous courtyards. "The principal has decreed their retention, providing an opportunity to identify spies hidden within the academy." Wang Qingshan replied nonchalantly. "Identify spies?" Sister Hua questioned, wondering if she had misheard. The Academy's spies had concealed themselves for so many years. How could they easily reveal their vulnerabilities? Moreover, they were merely pawns. The gifted ones chosen by the Yamada no Orochi had already infiltrated Huaxia. Unless he was found, it would be nearly impossible to trace the spies. Sister Hua, do not fret. Whether in chess or cultivation, patience is paramount in this minuscule realm, even if the sky were to collapse. It would merely stir a ripple, as long as the three saints of the nation remain. Huaxia shall never falter, Mr. Imo declared with unwavering confidence. Sister Hua refrained from further commentary, her mind racing with thoughts. The three saints of the nation had not been seen for 5 years. Rumors circulated endlessly, with some even claiming they had perished while exploring secret realms. Was it truly feasible to place the hopes of a nation on the shoulders of 3 individuals? The following day, just as dawn broke, a tremendous noise shattered the dreams of many. Everyone leapt from their beds, rushing out of their courtyards to find Ardam-o standing there, hands clasped behind his back. Wearing a cheerful smile. 7 o'clock, prompt assembly. In mere seconds, 45 individuals had gathered. Allow me to treat you to the Academy's cuisine first. Ard.mo flicked his wrist, sending forth a large green leaf. The leaf expanded to 10 meters, and the group leapt onto it, traversing through the mist to the neighboring mountain. As the leaf descended, they landed smoothly before a 10-story dining hall, the air rich with a medley of appetizing aromas that heightened their appetites. Students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years passed by, both groups sizing each other up. As your practical combat instructor, I shall treat you to breakfast this morning. Remember, you must eat your fill, Mr. Imo proclaimed, gesturing grandly as he led them into the dining hall. Upon entering, everyone was taken aback. The first sight was a colossal fountain, shooting water columns connecting all floors, with various fresh aquatic creatures swimming amidst them, including several 4th and 5th-tier demon beasts. Behind the fountain lay an array of stalls, where chefs busily prepared delectable dishes. You have 15 minutes to dine. Go, Mr. Imo declared before stepping into the water column to ascend to the top floor. Time was of the essence, and the group hurried to the serving windows to select their meals. With no monetary concerns, they indulged in whatever they desired, casting aside thoughts of cost. I sense Mr. Mo's words carry deeper meaning. Perhaps we should not overindulge, Xiaohuayu cautioned. Who said we cannot take leftovers? Just grab what you can and stash it in your spatial ring. Zhang Ming, already famished, pointed decisively at 10 baskets of buns. Be careful, old Zhang, Lu Yu warned just as 10 baskets were tossed in front of Zhang Ming, accompanied by the chef's voice. All food is to be consumed on site. Any attempts to take it away will result in deductions from your credits. Unfazed, Zhang Ming shrugged. If I can't take it, then I won't. After all, my talent is as a glutton. I am known as a human-shaped spatial ring. These buns are hardly sufficient to satisfy me. Luu and Xiaohuayu opted for seafood hot pot and teppanyaki fried rice. Respectively, Yang Waning was also relishing her meal when she was interrupted mid-bite. Young Master Zhang. Yang Waning looked up. Take this and find a way to place it in Lu Yu's courtyard. Once successful, he will soon be expelled. Zhang Yun passed by her, leaving a black talisman behind. Yang Waning swiftly pocketed the talisman, surveying her surroundings to ensure she had not been noticed before exhaling in relief. Zhang Yun seeks to use me again, but I won't confront Lu Yu directly. Let others handle this task. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and the tokens at their waists emitted urgent howls, signaling them to gather on the first floor. Have you had your fill? Mr. Imo inquired with a smile. Quite satisfied, the group responded in unison. Good. Then let us proceed and commence today's practical training, Mr. Imo said with a mysterious grin. The group again boarded the green leaf, soaring into the dense jungle before descending into the swamp. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by discomfort. The pungent stench of decay was overwhelming, even when attempting to cover their mouths and noses. The aroma of the rotting swamp is quite delightful, isn't it? I must remind you not to vomit. Awakening the creatures within the swamp would spell disaster for you. Mr. Imo leapt onto a tree, silently observing the group. This old fellow is ruthless. He is deliberately setting us up. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, feeling his stomach churn as the noxious odor assaulted his senses. There are numerous creatures in the swamp. Let's team up to clear a space. Luu sensed the overwhelming curiosity. Ugh. A girl was the first to succumb, retching. Her vomit splattered into the swamp, breaking the stillness. causing the mud to erupt as a swarm of grinning fish surged towards them. Climb the trees! Everyone scrambled up, believing they could evade danger, only to discover peril awaited them in the treetops as well. Thick, rotting vines suddenly struck, ensnaring Qin Feng and ruthlessly tearing apart his first-tier armor. Others faced similar assaults, resulting in utter chaos. Get away! Tan Dinghu and his 5 companions formed a circle and launched a counterattack, shattering the swarm of grinning fish, sending blood and flesh flying into the swamp. They believed this display would intimidate the fish. However, it inadvertently attracted a greater menace. The scent of blood awakened a third-tier giant-mouthed catfish, which whipped its tail, snapping a large tree in half and lunging at a girl with a muddy hand. Ah! The girl, in a panic, drew her sword and swung. Clang! The blade was deflected by the fish's scales, and the muddy hand seized her, preparing to swallow her whole. In a critical moment, a blizzard struck, freezing the hand and saving the girl. She swiftly severed the muddy appendage and fled while casting a grateful glance at Xie Huayu. Infuriated by the loss of its meal, the giant-mouthed catfish turned its wrath upon Xie Huayu. Plunging into the swamp and swimming rapidly toward him, "It's coming!" With a whoosh, Lu Yu brandished his blade, slicing through the swamp to confront the giant-mouthed catfish. The catfish, taken aback by its disguise being uncovered, thrashed its tail against Lu Yu's blade, forcing him back while launching a muddy hand at Xie Huayu. Gravitational snowflakes. Xie Huayu flung his arm, sending forth a flurry of snowflakes. Chilling wind swept through, and the heavy snow blanketed the giant-mouthed catfish, crashing it back into the swamp. "Allow me!" Zhang Ming transformed into a snow owl, charging forward, its sharp claws rending flesh and blood in large swathes. The giant-mouthed catfish, now terrified, disregarded its wounds and swam frantically in an attempt to escape, only to be obstructed moments later. Liu switched to a long staff, striking with ferocity, stirring the mud as he lifted the giant catfish. Nearly 100 pounds into the air, where it struggled in vain, its gills pierced by the staff, rendering it immobile. Snowthorn. Xie Huayu extended his hand, the gravitational snowflakes coalescing and solidifying around the giant catfish, transforming into sharp thorns that viciously pierced its body, blood staining the surroundings with an eerie beauty. With the decapitation, the snow owl accelerated further, its talons, like hooks, slicing through flesh to sever the fish's head. The headless body plummeting into the swamp. Chapter 43. The Decaying Crocodile Turtle. 3 teams encircle. The others chose to form teams to confront the threat, dividing the 45 individuals into 10 groups of varying sizes. In an instant, the swamp erupted into chaos as numerous beasts poured forth. Liu and his companions fought valiantly, retreating as they battled, the mingling stench of blood and decay rendering breathing a luxury. The young women, suppressing their disgust, clambered onto tree trunks. Ultimately, the last team to ascend the trees received a reward of 1,000 academic credits. Mr. Amo, sipping on a drink, spoke leisurely, the moment his words left his lips. The climbing teams lamented their fate, wishing they had known of the credit reward beforehand. Perhaps they could have endured a bit longer, potentially securing credits, but alas, it was too late for regrets. At that moment, 5 small teams remained in the swamp, with Lu Yu's trio and Tan Dinghu's quintet exhibiting the strongest combat prowess, while Yang Weining's team had the largest numbers. The remaining 2 teams gritted their teeth. Holding their ground, bubbles erupted in the swamp as a 2-meter head slowly emerged, deep crimson eyes the size of fists surveying the crowd, its jet-black shell adorned with numerous severed limbs, a 4th-tier beast, the decaying crocodile turtle. Everyone felt the weight of pressure. Just the sight of its shell rendered them helpless, at the very least. One would need a 4th-tier weapon to breach its defenses, yet the consumption of such weapons was beyond the means of 2nd-tier gifted individuals. Even if they were prodigies, it remained unattainable. The trio closest to the decaying crocodile turtle froze in fear, but fortunately, the leading girl regained her composure just in time, urging her companions to ascend the tree trunks. The decaying crocodile turtle ignored the prey directly before it, instead lowering its gaze upon Lu Yu's team and Tan Dinghu's. The 8 individuals exchanged glances, suspecting this was Mr. Mo's scheme. Bang! The mud exploded as the decaying crocodile turtle charged at full speed, its seemingly cumbersome body moving with surprising agility through the swamp, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Quickly evade. No one wished to withstand the charge of the decaying crocodile turtle. Not even Zhang Ming, who had transformed into an armored crocodile. If it collided, they would surely be pierced like a sieve. Time accelerated, gravitational snowflakes. Runes infused into their bodies, granting a collective speed boost, as Xia Huayu released snowflakes to hinder the decaying crocodile turtle. Dragon roar, soul hand, Zhao Fei roared, the dragon's roar sending ripples through the water, causing an explosion, as skeletal soldiers merged with Zhou Hong's shadow, extending 3-meter-long bony hands towards the decaying crocodile turtle. The charging beast was unstoppable. Even with the gravitational snowflakes enveloping it, it remained undeterred. Only the attack targeting its soul, the dragon roar, momentarily halted its advance. The 3-meter bony hand grasped the turtle's shell but could not shake it. Just as it attempted to retract, the decaying crocodile turtle bit off the hand. Shaking its head, the decaying crocodile turtle sank into the swamp, and everyone immediately sensed the impending danger as one team. Unable to withstand the pressure, leapt to the trees, leaving only 3 teams to persist at you. I'm a bit scared. Zhang Ming fixed his gaze on the swamp, trying to locate the decaying crocodile turtle. We must endure. 1,000 credits equate to 3 months' rent. Xia Huayu summoned snow to freeze the surrounding swamp, but the expanse was too vast and deep for immediate effect, only managing to coat the surface with a layer of frost. They have more numbers. They are more dangerous than we are. You remained unfazed, having locked onto the decaying crocodile turtle through emotional perception. That moment, the creature was heading towards Tandinghu's quintet. The team hidden in the trees dared not breathe, fearing to stir the decaying crocodile turtle and invite disaster. Just a few meters away from the 5, the decaying crocodile turtle suddenly halted. Swirling its claws in the mud to initiate an ambush. 5 drill-like jets of mud erupted, and at such a close range, the 5 had no time to react, facing the onslaught head-on. Bang! Tandinghu and Zhao Fei lunged, only to be hurled back into the swamp, while Zhou Hong summoned skeletal soldiers to shield them, barely avoiding the attack. Dong Xinhua transformed his hands into wings, enveloped by the mud and sinking into the swamp. Wu Peng did nothing yet remained immune to the mud's impact, his true form already hidden behind a tree, leaving only an afterimage. Having succeeded in its ambush, the decaying crocodile turtle pursued relentlessly, intent on devouring the 5, but was suddenly repelled by a hail of arrows. The boy who had previously attacked Lu Yu took action. Mr. Wu, if we slay this decaying crocodile turtle, how many credits can we earn? The boy inquired of Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu stroked his beard and smiled. If you manage to kill it, each of you will receive 800 credits. However, I must remind you, the Academy Hospital is 50 miles away, and I am not proficient in healing. Severe injuries may not be easily endured. I can expend vitality to heal you, but you would need to pay me an additional 200 credits. Yang Weining immediately chimed in. I can heal as well. The girl beside Yang Weining raised her hand in agreement. However, my abilities are limited. I can only do my utmost to ensure everyone's survival. With the stakes clearly laid out, Lu Yu's trio nodded in agreement, and Tandinghu's quintet also consented to cooperate. Without resolving the threat of the decaying crocodile turtle, no one would have a good day. Seal it! With a clatter, the boy from Yang Weining's team summoned chains that plunged into the swamp. This was an SS-tier ability, Energy Shackles. Upon awakening, it could summon various chains and even nullify the talents of gifted individuals. Hurricane Arrow. Transforming into a longbow, the boy released a piercing arrow, which whipped up a tempest, crashing down like a storm. Snowthorn. Xia Huayu coordinated with the chains to restrict the decaying crocodile turtle, while Lu Yu charged forward, activating time deceleration as the turtle lowered its head. Gray runes penetrated its body, immediately diminishing its speed. Realizing the peril, the decaying crocodile turtle struggled desperately, and Lu Yu felt his mental energy being torn asunder. Hurry and strike. I cannot hold on much longer. Lu Yu shouted, I'm coming. Zhang Ming transformed into an armored crocodile, colliding with the decaying crocodile turtle. Zhao Fei, infused with the dragon soul, descended from above, crashing down on the turtle's belly, while Tandinghu followed closely behind, with the attacks of others raining down upon it. Did we succeed? In the pitch-black mire, several conspicuous crimson spots emerged, and everyone perched in the trees curiously awaited the outcome. Roar! A furious bellow shattered their hopes. The decaying crocodile turtle was still alive, and the first encirclement by the 3 teams had failed. Wounded, the decaying crocodile turtle descended into madness, trampling the swamp and sending dozens of water columns soaring, scattering the three teams before launching a counterattack to eliminate them one by 1.1 more time. We can certainly do it. The longbow boy released another storm, only for it to be shattered by the jets of water. The primary target of the decaying crocodile turtle was the six-person team, the weakest in overall combat power but possessing abilities that could significantly restrain it. Earth shackles. The boy with the shackles channeled his mental energy to summon 5 chains, which plunged into the swamp, freezing it into steel, immediately halting the decaying crocodile turtle. Spiritual soothing. The healing girl cradled flowers in her hands, nourishing Lu Yu's trio and Tan Dinghu's quintet, who immediately launched their assault. Time acceleration. Lu Yu unleashed a wide-area speed boost, rapidly depleting his mental energy. With the enhancement, Tan Dinghu's quintet surged forward, intercepting the decaying crocodile turtle before it could break through the blockade. Great blizzard. Xia Huayu crushed a blue pendant, her blue attire covered in ice flowers, exhaling air that transformed into drifting snowflakes. Chapter 44. The crocodile turtle's demise, stalemate outcome in that moment, whether in the howling cold wind or the snow-covered expanse. Everything doubled in size. The thorns of snowflakes grew to 2 meters, and upon touching the decaying crocodile turtle's shell, they began to spread. Blocked in its path, the enraged, decaying crocodile turtle turned to assault Tan Dinghu and his companions. Its limbs stomping the swamp, sending mud flying and shockwaves rippling backward, forcing everyone to retreat. It's bleeding. Yang Wenying noticed the continuous seepage of blood from the decaying crocodile turtle's abdomen. Without her prompting, everyone could see the glaring red, gritting their teeth and continuing their assault. It was now a matter of who could endure until the end. The decaying crocodile turtle, sensing the urge to flee, attempted to escape, but as it submerged into the swamp, it was frozen in place. The snowthorn thorns blanketing its back were exceptionally heavy and continued to grow, merging with the surface frost to form solid ice. The decaying crocodile turtle swung its claws to shatter the solid ice, diving quickly, but suddenly, a deafening roar erupted above, as a storm swept into the swamp, carrying the muck away, providing a window for the others to attack. You cannot escape. Earth binding. Chains plunged into the swamp, preventing the decaying crocodile turtle from descending. Enraged, the decaying crocodile turtle spewed jets of mud, shattering the chains, and just as it attempted to dive, it was engulfed by the storm. Its body spinning uncontrollably, time deceleration, runes emanated from Lu Yu, enveloping the decaying crocodile turtle. In an instant, its movements slowed to a crawl, as if trapped beneath a mountain. Hurricane arrow, mountain splitter, life drain, dozens of attacks rained down, the swamp erupting in an explosion, sending the decaying crocodile turtle flying several meters into a large tree, its spine snapping and its shell cracking, shedding numerous fragments. Dozens of eyes fixated intently on the decaying crocodile turtle, and upon glimpsing a pair of loathsome eyes, they confirmed it was still alive. This creature truly had a tough hide and thick flesh. Despite the barrage, it had not perished, though it remains alive. Its demise is imminent. The creature has retracted its head and limbs, its shell is on the verge of shattering, and the blood flows ever more profusely. I find it hard to believe it can still fight. As the crowd discusses and regains their strength, old Zhang keeps a vigilant eye on the individual perched in the tree. Liu withdraws his gaze to glance at Zhang Ming, who, in the midst of a lavish meal, nods repeatedly. I shall transform into a snowy owl and keep watch. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to snatch food from the jaws of danger. Liu merely smiles in silence. Aside from Mr. Mo, avarice saturates the hearts of all present. The fruits of the divine tree absorb this greed, their colors dimming as a result. We must act swiftly to eliminate it. Hong Tian speaks. As a tempest lifts him into the air, transparent wind blades whistling around him. Very well. The group nods and approaches the rotting crocodile turtle. The creature remains motionless, appearing utterly defenseless, yet none dare to let their guard down. After all, it is a 4th-tier demon beast, and a dying struggle could take a few lives. Shadow kill. The rotting crocodile turtle suddenly lets out a mournful wail as a black dagger pierces its shadow. The damage reflecting back upon it, tearing open its cracked shell and leaving 2 ghastly gashes. This act ignites its fury. Bang! The tree is shattered beneath the creature's claws, and as the swamp sinks, It suddenly erupts, sending numerous mud columns shooting skyward. Witnessing this, everyone scrambles to escape. The terrifying mud columns shatter trees, soaring to heights of over 10 meters, with a force comparable to a small missile. We are all classmates. It would be wise not to antagonize one another. Should there be a second instance, do not blame us for lacking restraint. Hong Tian coldly addresses the dark-haired youth hiding behind the tree. For he was the one who ambushed the rotting crocodile turtle. Nim, or Mo, did not say we could not take action, and even if I were to slay the rotting crocodile turtle, it would not affect anyone's ability to earn credits. The dark-haired youth readily admits to his involvement. Are you suggesting we should be grateful to you? Tanding, who narrows his eyes and scoffs. Our 3 teams have fought valiantly, and at the last moment, you come in to stake a claim. What, do you think us easy to bully? Numerous eyes focus on the youth, an invisible pressure enveloping him, rendering him speechless. There are only 14 of you. We have 41. If it comes to seizing credit, you are no match for us. Sanbin Qingxiu sneers. Zhao Fei angrily points at the 5. Silence. This is a matter for Huaxia. It is not for you few Warren to meddle in. Unfazed, Sanbin Qingxiu retorts. Huaxia prides itself on being a land of etiquette, embracing all. Are you now stripping us of the right to speak? The concept of a land of etiquette applies to those who understand it, not to a band of ruffians. Liu sneers coldly. Ruffian is a long-standing derogatory term for the people of Dongying, but as their power rises, this label has gradually faded. Suddenly hearing the term, Sanbin Qingxiu is momentarily taken aback before gritting her teeth and declaring, Lu Yu, you will eventually pay for your arrogance. You threaten me? Lu Yu raises an eyebrow. Very well, I await your 5 ruffians to enact your revenge. The previously tense atmosphere lightens with this exchange. Once the mud columns dissipate, the 3 teams advance once more towards the rotting crocodile turtle. At this point, the creature is on the brink of death. Its limbs too weak to stir the muck, its eyes growing dim. Who wishes to deliver the final blow? Hong Tian inquires, glancing at Lu Yu and his companions. Not interested. Delivering the final blow will not yield additional credits. The most valuable part, the shell, has already been shattered. It would be more prudent to conserve our strength for potential dangers. With no one responding, Hong Tian pulls out a second-tier long knife and strikes down the turtle's head, ending its life. This is your reward. Mo raises a hand, and 15 tokens soar into the air, infused with credits. Just as the dark-haired youth mentioned, attacking the rotting crocodile turtle grants credits. The collaboration concludes, and the 3 teams retreat. For now, it is time to contend for 1,000 credits. Perhaps due to the deterrent of the rotting crocodile turtle's corpse, there are no demon beasts attacking in the following hours. And the 14 stand in the mire, stalemated. Yuzi, do you feel anything? Zhang Ming asks, rubbing his reddened neck. Poisonous miasma, Liu nods. His neck is similarly swollen, a reaction from prolonged exposure to the miasma. In the face of this toxic miasma, the team comprising females falters first. Yang Wenying and her 6 companions cannot withstand the miasma and are forced to ascend the trees, leaving only Lu Yu and Tanding, whose teams to vie for the 1,000 credits. The foul stench mingled with the miasma induces continual nausea, and even Lu Yu finds himself retching, his neck sprouting numerous red lumps, his breathing becoming labored. Perhaps we should all ascend the trees together and share the credits. Hong Tian suggests, barely holding himself together. Mr. Mo, how will the credits be allocated if both teams ascend the trees? Xia Huayu inquires proactively. You may certainly try. Whether you earn credits will depend on my mood. Mo provides an ambiguous answer. The 2 teams endure for several more minutes until someone collapses, bringing the stalemate to an end. Zhang Ming falls headlong, and Tanding, who also sinks into the mire. A then. Agreed. In the face of life, the 2 teams cease their conflict and hop onto the trees simultaneously. Come, I shall take you to bathe. Mo tosses out green leaves, lifting everyone out of the swamp. Chapter 45. Renowned and Concealed, the Library of Tomes. The group inhales the fresh air deeply, never before having found it so delectable. We have arrived. The green leaves descend over a lake, then abruptly flip, and the unprepared crowd plunges into the water. Clean yourselves. The Academy forbids the harboring of filth. Any infraction results in a deduction of 100 credits. Mo floats in midair, quietly observing as everyone struggles in the lake. The seemingly ordinary lake conceals secrets. The water clings to the body like viscous slime, requiring several times the effort to swim. Already exhausted, Zhang Ming is swiftly submerged, prompting Lu Yu and Xia Huayu to rescue him. Cough, cough. Zhang Ming expels the lake water, but his eyes suddenly brighten. Yuzi, Lao Xia, this water tastes quite good, and it seems to alleviate fatigue. The two are momentarily stunned, then cast aside Zhang Ming to taste the lake water themselves. The water is slightly briny, and upon swallowing it, their pores open, significantly reducing fatigue. Others gradually discover the lake's effects, ceasing their struggles and allowing the water to envelop their bodies, with some even floating on the surface to begin their cultivation. After regaining their energy, the trio also commences their training. Lu, having broken through to the early second tier over a week ago, feels his energy surging and contemplates attempting a breakthrough to the mid-second tier. However, with so many eyes around, Lu Yu decides to seek another opportunity to break through and instead hones his mental strength. The roots in his mind grow increasingly robust, the flourishing foliage symbolizing the strengthening of Lu Yu's mental prowess. Immersed in his cultivation, Lu Yu remains unaware that the cracks on the tree trunk multiply, resembling a face with closed eyes from a distance. Time passes unnoticed in cultivation, and when M.O. awakens everyone. It is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Starving, they head straight to the cafeteria, their stomachs growling. Upon arrival, they are taken aback by the prices. The three of them collectively spend 50 credits on a single meal, prompting them to verify the amount repeatedly. The dishes are meticulously prepared, crafted from top-tier ingredients, and infused with various nourishing herbs, greatly benefiting your bodies. Having already consumed it, even if it were dragon liver and phoenix marrow. The three would have to concede, if we do not strive to earn credits, we will not be able to afford meals. Zhang Ming hangs his head dejectedly. Earning credits is also part of cultivation. Lu Yu pats Zhang Ming on the back, and the trio proceeds towards the cluster of buildings on the mountainside. Ascending the steps, they are greeted by beautiful scenery, with men and women of remarkable stature passing by. Hello, I am Suing, a third-year student. A girl in a blue dress approaches Lu Yu and extends her hand. Greetings, I am Lu Yu, a first-year student. Lu Yu smiles as he shakes her hand. I know, you are the possessor of the god-tier talent, time manipulation. You are quite the celebrity in the academy. Many wish to get to know you. Suing smiles coyly before turning away. Tisk tisk tsk. Yuzi, if you were willing, I wager a multitude of women would vie for your hand in marriage. Zhang Ming exclaims with envy. Lu Yu can only smile in exasperation. Marriage is still a distant concept for me. The trio continues upward, but as they ascend, they encounter more and more people, many greeting Lu Yu, with women far outnumbering men. The women's emotions are predominantly curiosity and admiration, while the men exhibit envy, jealousy, and even some hatred. Lu Yu quickly ushers his companions into the library to evade the attention. Present your tokens. A mechanical voice resonates in their ears, and soon their tokens automatically levitate. 1 hour of reading in the library earns 1 credit. You must exit before 5 o'clock. The trio passes through the energy barrier and is instantly awestruck. The sight before them is nothing short of a mountain of books and a sea of knowledge. Books with wings soar in the air, while beneath them lie staircases crafted from stone tablets, inscribed with the deeds of renowned figures and the sayings of sages. How vast is this place? Zhang Ming spins around, attempting to gauge the size of the library. I suspect the library is a small secret realm. Lu Yu observes as a figure several meters tall walks and suddenly vanishes. Let us split up to read. If we leave, send a message. Xia Huayu suggests, agreed. The three individuals promptly separated and advanced on their respective paths. As Lu Yu took a few dozen steps, a pink orb suddenly sprang forth beneath his feet. Just as he intended to ascertain the nature of the orb, it unexpectedly opened, transforming into a small sprite. Welcome to the library of Tianwu Academy. I am the book spirit number 201, and it is my pleasure to serve you. What can you do? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. I can assist you in locating books, guiding you, and answering your queries, the small sprite confidently proclaimed, patting its chest. Is there a cost involved? Lu Yu, skeptical of the sprite's benevolence, asked. Just a small amount of academic credits, the sprite nodded. Could you be more specific? The sprite extended a finger, stating, 1 academic credit for 1 hour. Deal. 1 credit for an hour seemed reasonable, and with the vast expanse of books before him, Lu Yu felt considerably more at ease having the little sprite by his side. Pose your inquiries, the sprite declared, settling on Lu Yu's shoulder with a flourish. First, could you introduce me to the Academy's architecture and various regulations? Lu Yu requested as he ascended the stone steps. Quite simple, the sprite waved a hand, conjuring a map of the Academy. These are the main buildings of Tianwu Academy: the library, various combat arenas, the cafeteria, the forging hall, the punishment hall, student dormitories, and the instructor's quarters. What is this area? Lu Yu pointed to a dim region at the center of the map. That is the undeveloped territory. What does that mean? Literally, the sprite replied. As for the Academy's rules, there are three. First, the payment of academic credits. Second, to find a way to survive until graduation. And third, do not wander at night. Lu Yu grew increasingly curious about Tianwu Academy. Pondering whether Wujing Academy and Qingfeng Academy shared similar regulations, it seemed the sprite had read his thoughts. As it ventured, each of the three academies has its unique responsibilities. They are all one of a kind. If given the chance, you may visit the other two academies. Have you been there? Lu Yu asked, seizing a book that had flown by. Upon grasping it, it immediately reverted to its original form, revealing a pale yellow cover emblazoned with the words Analysis of Talent. I cannot leave Tianwu Academy. Even departing the library requires permission, the sprite sighed, lowering its head. Are there no exceptions? Lu Yu inquired, flipping through the pages of Analysis of Talent. There is one. If you become a summoned entity for a summoner with a particular talent, you might have the opportunity to leave Tianwu Academy. However, we book spirits possess only knowledge and lack combat abilities, so no summoner would choose us as their summoned entities, the sprite explained, its tone tinged with resignation. Noticing the content was familiar, the sprite quickly interjected, do not read that. It is a forbidden book? Forbidden book? Lu Yu began, but the sprite snatched the book away and discarded it. Indeed, the sprite confirmed, the library strictly designates certain texts as forbidden. Of those who read them, 9 out of 10 end up unhinged, and the last one fled to the east, betraying Huaxia, and is said to have established a family there, bearing the surname Sanbin. Chapter 46, Growing Weapons, Forging Sister Long. Lu Yu refrained from further comment, instead inquiring about various cultivation knowledge. What kind of enhancement can one expect after awakening a 5th-tier talent, depending on the talent level? The power enhancement varies. Besides talent level, the strength of one's mental energy is equally significant. Awakening talent carries inherent risks. The stronger the mental energy, the lower the danger level. I wish to forge a personalized weapon. Do you have any suggestions? Take a look at this book on how to select weapons, the sprite said, handing Lu Yu a blue-gray tome. Upon opening it, Lu Yu was immediately captivated by its content, which elucidated the advantages and disadvantages of various weapons, analyzing how to choose them from multiple perspectives. If you wish to forge a personalized weapon, the first step is to consult your inner self to determine the weapon you desire. Then begin gathering materials. It is best to craft a growth-type weapon. A growth-type weapon refers to one that can absorb the properties of materials and continuously grow. Such weapons are scarce and costly but are indeed the hallmark of true power. A weapon that grows stronger alongside its master, capturing spirits to integrate into itself, can become a weapon spirit to aid in combat. The cheapest growth materials command a price of 30 million per pound. And even then, they are hard to come by. Lu Yu closed the book with a sigh. He yearned for a growth-type weapon, but his finances were insufficient. Not quite, the sprite shook its finger. While growth materials may be rare outside, the three academies have an abundance, provided you are willing to pay the price. Continue, Lu Yu urged, not breaking his stride. The forging hall discards waste daily, much of which consists of failed weaponry. Some of these weapons contain growth materials, allowing you to accumulate them gradually. Additionally, challenges yield rewards, including growth materials. Challenges? Lu Yu turned to the sprite. Tianwu Academy's challenges involve combat trials, such as defeating the mirror images in the mirror realm or vanquishing the monsters that roam at night. The sprite explained, I understand the mirror images, but what are these night-dwelling monsters? Lu Yu recalled the otherworldly Yao Yao he had encountered the previous night. The sprite chuckled, you likely encountered one last night. However, that is merely one type. The nighttime realm of Tianwu Academy is a world inhabited by monsters and spirits. As for their origins, theories abound. Some are the heroic spirits of martyrs guarding the academy. Others are peculiar beings spawned from secret realms, and some are fierce deities brought back by instructors, specifically to hone the students' skills. Now Lu Yu grasped why students at Tianwu Academy found it so challenging to survive until graduation. They endured torment by day and faced terror by night, with death looming at any moment. creating an unimaginable amount of pressure. Defeating the wandering monsters offered a chance to acquire growth materials and possibly unlock the gates to secret realms. With a stroke of luck, potentially leading to swift enhancements in strength, Liu recognized his current abilities were insufficient to confront such entities. It was more prudent to focus on improving his cultivation first. The vastness of the library far exceeded his expectations. After 2 hours of exploration, Liu was still on the 3rd floor, the ceiling above remaining elusive. I must take my leave. Until next time. Liu stated, paying the sprite 2 academic credits and messaging Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu as he made his way toward the exit. The sprite spread its wings and flew into a book. Quietly watching Liu depart, Liu quickly received messages from the two and, after a brief wait at the entrance, the trio successfully reunited. Where shall we go next? Zhang Ming asked, looking at the others. I wish to visit the forging hall to see if there are any suitable weapons. Xia Huayu expressed his intention. I too plan to head to the forging hall. Liu nodded in agreement. Zhang Ming was indifferent, and soon the three used their academic credits to ride the cloud ladder to the forging plaza. The grand metallic plaza bustled with activity. At its 4 corners stood massive furnaces, their flames distorting the air. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, the heat was palpable. Let us proceed. The three followed the crowd into the forging hall. Upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the cacophony of clanging and hammering sounds. The hall boasted not only modern machinery but also traditional handcrafted tools. Both instructors and students, human and beast alike, were engaged in forging. Those interested in purchasing weapons, come this way, a clear voice called from behind. The trio turned, startled to find the voice belonged to a strikingly muscular woman with a ponytail, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, her brawny physique exuding power as she wielded hammers with ease. I am a 4th-year student. You may call me Sister Long, she announced, striding forward with her hammers, while the trio silently followed in her wake. Take a look. Feel free to choose anything. These weapons are all of excellent quality at reasonable prices. Upon reaching the display case, Sister Long enthusiastically began promoting the weapons, tossing aside her hammers. The trio was so entranced by the array of weapons that they scarcely heard her words. Sister Long secretly relished the moment. Confident that her sales for the month were secured, I'll take that 4th-tier golden bull stone necklace. A familiar voice broke through, awakening Liu from his reverie. He turned to see Zhang Yun approaching with a group. Zhang Yun wore a smug expression as he regarded Liu. The weapons here are quite expensive. I advise you to save your money for potions, lest you fall behind and face elimination. Ha, Liu retorted with a cold laugh. You should be more concerned about yourself. Once you exhaust Yang Waniying's life, there will be no one to save you, sharp-tongued. You'll surely meet your end before I do. Zhang Yun sneered, squinting as the three behind him stepped forward, a 4th-tier pressure enveloping the area, rendering the trio motionless. Bang! The large hammer fell to the ground, shattering the oppressive aura. Causing a ruckus on my turf? Sister Long raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed ominously on Zhang Yun. Faced with the renowned Sister Long of the Forging Hall, Zhang Yun dared not provoke her further. He purchased the golden bull stone necklace and turned to leave. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, and I guarantee you will navigate Tianwu Academy without hindrance. If you come to your senses, contact Yang Waniying and find me, Zhang Yun declared loudly, his voice echoing. What is there to be so arrogant about? Once I ascend to the 4th tier, I'll crush him in an instant, Zhang Ming scoffed. Old Zhang, by the time you reach the 4th tier, he will have awakened his talent. He will not be your match either, Xia Huayu stated plainly, successfully marring Zhang Ming's mood. I'll remind you, keep your distance from Zhang Yun. He has a powerful father. And even in Tianwu Academy, he wields considerable influence, Sister Long offered her advice. Thank you, Sister Long. Liu expressed his sincere gratitude. I'll take that pair of claw hooks, he concluded. Sister Long seized the claw hook and tossed it onto the counter, allowing Liu to observe it up close. The claw hook was entirely enveloped in a pitch-black sheen, incredibly sharp, with barbed tips at the apex that would secure its grip. Once it lacerated flesh, it would assuredly result in a gory spectacle. When paired with the speed of Xiao He, a stealthy assault on a target would undoubtedly be effortless. Liu settled the bill with his token, 300 credits. Thank you for your patronage, Sister Long beamed with delight. Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu, equally eager, eventually each spent 300 credits to acquire a 2nd-tier weapon. Zhang Ming opted for a battle helmet suitable for the steel-armored crocodile, while Xia Huayu purchased an ice snow dagger, perfectly concealed beneath a veil of snowflakes. Chapter 47. Wang Yu sells pills. A transaction-initiated Sister Long cheerfully added the three of them as contacts. In the future, whenever you wish to purchase weapons, seek out Sister Long. I guarantee discounts, she assured, thumping her chest with conviction. The trio nodded in agreement, departing the counter only to wander around briefly before exiting the forging hall. There were few spots in the forging hall open for free exploration, as the forging process involved specialized techniques and required confidentiality. From their entrance to exit, merely half an hour had elapsed. Glancing at the time, Lu Yu noted it was 4:30, and they needed to return to their lodgings by 6 at the latest, leaving them just an hour for leisure. Shall we procure some second-tier elixirs? He suggested. Ling Shu mentioned that several instructors are adept at alchemy, producing pills of assured quality at relatively low prices. Xia Huayu turned his gaze toward the instructors' area behind the forging hall. Although Tianwu Academy did not possess an elixir pavilion, instructors did sell elixirs. It would be worthwhile to take a look. Lu nodded, recognizing that one could never have too many elixirs. One never knew when they might be needed. Zhang Ming also nodded in agreement. They circumvented the forging hall and reached the instructors' area, where they were greeted by rows of standalone villas, interspersed with trees that formed swirling mists of energy. Are you looking to purchase elixirs? A humanoid figure coalesced from the mist. The three observed the youth in silence, ready to mobilize their mental energy for combat at any moment. Do not misunderstand. I am Wang Yu, a student of teacher Xiong Fei, currently in my 3rd year. Recently, teacher Xiong's elixirs have been somewhat sluggish in sales, which is why I inquired. Wang Yu waved his hand in explanation, and suddenly, the door of a villa to their left swung open, revealing another identical Wang Yu. Do not worry. The academy forbids private dueling. Violators face penalties including deduction of credits and confinement in the mirror realm for 3 days. As the misty Wang Yu dissipated, the real one approached, cradling a wooden box and smiling. These are the new elixirs produced by teacher Xiong Fei. Feel free to browse. Inside the wooden box were 2 rows of 8 vials of elixirs. Their shapes and colors visible through the jade bottles, each labeled with the name of the elixir. Beast Heart Pill, Yin Yang Pill, Shedding Bone Pill. The peculiar names left the three in a state of bewilderment. Observing their expressions, Wang Yu began to explain each one. The second-tier Beast Heart Pill grants the power of a beast's heart upon consumption, providing comprehensive physical enhancement for a limited time. But the drawback is that one will be utterly exhausted for half a day after the effect wanes. The second-tier Yin Yang Pill allows the consumer to change into the opposite gender for a duration of 3 hours, though one's voice remains unchanged. The second-tier Shedding Bone Pill enables the user to shed all bones and grow new ones. Suitable for treating fractures, though the process can be quite painful. As Wang Yu elaborated. The expressions of the trio grew increasingly animated. One must admit, teacher Xiong has a penchant for innovation. These elixirs are his creations, distinct from healing pills or promotion pills, leaning more towards combat assistance. Currently, each vial is priced at merely 20 credits. This opportunity is not to be missed. Wang Yu gazed at them with fervor. The three exchanged glances, hesitant to make a purchase, yet unable to voice a refusal against Wang Yu's enthusiastic demeanor. Ultimately, they each bought a vial. Thank you for your support. I shall ensure you receive discounts on any new elixirs in the future. Wang Yu bowed deeply before transforming into mist and dispersing. Shall we delve deeper? Xia Huayu inquired tentatively, concerned about encountering Wang Yu again. Perhaps not. We can purchase more next time, Zhang Ming replied, shaking his head. Let us return. The trio turned and departed. Teacher, the raw materials cost more than 20 credits. Why must we sell to them at such a low price? In the villa's basement, Wang Yu cautiously questioned Xiong Fei, who sat before the alchemy furnace. Xiong Fei glanced at Wang Yu, his expression indifferent. Xiao Yu, you have been learning alchemy from me for over a year. What insights have you gained? Your alchemical skills far surpass those of your peers. Truly the best in the academy, Wang Yu replied respectfully. There is no need for flattery. Rising, Xiong Fei revealed a gaunt physique beneath his flowing robes, resembling a desiccated corpse. Why alchemical prowess does not earn the title of best in the academy, nor do I covet such a hollow reputation. What I seek is to break through to the 6th tier. With a bang, the furnace trembled, unleashing a fire dragon that coiled behind Xiong Fei, glaring down at Wang Yu. Only by breaking through to the 7th tier can I defy fate. And you shall ascend as well. Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. Teacher, do you mean you have mixed the soul-seizing parasitic pill into the jade bottles? The horrifying thought of the soul-seizing parasitic pill sent shivers down Wang Yu's spine. He vividly recalled the 100 experimental subjects, all perishing gruesomely, the laboratory awash in blood, their anguished wails echoing in his mind. Are you afraid? Xiong Fei's skeletal hand fell upon Wang Yu's shoulder, causing him to recoil in fright. Teacher, he possesses divine-level talent. He is a focal point of the Guardian Pavilion's attention. We cannot afford to offend him. Xiong Fei's gaze was icy. The fire dragon behind him lowered its head slowly, the intense heat warping the air, its eyes reflecting Wang Yu's terror. What is the Guardian Pavilion in the grand scheme of things? Do you truly believe they are safeguarding all of Huaxia? They are merely a group of antiquated relics, resistant to change. A new era is approaching, and they shall become mere detritus of time. Xiaoyu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you truly wish to let it slip away? The dragon's head drew ever closer, and Wang Yu could even hear the sizzling sound of flesh being seared. Yet he dared not move. The Xiong Fei before him was terrifying, utterly unlike the dedicated teacher he knew. As though he had transformed into a different person. Teacher, the trio returned to their lodgings just before nightfall. It turned out that a cloud ladder connected the foot of the mountain to various regions of the academy, and the fare was quite reasonable, merely 2 credits per ride. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Yu released Xiao He from confinement. Having been cooped up for much of the day, Xiao He wore a mournful expression. But Lu Yu had a clever plan. He produced some delicacies that Zhang Ming had packed from the cafeteria, and upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, Xiao He's face instantly brightened. Looking at Lu Yu with a look of eager anticipation, "Go ahead and indulge." Lu Yu affectionately ruffled Xiao He's fur. Do. Hello? I am Li Long. May we converse?" A sudden knock echoed at the door. Lu Yu opened the wooden door to find Li Long standing there. There's something you need?" Li Long scratched his head, saying, "Lu Yu, do you have any extra credits? I can purchase them." Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Replying coolly, "What is the price, and how many do you wish to buy?" Li Long grinned. "I've inquired. Trading credits is permitted, and the market price for 1 credit is around 20,000 Huaxia coins. I shall offer 25,000 for 500 credits. Not for sale." Lu Yu closed the door, dismissing him. Li Long's smile faltered. Seemingly taken aback by Lu Yu's sudden refusal, he stared at the wooden door for several seconds before reluctantly departing. Had he grown too cautious, or had he perceived something amiss? Behind the door, Lu Yu felt Li Long's resentment emanating and secretly chuckled. This fellow was indeed not as benign as he seemed. The moment the transaction failed, he harbored resentment, likely concealing some unspeakable secret. Returning indoors, Lu Yu consumed an elixir and began his training. He inserted the token to activate the protective barrier within the courtyard. As energy spring water gushed into the room, forming mists with each breath he took, sated. Xiao He leaped into the water, gulping down mouthfuls, his black fur growing increasingly lustrous, while the magical patterns on his face writhed with an air of sharpness. Chapter 48. Both real and illusory, life and death departed in the blink of an eye. It was deep into the night. The clouds obscured the moon, shrouding the world in darkness, while the night breeze swept through the forest, rising a pure white mist. The mist seemed to possess a life of its own as it advanced toward the house, swiftly enveloping the courtyard before flowing over the walls and continuing its advance, ultimately shrouding the mountainside entirely. "Welcome, everyone, to my 4 Desolation sect." The voice penetrated the mind, awakening the soul. Lu Yu opened his eyes. The former night had transformed into day, with grass beneath his feet and figures soaring overhead. A dream? Lu Yu pondered, perplexed, when suddenly a figure descended from the sky, landing before him. "Have you encountered trouble, junior brother?" The youth in green spoke with a smile. Lu Yu examined the young man, attempting to alter the dream. But despite his utmost effort, the surroundings remained unchanged. "We are all of the same sect. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to ask. Come, I shall take you to the Xiaoyao pool." The green-clad youth reached out and effortlessly lifted Lu Yu, leaping into the air to ride a flying crane toward the distance. Seated upon the crane's back, Lu Yu rapidly calmed himself. The good news was that he was dreaming. The bad news was that he had entered another's dream. Could it be that a dream manipulator has targeted me? Lu Yu's heart raced. If it were indeed a dream manipulator under Zhang Tai's command, he might be facing imminent death. Death in a dream would also mean death in reality. and such occurrences would go unnoticed. Though dream manipulators were formidable, they could not casually drag others into dreams without a medium. Liu meticulously recalled the items he had handled that day. But before he could finish sifting through his memories, they arrived at their destination. Junior brother, I have matters to attend to. From here on, you are on your own. The green-clad youth waved his hand and turned to leave. Liu surveyed his surroundings, then distanced himself from the crowd to observe quietly. The gathering consisted entirely of young men and women, with a verdant pool at the center adorned with lotus flowers. Filling the air with a fragrant aroma, it resembles a ball. Liu continued to observe, striving to uncover the identity of the dream's master. From his experience, slaying the master of the dream would allow him to return to reality. Why was this junior brother standing there? Could it be that he was shunned by others? A light chuckle emanated from behind. Liu turned to find a young girl in a red dress smiling at him. Her complexion was as delicate as cream, and her eyes shone like the bright moon. Just one glance rendered one utterly captivated. No, this is wrong. This is a dream. Liu reminded himself, immediately retreating, eyeing the girl with suspicion. What kind of expression is that? I am a person, not a man-eating beast. The girl placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Though she was ostensibly upset, there was no trace of fury in her demeanor. Rather, she exuded a playful charm. You Luo, what are you doing here? Come on, everyone is waiting for you. A boy in yellow interjected, blocking the gaze between them. Nothing much. I encountered a solitary junior brother and thought to guide him in finding a partner. But he mistook me for a predator, Yu Luo retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Ha ha, it seems he was stunned by your beauty, sister, which left him at a loss for words in that case. Let's not frighten him any further. Come on, young Master Huaying and the others are all waiting for you. The boy in yellow explained with a smile. Jiagua speaks wisely, Yu Luo said, her smile returning as her gaze shifted past Jiagua to Liu. This is for you. Should you encounter any trouble, just mention my name. I wish you success in finding your ideal partner. With a swift motion, a beam of white light flew towards Liu. He retreated, allowing the light to descend and transform into a white jade token. The two turned to leave, but a glimmer of coldness flashed in Jiagua's eyes, evidently displeased with Liu. Is this a dream or reality? Liu was bewildered. The innate divine tree had absorbed emotions from both Yu Luo and Jiagua. They possessed souls, as emotions could not exist without them. Was this not a mere dream? Liu gazed down at the jade token, hesitating momentarily before picking it up. Perhaps this item could prove useful. With each step came a sense of malice. Liu turned to face three approaching figures. Picking up a jade token is futile. How dare you be disrespectful to Sister Yu Luo today? You shall be taught a lesson. The leading boy sneered, charging forward with thundering footsteps, his fists swirling with wind and serpentine shadows. Liu squinted and pushed off the ground to retreat. This fighting style was unfamiliar to him. He seemed not to be an innate talent. You cannot escape. The remaining two joined the fray. One enveloped in a golden glow as he dashed forward, while the other formed hand seals, sprouting wooden wings in pursuit. The commotion drew attention. As young men and women paused to watch Liu, you could now ascertain that the three were not innate talents. Their strength did not stem from mental energy. If only I could acquire such abilities. Liu retrieved a third-tier staff and swept it across, shattering the serpentine shadow with a resounding crash. Yet the staff became ensnared by their hands, unable to move. Weapons are mere external objects. Only strength is fundamental. The two flanked him, leaving Liu with no avenue of escape. Time stops, runes surged forth, transforming into a barrier that enveloped the three, rendering them motionless, like statues. What kind of power is this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a technique was unheard of. Liu reclaimed his staff and knocked down the three. Just as he intended to search their bodies, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The three collapsed, shattering like fragile porcelain, three beams of white light shooting into Liu's body. This is troublesome. Liu glanced around, noticing the cold stares of the surrounding crowd, who slowly closed in. How dare you strike down a fellow sect member? Today, you cannot escape death. Seize him and send him to the torture hall for a thorough interrogation. He might be a spy from another sect. He harbors secrets that could yield great benefits if extracted. Liu took to his heels, yet there was no escape atop the mountain, despite his utmost effort. He found himself cornered at the cliff's edge. Gather. Just as Lu Yu prepared to leap, a voice echoed in his mind, and the surroundings melted away like water. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the courtyard. After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Yu hastily washed up and dashed out of the courtyard, leaving Xiao He behind. Today, Mr. Mo's face bore no smile, and Lu Yu sensed a tinge of sorrow emanating from him. Yu Zi, Zhang Ming approached with a grim expression. What is the matter? Lu Yu steadied Zhang Ming. Damn it, I had a dream last night where I nearly thought I would perish within it. Had it not been for Mr. Mo's shout to awaken me, I might have been lost. Zhang Ming spoke softly, leaning against Lu Yu. Lu Yu was taken aback. He had not expected Zhang Ming to be ensnared in the dream as well. This suggested that the assailants from last night were likely not Zhang Tai's people, as Zhang Ming had no enmity with him and had no reason to act against him. Xia Yu approached, looking equally weary. Old Xia? The dream. Same here. Lu Yu extended a hand to support Xia Yu. 15 seconds slipped by in an instant, yet 2 doors remained unopened. Today's first lesson is about life and death separation. Mo waved his hand to open the door. Last night, something attacked you. Unfortunately, the 2 of them perished. Mo led 43 individuals into the courtyard. A young man sat cross-legged within the room, a smile gracing his lips as if asleep. Yet he would never awaken again. Chapter 49. Task Square, Dark Ing Secret Realm. The crowd stared at the corpses, enveloped in silence. After all, they were merely teenagers. Death felt distant to them, except for the 5 from the east. While the remaining 38 wore somber expressions, I recall your talent is the resurrection of the deceased. Mr. Mo addressed Yang Weining. Yang Weining hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding, seemingly afraid of Mr. Mo compelling her to save them. Do you think I would force you to save anyone? Mr. Mo replied with a calm smile, tossing out an ice coffin to encapsulate the 2 and storing it within a spatial ring. Life and death are predetermined. The green leaves expanded, and the crowd boarded the leaves, riding the wind as they soared through the clouds, the scenery becoming increasingly magnificent. Amidst the towering mountains, the roars of beasts echoed. As countless figures darted past them, some rode objects, some rode the wind, while others traversed space in leaps, leaving the crowd in a daze. The green leaves descended upon a square, where a towering electronic screen stood, displaying various tasks. Each person was to select one task, which must be completed within the day. The top 3 would receive a reward of 1,000 credits, the 4th to 10th would earn 500 credits, and the 11th to 20th would gain 100 credits. Mo stored the green leaves and reclined in a rocking chair to rest. The crowd approached the screen to select their tasks, allowing the senior students to go first, as they had an unspoken agreement. The screen delineated task types and levels on the right side, with levels categorized from low to high as 1, 2, and 3, while the types were divided into bounties and collection tasks. First tier collection task. Collect 50 purple crystal orchid sap. Upon submission, reward of 50 credits. Sap must be collected on the same day. Those who attempt to pass off counterfeit will face the death arena in the Shattered Sand Secret Realm. Second tier bounty task. Locate clues for the 4th tier Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture in the Dark Ing Secret Realm. Verification will yield 1,000 credits. Second tier collection task. Collect 10 Grey Earth Dragon tendons. Upon submission, reward of 200 credits. Tendons must be intact and no shorter than 1 meter. The plethora of tasks dazzled the onlookers. Collection tasks seemed simpler. Zhang Ming retrieved a token and accepted a first-tier collection task. There were 15 first-tier collection tasks and 18 second-tier collection tasks available. Xia Yu exclaimed as she snatched the last first-tier collection task. Then I shall select a second-tier collection task. Lu, quick on the uptake, claimed the task of collecting Earth Dragon tendons. Those who failed to secure a collection task were left to choose the more challenging bounty tasks. It appeared they would need to split up. The task locations for the 3 differed. Lu and Xia Yu would enter the Dark Ing Secret Realm and the Zhua Shui Secret Realm, while Zhang Ming was to venture into the foul-smelling swamp from yesterday. Good luck. After offering his well wishes, the 3 parted ways. Lu followed the token's guidance, ascending the stone platform and inserting the token into the stone slot to activate the teleportation. The familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him, and when Lu Yu opened his eyes, he found himself in the Dark Ing Secret Realm, surrounded by dimness, with only scattered blue lights flickering. An eternally dark secret realm. How peculiar. Lu marveled, brandishing his blade as he stepped into the dense forest. Without sunlight, the trees chose to shed their leaves, allowing their branches to grow unchecked, resembling a multitude of rigid scarecrows from a distance. The gray earth dragon thrived in shadows, despising sunlight, adept at burrowing, and favored nesting within gray wood tree trunks to hibernate. Thus, the immediate priority was to locate the gray wood boss. It's been 3 days. Do we continue to wait? A faint voice emerged from within the hollow trunk. Wait. Don't speak of 3 days. Even if it takes 30 days, we must wait. The value of a 5th-tier Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture should be clear to you. If we can capture it, it will suffice for half a year's worth of credits. It was said that this 5th-tier Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture had already claimed several lives. With the 3rd-year student Yuan Long being torn to shreds, the eagle-eyed youth surveyed his 2 companions. If you're afraid, then get lost. Don't hinder my chance to earn credits. His cold words startled the diminutive youth, who promptly lowered his head in silence. Ding! Just as the eagle-eyed youth adjusted his stance, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon opening it, he discovered a message point 1342 upon seeing the sender's name at the end. The eagle-eyed youth fell silent. Continue monitoring. I'm stepping out for a moment. With that, the eagle-eyed youth slipped through the tree wall, merging into the darkness. Moments later, he arrived at the coordinates 1342. I'm here. A sound-dampening insect released bubbles, enveloping a 5-meter radius, ensuring that no sound would escape. I thought you would forget your promise. The withered tree opened its mouth, and subsequently, its trunk twisted into a human form. Transforming into Zhang Tian, I, Lin Xiao, am a man of my word. If you kill Lu Yu, the debt of gratitude you owe me will be erased in one stroke. Zhang Tian presented his terms, and Lin Xiao circled around him. With this 3rd-tier Treant puppet, you could easily act on your own. Why squander a favor? Although Lin Xiao appeared to inquire, he was, in fact, demanding benefits. He bore no grudge against Lu Yu. And while he owed Zhang Tian a favor, the peril of slaying a god-level talent was far too great. He required not only the favor but also substantial profit. What do you desire? Zhang Tian's tone was calm, seemingly aware of Lin Xiao's intentions. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I have heard that the king of the southern region recently killed a 6th-tier thunder-patterned golden python and crafted 3 heavenly nets from its sinew. I surmise you possess one. Your information is quite astute. Very well. If you can eliminate Lu Yu, I shall grant you the heavenly net. Lin Xiao shook his head. First, provide me with the heavenly net, and then I will take action. Zhang Tian retorted angrily, I am currently executing a mission in the Skull Sand's secret realm. How can I provide it to you now? That is your dilemma. I will act when you deliver the heavenly net. Lin Xiao remained resolute, retracting the sound-dampening insect and merging into the darkness. Boom! Zhang Tian struck the old tree with a fist, his eyes consumed by fury. Ungrateful wretch! When I emerge from the Skull Sand's secret realm, you shall pay. As Zhang Tian severed the connection, the Treant puppet reverted to its original form, re-establishing its roots. Lin Xiao stepped out from the shadow of the tree, releasing a heavenly spirit moth to sense the surrounding talents. Go seek death on my behalf. Even if your father is the king of the southern region, is futile. To survive in the treacherous Tianwu Academy, one must possess not only strength but also discernment, understanding whom to provoke and whom to avoid. With god-level talents like Lu Yu, countless eyes were fixed upon him. To kill him, it was likely that one would perish before even making a move. Demanding the heavenly net was merely a tactical maneuver for Lin Xiao. Even if Zhang Tian truly delivered it, he would not act against Lu Yu. Since you are so intent on killing him, I shall facilitate your meeting. The heavenly spirit moth flitted swiftly towards the southwest. The frequency of its wing beats indicated a high talent level. Judging by this rhythm, Lu Yu should be nearby. Retrieving the heavenly spirit moth, Lin Xiao melded into the tree's shadow and swiftly located Lu Yu, who was chopping down gray wood. Who? Lu Yu, having just cleaved a piece of gray wood, sensed curiosity from the talent tree and turned towards the shadow. Lin Xiao, hidden within the tree's shadow, was startled, unable to comprehend why he had been exposed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xiao, and I have just concluded a conversation with Zhang Tian. Lu Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. The pressure Lin Xiao exerted was formidable, at least at the late 4th tier, and possibly early 5th tier. Chapter 50. Lin Xiao's goodwill, an unwelcome intrusion. The fire dragon armor withstood an attack before fleeing immediately. Lu Yu, with his peripheral vision, assessed his escape route. Lin Xiao smiled. Rest assured, I am not here to become your enemy. On the contrary, I am here to assist you. Assist me? Lu Yu squinted. He did not sense malice from Lin Xiao. I am unaware of the grievances between you and Zhang Yun, nor do I wish to become embroiled in conflict. I owed him a favor, and he has coerced me into killing you. However, I am not one to relish slaughter, and there is no enmity between us, so I have declined. Zhang Yun is currently in the Skull Sand's secret realm and cannot extricate himself for some time. Perhaps you should consider taking the initiative. After speaking, Lin Xiao waved his hand and departed. Lu watched him leave, only relaxing once he could no longer sense his presence. Diverting the disaster? Lu Yu smirked. Although he understood this was Lin Xiao's calculated scheme, he did not resent it. Zhang Yun had persistently targeted him, and their enmity had long since reached a boiling point. Moreover, the death of Lu Yu's forebears was intricately linked to young Ruahai, who was backed by Zhang Tai. Perhaps he too bore some responsibility. With new grievances added to old, Zhang Yun, I hope you can survive the Skull Sand's secret realm. Lu entered the dense forest once more, continuing his search for gray wood. This time fortune smiled upon him. Within 10 paces, he discovered 10 pieces of gray wood. With swift precision, Lu Yu struck the wood. The gray earth dragon, curled within the trunk in slumber, was roused, its body writhing as it attempted to burrow into the ground. Yet, Lu Yu severed its escape route, capturing it in a net. Lu Yu repeated the process with the remaining 9 pieces of gray wood, capturing 6 gray earth dragons, releasing one that was less than half a meter long. Carrying the 6 gray earth dragons into a cave, Lu Yu drew a dagger to extract the sinew. Sensing danger, the gray earth dragons struggled desperately, secreting a protective layer of slime. But alas, they were easily crushed by Lu Yu. The dagger sliced through their skin, eviscerating them and extracting the obsidian-like earth dragon sinew. Despite being less than an inch wide, this sinew was premium bowstring material, surpassing most bowstrings when combined with other materials. The gray earth dragons, bereft of their sinew, turned to muck, emanating a foul stench of decay. Lu Yu endured the noxious odor, hastily collecting the sinew, aware that this scent would likely attract numerous carrion beasts. Swish, 2 lights flickered in the darkness, revealing a pair of hawk-like eyes, black feathers blending with the surroundings, and a crimson beak resembling a sharp blade. The second-tier bloodbeak falcon, fond of fresh blood, occasionally indulged in carrion, excelling in ambush and possessing remarkable speed. But it was not only the bloodbeak falcon drawn by the stench. The one-eyed man-eating flower, camouflaged as an old tree, was also awakened, its single eye blinking as it turned towards the source of the odor. Its roots writhing as it advanced. Lu securely stashed away the hard-earned 6 earth dragon sinews and emerged from the cave. The air within a radius of several dozen meters tainted by decay, as the number of sensed emotions rapidly increased. Buzz! The blade shimmered coldly as Lu Yu's legs powered him forth like a galloping steed. Leaping outward, his long knife slicing towards the old tree, clang. Just as the blade was about to descend, the old tree suddenly sprouted a large mouth, clamping down on the blade, while a fearsome single eye opened at its apex. With a force honed by daily training, Lu Yu's powerful arms shattered the man-eating flower's jaws, driving the blade deep into its core, cleaving it in 2. Whoosh, just as the one-eyed man-eating flower fell. A sudden shrill cry erupted. Lu, ever prepared, swiftly raised his shield to protect his back. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, propelling Lu Yu back several meters. The second-tier shield was dented, with a small hole punctured in its center. The culprit, the bloodbeak falcon, having failed its ambush, darted into the shadows, seeking another opportunity. What a powerful little creature! Lu Yu squinted towards the old tree where the bloodbeak falcon hid, without a moment's hesitation. He accelerated, whoosh, in the blink of an eye. The 20-meter distance was closed. Sensing danger, the bloodbeak falcon attempted to flee, but as it spread its wings, it was engulfed by a stasis barrier, frozen in midair. The bloodbeak falcon was filled with terror, a force it had never encountered before. Lu swiftly dispatched the falcon with a strike before turning to leave. Shortly after his departure, 2 talents arrived at the scene. Alerted by the commotion, after observing the remnants of the battle, they exhaled in relief. Their cultivation does not exceed the 3rd tier. They pose no threat to us. The boy wearing a monkey mask stood up. The Bloodbeak Falcon was killed in a single strike, and no net weapon was found, which indicates that his speed exceeds that of the Falcon. The boy in the horse mask disagreed. As long as it does not impede our capture of the Ghost-Eye Black Blood Eagle, it matters not. What if he hides in the shadows and ambushes us while we are exhausted? Given his speed, we would find it difficult to counter. I suggest we take the initiative, if you wish to pursue. Then do so. I have no interest in hunting a second-tier junior. The monkey-masked youth turned to leave. The horse-masked youth spread his arms, releasing countless shadowy serpents from beneath his feet, which slithered in all directions. At this moment, Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still searching for gray wood. The ancient trees thinned ahead, replaced by a multitude of beast carcasses. Scattered stones of various sizes littered the ground. Shattered by some unseen force, Lu realized he had inadvertently trespassed into a beast's territory, and he squinted hard to discern the distant shapes. There loomed a mountain, its summit seemingly cleaved by some force. A chaotic pile of rocks forming a nest, and shadows flitting by him. Lu Yu sensed emotions and retrieved a burrowing talisman, melting into the ground. The burrowing talisman created a 2-meter space underground, allowing for breathing and movement. Shortly after Lu Yu burrowed, 2 figures entered the area, one behind the other. After surveying their surroundings, one chuckled. I told you there was nothing here. You were merely overthinking. The other shook his head. My spiritual thread has snapped. Saying this, he picked up a nearly invisible broken thread from the ground. He cannot escape. He is definitely still here. The burly man's eyes turned cold as he spoke, drawing his weapon to prepare for a carpet bombing. When suddenly, a faint rustling sound was heard. Come out, bang! Countless threads flew into the forest, piercing the shadows. As the threads were retracted, the pierced shadow serpents came into view. Yu, come out! The thread-wielding youth coldly sneered as he crushed the shadow serpents. What a stroke of misfortune, to encounter you both here. Yu stepped out from the darkness, his eyes glinting with derision through his mask. Did you think that by donning masks no one would know of your treachery against your classmates? The burly man pointed mockingly at Yu. Yu scoffed. Wang Hongfei, you remain as foolish as ever. You believe everything you hear, and you will eventually be betrayed by your own. Wang Hongfei's fists clashed with a thunderous sound. Just you alone. If you dare provoke me again, I will shatter every bone in your body. Is it merely because of your S-level talent, barbarian? Yu struck the ground, his entire being enveloped in blazing black flames. Resembling a demon from the depths of a fairy tale, why Netherfire can turn you to ashes. Chapter 51. A triumvirate clash, the beasts gain advantage. All present had come for the Ghost-Eye Black Blood sculpture. Yet before they even laid eyes on their target, they had already begun to engage in combat. Such recklessness could hardly be advantageous. The silken thread boy chuckled, weaving harmony amidst chaos, as countless threads descended from his sleeves, gradually unfurling across the ground. Lu Hui, your ruse of openly laying a path while secretly maneuvering is effective only once. Do you truly believe I would fall for it a second time? Yu flicked his wrist, sparks igniting as they fell to the earth, instantly incinerating all invisible threads. Engaging 2 foes alone was not out of the question. Once I deal with you, only Lin Xiao and his companions will remain, significantly increasing the odds of capturing the Ghost-Eye Black Blood sculpture. Then give it a try. Wang Hongfei bellowed, shattering the ground as his flesh swelled, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall brute, unleashing a punch that shattered the air. Nether Serpent! Yu waved his hand, the Netherfire morphing into a 2-meter black serpent to intercept the blow. The force erupted, crushing the serpent's head, yet in the next instant, the flames surged to mend the injury, restoring the serpent's form. The searing heat burned through Wang Hongfei's fist, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if impervious to pain. Wang Hongfei retracted his fist, forcefully obliterating the nether serpent, his feet pounding the ground, sending shockwaves that made Yu cough up blood. How did you find me? Yu gasped in astonishment, taken aback that the notoriously reckless Wang Hongfei had shown cunning. Did you think me truly foolish? Wang Hongfei scoffed. Having the strength of a brute does not equate to lacking intelligence. When power suffices, there is no need for wit. But when brute force fails, one must employ cunning. Return. Yu urgently commanded the horned demon. The ambush had failed, and the opportunity to eliminate 2 foes was lost. Self-preservation was now paramount. The horned demon stood guard beside Yu, while Wang Hongfei called out to Lu Hui, "Are you still alive?" Lu Hui emerged from the cocoon, gasping for breath. "I suggest we cease hostilities for now and capture the Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture first, then settle our scores." Yu, drained of mental energy, had no choice but to concede, agreed. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a shadow erupted from behind, a flash of light severing a figure in two, innards spilling across the ground. The Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture. The horned demon shielded Yu, observing as the massive bird feasted upon Wang Hongfei's severed head. The fifth-tier Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture, measuring 6 meters in length with an 8-meter wingspan, boasted a streamlined body designed to minimize wind resistance, its eyes resembling those of a malevolent spirit, instilling dread. "Lu Hui, where is Huang Feilong? I sent a message. He should have arrived by now." Lu Hui, having ingested a healing pill, regained his strength, swiftly weaving a protective net of silk. "Do you think there's a chance we've been abandoned?" Yu pondered, having received no reply to his messages. Lu Hui offered no response. Such musings are futile. The two of them cannot possibly withstand the Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture. They will likely be consumed soon. The beast stomped down, crushing a skull. Its gaze filled with derision as it surveyed the two. However, it was not in a hurry to continue its feast. It wished to savor the torment of its prey, allowing them to experience the thrill of the hunt. Survival now hinges on luck. Lu remained concealed underground, as 5 hidden figures cautiously approached, evidently plotting to unite against the Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture, observing the relentless advance of the beast. Both men remained vigilant, their minds taut with anticipation for battle. Yet the Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture merely toyed with them, refraining from direct assault. Repeated tests of their resolve ignited their fury. The creature was mocking them. "Come on, beast! If you dare, strike!" Lu Hui roared, blood oozing from his mouth. The jade vial hidden in his palm shattered, silver powder coursing through his veins, ready to explode. "Conserve your strength. There may yet be a chance to survive." Yu hastened to heal himself, ignoring Lu Hui's provocations. Without the horned demon's protection, he had no choice but to rely on his own wits. The Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture approached Lu Hui, seemingly intent on eliminating him first. "I have but one opportunity. If I can blind its eyes, I may turn the tide." As the monstrous bird drew nearer, Lu Hui suddenly found clarity. Chapter 52. A Triad of 6, The Battle of Man and Sculpture. The Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture spread its wings, summoning a tempest that carved fissures into the ground. The solitary Lu Hui was ruthlessly toppled. Meeting the mocking gaze of the beast, he feigned impotence, his eyes ablaze with unyielding defiance as he bellowed at the creature, now merely 3 meters apart. If the sculpture advanced a single step, Lu Hui was poised to strike at its eyes. Yet, seemingly oblivious, the beast lifted a paw to step forward, only to suddenly withdraw, its gaze turning cold as it fixated on the fallen Lu Hui. Lu Hui forced himself to remain calm. At this juncture, he could not allow the Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture to sense his intentions. Regrettably, he underestimated the creature's cunning. Its numerous encounters with humanity had sharpened its intellect, and it maintained a cautious demeanor before such an easily attainable quarry. The Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture could afford to wait, but Lu Hui could not. The silver powder had spread across his palm, and if he failed to release it in time, it would backlash upon him. In the past, Lu Hui had means to mitigate the backlash, but now, severely injured and weakened, another backlash would spell certain doom. Do you truly believe yourself powerful? You are merely a creature confined in this secret realm, and your progeny will share the same fate, enslaved. The Ghost Eye Black Blood sculpture remained silent, its claws tearing into the earth, clearly suppressing its rage. Yet, provoked by Lu Hui's relentless taunts, it could no longer contain itself, bursting forth in a ferocious charge, its massive form threatening to crush Lu Hui. Finally, Lu Hui's eyes widened with wrath as he thrust forth his hand. Corroded flesh and all, the blood-imbued silver powder reacted violently, transforming from a silvery hue to a crimson blaze, roaring forth in a shockwave that startled countless luminescent beings. The explosion hurled the charred Lu Hui away, smashing through 2 ancient trees before collapsing unconscious. The epicenter of the blast engulfed him in flames and smoke, creating a deep crater where the ground had once been. Gentlemen, it is time to emerge. Clad in silver armor, a smiling Huang Failong appeared behind Lu Hui. Huizi, I have arrived late. Huang Failong spoke as he helped the unconscious Lu Hui regain consciousness, prying open his mouth to administer a healing pill. The insincerity of Huang Failong is evident. Despite Zhang Yun's foul mouth, the nickname he bestowed upon you was indeed apartment. Lin Xiao and his companions emerged from the shadows, confronting a ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle. Even 6 individuals might not suffice to subdue it. The boy in the monkey mask approached Yu, stating that only through combat would they know if they had enough strength to divide the spoils. Lin Xiao responded nonchalantly, suggesting a 3-on-3 matchup, with their side holding the advantage. A piercing shriek interrupted their conversation as a gust of wind dispersed the smoke and extinguished the flames. The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle soared from the pit, its gaze surveying the gathered crowd. A third of its wings were damaged, yet it remained capable of short-distance flight. At this moment, the eagle was enraged, its demonic energy surging, engulfing the night in darkness, rendering the area within 100 meters completely obscured. Is this what provokes your fury? Lin Xiao shook his head in disappointment. You slaughtered 6 of our classmates and displayed their heads outside your lair without inciting our anger. Yet, after merely crippling a third of your wings, you cannot contain your rage. Indeed, it seemed that a beast would always remain a beast, incapable of learning the restraint of humanity. Boom. The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle flew forth, merging with the shadows until it became undetectable to the naked eye. Even Lu Yu, who could sense emotions, struggled to keep pace with the speed of the 5th-tier beast. At this moment, it unleashed its demonic domain. While a 5th-tier human talent would awaken their abilities, a 5th-tier beast would construct its own demonic realm. The nature of this realm varied with the species, yet any beast within it experienced a significant boost in power. Darkness Devour, Lin Xiao extended his arms, summoning the shadows. His talent, Sesgrade, King of the Night, rendered him impervious to the eagle's domain. The darkness coalesced into a mire that ensnared the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle. No matter how swift it was, it could not escape the vast, engulfing darkness, which ensnared it instantly. Reflective mirror. Huang Failong raised his hand, and a mirror materialized above the eagle's head. Even in the absence of light, the mirror reflected the image of the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle. In the next moment, the image melted into liquid that dripped onto the eagle. The liquid appeared harmless, yet it was exceedingly perilous. Merely coming into contact with it sent the eagle into a frenzy. Its feathers bristled like daggers as it tore through the dark mire to shake off the liquid. Seeing the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle create distance to retreat, a splash erupted in the air, transforming into a fishtail that struck the eagle with a resounding boom, pushing it back. All 3 parties desired the eagle, but first, they needed to collaborate to subdue it. Encircled, the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle sensed danger. Its keen gaze swept across the 3 factions before locking onto Huang Failong, wary of the peculiar mirror. You wish to eliminate me first? I welcome the challenge. Demonic energy swirled, targeting Huang Failong, yet he remained unperturbed, summoning 2 mirrors that floated before him, patiently awaiting the eagle's attack. Huang Failong possessed an SSS-grade talent, Magic Mirror, which allowed him to conjure mirrors, replicate targets, transfer damage, and execute short-range displacement, making him exceptionally formidable in both survival and combat. Swish, losing its patience, the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle lunged at Huang Failong in less than a second. Its claws shattered the mirror, and the next moment, it tore through Huang Failong. However, Huang Failong was prepared. What was destroyed was merely the projected image, while his true self retreated into the mirror to counterattack the eagle attack. The 6 individuals joined forces for a coordinated assault, and despite the assistance of the demonic realm, the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle remained suppressed. Outside the realm, Lu Yu quietly exchanged a talisman of concealment, continuing to hide. His instincts warned him that the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle would not fall easily, for it was a 5th-tier great demon that had thrived in the Dark Wind secret realm for long, undoubtedly possessing trump cards. Even with 6 4th-tier talents collaborating, they might not be able to slay it, as anticipated. The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle, though appearing subdued, was ever searching for an opportunity to break free from the encirclement. It seized the moment when Lin Xiao attacked to ambush the two individuals from behind, inflicting severe damage before they could react. Had it not been for Huang Feilong's damage transfer, those two would have already collapsed. Retreat! Lin Xiao commanded the two to withdraw for healing as the remaining four continued to corner the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle. Beast, I advise you to conserve your strength and surrender obediently. Perhaps, if you perform well in the outside world, you may even receive a reward. Why you ignited the nether fire to incinerate the demonic energy, illuminating the battered ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle. Your lair must still harbor younglings. Perhaps they have already been captured by others. Huang Feilong continued to provoke the eagle. Indeed, upon hearing that its offspring were in peril, the eagle's gaze sharpened, its demonic energy howling ominously. Chapter 53. Bloodline Ancestry, Yasha's Venom Caw. The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle let out a haunting cry. Its eyes stained crimson with blood, as it exhaled demonic energy that turned blood-red, revealing a sinister aspect. Bloodline Ancestry? The six were initially taken aback, then burst into uproarious laughter. Although they had suspected the eagle was extraordinary, confirmation of its bloodline ancestry brought them relief. Bloodline ancestry was critically important to the demon race, a phenomenon tantamount to defying fate. Few purebloods had persisted through generations, and it was no exaggeration to say that every demon beast bore the bloodline of their ancestors, albeit in varying concentrations. Their ancestors were all formidable great demons, and achieving bloodline ancestry would bestow upon them ancestral legacies, facilitating a leap in power. Capture it. It would become the second ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle to achieve bloodline ancestry at the Tianwu Academy. The six eagerly took photographs to document the event, knowing that upon exiting the Dark Wind secret realm, they could submit the data to the Academy for credit rewards. Whoosh! The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle unleashed a tempest that extinguished the netherfire. Its black feathers stained with blood like flames igniting, as its blood-red eyes radiated immense mental pressure. The gathered talents, all of whom exceeded their ranks in mental acuity, still felt waves of pain. Lin Zhao's two companions clutched their heads in agony before collapsing to the ground. Boom! The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle flapped its wings in fury, activating its ancestral bloodline, exponentially increasing its power, simultaneously losing the favor of darkness. Replaced by rage and bloodlust. Reflective mirror. Huang Feilong focused intently, conjuring 3 mirrors and leaping into one to evade. Suppress it. You reignited the netherfire, summoning the horned demon. As the netherfire coursed into the horned demon, its body gradually morphed, appearing as though it were revived. Mermaid song, water splashed anew, this time revealing a mermaid princess with a fish tail. The enchanting mermaid sang a melodic hymn, her voice manifesting as chains that enveloped the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle. Sinking demon sword. Lin Xiao drew a long sword from the darkness, his cloak billowing as he appeared above the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle, swinging the sword downward with unstoppable force. The sinking demon sword was pitch black and eerie. Merely locking eyes with it caused disorientation, as if one might be drawn into its depths. The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle did not shy away from the swiftly descending sword. It swung its right wing to collide with the blade. Clang! The sword's edge scraped against the feathers, sending sparks flying, while the force of the impact threw Lin Xiao back several meters. Yet the eagle's strength remained undiminished as it shattered 2 reflective mirrors and lunged at Huang Feilong. The fractured mirror shards scattered, each reflecting the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle, and just as it was about to obliterate the last mirror, it suddenly detonated. The power from the eagle was reflected back, instantly tearing through its wings and forcing it to retreat. Only for the chains of song to descend and imprison it. The horned demon charged through the flames, leaping onto the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle's back, raining down blows. The eagle, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, was momentarily stunned, but reality struck when it felt a sharp pain above its head, prompting it to retaliate. It slashed its wings through the air, severing the chains that bound it, and then raised its feathers to pierce the horned demon, flinging it away. Observing the floating mirrors, the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle refrained from continuing its assault, turning instead to attack the nearest Tang Ming. Block it! The horned demon spread its arms in an attempt to intervene, only to be sent flying by the eagle's claw. Lin Xiao, emerging from the shadows, also found himself thrown aside. That moment, The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle's focus was solely on Tang Ming. If it could inflict severe damage, it could escape the encirclement. With its speed, these humans could not possibly keep up. Yasha's Sea Patrol. Tang Ming's body dissolved, a furious roar emanating from within. The next moment, his chest split open, and a blue-faced creature with tusks and a steel fork emerged, a sea Yasha. Puff! The ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle's claws tore through the sea Yasha, but the steel fork in its hand also pierced the eagle's right wing. As the sea Yasha vanished, the steel fork embedded in its wing disappeared as well. Inflicted with grave injuries, the ghostly-eyed black-blooded eagle let out a furious cry, detonating its demonic realm as it flapped its wings to escape rapidly. Boom! The explosion in the demon realm left everyone severely injured. With a radius of 100 meters completely flattened, Luu, who was hiding underground, was also shaken out, coughing twice before hastily retreating. As the dust settled, 7 figures gradually emerged. Lin Xiao managed to save 2 team members at the cost of his own ribcage being shattered. Half kneeling on the ground as he coughed up blood, the unconscious Lu Hui could not escape death, being obliterated into a pulp by the blast. Huang Failong, who had taken refuge in the displacement mirror, suffered the least injury, merely fracturing both arms. Yu's horned demon was left with only half of its body, its mental energy nearly drained, while Tang Ming, despite liquefying, was still thrown back by the shockwave. Spitting blood, the 3 teams eyed each other warily, and after a moment of stalemate, they each departed. The ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle had been severely wounded. It remained to be seen who could recover their combat strength first and capture it. Yet, they were not the only ones interested in the ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle. Moreover, given its current weakened state, the difficulty of capturing it had significantly decreased, enticing many to take risks and scale the mountains in pursuit of the creature. Despite the steepness of the mountain, it posed no obstacle to those with talent. They reached the summit in under 10 minutes. However, as soon as one reached the top, a chill ran down their spine. Sensing the flow of demonic energy above, suddenly, a furious ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle crushed a 3rd-tier talent with a single claw. The young birds in the nest, alerted by the commotion, peeked out only to be swiftly pushed back by a wing. After ensuring the safety of the young birds, the ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle collapsed to the ground to heal, utilizing the herbs stored in its nest. After consuming the herbs, it rapidly refined them, gradually restoring its depleted demonic energy. While its broken wings began to regrow, everything seemed to be progressing positively, yet the ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle remained oblivious to the change in its wound. The area pierced by the steel fork had not healed. Instead, it merely provided an illusion of recovery, while the injury worsened until blood flowed incessantly. When the ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle finally sensed something was amiss, its entire right wing had become useless. Faced with its withered wing, the eagle showed no hesitation, using its left wing to sever it. The pain of losing its wing caused it to screech in agony, causing the young birds in the nest to tremble, yearning to peek out but being met with a sharp cry that sent them retreating. Once its strength was restored, the ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle continued consuming herbs to heal, aware that enemies would soon arrive. An hour later, Luu successfully collected 10 dragon tendons and gazed at the nearby mountain, feeling a rush of excitement. If he could tame the ghost-eyed black-blooded eagle, his power would undergo a qualitative leap, and he would gain control over the skies. However, attempting to tame such a fierce bird was extraordinarily perilous, especially after it had just endured a brutal assault from humans. To go or not to go? As Luu hesitated, he suddenly felt a surge of emotional fluctuation and quickly held his breath, retreating underground. Tang Ming and Yu approached from a distance, looking up at the mountain with smiles. Remarking, having been struck by the Yaksha poison, it likely has only one wing left now. Although its value would significantly diminish, it was still better than not capturing it at all. Let us go. Chapter 54. A chance encounter with a young bird. Supplies procurement. The 2 leaped nearly 10 meters, grasping the protruding rocks as they swiftly climbed. They reached the summit of the 100-meter mountain in mere seconds. Following them were Lin Xiao and Huang Failong, who arrived in succession, clearly determined to seize their prize. Huang Failong glanced up with a smile, while Lin Xiao calmly remarked, "It's all up to human effort." Upon reaching the peak, a tremendous noise erupted, piercing wails mingled with furious shouts echoed throughout the realm. This time, The ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle could not hold out for long. Its demonic energy had yet to recover, preventing it from unleashing its domain, and with the loss of its right wing, its combat strength was drastically reduced, ultimately succumbing to the combined might of 4 individuals. Just as they argued over who would claim ownership, the ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle suddenly went berserk, disregarding its life as it broke free from its restraints, crashing through the nest and seizing a young bird before plummeting to the ground. Damn it. The 4 individuals wore extremely grim expressions, feeling utterly helpless. Falling from 100 meters high, even they could not prevent the descent, let alone the frenzied, ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle. In the end, their efforts amounted to nothing. Lin Xiao, suppressing his anger, spoke up, "What are you afraid of? The secret realm of Enchong has more than one ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle. We can simply look for another." Tang Ming dismissed the concern, saying, "I recall you were closest to the ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle just now. You wouldn't have deliberately let it go, would you?" Huang Feilong fixed a hostile gaze on Tang Ming. At this, Lin Xiao also turned to Tang Ming, his expression cold. "Who would have thought that you, Huang Feilong, would not only be insincere but also stir up trouble?" You scoffed. "What? Do you want to kill and seize treasures? Feel free to try. I am quite curious to see how much of your magical mirror remains." Bang! A loud crash disrupted the standoff, prompting Lin Xiao to retract his gaze and turn to descend the mountain. Seeing Lin Xiao leave, Huang Feilong could only depart unwillingly. Without Lin Xiao, he could not contend against 2 opponents, and his plans for murder and plunder were dashed. Yu and Tang Ming went down the mountain from the other side. On the ground, Lu Yu stared silently at the corpse before him, astonished that the ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle had chosen to die rather than yield. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a faint emotion. Prying open the eagle's beak to find the barely alive young bird. Thereas still a pulse, Yu placed the young bird into his beast companion ring and activated the token to teleport away. The flash of teleportation caught the attention of Lin Xiao and Huang Feilong, who quickly descended the mountain to the corpse of the ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle. After examining it, their expressions darkened. Well, to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? What audacity! Lin Xiao sneered as he crushed the ground beneath him. That young bird might still be alive. Whoever dares to steal my spoils will pay back tenfold, Huang Feilong vowed. Soon, Tang Ming and Yi Yu arrived, and without further ado, they began to divide the corpse of the ghost-eyed, black-blooded eagle, departing after sharing the spoils. Once again, a whirlwind of chaos ensued, and Lu Yu reappeared on the stone platform. After catching his breath, he approached the electronic screen and submitted the dragon tendons. The screen methodically scanned the items, and upon confirming they met the task's requirements, it accepted the tendons and awarded academic credits. It was already 1 in the afternoon, and the task square was sparsely populated, with only Mo lounging in a rocking chair, fast asleep. "Mr. Mo," Lu Yu called as he approached. 12 items, 100 academic credits. Mo waved his hand, dispersing the credits. "Thank you, Mr. Mo." Lu Yu respectfully bowed before striding away. Before exiting the task square, he sent a message to Xia Huayu and Zhang Ming, informing them that he would return to the courtyard first and would discuss matters upon his return. After leaving the task square, Liu took the cloud ladder to the cafeteria for a meal. After a hearty feast, he proceeded to the mentor area to procure supplies. The mentors at Tianwu Academy were well-rounded. In addition to teaching, each possessed at least 1 skill, with a few boasting 2 or 3. Unlike medicinal pills, talismans were in high demand as daily consumables, making trade easy. Lu spent 80 academic credits to successfully purchase 100 second-tier talismans. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Sister Long, who was carrying 2 hammers. Lu initially intended to pretend he hadn't seen her and quietly slip away, but Sister Long spotted him and blocked his path. "Young man, were you planning to avoid me?" Lu chuckled. "How could I? Sister Long, I truly didn't notice you. I was too busy counting talismans. Buying so many second-tier talismans, are you planning to go into seclusion?" Sister Long teased, then waved her hand. "All right, let us go. By the way, Sister Long, does the academy have any beast food?" Lu recalled the young bird in his beast companion ring. "Now you know to ask me." "Sister Long," she raised an eyebrow, pointing to a stall. "Go find teacher Xiao Lan. She is an SSS-level talent beast master, well-versed in beast taming." "Thank you, Sister Long." Lu expressed his gratitude before striding towards the stall. Perhaps due to the scarcity of beast tamers at Tianwu Academy, teacher Xiao Lan's stall had few visitors, with only a young boy dozing off while resting his chin in his hands. "Hello, I would like to purchase some beast food." "Welcome, beast food, right? We have 13 types of beast food, guaranteed to satisfy you in both quality and flavor." The boy immediately perked up, enthusiastically introducing the products. "What type of beast do you have, and how old is it?" "A Windchaser Magic Wolf, less than a year old. 4 canine-type demon beasts. I recommend this brand of little blue dog food. The latest product from teacher Xiao Lan, which ensures your beast grows up healthy." Lu Yu took the dog food. It indeed smelled pleasant, and there were no strange odors. After crushing a piece, he found nothing suspicious. "I'll take 2 bags, and also 2 bags of bird feed, plus 10 demon energy pearls." All right, buying 4 bags at once made him a solid customer. The boy packed the 4 bags of beast food, placing the demon energy pearls in a wooden box. "That will be 150 academic credits." Wow! Lu Yu was taken aback by the price, but, seeing the boy's hopeful eyes, he still paid the credits. "Thank you for your patronage and welcome back next time." The boy waved enthusiastically as Lu Yu took the cloud ladder back to the courtyard. As soon as he opened the wooden door, Xiao He rushed over, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "I left in a hurry this morning and forgot to leave you something to eat." As Lu Yu spoke, he took out the beast food and poured it into a metal bowl. Xiao He stared at the beast food for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether it was edible. "It smelled good. Should I try a bite?" After taking one bite, Xiao He couldn't stop, eagerly devouring it. "Take your time." Lu Yu extracted the demon chi pearl and cast it into the beast pet ring. The demon energy within the pearl, having been meticulously purified and enhanced, boasted not only a high concentration of demonic essence, but also effective antibacterial properties, facilitating rapid wound healing, making it highly favored among beast tamers. Lu, lacking the innate talent for beast taming and incapable of healing, could only rely on the demon chi pearl and the fledgling bird. Having completed these tasks, Lu Yu settled down to meditate and rest, intending to sharpen his mental faculties. Suddenly, he noticed 3 white orbs of light newly materializing in his mind. Filled with curiosity, he reached out with his mental energy to touch the orbs. To his astonishment, the moment he made contact, the orbs shattered, and in the next instant, 3 techniques manifested in his consciousness. Unlike the known techniques, these were specifically tailored for the utilization of internal energy. Chapter 55. Technique Experimentation. The dream returns. Lu Yu recalled the dream from the previous night, where those individuals possessed such capabilities. Could it be that by eliminating them, he would acquire these techniques? In the dream, he had slain 3 people, and now his mind was gifted with precisely 3 manuals. If he could cultivate them, his power would experience a significant enhancement. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yu began to peruse the manuals with his mental energy. The techniques were not overly complex. He memorized them after a single reading. He then proceeded to channel the energy within him according to the manuals. Gurgle. The energy surged like boiling water, and Lu Yu felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body. His fists clenched, shattering the air as energy-infused punches flew forth, smashing through trees. Once more, Lu Yu unleashed a flurry of punches, causing the ground to erupt with numerous craters. Little Black, clutching a metal basin, darted into the house to escape the chaos. Panting heavily after exhausting his energy, Lu Yu landed and greedily inhaled the energy from the surrounding air to recuperate. The power was formidable, and fortunately, it could be unleashed from a distance. Lu Yu could strike with 30 punches at once, and once his internal energy was restored, he would delve into the other 2 manuals. For the next 2 hours, the small courtyard endured relentless upheaval, compelling Lu Yu to expend 50 credits for repairs. 1 manual focused on punch techniques, another on shields, and the last on speed enhancement. Mastering these 3 techniques greatly amplified Lu Yu's combat prowess. What on earth was that dream, and why did it bestow such techniques? Lu Yu grew increasingly curious about the dream while simultaneously feeling a sense of caution. After all, fortune falling from the sky was seldom a good omen. Ding! The sound of his phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking, he found 2 messages from Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu. Both had completed their tasks and were en route back. Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Lu Yu opened the door to find Xia Huayu and Zhang Ming supporting each other as they stumbled inside. "What happened to you both?" Lu Yu offered them hot tea. Zhang Ming gulped it down in one go, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! I was doing perfectly well on my mission when I was ambushed and forced to fight back in the midst of it all. I was startled awake by a fourth-tier demon beast and had to flee for my life. If I ever catch that bastard, he will pay dearly. Xia Huayu nodded. Lifting his broken arm, I was targeted as well. Initially, they wanted me to join some organization, but after I refused, they attacked me directly. Future battles will only increase, making it imperative to enhance our strength. Liu retrieved the techniques he had meticulously copied. I had a dream last night and obtained 3 energy techniques within it. After experimentation, I've confirmed that they can be cultivated. The two exchanged glances, expressions turning peculiar as they perused the manuals. I think I had that dream too, and I also received energy techniques. The 3 quickly realized the gravity of the situation, depicting scenes from their dreams while exchanging the manuals. It seems that dream was vast. We were in different locations. I suspect someone was orchestrating the dream, and we are likely mere test subjects. Xia Huayu's expression turned grave. Test subjects? Zhang Ming and Liu exchanged troubled glances, clearly unacquainted with this notion. Xia Huayu deliberated. I've heard of similar experiments aimed at unraveling large-scale secret realms, where young talents are cast into the realm to seek a path to survival. So, you mean the dream from last night could potentially be a large-scale secret realm? And we are the test subjects seeking a way out. This is hardly good news. To be unknowingly used as test subjects is disheartening for anyone, especially with the looming risk of death. What would happen if one were to die within the secret realm? Liu inquired. Uncertain, Xia Huayu shook his head. I've heard tales of some going mad and being taken for research, while other souls vanished, leaving them in a vegetative state. The academy is pushing us toward death, forcing us to grow stronger rapidly. Liu scoffed. Knowing the dangers, they still afford us no opportunity to refuse. This feeling of being trapped is infuriating. This only indicates one thing. The global environment is dire, necessitating our rapid growth. The two rose to depart, hurrying back to their respective courtyards to train diligently. Liu picked up the exchange techniques for study, 1 from Zhang Ming and 2 from Xia Huayu. Among them, 1 was a duplicate, leaving 2 distinct manuals, 1 to slow breathing and mask life fluctuations, and another to manipulate energy into energy swords. Holding an energy sword in his left hand and a second-tier long knife in his right, Liu struck the 2 against each other, and as expected, the energy sword shattered. However, as long as energy remained, the energy sword could quickly regenerate after breaking. Before long, dusk descended, casting long shadows as Liu patted Little Black and began to meditate to refine his spirit. Disciple, are you not awake yet? A voice thundered in his ears, and Liu jolted awake to find a middle-aged man with a green beard standing before him, holding a circular ring, awake at last. Good. Let us continue our journey. The green-bearded man smiled, nodding, and took long strides forward. Liu, bewildered, followed closely. I recall last time being at the Si Huang sect. Why has the scene shifted? Shouldn't there be a save point like in a game? The green-bearded man moved swiftly, his ordinary steps covering nearly 10 meters with each stride, compelling Liu to exert all his effort to keep pace. All right, let us take a break. Time slipped away. And just as Liu felt himself on the verge of collapse, the green-bearded man suddenly halted, stomping his foot to conjure a mud hut. We will rest here tonight. With that, the green-bearded man entered the hut. Liu hesitated for a moment before following him in from the outside. The dilapidated mud hut appeared shabby, but its interior was surprisingly well-structured and exuded a sense of safety. How do you find the earth solidification technique, which I have practiced for 13 years? The green-bearded man inquired with a smile, producing food to share with Liu. Exquisite beyond measure, Liu replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. The green-bearded man nodded in satisfaction. Do not rush. Disciple, you have yet to enter the sect for 2 months and cannot cultivate the earth solidification technique just yet. The wind control technique bestowed by Master is also quite practical with diligent practice. You will surely achieve success. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Liu bowed respectfully. Now, eat something before training. After sharing the meal, the two settled onto the mudbeds to cultivate. Soon, the green-bearded man entered a meditative state, and Liu seized the opportunity to observe. He noticed the man enveloped in a yellowish hue, inhaling it while exhaling white mist, seemingly absorbing the energy of the earth. Though he understood the principle, lacking knowledge of the energy flow, Liu refrained from recklessly attempting to cultivate and instead focused on honing his spirit. However, Just as he closed his eyes to meditate, a fierce wind swept past him, prompting him to open his eyes and find the green-bearded man standing before him, scrutinizing him intently. "Disciple, where did you acquire the method for spirit refinement?" Sensing malice and conflict emanating from the man, Lu Yu quickly replied, "It is merely a common method for spirit refinement. If senior brother desires it, I shall gladly share." The green-bearded man paused, seemingly taken aback by Lu Yu's generosity, then said, "No free lunch. If you grant me your spirit refinement method, I shall impart the earth solidification technique to you ahead of schedule." Chapter 56. Exchange of Techniques, Cracking the Secret Realm. Subsequently, the two exchanged techniques. The green-bearded man acquired the spirit refinement method, while Lu Yu received the earth solidification technique. The green-bearded man eagerly closed his eyes to refine his mental energy, and Lu Yu also attempted to cultivate the earth solidification technique. The earth solidification technique proved challenging, surpassing the difficulty of the 5 techniques Lu Yu had previously mastered. According to the manual, achieving mastery would allow him to manipulate vast expanses of land, making it a formidable technique for both offense and defense. Late into the night, Lu Yu was abruptly awakened by a deafening roar. He rushed out of the mud hut to witness the green-bearded man locked in combat with another. "Zhao Ding, what brings you here at this late hour?" "Nothing much. I heard you acquired a mystic soil turtle pill a few days ago. Coincidentally, my earth solidification technique is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level, so I wish to borrow it." "You want my mystic soil turtle pill? Then you must pay with your life. Refusing a toast and opting for a penalty, then I shall cripple you and search for it slowly." Both were disciples of the same sect. Practicing the earth solidification technique, their figures darted about, evading each other as the ground heaved in 10-meter waves, transforming into various forms of attack. Lu Yu swiftly dodged, recognizing that their combat prowess rivaled that of 5th-tier talents, beyond his capacity to intervene. Boom! 2 colossal figures of 10 meters crumbled simultaneously. The green-bearded man raised his hand, summoning a massive yellow hand from the earth to grasp Zhao Ding, intending to crush him with his fingers, only for it to be shattered by a surge of power. "Qin Shaodai, your talent is mediocre. The only reason you have mastered the earth solidification technique to its 6th pinnacle is due to the mystic soil turtle pill you receive each month. And that pill is taken from your master's share." Zhao Ding, standing atop the muddy waves, exuded an imposing presence, his eyes gleaming with determination as he swung a 100-meter-long yellow whip. "Do you think this can disturb my focus?" Qin Xiaofei let out a disdainful snort. The ground beneath him trembled violently as dozens of earthen hands surged forth, severing the long whip while simultaneously exerting force to utterly shatter it. "I am aware of your resolute heart in the pursuit of enlightenment, yet I am also cognizant of your master's grave injuries." Boom! Thousands of long spears descended like a torrential storm, their overwhelming might rendering escape impossible. "Do not concern yourself with my master. He is currently in good health." Qin Xiaofei raised his hand to conjure a 10-meter earthen wall, isolating all the spears outside. Then the wall erupted with arrows, targeting Zhao Ding. "That is merely a soothing lie to placate you. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched you and your fellow disciples to urgently descend the mountain for refuge." Zhao Ding summoned a tempest to sever the arrows, stepping forth to engage Qin Xiaofei in close combat. "Silence!" Qin Xiaofei's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, the earth beneath him exploding with a cacophony, sprouting countless menacing spikes. Zhao Ding deftly navigated the wind, skillfully avoiding the spikes as he flew rapidly towards Qin Xiaofei. "Once more, I reiterate, surrender the Xuanta Gui Dan, and I shall spare your lives." "You shall not succeed." Qin Xiaofei leaped into the fray, secretly transmitting a message to Lu Yu. "Junior brother, hasten back to the earthen dwelling, retrieve the items from the earthen bed, and flee for your life." "Senior brother, what about you?" Lu Yu feigned anxiety. Qin Xiaofei's tone grew urgent. "Do not concern yourself with me. Once I have dealt with Zhao Ding, I shall seek you out. Depart swiftly." With that, the two collided, the release of energy causing the ground to shatter, and 2 towering earthen giants arose from the earth. The earthen giant beneath Zhao Ding stood tall and proud, adorned with a long blade at its waist, while the one beneath Qin Xiaofei appeared somewhat shabby, its form slightly hunched, pockmarked, and wielding only a long blade devoid of a sheath. Seizing the moment of their standoff, Lu Yu slipped into the earthen dwelling. shattering Qin Xiaofei's earthen bed to obtain a vial of elixir and 2 tomes, swiftly escaping with his prize, the Xuantu Gui Dan. Zhao Ding caught the scent of the elixir, and the earthen giant roared, reaching for Lu Yu. Not a chance. Qin Xiaofei commanded the earthen giant to intercept, and the 2 colossal beings clashed in a fierce struggle. Lu Yu dared not linger, choosing a direction and sprinting at full speed. The thunderous noise behind him diminished, yet Lu Yu remained tense, surrounded by darkness with no means of discerning his way. But the emotions perceived by the divine tree within him grew increasingly tumultuous. This junior brother, why the haste in the dead of night? Have you encountered some trouble? A light chuckle emanated from behind, and in the next moment, a woman in a partially exposed red gown blocked Lu Yu's path. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and struck first. The malicious intent radiating from the woman was palpable, leaving no doubt that she intended to attack him. In that case, it would be prudent to preempt her assault. Another unrefined stone, then I shall transform you into my subordinate. The woman smirked alluringly, her red gown swirling as she vanished from sight. Behind, Lu Yu clenched his fists and struck powerfully, his forceful blow pushing the woman back. You can see me? The woman stared at Lu Yu, disbelief etched on her face. She was confident in her speed, yet did not expect to be recognized by the youth before her. Lu Yu, uninterested in conversing further, continued his assault, his fists raining down, forcing the woman to retreat in panic, and no matter how she shifted her form, she could not escape his emotional perception, ultimately being reduced to ash beneath Lu Yu's might. Whoosh, a red light flew into Lu Yu's body, and after surveying his surroundings, he continued his flight. This night is quite lively. With the addition of second-year students, the progress in unraveling the secret realm has significantly accelerated. Chang Dingfang observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction. That said, the cost has been considerable. Counting the 2 from yesterday, 5 have perished thus far, and the casualties will only increase as we press on. Zhou Hua shook his head with a sigh. Watching these children perish, Zhou Hua, as the director, felt both heartbroken and helpless. Chang Dingfang's tone was calm. The tide of fate is immutable. We cannot alter it. Currently, they are the ones making sacrifices, but when the secret realm stabilizes, it will be our turn. To unravel the mysteries of cultivation entirely, relentless exploration and sacrifice are required. This has been the cornerstone of our indomitable presence in Huaxia. Suddenly, the elder scholar, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them with a serious expression. I just sensed the presence of lingering souls, confirming our previous suspicions. There are lingering souls surviving within the secret realm, and they may seize the opportunity to possess students. How powerful are they? The 2 inquired. The elder scholar pondered. At least tier 9, and they may even surpass tier 9, reaching the level of saints. We can only observe the situation. The secret realm is not yet stable, and any forced entry would render all our prior efforts futile. Chang Dingfang resolutely refused. I must ensure Lu Yu's safety. A being of divine talent cannot be lost. Zhou Hua nodded in agreement. The elder scholar spoke wisely. Chang Dingfang continued. Agreed. Should Lu Yu be possessed, I will immediately contact the Guardian Pavilion to request the suppression of the lingering soul. Given the current circumstances, this secret realm is classified as an ultra-large secret realm, involving at least 20 sects, with a small number of residual formations still operational inside. Unraveling them will require time. Qi Feifei, adjusting the array disk, sighed as she pinched her brow. An ultra-large secret realm involves too many complications. Even if Tianwu Academy unites as one, it would take years, perhaps even decades, to stabilize it. And if troubles arise during that time, the duration will only extend. Chapter 57. The Ancient Secret Realm, Fortune and Misfortune Intertwined. Can we expedite the process? Even if sacrifices are necessary, so be it. Chang Dingfang spoke decisively. Qi Feifei replied, speechless. Connecting the mirror secret realm as a springboard to the ultra-large secret realm has already occupied 13 teachers. Currently, only the 4 of us are maintaining the transition. Want to speed up the process? It is possible, provided you can gather 10 Tier 6 Array Masters. Within a year, the ultra-large secret realm can be unraveled, and within 3 years, it will be completely under our control. Ahem. Chang Dingfang coughed to mask his embarrassment. What a joke. In all of Huaxia, there are barely 100 Tier 6 Array Masters, their status comparable to Tier 9 Venerables. After years of training at Tianwu Academy, there are only 14 Tier 6 Array Masters. And even that is insufficient. Borrowing from other factions would prove equally challenging. After much contemplation, Cheng Dingfang could only sigh in resignation. However, there is not entirely no way forward. Qi Feifei's tone shifted as she smiled at Cheng Dingfang. Her smile startled both Cheng Dingfang and Zhou Hua, prompting them to retreat hastily. The three terrors of Tianwu Academy are, first, the library distributes books for free. Second, the director rewards credits. And finally, Qi Feifei's smile. Cheng Dingfang waved his hand with a chuckle. Teacher Qi, I suddenly feel that unraveling the ultra-large secret realm cannot be rushed. It is wiser to deliberate over this matter. Qi Feifei coldly laughed as she adjusted the array disc. Lure out the lingering souls. With their assistance, unraveling the secret realm will be just around the corner. No, I oppose. Recklessly releasing an ancient lingering soul presents incalculable risks, and as educators, how can we endanger our students? Currently, Huaxia's research on ancient cultivators is minimal. On one hand, there is a lack of information, and on the other, there are too few personnel. Everyone is preoccupied with cultivating and enhancing their abilities. Who has the time to delve into matters that bear no relevance to cultivation? A bunch of narrow-minded individuals. I never suggested using the lives of Huaxia's children. After all, there are 5 individuals from Dongying we can utilize, right? Qi Feifei segmented the screen, isolating images of the 5 from Qingshou. This girl possesses great potential. With proper manipulation, there is a 50% chance of allowing the lingering soul to possess her. Combined with the mirror secret realm's dispersal and suppression, we could force the lingering soul to assist us in mastering the secret realm. Cheng Dingfang shook his head in refusal. That girl is unsuitable. After Yin He Shoutian's defeat, she received the snake scales of the Yamada no Orochi, and should she be possessed, manipulating the Yamada no Orochi thereafter would prove difficult. Let us choose another. The success rate of changing the candidate is below 30%. Are you certain? Qi Feifei tilted her head in inquiry. Cheng Dingfang revealed hesitation. Xiao Fei, how confident are you in suppressing the lingering soul? Qi Feifei instinctively thought to claim 100% certainty, but upon meeting Cheng Dingfang's piercing gaze, she had to revise her response. Perhaps around 50%. 50%? I would estimate it to be no more than 30%. Zhou Hua saw through Qi Feifei's deception at a glance. This matter requires further discussion. Further discussion is warranted. Cheng Dingfang smiled, waving his hand in the vast darkness of night. Where can you flee? Zhao Ding commanded the earthen giant to descend from the heavens. Obstructing Lu Yu at this moment, the earthen giant was only half intact, and Zhao Ding, standing atop it, was equally injured and bloodied. As he spoke while reaching for the elixir to consume, I offer you this. Will you grant me my life? Lu Yu placed the jade vial on the ground. Zhao Ding's gaze sharpened, and he waved his hand to disperse the earthen giant, letting it crash to the ground as he reached for the jade vial with an earthen hand. You truly understand the situation. Had Qin Xiaofei possessed even half of your acuity, he would not have perished at my hands. Opening the jade vial, Zhao Ding noted that of the original 5 Xuantu Gui Dawn, only 4 remained. Though one was missing, he found it acceptable. You may leave. Zhao Ding coldly gestured. Thank you, senior brother. Lu bowed in gratitude, but as he raised his head, he suddenly struck, bending his knees to exert force and launching himself forward. His fists unleashing a barrage of strikes, an ant shaking a tree. Zhao Ding sneered contemptuously, raising his hand to summon hundreds of earthen spikes to block the punches, as mud and sand surged forth to form a hand aimed at Lu Yu. I had intended to grant you more time, but since you seek death, I shall send you to join Qin Xiaofei. Time accelerates. The runes adorning him amplified his speed, allowing Lu Yu to arc through the air. Evading the mud hand and then leaping onto the spikes, charging towards Zhao Ding. Since escape was not an option, he would rather fight with all his might. How laughable. Do you think I am unable to deal with you simply because I am wounded? Zhao Ding stomped the ground, summoning a stone pillar that charged towards Liu Da. At this moment, the two were less than 3 meters apart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu activated time stagnation. Time stands still, the runes intertwined, forming a barrier, and in an instant, the area within a 5-meter radius was completely frozen in place. Lu Yu knelt atop the stone pillar, gasping for breath, as the frenzied depletion of his mental energy caused his head to throb painfully. Crack, crack. Zhao Ding's face was etched with terror as he struggled desperately. The effect of the time stagnation was beginning to wear off on him. He harbored a great secret that must be uncovered. It must be obtained. A long blade pierced his heart, the force unyielding as it pinned him to the ground. Zhao Ding perished, and with him, the stone pillar crumbled, his body dissolving into motes of light that vanished. A beam of yellow light flying into Lu Yu's body. With no time for contemplation, Lu Yu retracted his long blade and swiftly departed, dragging his weary form along. It was unclear how long he had walked. But eventually, a fatigued Lu Yu collapsed behind a boulder. When he opened his eyes again, dawn had arrived. Xiaohe? Lu Yu could not discern whether this was a dream or reality. Awu. Upon seeing Xiaohe before him, Lu Yu confirmed he had indeed returned to the realm of the living. Is it time to regroup? Lu Yu forced himself to rise and opened the door. Outside, Mr. Mo was roasting a 50-meter-long giant fish, its body clad in armor-like scales, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. Though deceased, the residual aura it exuded was still shocking, marking it as at least a 5th-tier beast. It's not ready yet. Take a seat and rest. Once you're full, we can train properly. Mr. Mo smiled at Lu Yu. Lu Yu bowed slightly, then retreated indoors to tend to his injuries. Sitting cross-legged, he delved into his mind, only to discover that many roots of his mental energy tree had been severed, indicating that his mental power had suffered significant damage. Withdrawing from his introspection, Lu Yu retrieved 3 jade vials left behind by Yin Yin. This was the last gift from Yin Yin before her departure, serving as a life-saving talisman for Lu Yu, filled with 5th-tier elixirs sufficient to preserve his life in critical moments. He poured out a spirit recovery pill, swallowing it whole, as the medicinal properties spread. A wave of comfort washed over Lu Yu, the cooling essence enveloping his mind, swiftly alleviating the piercing pain of his soul. While the severed roots began to regrow slowly, unable to resist, Lu Yu sank into the experience, his body instinctively absorbing the energy for cultivation. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized he had undoubtedly advanced to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. With only a step remaining to reach the late stage. Few, indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Had it not been for the battle in the dream, Lu Yu would not have ascended so swiftly. Xiaohe, this is your reward. Lu Yu filled an iron basin with pet food, then glanced at the situation within the beast ring. The young bird was still asleep, but its condition had improved significantly as it slowly absorbed the beastly aura to heal its wounds. It would likely recover in a few days. Chapter 58. Fragments of words. Gravity climbing. Lu Yu peered through the crack of the door. The giant fish was still being roasted. He then sat in the courtyard, examining the red and yellow lights in his mind. As before, upon contact with his mental energy, they transformed into luminous orbs, and further contact morphed them into techniques. Point 1 was the earth solidification technique practiced by Zhao Ding and Qin Shaolai, while the other was an unknown technique capable of creating 2 residual shadows. Lu Yu focused on studying the earth solidification technique. Its displayed power was comparable to an SS-grade talent, and mastering it would significantly enhance his combat abilities. During his reading, Lu Yu made an unexpected discovery. The earth solidification technique contained fragmented notes. On the 4th of March, I joined the Qi sect and received the earth solidification technique after half a month. Henceforth, I shall diligently practice to achieve the Great Way soon. On the 5th of June, I won 1st place in a sect competition, awarded 5 mysterious pills, and received a magical artifact from Master Qi. On the 2nd of July, I undertook a mission and encountered outer disciples of the 4 Wastelands sect vying for spiritual herbs, and I successfully seized the herbs from the shadows. On the 21st of August, Master Qi warned of impending war, summoning all sect leaders to discuss the matter, instructing us to remain within the sect and not step outside. For reasons unknown, I feel an unsettling anxiety about a deception. This entire situation is a ruse. We have been deceived by the ancestors, and the ancestors themselves have been misled. Upon finishing the fragmented notes, Lu Yu grew increasingly curious about the mysterious secret realm. What had transpired there? Had all within perished, or were there fortunate survivors? Setting aside his disorganized thoughts, Lu Yu adjusted his breathing and began to practice the earth solidification technique. Perhaps due to having previously cultivated in the secret realm, Lu Yu swiftly mastered the 1st layer of the earth solidification technique, allowing him to communicate with the earth through energy, albeit within a limited range. A promising start. Time for a meal. Just as Lu Yu prepared to practice the 1st layer of the earth solidification technique, MR.MOS voice resonated from outside AT first. It seemed merely a casual call, but upon closer inspection, the sound penetrated his mind. Awakening his soul, Lu Yu stepped out into the courtyard, where other wooden doors opened in succession. Zhang Ming yawned and waved his hand, while Xie Huayu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, leaned against the wall for support. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu approached to assist him. "Old Xie, how did you end up in worse shape than I am?" Though Zhang Ming was yawning, he continued munching on various buns and steamed buns. "Don't mention it. I nearly perished inside last night." Xie Huayu spoke softly. "Let us eat first." The three approached the giant fish. "What are you staring at? Dig in. If you're not full, don't blame me for draining you later." Ardonimo had reclined in a rocking chair, dozing off with a wine gourd in hand. The others, having skipped breakfast, wasted no time and began tearing into the fish. The roasted fish was exceptionally fragrant, and being a fifth-tier beast, it was brimming with energy. Lu Yu found himself full after consuming less than 3 pounds of fish. As his internal energy surged without an outlet, "And who said we couldn't take some with us? Yitzi, don't be so stubborn," as Zhang Ming spoke. He devoured the fish with abandon, quickly consuming nearly 20 pounds. Lu Yu glanced at Mr. Mo, who remained unresponsive, and began to pack the fish. The others quickly caught on, also packing fish into their spatial rings. By the time the giant fish was reduced to nothing but bare bones. Ardonimo slowly opened his eyes. Alas, 3 fewer people. Gazing at the 3 unopened wooden doors, Mr. Mo sighed and tossed out green leaves, leading 40 individuals through the cloud layers. Above the clouds, everyone sat in meditation to recover, while Lu Yu seized the opportunity to practice the earth solidification technique. "We've arrived." As the green leaves touched the ground, everyone opened their eyes, revealing a towering peak that pierced the clouds, with only a narrow, winding path leading to its summit. "This is the final lesson I shall impart to you. After today, you will be taught by other instructors. Cherish this rare time. Today's lesson is simple. Find a way to reach the summit. As always, I remind you, speed may not be beneficial. Steadiness is key." With that, Mr. Mo soared to the peak on the green leaves. "Let us go." Tan Dinghu and his 4 companions charged ahead. Since today marked Mr. Mo's final lesson, it was certain that there would be credit rewards to earn those credits. The 5 had to give their all. Following them, others began to move, with Lu Yu and his companions trailing in the middle. At first, the ascent posed no danger, but as they climbed higher, the pressure intensified, and even the air grew heavy. "Gravity pressure," Zhou Hong exclaimed as he braved the weight. Having scaled less than a third of the way, the gravity pressure was already terrifying. Reaching the summit would require several hours. Zhao Fei clung tightly to the stone steps, his body gradually acclimating to the high-pressure environment. "What are we afraid of? We in the lead. The rewards certainly won't go to them." Tan Dinghu glanced back at the sparse figures trailing behind them. "Make way!" The 5 from Sanbin Qingxiu surged forward. "With you?" Tan Dinghu snorted coldly and swung his fist. Though the gravity pressure slowed his punch, it still held tremendous force. If it landed, it would undoubtedly injure deeply. "Water shark," the 5 from Sanbin Qingxiu transformed, their bodies liquefying into fearsome water sharks, snapping their jaws to bite Tan Dinghu and sending him flying, while their tails unleashed water arrows at the 4. This is a talent. It's an energy technique obtained from the secret realm. While dodging, the 4 retaliated in kind. The 4 behind Sanbin Qingxiu immediately sprang into action, and the air was filled with continuous booming sounds. The others in the back ducked their heads to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Though some dared to watch the battle, eager to see who would emerge victorious, they were utilizing the same type of energy technique. Lu Yu squinted his eyes. The 5 from Sanbin Qingxiu had transformed into water sharks, swirling waves to assault Zhou Hong and his 3 companions. The 4 met their energy techniques head-on but were forced back, resorting to their talents to counterattack, only to find themselves still suppressed. "Down you go!" Sanbin Qingxiu laughed heartily. This mysterious technique she obtained from the secret realm allowed her to transform into a water shark, drastically enhancing her combat power. Even their talents were futile against her. 5 water sharks launched a simultaneous offensive, and Zhao Fei, infused with the dragon soul, was also swept away by a tail swipe, while Zhou Hong and Hong Tian fared no better. Seizing the opportunity, the 5 pressed on, rapidly ascending despite the pressure. Zhao Fei fell back into the middle of the group, meeting up with the reclimbing Tandinghu. They exchanged a glance and marched forward, prompting those ahead to hastily step aside. What is there to fight over? I truly don't understand. Zhang Ming leisurely climbed upward. It can't just be gravity pressure, right? Liu Yu murmured. If it were solely gravity pressure, then today's lesson would be too difficult. They merely needed to spend time adapting. Boom. A sudden, tremendous noise erupted from above. Liu Yu looked up to see a pillar of water plunging downward, its terrifying force crashing through several individuals, and it was dangerously close. Block it, Liu Yu, unwavering, constructed an earthen wall to withstand the onslaught. However, his mastery of the concrete technique had only reached the first layer, and as soon as the earth barrier took shape, it was shattered by the force of the water. Drink it all! Zhang Ming stepped in to replace Liu Yu at the forefront, opening his mouth wide to shout at the surging column of water. Chapter 59. The Water Dragon Blocks the Path. Striving for supremacy we can't hold on any longer. Zhang Ming swallowed several mouthfuls, his stomach swelling like that of a bull. Upon seeing this, Xia Huayu immediately pulled him aside as the water column cascaded downward. This is forcing us to climb faster. Let's go. Liu Yu led the way, pushing through the torrent. After being battered by the water, everyone hastened their pace, uncertain of when the next wave might strike. Only under pressure does one find motivation. If I don't show you some severity, do you truly believe my temper is so mild? Atop the mountain, Mr. Mo reclined in a rocking chair, a gourd tipped over on the ground, slowly spilling water. The stream that flowed from the gourd was no thicker than a pair of chopsticks, pooling into a creek that transformed into a rushing column of water upon reaching the mountain path. The group, enduring the pressure as they ascended, soon began to sweat profusely, adjusting their breathing to rest. They had reached the halfway point, where the pressure was approximately 3 times that at the foot of the mountain. Not only was resting impossible, but even breathing had become exceedingly difficult. Those with slightly poorer physical fitness began to faint, their organs compressed, making it hard to breathe, and a momentary lapse could lead to a fall. In the face of such circumstances, team members often extended a helping hand, though this would inevitably slow the entire group. Old Xia, are you done for? Zhang Ming teased, observing Xia Huayu kneeling on the stone steps. Xia Huayu shot him a glare, struggling to rise. Climbing the mountain itself was a form of training. Liu saw through Mr. Mo's intention. This was a means to hone them under high-pressure conditions. The training is commendable, though it is rather life-threatening. Zhang Ming expelled food to alleviate the pressure on his spirit. Repeatedly squeezing both spirit and body could enhance the speed of cultivation. Liu consumed energy and mental strength simultaneously. The former for practicing the concrete technique, the latter to refine runes, aiding the three in quick recovery. Yuzi, take it easy. Extracting both body and spirit at once can lead to a fall if you're not careful. Liu Yu's reckless abandon was astonishing. Having witnessed fervent cultivators, none had seen such disregard for life. Daring to act so in the face of high pressure, did he truly seek to court death? Nevertheless, Liu Yu remained unfazed. While the weakness from depleted energy felt debilitating, recovery would invariably lead to enhancement. Do not underestimate this enhancement. Incremental gains can accumulate, and the same goes for the improvement of mental strength. The 5 members of Sanbin Qingxiu, leading the charge, also slowed their pace. On one hand, the pressure was overwhelming, necessitating a reduction in speed. On the other, they began to grasp the true purpose of the climb and seized the opportunity to rest. For the next hour, everyone abandoned the climb and instead focused intently on cultivating. In that moment, the entire mountain peak fell into a serene silence. The mountain wind whistled along the path, and the collective breathing of 40 individuals stirred a tempest. Resembling a great vortex from afar, suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the tranquility was shattered. A column of water cascaded from the mountain peak, its might akin to thunder, instantly rousing everyone. They're not letting us reach the summit. This wave was fiercer than before, the mountain path barely able to accommodate it. The stone steps trembled under its strength. Everyone, if we do not unite, we shall surely be swept away, Tandinghu shouted. The group nodded in agreement. Let us join forces to withstand the water column. We will give it our all. Even a deluge shall not deter us. They formed a staggered line, hoping to disperse the water's force and share the pressure as much as possible. What shall we do? The 5 members of Sanbin Qingxiu faced the greatest peril. What are we afraid of? We can transform into water sharks and cling to the stone steps. Once they are swept away, victory shall be ours. With that, Sanbin Qingxiu morphed into water sharks, anchoring themselves firmly to the steps. The other four followed suit. Soon, the water column surged forth with devastating force, and everyone readied their strength to face it. Break, tide summoning technique, wind cleaving slash. The five of Tanding simultaneously struck to sever the water column, greatly alleviating the pressure each individual faced. The trailing team mimicked their actions, and what seemed an insurmountable obstacle was thus overcome. When the water column finally receded, all were drenched and gazed intently at the summit, mustering their strength to ascend. The leading 5 members of Sanbin Qingxiu were quickly surpassed, as Yang Weiniing and her companions glided effortlessly, their movements as graceful as sprites. Want to be the first to reach the top? Not a chance. Come down. Sanbin Qingxiu unleashed water arrows to shoot down 2 individuals while simultaneously summoning a second-tier demon eel to attack Yang Weiniing. Weiniing, you go ahead. The 2 shot down were willing to sacrifice their position, employing their talents to hinder Sanbin Qingxiu. Yang Weiniing dared not linger, climbing rapidly, secretly reveling in her cleverness. If they wished to fight, let them. She would be the first to reach the summit. Hiss! The demon eel lunged at Yang Weiniing. Get away! She flung a 3rd-tier bracelet, sending the demon eel flying, before retracting the bracelet to continue her ascent. Shadow replacement. Yang Weiniing suddenly felt her body stiffen, unable to move. Looking down, she discovered her feet ensnared by her own shadow, slowly sinking. No. Panic seized her. She had only just reached the top. How could she allow herself to be replaced? Yet her struggles were futile, and as Yang Weiniing was engulfed by her shadow, Tian Qingshan took her place on the stone steps. Take your time fighting. I shall ascend first. Tian Qingshan turned back with a smile and advanced up the mountain. Time acceleration. Lu Yu siphoned mental strength for a group acceleration, while Zhang Ming transformed into a steel-clad crocodile, swinging his tail, and Xia Huayu spread his arms to summon a heavy snowfall to envelop Lu Yu. Let us test our great snow cannon boom. The crocodile's tail shattered the snowball, launching Lu Yu skyward, breaking free from the pressure. At this moment, Tian Qingshan was still laboriously climbing under the strain. Upon hearing the commotion, he struggled to look up, just in time to see Lu Yu soaring overhead. What? Tian Qingshan was momentarily frozen. What was this maneuver? When did Lu Yu learn to fly? Thud. Lu Yu grasped the stone steps, landing steadily, with less than 2 levels remaining to the summit, taking a great leap to be the first to reach the top. With Lu Yu's ascent, the pressure that enveloped the mountain path vanished in an instant, and everyone unleashed their abilities to reach the summit, resulting in utter chaos. Xia Huayu and Zhang Ming fought their way through the fray. The formidable steel-clad crocodile charged through unimpeded, and even Tanding had to momentarily retreat in the face of Xia Huayu's gravity-manipulating snowflakes. The second to reach the summit was Sanbin Qingxiu, who mimicked Lu Yu, spraying water to propel themselves to the top. The third to arrive was Hong Tian, followed by Zhou Hong. When the last person reached the summit, Ardadam stored his gourd and stood up. Now that you've made it to the top, take a moment to savor the experience. We shall descend in 2 hours. I will escort you back with that. Ardadam vanished into the clouds, leaving the group staring at one another in confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why there were no rewards or credits. Chapter 60. The 2 women conspire, encountering Wang Yu again unfortunately. Ardadam had already departed, and the group, wanting to inquire, found no opportunity to speak. They began to survey their surroundings, wondering if there might be treasures atop the mountain. Although the peak was lofty, it was paved with stone slabs. There were no treasures to be found, not even a single blade of grass. With no choice but to sit and rest, it wasn't long before someone noticed something amiss. The air's energy was several times denser than that at the mountain's foot. Realizing the significance, everyone sat cross-legged to absorb the energy. The abundant energy could help strengthen their bodies. Such an opportunity was rare, and even Sanbin Qingxiu, who had intended to stir trouble, fell silent. Lu sat at the edge, greedily absorbing the energy. Tea flowed through his body, refining and storing within, then circulated along specific pathways, merging with the earth, repeatedly practicing the concrete technique. Perhaps we can collaborate. Yang Weiniing closed her eyes. A female voice reached her ears. Yang Weiniing scoffed inwardly. I am of Huaxia. You are of the East. What is there to collaborate on? Race is unimportant. We share a common enemy. which is the foundation for cooperation. Sanbin Qingxiu responded slowly. Before speaking, she had already grasped the entanglement between Yang Weining and Lu Yu, confident in her ability to persuade Yang Weining to join forces. What enemy? Yang Weining feigned ignorance. Lu Yu. We both wish to eliminate him. Joining forces increases our chances. Moreover, you have Zhang Yun backing you, do you not? Yang Weining was taken aback. She had not anticipated that these individuals from the east could discern her background so thoroughly. There must be a spy among Huaxia, useless. Lu Yu possesses divine-level talent, and every move is under scrutiny. You cannot kill him. Yang Weining deliberately emphasized Lu Yu's watchful guardians. Indeed, within Tianwu Academy, one cannot act against him. But within the secret realm, it is possible. If he were to perish in the secret realm, Tianwu Academy would be unable to trace it back to us. Sanbin Qingxiu laid out her plan. Yang Weining felt a flicker of temptation, yet also harbored concerns that Sanbin Qingxiu intended to use her as a pawn. Cautiously, she asked, "How do you intend to proceed?" "You need not worry about that. Simply cooperate with me, and the rest will be handled accordingly." "How shall I cooperate?" "After we finish cultivating, we shall meet in the dining hall, and then you will understand." Having concluded the conversation, Sanbin Qingxiu severed all connections. While Yang Weining feigned nonchalance and continued to absorb energy. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the voice of Rdam resonated in their ears, prompting everyone to rise and descend the mountain. "Let us depart. Why now?" It was already 4 in the afternoon, and the group boarded the Green Leaf for their return. "May I inquire, Mr. Mo, who will be our mentor tomorrow?" Lu Xiuxiu, seated closest to Mr. Mo, took the initiative to ask that Mo smiled and replied, "A male student who is enamored with a female mentor, an elegant lady who may leave an indelible impression upon you all. Those heading to the cafeteria, stay here. Those returning to the dormitory, do not move." The Green Leaf hovered above the cafeteria and came to a halt. Mo reached out to grasp the entrance of the cloud ladder. The 5 from Sanbin Qingxiu climbed into the ladder, followed by several others, with Yang Weining among them. After ensuring their safe descent, Mr. Mo guided the Green Leaf to escort the others back to their dormitory. There are still 2 days left of training for the first-year students. I wish you all the best of luck. Having set everyone down, Mr. Mo vanished into thin air. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of their imagination, the group felt that Mo seemed rather anxious. Old Zhang and Old Xie entered Lu Yu's courtyard. As soon as they pushed open the gate, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before them. Lu Yu waved his hand to summon an earthen wall to block the attack. The small black creature, having failed its ambush, let out a howl and hurriedly fled, leaving behind numerous scratch marks in the courtyard from its sharpened claws. "Please, take a seat." Lu Yu retrieved his utensils to prepare a meal and brew tea. "I'll take over." Xia Huayu accepted the task of brewing tea last night. "I acquired a new technique called the Earth Solidification Method, which possesses remarkable power. I will have you copy it to take home later." While cooking, Lu Yu spoke. "I did not kill anyone last night. I was held captive by a group of monks chanting scriptures. By the end, the monks had all vanished, leaving only a pile of broken walls and a valley filled with corpses." Xia Huayu's tone grew grave. God knows how he endured it alone, faced with an uncountable number of corpses, unable to move a muscle, merely gazing in wide-eyed horror. "I thought you were having a spring dream." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhangming chuckled to lighten the atmosphere. "I also did not kill anyone last night. However, I memorized a map that likely outlines the rough power dynamics of that secret realm." As Zhangming spoke, he sketched a map on the ground. The map took on a semicircular shape, divided into over 30 sections of varying sizes, each marked with distinct annotations. The old man who drew the map was rather eccentric, repeatedly muttering about hope. What hope? I do not know. This should be a secret realm that has already met its demise. Xia Huayu interjected suddenly, his expression serious. Moreover, it likely pertains to ancient cultivators. Ancient cultivators? Lu Yu and Zhang Ming exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Huayu shook his head. "I have merely heard of them in passing, lacking detailed knowledge. They are said to be the gifted ones who came before us, wielding far greater power. Furthermore, even without innate talent, they could acquire strength through other means. If ancient cultivators were so powerful, why then did they perish?" Zhang Ming inquired, perplexed. Logically, possessing such immense strength should afford them countless means of survival. Why then were they lost to history? Overthinking serves no purpose. Only when one attains sufficient power will the answers become clear. Lu lifted the lid and ladled out fish stew, though it was a hodgepodge of ingredients. The flavor was undeniable, and the three, famished, devoured every last drop of fish stew. Subsequently, Lu Yu silently pinned 2 copies of the Earth solidification method and handed them to the two. Yuz, be cautious. I sense someone may be plotting against you. Before departing, Xia Huayu quietly warned. Zhang Ming, embracing Xia Huayu, chuckled, Old Xia, you need not worry. Yuz's survival instincts surpass our own. After bidding farewell to the two as they returned to the courtyard, Lu Yu was just about to close the door when he suddenly heard a shout. Lu, wait a moment. Wang Yu? Lu Yu furrowed his brow. The sky was darkening. Why was Wang Yu here? Ha ha ha, I am here to sell pills. This is a 3rd-tier soul-nourishing pill refined by teacher Xiong Fei yesterday. It nourishes the soul and enhances mental strength, available for just 100 credits each. Wang Yu opened a wooden box, smiling as he introduced the contents. The 3rd-tier soul-nourishing pill was a vibrant green, emanating a delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses and relaxed the soul. Lu Yu was tempted by the soul-nourishing pill, yet something felt off about Wang Yu. I'll buy 1 to TRY. Lu Yu retrieved his token and purchased a soul-nourishing pill, advising Wang Yu. It is getting too dark. You should head back soon. All right, welcome to purchase again next time. I shall take my leave. Wang Yu closed the wooden box and turned to depart. Only after confirming that Wang Yu had boarded the cloud ladder did Lu Yu close the courtyard door. Unaware that Wang Yu had not boarded the ladder at all but had blended into the void, observing him silently. Chapter 61. Intricate schemes and perilous situations. Upon returning to his room and settling down, Lu Yu was about to enter a meditative state when rain suddenly began to pour from the sky, transforming into a torrential downpour. I shall keep this soul-nourishing pill for now. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu took the soul-nourishing pill from his spatial ring and set it aside, turning to the small black creature lounging nearby. Oh, not consume this recklessly. The small black creature let out a soft whine, covering its eyes with its paws as if to feign sleep. May today proceed smoothly. Lu Yu exhaled, closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. Outside the courtyard, mist swirled and gradually enveloped the area. As Sister Hua stood shrouded in the fog, barely visible in the courtyard 2 rows above, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, their pure black pupils resembling whirlpools that captivated the soul. Sleeping too long is indeed troublesome. Evading 3 6th-tier beings has required so many methods, yet thankfully I have found the most suitable vessel. Though he appeared youthful, his speech bore a weight beyond his years, as the black pupils reflected Lu Yu's face with a chilling detachment that evoked fear. Soul Devourer, go! A beam of black light shot from the boy's eyes, swiftly merging into the darkness as he disregarded the courtyard's defenses and descended upon Lu Yu. Now is not the time to strike. Wait until you enter the Xianyu secret realm, and we shall play slowly. The boy closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the moment. Huh? Lu Yu's eyes snapped open, his back drenched in sweat. In that fleeting instant, he sensed an unprecedented malice emanating from a certain courtyard above. Yet the malevolence vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving him unable to ascertain its precise location. Is it Yang Weining or someone else? Lu Yu's heart grew heavy. The intensity of the malice surpassed all expectations, and even in hindsight, it sent shivers down his spine. If the strength of the opponent correlated with the intensity of emotion, then they were at least 6th to 7th tier. With such power, Lu Yu had no means to resist, even with the protection of the fire dragon armor. Who on earth, disregarding their status, dares to strike against me? Lu Yu clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This is dire. I must enter the secret realm once more. The sensation of his soul being drawn away jolted Lu Yu awake. As he regained his bearings, he found himself within the familiar yet foreign confines of the secret realm once more. Unlike before, this time Lu Yu appeared within an ancient temple, surveying the surroundings. He saw toppled Buddhist statues made from an indeterminate but durable material. Lu Yu stepped on the severed limbs scattered on the ground, which elicited no response, leading him to preliminarily conclude that the material was at least of 3rd or 4th tier quality. All I can do now is focus on my cultivation. No matter who you are, it won't be so easy to take my life. After scanning the area, Lu Yu cleared a space and sat down, emptying his mind to cultivate the earth solidification method. He grew increasingly familiar with the technique. The speed at which he transported energy improved, until, in a moment of clarity, the Earth's solidification method ascended to its second tier, causing the ground to liquefy and envelop Lu Yu, sinking him into the earth. Simultaneously, in a cave 100 miles away, a figure clad in black emerged, sensing the distant ripple of souls and smiling faintly. Fortunately, the distance is not too great. The black-clad youth formed hand seals and soared through the winds in what appeared to be a bustling world. To him, it was a realm of utter silence. I am still alive. The glory of the Xianyu secret realm shall be rebuilt by me, the youth vowed within his heart. In mere moments, the youth arrived before the temple entrance, pausing to take in the sight. Xian Feng Temple. Once the pinnacle power of the Xianyu secret realm, now reduced to this state, truly evokes a sense of lament. What a pity. The youth stepped through the temple gate and strode straight to the innermost sanctum, glancing down at the figure cultivating underground with a smirk. Such dedication, even on the brink of death, they do not forget to cultivate. With that, the youth raised his hand and excavated the submerged Lu Yu. You shall become my sustenance. The youth's pitch-black eyes transformed into whirlpools, enveloping Lu Yu. As he opened his mouth to devour his soul, time stood still. Unbeknownst to the youth, Lu Yu had been on guard all along. While cultivating, he remained vigilant of the outside world, and upon sensing danger, he immediately retaliated. Runes entwined and coalesced to form a barrier, instantly freezing a 5-meter radius. Glancing back at the youth, Lu Yu turned and fled. This guy is definitely not my classmate. He has most likely been usurped and possessed. Crack! The youth twisted his eyes, breaking free from the time barrier. The power of time is indeed formidable. Even a mere ant like you can ascend to great heights. With that, the youth lightly stepped upon the ground, his figure like the wind, instantaneously appearing before Lu Yu, hand raised to impose a ruthless suppression. Time barrier. Lu Yu drew upon his mental energy to slow the youth's movements, the runes adorning him propelling him backward at high speed. Why bother? You cannot escape regardless. The youth remained expressionless, shattering the barrier. This is my domain. How could I allow a junior to flee? No matter how Lu Yu attempted to escape, the youth always intercepted his path, the disparity in strength rendering Lu Yu's efforts nearly futile, as the effect of the time barrier on the youth was almost negligible. Bang! Lu Yu crashed through the wooden door and fell into the embrace of a Buddha statue, the excruciating pain throughout his body making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Who exactly are you? Lu Yu glared at the youth, demanding an answer. Without the protection of the fire dragon armor, his soul could hardly withstand the harm. Had his opponent wished to strike him down swiftly, Lu Yu would likely have met his demise. The dead need not know so much. It is your honor to be seized by me. With a swift motion, the youth lunged at Lu Yu. Struggling to rise, Lu Yu prepared for a desperate fight. Just as the youth was about to seize him, his expression abruptly changed. What audacity, to dare snatch from my grasp. With that, the youth waved his hand, binding Lu Yu, and closed his eyes to connect with the outside world. Observing this, Lu Yu immediately sought to save himself, employing the earth condensation technique to melt the ground beneath him, forming muddy hands that grasped his body and dragged him swiftly underground. In the outside world, at the Tianwu Academy, Sister Hua stood amidst the mist, her countenance dark as she fixed her gaze on a towering figure. The surrounding fog remained eerily still, as if frozen in time. The figure resembled a Yasha, with a green face and sharp fangs, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, each grasping a weapon fashioned from bone. Bone Yasha, why are you not slumbering in the skeleton sand secret realm? What brings you out? Sister Hua's eyes shone brightly, akin to the sun, as a radiant sun rose behind her, igniting the void with flames that cascaded down upon the Bone Yasha, enveloping it in a raging inferno. What business is it of yours where I go? Does Tianwu Academy truly believe it has mastered this realm? The Bone Yasha mocked, sweeping its bone sword to cleave through the radiant sun and extinguish the flames upon its form. Sister Hua narrowed her eyes, taking the initiative to attack. A fight you seek? I shall accompany you to the end. The Bone Yasha was not to be trifled with, tasked with watching over Lu Yu and the others that night. She could not afford any mistakes, and striking first was the best course of action. Let me see how much progress your SSS grade talent, the Great Sun Golden Crow, has made. The Bone Yasha unleashed a bone umbrella, casting a shadow over the void, as its skeletal magic surged forth to assault Sister Hua's soul. The battle between the two was on the verge of erupting, yet outside the mist, not a single sound stirred. As if they were not in the same world, in the courtyard, Xiao He lay weakly on the ground, his claws broken and embedded in his palm, bleeding profusely. Standing beside Lu Yu, Wang Yu sneered, "So protective of your master. Once I finish him, I shall refine pills with you." With that, Wang Yu turned his gaze to Lu Yu. The flesh he had long desired lay before him. With possession of Lu Yu, he could ascend to new heights, breaking through to the 7th tier and obtaining the legendary divine talent. Chapter 62. Home court advantage. The divine tree displays its might. Finally within reach, Wang Yu seized Lu Yu, opening his mouth to emit a voice that sounded ancient, as a mass of flesh and mud erupted from his 7 orifices, crashing onto Lu Yu. The flesh had a will of its own, burrowing into Lu Yu's pores, continuously eroding inward. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, who had entered the mystical abyss secret realm, he remained as still as a statue. That moment, Xiong Fei's attention was entirely focused on Lu Yu, completely oblivious to the changes occurring in the mist above him. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the fog, seemingly about to grasp him, only to vanish in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the invading flesh and mud within Lu Yu was entirely expelled, landing on the ground as a desiccated corpse resembling Xiong Fei. "Who dares to thwart my plans?" Xiong Fei roared in fury. "Miss this opportunity tonight, and attempting to act later will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Do you not understand the order of precedence? The prey I have set my sights on is not something you can covet." The cloaked youth descended from above, disregarding the courtyard's formation, standing with his hands clasped behind him as he surveyed Xiong Fei. "Your prey?" Xiong Fei narrowed his eyes, snorting coldly as a fire dragon erupted from his eyes, charging directly at the cloaked youth, the intense heat warping the air and creating rippling waves of fire. "What are you, to contend with me for fortune?" The cloaked youth unfurled his 5 fingers, impervious to the heat as he grasped the fire dragon, crushing it before Xiong Fei's astonished gaze, with no soul fluctuation. "Lacking innate power, from which secret realm did you emerge, to dare act so brazenly within Tianwu Academy?" A wave of alarm surged within Xiong Fei, who conjured flames to envelop Lu Yu once more. Yet the cloaked youth had anticipated this, striking out to shatter the flames and send them retreating. "To obstruct my revival is to court death." The cloaked youth's gaze hardened as he instantly appeared behind Xiong Fei, his fingers outstretched as he unleashed profound light in a sudden blow, causing the surrounding air to compress as if collapsing. What incredible speed! Xiong Fei hastily summoned a 6th-tier shield to defend himself. The palm-sized shield rapidly expanded, successfully blocking the blow just before the profound light descended. Boom! The void erupted as the shield shattered, sending Xiong Fei crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater and unleashing shockwaves that swept through the courtyard. "Come here." The cloaked youth, his body riddled with cracks, reached out across the space to grasp Lu Yu. This body he had seized was far too weak. Having acted twice, it could no longer withstand the strain, and he needed to complete a new possession swiftly. Ha ha ha! Xiong Fei struggled to climb out of the deep pit, his nearly shattered body supported by metal braces, the fractured areas slowly mending. "You possess a soul yet lack talent. You must rely on a body to fight. Without a body, you are nothing." Xiong Fei cackled as he charged. Even if the cloaked youth was a student of Tianwu Academy, he cared not. At this point, no one could stop him from devouring Lu Yu. Cold Moon Slash. The cloaked youth formed his palm into a blade, slicing through the void, the cracks upon his body multiplying. The void trembled as white light burst forth, instantly cleaving through the surging flames, sending Xiong Fei, who had been hiding within, hurtling backward, his body severed in two. Without a body, his combat power would be significantly diminished, and he risked being discovered by others at any moment. Moreover, in this era, mastering the soul was exceedingly troublesome. "Your power is indeed formidable, but do not forget whose territory this is." Xiong Fei frantically consumed pills, for they were his greatest trump card. Go kill him. One would need to strike him down in a single blow. Yet the cloaked youth's soul within clearly did not dare to now. The burden on this body had reached its limit. Should he act? His true form would be revealed at any moment, and the tides of battle would utterly reverse in the end. "He still belonged to me." Xiong Fei glared at the cloaked youth with a sinister grin. The cloaked youth's expression remained cold, I had intended to spare your life. But since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige." With that, the cloaked youth shattered into fragments, revealing the soul that had seized him to be a gray-robed elder with a sinister glint in his eyes. "Open the mystical abyss, soul-capturing order." Swish! The soul light cascaded into an ancient hand token that embedded itself within Xiong Fei's body, causing him to roar in anger as he attempted to incinerate it with his flames. Yet, the hand token disregarded the flames, forcibly locking onto his soul, thereafter dragging it into the void. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens as Cheng Dingfang, Zhou Hua, and Old Shu simultaneously appeared, reaching for the gray-robed elder. "We shall meet again." The gray-robed elder merged into Lu Yu's body, utilizing the mark to leap into the mirror's secret realm, returning to the mystical abyss secret realm just before being intercepted by Qi Feifei. Dean, upon arrival, Cheng Dingfang saw the Bone Yasha battling Sister Hua swiftly retreat. "What is this?" Observing the desolate courtyard, Sister Hua felt a sense of foreboding. Never had she imagined that a spy would act in concert with an ancient remnant. Cheng Dingfang coldly scoffed, crushing Xiong Fei's corporeal form. "I have already sent word to the Guardian Pavilion. A 9th-tier venerable will arrive shortly." Zhou Hua spoke solemnly. "What we fear is that by the time they arrive, Lu Yu may have already been possessed by the remnant soul. What shall we do then?" Old Shu's face darkened. A divine talent has been conspired against right under their noses. If word gets out, Tianwu Academy will have no reputation left. At this juncture, there was nothing to be done but proceed step by step. Cheng Dingfang sighed helplessly. If Lu Yu is truly possessed, we are left with two options. Either eradicate him to prevent future troubles, or find a way to subdue and utilize him. All were well aware of this, yet none dared to voice it. Within the mystical abyss secret realm, the gray-robed elder reappeared within the Xinyuan temple. At his feet lay Xiong Fei's weakened soul. "Where is this place?" Xiong Fei gazed around. His former arrogance vanished. Wide domain. The gray-robed elder sensed the earth, locating Lu Yu, and raised his hand to tear open the ground, extracting him. "I told you, you cannot escape." As the gray-robed elder seized Lu Yu, he was met with nothing but the cold indifference of his gaze. Spare me, spare me. I can serve you as my master. Please grant me mercy," Xiong Fei begged. Bowing his head in supplication, "I have no need for slaves." The gray-robed elder grasped Xiong Fei, crushing him and swallowing him whole. Unfortunately, Xiong Fei's soul had aged, and its strength was limited. Even after consuming his soul, the gray-robed elder only regained a portion of his power. "Now it is your turn." The gray-robed elder entered Lu Yu's body. "Am I to die here?" Lu Yu cried out in despair within his mind. Yet, regardless of how he called out, his body remained unresponsive, as if everything had already been predetermined. The gray-robed elder surged forth into Lu Yu's consciousness, preparing to devour his soul when suddenly he was struck with fear by the innate divine tree. "What is this thing?" The gray-robed elder instinctively recoiled, but before he could retreat to observe, the divine tree moved. Swish! Roots surged forth, sealing off the consciousness, while branches and leaves expanded wildly, entwining and strangling the gray-robed elder. "No! I have waited nearly 1,000 years for this opportunity. How can I fall here?" The elderly man in gray fought desperately against the encroaching forest, yet in the face of an endless sea of trees. All his struggles proved futile. Soon, he was engulfed by the branches and leaves, their roots burrowing into his body, voraciously draining his soul until he was thoroughly exhausted. After the gray-clad elder was completely drained, the gifted divine tree retracted its branches, returning to its original form. The fruit that had been nearing ripeness appeared exceedingly tempting, and beside it, a small fruit the size of a fingertip had additionally emerged. Chapter 63. Awakening from Dreams. Concealing one's talents. Lu Yu dreamt a dream in which he became Zhang Taiyu, the esteemed elder of the Qinghua sect, commanding the sect with an imposing presence and exerting influence over the entire Xinyu realm alongside other sects and families. He had believed everything would unfold as he envisioned, but on that fateful day, the heavens and earth suddenly transformed, the laws of the Tao faltered, and the entire Xinyu realm began to collapse. Numerous factions rushed to intervene, striving to turn the tide and save the realm, yet all efforts ended in failure. Ultimately, the Xinyu realm crumbled entirely, tens of millions of lives extinguished, and the once glorious cultivation civilization was buried beneath ashes. leaving only a handful of lingering souls, including Zhang Taiyu, barely surviving nearly a millennium of waiting. The remaining souls gradually perished, leaving only Zhang Taiyu, who clung to life through sheer will. His perseverance finally bore fruit when the Tianwu Academy discovered and resolved to explore the Xinyu realm, which allowed for the entry of Lu Yu and others. The recollection abruptly ceased, as if something had been erased. So, am I Zhang Taiyu? Lu Yu looked down at his reflection in the water. His visage aged and mirroring that of the memory of Zhang Taiyu. No, Zhang Taiyu is dead. What I beheld was merely his memory. I am who I am. I am Lu Yu. Crack, as the words fell. The water's surface shattered like a mirror, and Zhang Taiyu's shadow disintegrated completely, reverting Lu Yu to his original form. He awakened within the solemn and grand hall, where an ancient voice echoed. As Lu Yu opened his eyes. He was immediately surrounded, countless pairs of eyes scrutinizing him, as if attempting to ascertain something. It was Lu Yu's first experience being observed by so many powerful figures, and amidst his anxiety, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. From a purely spiritual perspective, there appeared to be no issues, leaving uncertainty regarding any remnants. The old scholar withdrew his astonished gaze. With his cultivation level, he found it somewhat difficult to penetrate Lu Yu's soul. This inevitably piqued curiosity about what secrets lay hidden within Lu Yu's essence. Elder Dong, a ninth-tier alchemist, possessed a soul strength deemed unparalleled in Huaxia. Even if the remnants of a soul from ancient times were to attempt to take over, they would find it futile. It was time to disperse. Cheng Dingfang dispersed the crowd and assisted Lu Yu, stating, "Your recent perilous venture relates to the academy, and as an expression of our apologies, we shall grant you 8,000 credits free of charge." As his words concluded, Lu Yu's token soared into the air, the number representing his credit skyrocketing by 8,000. Moreover, your wind-chasing demon wolf has completed its treatment and is in a better state than before. Seeing Lu Yu's gaze still dazed, Cheng Dingfang frowned. Could it be that he was still in shock? The old scholar, perceiving the situation without directly addressing it, remarked, "It seems so. Perhaps we should send him to the library for some rest." With that, the old scholar waved his sleeve and whisked Lu Yu away. This misfortune turned into a blessing. Without the remnants of the soul hindering him, within 2 weeks, the Xinyu's secret realm would stabilize, allowing for accelerated exploration. Qi Feifei hurriedly arrived to report the situation, urging for the swift conclusion of the Kusha secret realm task, as a mere corpse dared to escape and incite rebellion. It was an opportune moment to cleanse the entire Kusha secret realm. Zhou Hua directed a stern look at Qi Feifei, asserting, "The Bone Knight demon believes that returning to the Kusha secret realm will allow it to feign innocence. It is utterly preposterous. Not to mention, it was deceived by Xiong Fei and unlawfully escaped the secret realm, defying the regulations. Additionally, knowing that Sister Hua is an instructor at the academy, it still dared to confront her. Clearly showing a lack of regard for the Tianwu Academy. It must be dealt with severely. I shall make arrangements immediately." Qi Feifei nodded, gesturing to activate the formation before stepping inside. Within the grand hall, only Cheng Dingfang and Zhou Hua remained. Cheng Dingfang gazed toward the distant mountains, chuckling, "Old Zhou, how many spies do you think remain within the academy?" Zhou Hua recalled the numerous eyes that had gathered around Lu Yu earlier and shook his head. A gentleman assesses actions rather than intentions. No person is flawless in this world. Cheng Dingfang turned with a cold scoff. "Spare me your philosophical drivel. I ask you plainly. Did you not notice several old fellows eyeing Lu Yu with predatory intent?" Zhou Hua fell silent, his head bowed. In terms of status, those individuals were his mentors, and even if they exhibited covetousness toward Lu Yu's divine aptitude, Zhou Hua felt it unwise to speak out against them. "Do not think I am unaware of the schemes they are concocting behind the scenes. Xiong Fei is merely a scapegoat. The true puppeteers are among them." Cheng Dingfang's voice grew frigid, his eyes glistening with frost, causing the hall to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. The intangible pressure warped the air, refracting various hues. "This is your final warning. Should there be a next time, I will personally uproot them, even if it means toppling the Tianwu Academy." Cheng Dingfang cast a deep glance at Zhou Hua before stepping into the void and vanishing. With a long sigh, Zhou Hua exited the grand hall. "All I desire is to fulfill my duties as a dean. Why must this arduous task perpetually fall upon my shoulders?" Despite expressing reluctance, Zhou Hua dutifully conveyed Cheng Dingfang's message to those individuals. Whether they would heed it remained uncertain enough. There's no need for pretense any longer. The old scholar smiled and took a seat, while ethereal book spirits emerged from the wooden shelves, either pouring tea, massaging shoulders, or adjusting robes. Thank you, old scholar, for your timely intervention. Luu, his eyes regaining clarity, bowed deeply to the old scholar. Better to reside in the library for a few days, lest those individuals persistently monitor you. The old scholar grasped an ancient tome and began to read. Understood. Luu did not decline the offer, as he could not truly refuse. When he had previously opened his eyes, his perception of emotions had heightened, revealing that beneath those seemingly concerned gazes lurked considerable greed and covetousness, with some even contemplating seizing his essence. Regrettably, these individuals were all instructors at the academy and held significant status, which compelled Luu to feign ignorance before Cheng Dingfang to evade their scrutiny. Fortunately, the old scholar had recognized his plight and intervened. Shaking off the haze clouding his mind, Luu gradually settled down and began to sort through Zhang Taiyu's memories. Zhang Taiyu's memories were replete with various cultivation techniques. For after the collapse of the Xinyu realm, only a handful of lingering souls wandered. During this time, the remnant soul of Zhang Taiyu traversed the ruins of various factions, gathering their techniques in a desperate bid to resurrect himself. Take a break. When Luu opened his eyes once more, the evening glow painted the sky, and before him lay a steaming feast. I appreciate the old scholar's hospitality. Luu devoured the meal in a whirlwind, then took up pen and paper to transcribe all the knowledge regarding the Xinyu realm, including numerous energy techniques. Ding! The notification sound interrupted his writing. Luu glanced at his phone to discover a message from Zhang Ming. Luu, have you awakened? Sister Hua nearly worked me to the bone today. You have no idea how fearsome she is. Just as he finished reading Zhang Ming's message, another notification lit up from Xie Huayu, bearing similarly concerned words. After replying to both with assurances of his well-being, Luu set his phone down and continued writing, not pausing until late into the night when he finally laid down to sleep. In his dreams, Luu instinctively absorbed energy, refining his physical form, while his soul gradually strengthened as well. The old scholar, witnessing this scene, wore a contemplative expression but chose not to intervene, merely observing quietly. Chapter 64. Transformation of Character. Underlying currents. In the following days, Luu remained within the library. Had it not been for Sister Hua's prior announcement of his survival, young Wanying would have already informed the Lu family of his demise. Even so, rumors swirled within the academy concerning Lu's damaged talent and injured soul. Some even claimed that his divine aptitude had been rendered useless, reducing him to a state inferior to that of an ordinary S-tier talent. Rendered useless? Zhang Yun emerged from the secret realm, only to be greeted by the shocking news of Lu's downfall. Young Master Zhang, the news is undoubtedly true. Luu has been hiding in the library these past few days, likely seeking the old scholar's help with ancient texts for recovery. Loyal follower Lin Yu reported eagerly, presenting a carefully prepared array of nourishing items. I care not whether he has been rendered useless. Zhang Yun consumed the supplements voraciously, his desolate physique rejuvenating rapidly with energy, a tempest of lightning coalescing into armor upon his skin, his black hair transforming into a vibrant blue amidst the crackling energy. Fifth-tier talent awakened. Lin Yu, elated, swiftly retrieved a weapon, standing guard beside Zhang Yun. Boom! The lightning surged forth from his body, piercing the clouds, dimming the sky, while fierce winds like vengeful spirits clawed at the ancient trees, uprooting the cobblestones laid with third-tier jade. A mere storm dares to impede me? Break! Zhang Yun, brimming with arrogance, his electric blue eyes resembling those of a deity, declared, and with a fierce motion, he seized 2 bolts of lightning, condensing them into a spear, and hurled it with tremendous force. Whoosh! The lightning spear streaked across the heavens, causing the air to tremble and thunder to resound. Boom! The dark clouds shattered, bathing the landscape in dawn's light. Zhang Yun, clad in lightning armor, spread his arms wide to embrace the sunlight. On the ground, some looked on enviously, others with jealousy, but the majority offered their congratulations. Young one, new troubles are upon us. The old scholar, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed, lifted his eyelids, observing the scenes unfolding beyond the mountain ranges. SSS tier talent. 9 Young Thunder God, his combat prowess firmly placing him within the top 5 of his tier. Troubles? Emerging from his literary reverie, Lu Yu looked up with a smile. I fear not troubles. It would be best to resolve them all at once, to avoid hindering my cultivation. As Lu Yu spoke, his expression remained remarkably tranquil, even evoking an illusion that he was merely stating facts. After digesting the memories of Zhang Taiyu, Lu Yu had matured considerably. Although he still bore the pride and backbone typical of youth, his perspective had broadened manifold. Enough of this. You've lingered here for many days. It's time to return to your training, as the cleansing of the Skull Sand secret realm requires the efforts of you young ones. The old scholar waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Wait. Just a few more days. I haven't finished reading yet. Lu Yu hastily reached for the ancient texts he had yet to complete, only to grasp at nothingness. The shifting light and shadow shattered like bubbles, and by the time Lu Yu regained his senses, he had already returned to the courtyard. Woof! Hearing the commotion, Xiao He rushed out of the wooden cabin. Circling around Lu Yu with an eager demeanor, its face full of eagerness for approval. You've earned your keep, so indulge a bit more, Lu Yu said, ruffling Xiao He's fur. He filled a metal basin with pet food and crushed 2 medicinal pills to enhance the flavor. Xiao He lunged at the basin, devouring the food greedily. During Lu Yu's absence, it had relied solely on the feedings from Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu, but Sister Hua was notorious for her relentless training, refusing to relent until they were utterly exhausted. The two had been worn to the bone and had little strength left to feed. Xiao Heilu opened his beast pet ring and released the young ghost-eye black blood eagle. The fledgling was no larger than a palm, its breath faint, swaying unsteadily as it walked, and it bore little resemblance to the majestic ghost-eye black blood eagle with only a few tufts of feathers on its head. This works in my favor. It saves the trouble of disguise. Lu picked up the fledgling to nurture it. Yet, the little creature was not as simple as it appeared. Lu Yu sensed a profound resentment emanating from it, not directed at an individual, but at humanity as a whole. Clearly, it had not forgotten the circumstances of its mother's demise. Lu was indifferent to the fledgling's feelings of resentment. What he needed was an ally. As long as the fledgling harbored any thoughts of betrayal, Lu Yu would extinguish it at once, ensuring no future threats. Unbeknownst to the fledgling, which was pecking at its food in Lu Yu's palm, it was in dire need of energy to grow. After feeding the fledgling, Lu Yu returned it to the beast pet ring, emptied his mind, and began to cultivate. During his days in the library, Lu Yu had refrained from practicing, fearing the exposure of the Talent Divine Tree. Yet, despite this, his soul had still expanded by nearly a third, all thanks to the gifts of the Talent Divine Tree. Lu Yu turned his attention inward to the Talent Divine Tree, its robust roots intertwining and occupying his entire mind. The soul tree he had previously cultivated had been swept aside, as if to assert its dominance. I know not what you are, but since you reside within me, you shall heed my command and serve my purpose. Lu attempted to communicate with the Talent Divine Tree, but met with silence. Withdrawing from his introspection, Lu Yu immersed himself in his cultivation, soon merging with his surroundings. Although he remained in the courtyard, to Xiao Hei's senses, he had completely vanished upon opening his eyes again. It was dusk. Lu stood, shaking off the dust, having successfully mastered the 4th level of the earth solidification technique. Now, with just a thought, he could command the ground within a 10-meter radius. Empowered by Zhang Taiyu's memories, Lu Yu's training in energy techniques was yielding remarkable results. With sufficient determination, reaching mastery was merely a matter of time. Despite being at the mid-2nd level, his true combat power could easily surpass many at the mid-3rd level. Do. Lu Yu waved his hand, opening a portal in the AI art. Lu, are you all right? Zhang Ming and Xia Huayu entered the courtyard, supporting one another. Their bruised faces bore little resemblance to their usual selves. Startling Lu Yu, don't get too smug. Sister Hua treats everyone equally. Tomorrow, you'll look like this too. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, clutching his forehead. How on earth did Sister Hua train you? Lu Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Though their injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial. Given their physical resilience, a good night's sleep would suffice for recovery, allowing them to endure another round of punishment the following day. One word, beat. Xia Huayu replied, frustration evident. Sister Hua suppresses her cultivation and battles us at the same level. Those who win earn credits, while the losers are thoroughly beaten. Has anyone actually won? Lu Yu asked, stroking his chin with a smile. One? How could we possibly compete? Zhang Ming's voice rose incredulously. Even at the same cultivation level, her soul far surpasses ours, and her combat experience and skills are on another level altogether. Sister Hua means well. The cost of practicing with a beautiful instructor outside the academy is exorbitant, Lu Yu said, attempting to ease the mood as he retrieved food from his spatial ring, munching as he spoke. While you were away, young Weining has been quite smug, and it seems she has become involved with Tan Dinghu, Zhang Ming remarked. I've heard the competition on Mount Olympus is exceptionally fierce. With reports of 7th-level experts falling, Xia Huayu whispered. 7th-level experts have fallen? Both Lu Yu and Zhang Ming were taken aback. But those are 7th-level powerhouses, each akin to human nuclear bombs. How could they perish so inexplicably? Where did you hear such news, old Xia? Zhang Ming asked, skepticism etched on his face. Such information hasn't even been disclosed by the higher-ups of Huaxia. How did you come to know? The fallen were not humans, but the fearsome three-headed hellhound guarding the gates of Mount Olympus. The specifics of the battle remain unclear, but it is certain to have been intense, Xia Huayu replied, choosing to be vague as he shifted the topic. Sister Hua wants us to form a team tomorrow to cleanse the Skull Sand secret realm to Luu. What do you think? Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Old Xia, that essay given. We three will definitely team up. Lu Yu discerned the unspoken implications in Xia Huayu's words and chuckled. It seems old Xia has his own plans. Xia Huayu nodded. I have a cousin studying at Tianwu Academy, a 4th-year student about to graduate. He wishes to seize resources during the cleansing of the Skull Sand secret realm, and my family has asked me to team up with him. This means the cleansing operation might turn into a resource battle. Zhang Ming frowned. Once upperclassmen join forces, we'll be sidelined. Their combat power alone would utterly overshadow us. Old Zhang, Lu Yu, if you're willing, you could also join my cousin's team. Xia Huayu extended an olive branch. Lu Yu? Zhang Ming glanced at him. Lu shook his head in refusal. I appreciate the offer, but I prefer not to be under anyone's command. Xia Huayu turned to Zhang Ming, who pondered for a moment before also declining. I'd rather team up with Lu Yu. With that, a silence fell upon the three, eventually broken by Lu Yu. Here are my insights on practicing the earth solidification technique. They should be beneficial to you. Lu Yu presented the prepared cultivation notes. Luu, thank you. Xia Huayu hesitated for a moment before accepting the notes. Zhang Ming flipped through them before tossing them into his spatial ring, urging the two to continue their meal. As they feasted, their expressions diverged. Lu Yu remained calm, Zhang Ming occasionally sighed, while Xia Huayu kept his head bowed, lost in thought. I should take my leave, Xia Huayu said after a few rounds of drinks. Old Xia, is that little bit of resources really that important? Zhang Ming called out, stopping him. Xia Huayu paused, resolute. It's a family order. I cannot refuse. With that, he strode out of the courtyard. What a ridiculous family. Devoid of any sense of humanity. Zhang Ming slammed his cup, fuming. After finally making a trustworthy friend, they were forced apart due to family interests. Old Zhang, don't take it to heart. Truth be told, we and old Xia were never truly on the same path. Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. Their initial acquaintance was purely serendipitous, and parting ways now seemed fitting. Zhang Ming understood this simple truth, but felt a sense of unfulfillment. Why couldn't Xia Huayu resist, even symbolically? Such defiance would have eased his discomfort, proving they once shared a friendship. Yet, he did not, and even the severing of their bond was justified by family orders. Leaving Zhang Ming feeling unsettled. Luu, what shall we do about tomorrow's cleansing operation? After a moment of silence, Zhang Ming changed the topic. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity for battle experience and resources? Lu Yu flipped his hand and gifted Zhang Ming a jade slip. This is a technique I discovered in the library. It should be useful for you. Zhang Ming accepted the jade slip, placing it in his spatial ring, patting his stomach as he stood to leave. Tomorrow will reveal how many are still eyeing my resources. After bidding Zhang Ming farewell, Lu Yu gazed up at the night sky, whispering softly to himself. The following morning, Sister Hua arrived punctually, and the students were all geared up and ready to depart. Let us go. Sister Hua glanced at Lu Yu and waved her hand. Summoning a massive fire carpet to carry everyone away, on the fire carpet, the students sat distinctly, with a team of 15 led by young Weining shining the brightest. This group included recognized powerhouses like Tan Dinghu and Zhou Hong. Additionally, Zhao Fei and Xia Huayu formed another team, accompanied by several others. Lastly, there was Lu Yu and Zhang Ming's team, which appeared to lack competitive strength. The fire carpet soared through the clouds, landing at the mission square, where it was filled to capacity with people. Even the reclusive cultivators, engrossed in their own trials, emerged. As the last arrivals among the first-year students, few took notice of Lu Yu and his companions, most merely giving them cursory glances. "Let us go," Yang Weining commanded as she led her group directly toward Zhang Yun, Sr. In the face of the domineering Zhang Yun, Tan Dinghu and the others bowed respectfully. "Follow me, and I guarantee you shall reap rewards." Zhang Yun spoke with a calm demeanor, his eyes crackling with lightning as they fixed on Lu Yu. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force of mental energy surged towards Lu Yu, causing the very void to shimmer with electric sparks, a thunderous roar echoing and drawing the attention of countless onlookers. The students opted to observe from a distance, while the mentors stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice should the situation escalate. In the face of this sudden assault, Lu Yu remained undeterred. The ground beneath his feet convulsed and erupted, transforming into a 3-meter-tall earthen giant that swung its fist downward. Bang! The giant shattered, the lightning dissipated, leaving behind a 2-meter-wide black pit. Energy techniques? Unfortunately, they have already been eliminated. Zhang Yun's voice dripped with disdain as he dismissed the notion of energy techniques. "What do you mean by eliminated? Who decides what is eliminated? Who do you think you are? A pig's nose inserted into a green onion, pretending to be something you're not?" Zhang Ming retorted boldly, unperturbed by Zhang Yun's presence. "A gluttonous mouth?" Zhang Yun narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk. "Be careful lest someone kills you and turns you into a humanoid spatial ring." Zhang Yun's words immediately provoked the ire of several talent-bearers, with one young woman in a purple dress angrily declaring, "Zhang, if you dare utter another word, do you believe I won't kill you again?" Ding! The sound of a bell reverberated across the square, and from behind the purple-dressed girl emerged an ancient purple bell. No larger than a palm, at first glance, it appeared delicate and charming, yet it was actually a manifestation of the girl's talent. These two tyrants are clashing again. It's truly troublesome. If it were up to me, I would expel them immediately. The last chaotic battle nearly ignited a crisis in the secret realm, resulting in nearly 20 casualties. And now, before we even enter the Skulls and Secret Realm, we are faced with another confrontation? During their previous battle, both were merely at the peak of the 4th tier. Now, with their second awakening of talent, a fierce competition is inevitable. Thanks to Yuan Longying, Lu Yu and Zhang Ming successfully evaded attention. I recall that the king of the northern region is named Yuan. Could Yuan Longying be the king's daughter? Lu Yu squinted up. If that is indeed the case, perhaps I can use her to deal with Zhang Yun. Yuan Longying, this is not your affair today. I advise you not to seek death. Zhang Yun, clad in lightning armor, stepped through the air, angrily rebuking, as electric arcs gathered above his head to form a crown. His hands gripped a spear of lightning, unstoppable in its momentum. I could overpower you before. I can do so again. Yuan Longying summoned the purple bell, transforming it into a purple mountain that charged directly at Zhang Yun. Have you had enough? A cold snort echoed in the air, as a finger pierced the sky, forcibly bringing an end to the battle. Dean. The crowd bowed in unison. If you wish for a life-and-death struggle, take it to the arena. It would be best if you left nothing but scraps. As Cheng Dingfang spoke, a chill enveloped the entire realm, as if draped in a layer of frost. We dare not. The students bowed their heads in respect, not daring to show the slightest insolence. While the Tianwu Academy permits competition, it absolutely forbids premeditated murder, and any such actions will be met with severe consequences. Chilling gazes swept across the students, and in a daze, everyone seemed to envision Cheng Dingfang's imposing figure in their minds. Let us depart, boom. At Cheng Dingfang's command, Qi Feifei activated the array, opening the gateway to the Skulls and Secret Realm. Unlike previous openings, this time the number entering the Skulls and Secret Realm was excessive, necessitating the opening of the secret door. It is easy to open the secret door but difficult to close it, as the creatures within the realm constantly yearn to escape. They are imprisoned within the realm, unable to break free, and only by escaping can they hope to advance further. The bone nightshade that previously appeared did not escape the realm. It was merely an avatar forged from its bloodline. As the secret door opened, a torrent of energy rushed forth, making it difficult for one to keep their eyes open. The desolation of the surroundings symbolized the harsh living conditions within the secret realm. Let us go. Zhang Yun waved his hand, leading the group through the secret door. Lu Yu, is it? I am Yuan Longying. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yuan Longying turned back with a smile before departing, instantly making Lu Yu the center of attention. Following Yuan Longying, the students entered the secret door in an orderly fashion. Unlike the previous individual transports, this time Lu Yu and Zhang Ming felt no turbulence. Merely sensing a shift in space before landing on solid ground. Yuz, focus on developing your skills. Zhang Ming patted Lu Yu's shoulder, reassuring him, rest assured, I know what to do. Let us first gather resources. With energy techniques at his disposal, Lu Yu brimmed with confidence, especially with the secret card left behind by an old acquaintance that could be utilized in critical moments. 2/3 of the Skulls and Secret Realm consists of desert. Research from the library has confirmed that the realm's current state is the result of human destruction. The perpetrator must be at least at the peak of the 9th tier, though there is a higher probability that it is a sage. Due to this, the Tianwu Academy has always been conservative in its development of the Skulls and Secret Realm. However, the emergence of the Bone Nightshade has infuriated Cheng Dingfang and others who are determined to eradicate it at any cost. Xiao He, come back! The small black creature, darting through the rocky terrain, turned at the call, only for the ground beneath it to erupt suddenly, a ghastly maw snapping violently towards its abdomen. Time slowed. Lu Yu raised his hand, casting a gray rune to slow the beast's maw. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao He escaped, its severed claws slicing through the maw with a ripping sound, cleaving it in two. A second-tier gray stone serpent holds little value beyond its gallbladder. Zhang Ming drew out the gray stone serpent he had hidden beneath. Then let us use it to feed the birds. Lu Yu tossed the lifeless gray stone serpent into the beast pet ring. The duo, one human and one wolf, pressed onward, soon encountering upperclassmen. On a mound of yellow sand, 3 third-year students were collaborating to besiege a black-armored demon lizard. The peak 4th-tier black-armored demon lizard boasted tough skin and flesh, making it incredibly resilient, even to ordinary 5th-tier beasts who would struggle to breach its defenses in a short time. Yet now, the black-armored demon lizard was drenched in blood, its scales extensively shattered, one eye brutally gouged out. The black-armored demon lizard is shedding its skin. Zhang Ming discerned the critical moment. The black-armored demon lizard is particularly vulnerable during its molting phase. No wonder it has been so thoroughly attacked by the trio. Lu Yu, let us keep to our own business. The leading youth stood firm with his blade, flanked by 2 others, equally poised for action, and agreed. Lu Yu had no intention of seizing their spoils, despite its current plight. The black-armored demon lizard could still turn the tide once it completed its shedding. Seeing the trio and their wolf depart, the 3 students finally exhaled in relief and resumed their assault on the black-armored demon lizard. Yuz, what exactly are you searching for? Lu Yu encouraged Xiao He to continue digging, piquing Zhang Ming's curiosity. A very rare little beast, the sandstorm worm. This was a trump card that Lu Yu had gleaned from Xiong Fei's memories. Xiong Fei's soul had been consumed by Zhang Taiyu, and Zhang Taiyu's soul was subsequently absorbed by the gifted divine tree. Lu Yu indirectly inherited a portion of Xiong Fei's memories, which included the details of his transaction with the Bone Nightshade. Xiong Fei used a transformation pill as bait to entice the Bone Nightshade into forging a bloodline avatar to obstruct Sister Hua. The Bone Nightshade had long desired to escape the Skulls and Secret Realm, which is why it agreed to Xiong Fei's conditions. Regrettably, the Bone Nightshade could never have anticipated that the transformation pill it obtained concealed a secret. Though it appeared to be a transformation pill, it was, in fact, a carefully disguised beast refining pill, specifically designed to transform beasts into medicinal pellets. To avoid detection by the Bone Nightshade, Xiong Fei had set a bait to trigger the beast refining pill. And now that he was dead, only Lu Yu remained aware of the bait. I have never heard of it. Zhang Ming shook his head, completely ignorant of the sandstorm worm. Lu Yu offered no explanation. There would be time for that once it was needed. To the north of the Skulls and Secret Realm lies the domain of the Bone Nightshade, as the strongest entity within the realm. It is akin to a deity that at this moment, the Bone Nightshade sat upon a throne of bones, surveying the landscape below, its cold, indifferent gaze striking terror into the hearts of countless beasts, forcing them to bow their heads. The Tianwu Academy has violated the agreement and intends to eradicate us. Before you now lies but one path, to fight to the death in resistance. Its apathetic voice echoed through the mountains, igniting both anger and helplessness among the beasts. They understood that the Tianwu Academy would not engage in such extermination. It was clear that someone had offended the Academy, leading to this situation. From the current state of the Bone Nightshade, it was evident that it was the one who had provoked the Tianwu Academy. It was it that had incited the Academy's wrath, yet it expected the entire Skulls and Secret Realm to bear the consequences, which the beasts naturally resisted. Bone Nightshade, your power is indeed formidable, but this trouble is of your own making. You must bear the consequences. A towering demon mantis, 10 zhang tall and cloaked in deep green, spoke coldly. As soon as these words were uttered, the demon mantis instantly became the focal point of attention, with all beasts keenly interested in how the Bone Nightshade would respond. If the Bone Nightshade showed weakness, it would imply that it believed itself incapable of contending with the demon mantis, and the beasts would not willingly march to their doom. Should the Bone Nightshade and the demon mantis engage in battle, it would provide an opportunity to gauge their relative strengths. Do you think that because I am injured, you have the chance to usurp my position as the ruler of the Skulls and Secret Realm? The Bone Nightshade supported its chin with one hand, gazing coldly at the demon mantis. Its voice faded. The ground began to tremble, and countless bones erupted from the earth, transforming the entire valley into a forest of bones in the blink of an eye. Faced with the looming bones, the beasts dared not make a single move. This was the Bone Nightshade's bloodline divine ability. Bone Forest of the Dead. Do you still think to intimidate me into submission? I shall cut you down. In the face of the Bone Nightshade's fury, the demon mantis remained unperturbed, its blade-like arms slashing the earth and severing the bone forest, a terrifying shockwave manifesting as a massive blade aimed at the Bone Nightshade seated upon its throne. Skyward Bone Spear. The Bone Yasha extracted a rib from its own body, transforming it into a spear of considerable length, which it hurled through the air, creating a devastating shockwave. The terrifying explosion overturned the forest of white bones, reducing countless demonic beasts to mere pulp in their terror, while some even disintegrated into clouds of blood mist on the spot. Chapter 67. Bloodline Incarnation, the young master of the Xia family. With a resounding clang, the demon mantis intercepted the flying bone spear with its formidable scythe-like arm, its 10-meter frame pushed back nearly 100 meters by the sheer force. Ha ha ha! The demon mantis laughed maniacally. You truly are faltering now. I could not withstand your spear before, but now I have. With a crack, the demon mantis harnessed its strength to sever the flying bone spear, gazing mockingly at the Bone Yasha as it declared, "Surrender the throne and I shall spare your life." The surviving demonic beasts, shaken by the explosion, lifted their gazes toward the Bone Yasha. You guessed correctly. I am indeed injured, and gravely so. Yet, I am more than capable of dealing with you. The Bone Yasha replied, slowly rising to its feet. The soul fire swirling in its eye sockets suddenly coalesced, and in an instant, the valley seemed to freeze in time. By the time the demon mantis regained its senses, its body was impaled upon the flying bone spear, its essence being slowly siphoned away. It's pretending. It has lost all fighting capability. Kill it! Kill it! The anguished wails of the demon mantis echoed through the valley. Yet not a single demonic beast dared to meet the gaze of the Bone Yasha, all bowing their heads in reverence. The Bone Yasha traversed the bridge of bones to stand before the demon mantis. It looked down at its fading eyes and taunted, "You will forever remain beneath my feet." Recognizing its impending doom, the demon mantis coldly retorted, "Your present is merely a reflection of my future. I foresee your demise, and we shall meet again soon." With a thud, the Bone Yasha retracted the flying bone spear, and the essence-depleted demon mantis dissipated into a cloud of powder, carried away by the wind. The Bone Yasha, relieved by the infusion of essence, sighed, "Fortunately, it was merely the demon mantis that provoked me. Should there be another confrontation, this incarnation of bloodline would surely not endure. Proclaim my command, to defend the shattered sand secret realm with our lives." The Bone Yasha gazed down upon the valley, its voice icy-wide, "It's your command." The multitude of demonic beasts, daunted, complied without resistance. After watching the demonic beasts depart, the Bone Yasha resumed its seat upon the white bone throne. The soul fire within its eye sockets gradually flickering in a pit 100 meters deep beneath the valley. A recently deceased youth suddenly opened his eyes. He mechanically moved his body, realigning his broken limbs, and muttered to himself, "If you wish to kill me, do not blame me for making you pay in blood for your transgressions against Tianwu Academy." With only half of his bloodline remaining, He would require at least 2/3 of the essence from the beings within the secret realm to replenish it. Taking into account the share of the transformation pill, it seemed that in the end, only he would survive. The youth walked towards the surface, the surrounding mud and sand parting to create a path for him. Can the cunning Xiong Fei truly be trusted to give me the transformation pill? Despite my repeated confirmations of the pill's integrity, I still feel a sense of unease. Who could possibly threaten me? Tang Howren, how did you end up here? A voice pulled the youth back to reality, and he recalled that he had transformed into Tang Howren. Yang Weining. Tang Howren smiled at Yang Weining and the others. I instructed you to investigate the status of the bone Yasha. Why have you taken so long to return? Yun Xiao has been waiting anxiously. Yang Weining frowned, sensing an inexplicable change in Tang Howren, particularly in his cold and haughty gaze. The bone Yasha is severely injured and highly alert. It has summoned numerous demonic beasts. Likely seeking to fight to the death, I have been lurking at the valley's periphery, waiting for the beasts to depart before daring to approach. Tang Howren replied nonchalantly. Did you see the bone Yasha? Can you assess its current combat strength? The youth behind Yang Weining urgently inquired. Tang Howren possessed the SS-grade talent of energy vision, enabling him to perceive energy within his target and utilize it. Their primary objective was the bone Yasha, after all. Its skeletal remains were invaluable materials for alchemy and forging. I caught a distant glimpse. Its combat strength appears to be below level 6, Tang Howren pondered before responding. Below level 6, upon hearing this, Yang Weining and the others were both shocked and elated. The bone Yasha, at its peak, wielded level 7 combat strength. If its strength had indeed fallen below level 6 due to its injuries, their chances of defeating it together would be exceedingly high. Let us go meet Yun Xiao, Yang Weining urged eagerly. The four swiftly soared towards the gathering place. While you engage in your slow duel, we shall see who ultimately emerges victorious. Tang Howren smirked. Cousin, are we truly going to confront the bone Yasha? Xia Huayu frowned at the towering figure of Xia Tianfeng. Before entering the Shattered Sand secret realm, Xia Tianfeng had mentioned resource collection, only to reveal his true intention was to confront the bone Yasha once they arrived. Xia Tianfeng possessed the SSS-grade talent of sealing summoning, allowing him to seal and summon targets. With an exceptionally high growth ceiling, however, due to insufficient family resources, he had long been overshadowed by Zhang Yun and Yuan Longying. Huayu, if you feel it is too dangerous, you may leave that I will handle the bone Yasha alone. Xia Tianfeng declared coldly as he turned away. Cousin, that is a level 7 bone Yasha. You are merely at the initial stage of level 5. Even if the bone Yasha stood still and allowed you to seal it, you would still be unable to. Xia Huayu grasped Xia Tianfeng's arms, shouting. The bone Yasha is injured and aware that the Academy will purge the secret realm. It will surely fight to the death. I estimate that its final combat strength will be well below level 6, and the probability of sealing it exceeds 50%. Why should we not take a chance? Xia Tianfeng broke free from Xia Huayu's grasp, confidently stating his assessment. Even if the probability of sealing it exceeds 50%, with everyone watching, do you think Zhang Yun and Yuan Longying will simply watch you seal the bone Yasha? In the end, they will undoubtedly target you first. Injury is trivial, but if you sustain hidden damage, you will be ruined. Xia Huayu could not comprehend Xia Tianfeng's determination. Where has that wise Xia Tianfeng gone? Huayu. Xia Tianfeng suddenly reached out to ruffle Xia Huayu's hair. This unexpected tenderness left Xia Huayu momentarily stunned, and he looked up at Xia Tianfeng, who smiled and said, some things must be fought for. This may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Our grandfather and the others will soon be unable to hold on. If no one from our family attains level 7 by next year, we will likely be removed from the list of families in Kyoto. Do you know what that list signifies? It is the honor that my Xia family ancestors fought for with their lives. I cannot, and will not, allow the Xia family to be expelled from it. Thus, even if it means death or becoming an ordinary person, I must give it a try. As he spoke, a fierce fire ignited in Xia Tianfeng's eyes. All along, he had remained low profile at the academy. Despite possessing a background not inferior to Zhang Yun and Yuan Longying, he had never flaunted it. On one hand, the pressure upon him was immense, leaving him little energy for arrogance. On the other hand, he understood he was not yet strong enough. But now, he had resolved to take a gamble. The once renowned young master of the Xia family had returned. I understand now, brother. Xia Huayu ceased to obstruct Xia Tianfeng. Then let us join forces and see who emerges as the ultimate victor. Chapter 68. The Silver Sands, the son of the Silver Flood Dragon. Yuan Shao, we have returned. The four of Yang Wenying arrived back at the gathering place. Addressing the tall figure resembling a sword pine, Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, and without needing to speak, Yang Wenying relayed all the information. In that case, we need not rush to confront the Bone Yasha. First, we shall devise a way to eliminate Yuan Longying and the others, and we must prepare for that matter in advance. Zhang Yuan strategized. Yuan Shao, Yuan Longying's energy sensing point has appeared at the Silver Sands. Shui, he reported, holding the map of the Shattered Sands secret realm. Silver Sands. Zhang Yuan squinted, realizing that Yuan Longying also sought the Silver Flood Dragon as one of the few perilous locations within the Shattered Sands secret realm. Silver Sands had long been renowned. On one hand, Silver Sands yielded silver snow sand, a forging material usable by levels 2 to 4, which, when added during forging, had a small chance of forming silver snow patterns, greatly aiding in combat or defense. On the other hand, the Silver Sands was famous for a legend. It was said that the sands were formed from the remains of a level 7 silver flood dragon, which, before its demise, was pregnant. Over the years, rumors persisted that the son of the silver flood dragon still lived. Countless individuals had ventured to the Silver Sands in search of the silver flood dragon's offspring. Yet all had returned empty-handed. As time passed, the legend became merely folklore. However, only a select few were privy to the truth behind the Silver Sands. The silver flood dragon was indeed pregnant at the time of its death, and the Silver Sands served as its burial ground. The reason no one had found the offspring was due to the silver flood dragon transferring all its power to its progeny, granting it the miraculous ability of the dragon. GZ Suim, Theo, locate the offspring. One must first ascertain its range of activity and set traps in advance to have any chance of capturing it. Then let us begin with the silver flood dragon's offspring. I will ensure you gain nothing. Zhang Yuan led his group directly towards Silver Sands. As dusk approached, Yuan Longying and her companions stood at the edge of Silver Sands, gazing out, and no matter how many times one viewed it, the scenery remained breathtaking. Yuan Longying gazed at the shimmering sands, marveling. This is the burial ground of a level 7 great demon. How many years of energy must have nurtured it to become this way? The money-obsessed Qian Buin scooped up a handful of silver snow sand, chuckling. Do you still desire this level of silver snow sand? Beside them, a young girl clad in blue rolled her eyes. Exasperation etched upon her face. Tan Xiaoya, what are you talking about? Are you really looking down on this modest amount of silver snow sand? This alone could easily fetch 1,000 huaxia coins. And when combined with other materials, it could multiply in value. Qian Buin, obstinate in his reasoning, had not yet placed the silver snow sand into his spatial ring. Sister Yuan, just look at that pitiful sight of his. He could effortlessly earn hundreds of thousands, yet he clings to this trivial matter. Tan Xiaoya, her teeth gritted in frustration, promptly reported to Yuan Longying. All right, Yuan Longying chuckled, attempting to soothe the two. Xiaoya, you know very well that Buin is notoriously obsessed with wealth. Why engage in a verbal spar with him? Buin, you too. Today is meant for capturing the Silver Jiao's offspring, so there's no need for the silver snow sand. Fine, I shall heed Sister Yuan's words. Qian Buin conceded, tossing away the silver snow sand with a smile. As the night breeze swept across the shimmering silver sand beach, the glimmering silver gradually transformed into surging waves, creating an illusion of an expansive ocean. Let us begin, Yuan Longying declared, sensing that the moment had arrived. The Silver Jiao's offspring would periodically appear on the silver sand beach, though the exact reasons remain shrouded in mystery. According to information Yuan Longying procured from Qi Feifei, the ancient Silver Jiao was likely on the verge of undergoing an 8th-tier metamorphosis, leaving behind a treasure even in death. This was also why the Silver Jiao's offspring reappeared on the beach at intervals. The energy required for the growth of the Silver Jiao's offspring was immense, and due to its caution against revealing its identity, enticing it to appear necessitated the preparation of high-tier materials. Dragon Trapping Net. The 5 individuals meticulously unfurled the 4th-tier dragon trapping net, purchased at a considerable price. Despite being only 4th tier, its price rivaled that of 5th-tier weapons, often available only at exorbitant rates. This particular net was crafted by a master smith using 6th-tier dragon tendons, infused with mysterious dragon pollen to ensure the capture of the complete Silver Jiao's offspring. After laying out the dragon trapping net, Yuan Longying produced a frozen heart of a wild mountain ape king. Even encased in ice, the heart pulsated with a robust energy that stirred Yuan Longying's own desires. Sister Yuan, if the Silver Jiao's offspring doesn't finish the heart, I claim the remainder. Qian Buin suppressed the urge to stow the heart away, for its allure was nearly overwhelming. Not a problem. As long as we capture the Silver Jiao's offspring, I shall fulfill all your requests. Yuan Longying confidently promised, in comparison to the potential of the Silver Jiao's offspring becoming a demon emperor. The wild mountain ape king's heart paled in significance. We have prepared so thoroughly. Failure is simply not an option, Qian Buin proclaimed, brimming with confidence. With preparations complete, all that remained was to patiently await the Silver Jiao's offspring to reveal itself. The night deepened, and at some point, the full moon ascended, casting a dreamlike glow upon the silver sand beach, mingling with the sounds of the crashing waves. Suddenly, a splash echoed as the tide drew closer, and from the moonlight emerged a fleeting silver figure. The figure moved with such swiftness that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it, fluctuating in size, leaving observers perplexed. Soon, the silver figure reached the heart of the silver sand beach. Upon noticing the pulsating heart of the wild mountain ape king, the silver figure momentarily hesitated, allowing Yuan Longying and her companions to discern its true form. It was a diminutive silver snake, measuring scarcely a foot in length, adorned with shimmering silver scales and bearing two small bumps atop its head. Perhaps due to an injury sustained before birth, it lacked fully formed dragon claws. Nevertheless, this did not diminish its identity as the Silver Jiao's offspring. Cautious and discerning, the Silver Jiao's offspring approached the tantalizing food with great care. That moment, Yuan Longying and her companions held their breath, fearful of startling the Silver Jiao's offspring just as it was about to fall into the dragon-trapping net. Time crawled as the Silver Jiao's offspring drew ever closer to the heart of the wild mountain ape king. Ultimately, it could not resist the temptation, launching itself towards the heart in a flash of silver light. In an instant, the heart lost a third of its mass, yet Yuan Longying did not rush to retract the net. She was confident that once the Silver Jiao's offspring had tasted the heart, it would be unable to resist further. Indeed, after consuming the wild mountain ape king's heart, the Silver Jiao's offspring experienced immense satisfaction, and having encountered no danger during its initial attempt, it grew increasingly bold. With another flash of silver, Yuan Longying sprang into action. Almost simultaneously with the silver light's emergence, the five joined forces to gather the dragon-trapping net. A resounding crash echoed as the waves shattered, silver light erupted, and the silver sand beach was torn asunder, the anguished cries of anger and despair reverberating through the night. Chapter 69. A difficult decision. Three heroes in conflict. We've caught it. The thrashing of the dragon-trapping net filled Yuan Longying with exhilaration. They had indeed captured the Silver Jiao's offspring. Sister, hurry and subdue it, Qian Buin urged, fearing that the Silver Jiao's offspring might consume the entirety of the heart in a fit of rage. Yes, subdue it quickly. Together, the five struggled to drag the dragon-trapping net as Yuan Longying retrieved the prepared beast-taming token, dripping her blood to leave a mark. Unlike ordinary beast-taming tokens, this one was crafted from the essence of a beast-tamer. Even if the tamer were to perish, the token would endure, allowing for the creation of artifacts with the right materials, a phenomenon known as a humanoid weapon. There was a time when a worldwide frenzy erupted over the hunting of beast-tamer artifacts, but it was later explicitly banned. Yuan Longying's beast-taming token was a remnant of that era. Even if recognized, it bore no consequence. You, as the Silver Jiao's offspring, possess such a noble status, yet you find yourself in this predicament. Are you truly willing to accept this? Join me as my companion, and I shall lead you to restore the glory of the Silver Jiao clan. Yuan Longying attempted to soften the Silver Jiao's offspring's resistance with her words, only to be met with furious roars in response. Clearly, the Silver Jiao's offspring was beyond reason, frantically expressing its rage, struggling fiercely against the confines of the dragon-trapping net. With no other recourse, Yuan Longying quickened her efforts, silently praying for a smooth outcome. Yet, the more one worries, the more likely undesirable events may unfold. Congratulations! I never imagined you would truly capture the Silver Jiao's offspring. Zhang Yun and his companions approached the silver sand beach. Surrounding the five in an instant, Zhang Yun, Yuan Longying's expression darkened. Although uncertain of where things had gone awry, The appearance of her adversary signified that matters could not end amicably. Since you're here and I'm preoccupied, I might let you off this time. But if you cause me to lose the Silver Jiao's offspring, Zhang Yun, I assure you, you will regret it for a lifetime. The more adamant Yuan Longying became, the more satisfied Zhang Yun appeared. He understood her well enough to know that she would never back down. Even in the face of death, I look forward to the day you make me regret it for life. But before that, I must collect some interest, Zhang Yun declared, extending his arms to summon a tempest of thunder. Boom! Lightning surged forth, and bolts danced as Yuan Longying raised her hand to unleash a purple bell to defend herself, only to have it intercepted by a blue sword and a purple knife. Sister, run! Qian Buin shouted as he plunged his hands into the ground, detonating the silver sand beach. The silver snow sand erupted like a torrential downpour, knocking everyone down in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Longying grasped the dragon-trapping net and fled. However, after advancing barely 100 meters, she was halted by a spear of lightning. Yuan Longying, are you planning to abandon them and flee alone? Zhang Yun hovered in the air, looking down at her with a mocking smile. Behind him, Qian Buin and the others were besieged by a throng of adversaries, their situation precarious. Even among them, the weakest were at the peak of the 4th tier, with 2 at the initial stages of the 5th tier, yet they were still no match for such overwhelming numbers. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Sister, don't worry about us, they wouldn't dare kill us. The Dean is always watching the battle, Tang Xiaoya yelled as she wielded her dual blades, forcefully repelling 2 attackers. We're all classmates. How could I possibly harm you? But the Scholas's secret realm is teeming with monstrous beasts. If, by unfortunate chance, you are injured and subsequently fall prey to a beast, don't blame me for that. Zhang Yun understood that Cheng Dingfang and the others were observing, and naturally, he would not strike them down in plain sight. However, just as he had threatened, if such a situation arose, it would be seen as mere misfortune. Yuan Longying comprehended Zhang Yun well enough to know he would say such things, and even more so, that he would act upon them. Thus, she hesitated, torn between her deep desire for the Silver Jiao's offspring and her concern for her classmates and friends. Sister, what are you hesitating for? Take the Silver Jiao's offspring and leave quickly. Qian Buin roared, extricating himself from his predicament. Enough! Zhang Yun hurled the lightning spear, piercing Qian Buin's shoulder and pinning him to the silver sand beach. Yuan Longying, I repeat myself. You have one more chance to hesitate. Let them go. Yuan Longying relinquished control of the dragon-trapping net. Now that's more like it. Zhang Yun seized control of the dragon-trapping net and burst into laughter. However, I never said I would release them once I obtained it. Zhang Yun's tone shifted as he coldly remarked, I know you wish to kill me, but do you have the courage to do so? Are you certain your father, Zhang Tai, can withstand my father? Yuan Longying's 2 consecutive inquiries caused Zhang Yun's expression to dissolve into a frozen state. Among the 4 domain kings of Huaxia, the northern domain king, Yuan Bin, is widely acknowledged as the strongest. It is said that he has long comprehended the mysteries of the saints, yet due to certain constraints, he has not advanced. Zhang Tai has repeatedly cautioned Zhang Yun that while he may engage in combat with Yuan Longying, even inflicting severe damage upon him is permissible, but he must never take his life. The might of Yuan Bin far exceeds imagination. He may have forged an entirely different path, one that diverges completely from that of the saints. Zhang Yun could never forget the expression on Zhang Tai's face when he spoke these words, a blend of yearning intertwined with jealousy and envy, a sentiment that the southern domain king, Zhang Tai, would never openly display. What a lively scene! Why not join the fray? A light chuckle shattered the silence as Xie Tianfeng entered the silver beach accompanied by Xie Huayu. Xie Tianfeng, what brings you here? Zhang Yun coldly glared at Xie Tianfeng, his words laced with disdain, as though he were of no consequence. I seek the son of the silver flood dragon. Xie Tianfeng replied with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a mundane matter. You desire the son of the silver flood dragon? Zhang Yun felt he had misheard. The usually uninvolved Xie Tianfeng had suddenly taken a bold stance, daring to confront him directly. I advise you against courting death. Zhang Yun flung forth a lightning spear, only for it to be blocked by a towering figure who raised a hand in defiance. Before him stood a blood-flower demon. 3 zhang tall, its elongated form evoking myriad thoughts, while its beauty drove countless men to madness. As for its vampire-like fangs and long claws, They were easily disregarded. A peak 4th tier blood flower demon? I had thought you had sealed something new, yet it appears to be the same old routine. Although the blood flower demon had ascended from the late 4th tier to its peak, it posed no threat to the now early 5th tier Zhang Yun. What if this is the case? Xie Tianfeng extended his hand to lightly touch the void, and ripples spread forth, revealing successive figures. Peak 4th tier thorn giants, peak 4th tier Qingpeng demon birds, and peak 4th tier two-headed winged lions materialized. Who would have thought? You have silently advanced to early 5th tier. But do you truly believe that these 5 4th tier puppets can snatch the son of the silver flood dragon from my grasp? Zhang Yun was taken aback and elated, surprised by Xie Tianfeng's power, yet delighted at the prospect of trampling him once more, having previously clashed only once. Chapter 70. The Grand Spectacle, the Beast Tide approaches boom. The lightning erupted, sending the Qingpeng demon bird flying, while the two-headed winged lion unleashed a tempest that shattered the lightning spear. Its gaping maw, poised to bite, was swatted away by a massive lightning hand. Xie Tianfeng, you know nothing of my power. Clutching the lightning spear, Zhang Yun exuded an air of authority as he forcibly suppressed the Qingpeng demon bird and the two-headed winged lion. Xie Tianfeng remained composed. As the thorn giant took root on the silver beach, growing wildly, while the blood flower demon swayed its slender waist, exhaling toxic miasma. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Longying intervened to rescue Qian Buin and his companions. Yang Weining and others fought valiantly to obstruct her, yet Yuan Longying's own formidable strength, ignited by Zhang Yun's provocation, rendered her actions exceptionally domineering. With a resounding clang, the purple bell soared through the air, violently shattering the 3rd-tier shield conjured by Yang Weining. Had it not been for a timely water wall that emerged to halt her, Yang Weining would have sustained grave injuries. Retreat. Sensing the dire situation, everyone immediately withdrew. Regardless, the son of the silver flood dragon was already secured. Even allowing Qian Buin and the others to escape was of little consequence. Rest for a moment. I shall go and deal with him. After comforting the four to recuperate, Yuan Longying lifted the purple bell and advanced toward Zhang Yun. Yuan Longying, what do you intend to do? Zhang Yun raised his hand to sever the right wing of the Qingpeng demon bird, coolly addressing the advancing Yuan Longying. What do you think I intend? Of course, I mean to strike you. With a resounding boom, the silver beach erupted as the purple bell transformed into a Tinjiang mountain, crashing down upon Zhang Yun. The bell's body trembled, producing sonic booms that rippled through the air. Very well, today, I shall suppress you altogether, Zhang Yun roared, as jagged spikes erupted from the lightning armor enveloping his body. His blue hair billowing, transforming his aura. Surrounded by lightning, his speed surged. Such a fierce battle drew countless spectators, with hidden eyes numbering no fewer than 100. This fellow's combat prowess is indeed formidable. He manages to maintain the upper hand even against multiple opponents. 200 meters away from the silver beach, 2 men and a wolf observe the conflict. Shall we devise a plan to intervene? Zhang Ming, aware of Lu Yu's resourcefulness, noted that now was an opportune moment to strike while Zhang Yun faced an onslaught. Lu Yu shook his head. Our strength is too low. It would be unwise to act hastily. We might easily become targets. Must we merely watch? Zhang Ming lamented. Then let us not watch. Instead, we shall gather resources to enhance our strength. Lu Yu averted his gaze and continued on his path. Let us wait until we reach the 5th tier before seeking retribution. Zhang Ming patted the small black wolf and followed Lu Yu. Tang Howren, evading prying eyes, concealed himself behind a tree, summoning the demon horde to converge upon the silver beach. The essence of genius lies within their flesh and souls, and that small silver flood dragon. I've yet to feast upon a silver flood dragon. Watching the chaos unfold, Tang Howren's mouth watered on the battlefield. The three engaged in a chaotic melee, none gaining the upper hand. Yuan Longying had anticipated that Xie Tianfeng would ally with her to subdue Zhang Yun, hence her repeated overtures, all of which were met with indifference. I have long wished to battle you. The blood flower demon intercepted a blow from the purple bell as Xie Tianfeng turned to Yuan Longying. Very well, I shall indulge you. Yuan Longying seized the purple bell, sweeping it to parry the lightning spear, redirecting her focus to the Qingpeng demon bird. You are all my prey. Kneel before me. Zhang Yun, embodying lightning, intercepted Yuan Longying, his lightning spear sweeping through to pierce the Qingpeng demon bird's skull. launching it towards Xie Tianfeng. In a critical moment, the thorn giant blocked the lightning spear, absorbing the damage meant for the Qingpeng demon bird. In the next instant, the seemingly dead Qingping demon bird revived, its power undiminished. I refuse to believe your thorn giant can withstand damage indefinitely, Zhang Yun bellowed as he attacked the thorn giant. As long as the thorn giant remained, the 4 demonic beasts summoned by Xie Tianfeng would not perish. In this exchange, the inevitable outcome would be his defeat. Let us put that to the test. Xie Tianfeng waved, commanding the Qingpeng demon bird and the 2-headed winged lion to intercept Zhang Yun. While the thorn giant sank into the sand, a mass of thorns rapidly enveloping its form, the battle between the 3 escalated further, transforming much of the silver beach into a battlefield, as countless silver sand grains melted into crystals that blanketed the ground. Hand over the son of the silver flood dragon, Yuan Longying commanded fiercely, her feet treading upon the void. Once something is in my possession, no one can take it away, Zhang Yun retorted with a cold smile. Though the thunder surrounding him had diminished significantly, his aura remained undiminished as his internal energy gradually restored. Young Master Yun, the beasts are coming, Yuan Jie, quickly, retreat. A beast tide is approaching, shouts echoed from afar. The 3 turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion, where a dense mass of flying beasts surged forth, raising clouds of dust and thunderous roars from the ground, while a formidable demonic aura soared skyward. Manifesting as shadowy figures that roared, I have shown them mercy by not instigating trouble. How dare they appear before me? Zhang Yun scoffed at the approaching horde. Yuan Longying narrowed her eyes. The Bone Yacha likely intends to use the demonic horde to exhaust us. Buying himself time. Let us eliminate the demon beasts first. Xie Tianfeng recalled the thorn giant and bloodflower demon, deploying the 2-headed winged lion and Qingpeng demon bird to intercept the flying beasts. Whoever slays the most demon beasts shall claim the son of the silver flood dragon. Zhang Yun provocatively eyed the 2. I fear you may not measure up. Yuan Longying, wielding the purple bell, surged toward the horde of demons. The one who cannot measure up is you. Zhang Yun, propelled by lightning, rapidly pursued. This night would be unforgettable. The 3 joined forces to barely repel the beast tide, only to be ambushed by 2 5th-tier great demons at a critical moment. Xie Tianfeng and Zhang Yun were both grievously injured, and had it not been for Yuan Longying's timely intervention, they would undoubtedly have sustained severe wounds. Despite employing various tactics, Yuan Longying was still suppressed by the combined might of the 2 5th-tier great demons, as the purple bell hovered above her, releasing sound waves while the purple sword whirled around, unleashing waves of sword light. Yuan Jie, retreat. Qian Buin and his companions rushed to aid, intercepting one of the 5th-tier great demons, successfully clearing a path for Yuan Longying. I shall remember you. Best not let me capture you, or I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. Yuan Longying withdrew her weapon and sword away from the battlefield. Yuan Longying departed. The already injured Xie Tianfeng and Zhang Yun could no longer withstand the beast tide and chose to retreat. Kill. The 2 5th-tier great demons led their forces in pursuit. Damn it, the son of the silver flood dragon is gone. Zhang Yun rummaged through his spatial ring, his expression shifting to one of profound dismay. He quickly recalled Qian Buin's tactics. It must have been him who seized the silver flood dragon amidst the chaos. Yuan Longying, I shall remember you. Zhang Yun seethed with impotent rage. Currently, he was still being pursued by the 5th-tier great demons and could not spare the effort to reclaim the son of the silver flood dragon. Having expended such effort, he ultimately found himself outmaneuvered by Yuan Longying, who had secured the prize on the other side. Having evaded the beast tide, Yuan Longying and her companions took a moment to rest. Yuan Jie, this is for you. Qian Buin produced the dragon-binding net and handed it to Yuan Longying. Inside the net, the son of the silver flood dragon lay motionless, its eyes closed in a state of surrender. Buin, you have made a significant contribution. Upon our return, I shall reward you with a complete wild monkey king's heart. Yuan Longying erupted into laughter as she seized the silver serpent's offspring. This time, not only had she captured the silver serpent's child, but she also managed to give Zhang Yun a thorough beating, though it was regrettable that she had not been able to do so enough. Chapter 71. The breakthrough of the rare fruit, a setup in the group chat. Are you certain that thing can aid us in our cultivation? Zhang Ming inquired skeptically, eyeing the worm-like fruit. Had Lu Yu not mentioned it, he might not have noticed its presence at all. The 3rd-tier rare fruit, flower worm fruit, resembling a flower worm, vibrantly colored and bitter in taste, was said to enhance physical strength and stabilize the spirit. With a market price of 500,000 per piece, Liu calmly revealed the true identity of the fruit. Eat. It is imperative to consume it. The price of 500,000 per fruit alone underscored its value. The bitterness was of little consequence. Hold on, the golden line flying snake also relishes the flower worm fruit. Let's see if we can capture it. Liu restrained Zhang Ming, searching for the golden line flying snake through the perspective of Xiao He. After an exhaustive search, Liu successfully located the golden line flying snake, hidden among the leaves. Its body, as thick as chopsticks, curled tightly. Had it not been for the light reflecting off its golden lines, Liu would have found it difficult to discern its presence. Old Zhang, be cautious. That golden line flying snake has reached the 3rd tier, its speed far surpassing that of others in the same rank. Liu whispered as he pointed. Rest assured, I am swifter than it. Zhang Ming replied confidently, transforming into a snowy owl and diving towards the flower worm fruit in a flash. As the snowy owl was about to seize the flower worm fruit, a streak of golden light suddenly shot forth, repelling the snowy owl. The golden line flying snake landed on the flower worm fruit, inhaling deeply to expand its body, its golden lines shimmering dangerously and alluringly. The snowy owl's gaze sharpened as it flapped its wings to attack, while the golden line flying snake straightened its body, ready to strike with its fangs. Bang! The clash of the bird's claws against the snake's fangs ignited sparks. As the golden line flying snake whipped its tail, ensnaring the snowy owl, which pecked frantically at its vulnerable spot. Seizing the moment while the golden line flying snake was preoccupied, Liu emerged to harvest the flower worm fruit. There were 5 fruits in total. Liu and Zhang Ming each took 2, leaving 1 for Xiao He. Then, Liu tossed the flower worm fruit. Xiao He bit down on the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp, only to writhe and howl on the ground a moment later. Bitter. It's unbearably bitter. You know nothing. This is a precious item. Now be gone. Liu shooed Xiao He away, on guard for danger, before turning to subdue the golden line flying snake. At that moment, the golden line flying snake was already under the snowy owl's control. Upon sensing the disappearance of the flower worm fruit, it instantly recognized the peril and attempted to flee. But it was a moment too late. Liu raised his hand. Mud and sand surged to form a grasping hand, and despite the golden line flying snake's desperate struggles, it became ensnared in the muck. As the mud dried, the golden line flying snake was locked in place, unable to move. Let's go. Grasping the golden line flying snake, the duo swiftly departed the area. A short while later, the trio found refuge underground to cultivate. Liu employed the earth solidification technique to carve out a space beneath the ground, which not only shielded them from prying eyes, but also effectively mitigated risks. Golyulu. Liu prepared to swallow the fruit. Hiss. He now understood Xiao He's feelings. This fruit was indeed excruciatingly bitter. The bitterness coursed into his stomach, gradually transforming into energy that nourished his body. Liu regulated his breathing, guiding the energy to circulate along the pathways of the earth solidification technique. Exhale. Inhale. Liu's breathing became increasingly steady as the energy flowed within him, his muscles feeling as though they were being relentlessly tempered, growing stronger with each passing moment. Zhang Ming, having endured the bitterness of the flower worm fruit, also successfully entered a state of cultivation. The two practiced for half a day, and by the time they resurfaced, it was already afternoon. Late stage of 2nd tier. Liu felt the changes within his body and nodded with satisfaction. The efficacy of the 3rd tier rare fruit was indeed remarkable. After consuming a light meal, the trio continued to gather resources. How about we take a stroll through the Demon Sound Valley? I have a feeling there are treasures to be found there. As they exited the dense forest, Zhang Ming suggested venturing to the Demon Sound Valley. Ding! While Liu pondered, his phone suddenly vibrated, and Zhang Ming's phone did the same. Both opened their devices to find a mass message. A beast tide has erupted in the Demon Sound Valley, urgently requiring reinforcements. Please, nearby students, arrive as swiftly as possible. The Demon Sound Valley has revealed a 4th tier corpse tree, laden with completed corpses, inviting teammates to form a party for acquisition. The Dream Chasing Squad, led by a 5th tier senior, with a charming senior sister offering support, eagerly awaits your participation. Messages of a similar nature flooded in, and Liu and Zhang Ming exchanged glances. I do not recall when I joined this group. Neither do I. I must have been invited. Liu is uninterested in the group chat. His concerns focused on the Demon Sound Valley. Zhang Ming had just expressed a desire to visit, and now trouble had arisen. His instincts warned him that things were not as they seemed. The Demon Sound Valley could very well be a trap. Without a doubt, it is a trap. It is unfortunate that we do not know whether it is orchestrated by humans or monsters, Zhang Ming asserted. Regardless of whether it is human or monster, if they dare to set a trap so brazenly, we shall go and see. Though the Demon Sound Valley was perilous, it was equally rich in resources. Not to mention, the fourth-tier corpse tree is a compelling reason to go. The corpse tree, also known as the Natural Forge Master, absorbed various metals for growth, bearing fruit upon maturity. Its fruits bore a striking resemblance to hanging corpses, thus earning the moniker of completed corpses. Completed corpses refined metals and, when mixed with other materials, could forge high-grade weapons, making them highly coveted by blacksmiths. If Lu Yu wished to forge his own weapon, he could not miss the opportunity presented by the corpse tree. Additionally, the Wind Whisper stones in the Demon Sound Valley were equally valuable. Formed by prolonged exposure to wind, these stones carried a sinister breeze that, when arranged by a formation master, could assist in cultivation while isolating disturbances. It was said that the highest-grade Wind Whisper stones were entirely black, with only a thin outer shell, while the interior was completely filled with evil winds. This malevolent wind was capable of tempering both body and soul, deemed a priceless treasure. Regrettably, such Wind Whisper stones were exceedingly rare. In the decades since the development of the Skull Sand secret realm, fewer than 3 had been unearthed, all purchased at high prices by 7th-tier powerhouses. The trio altered their course towards the Demon Sound Valley. The Demon Sound Valley, located in the northwest of the Skull Sand secret realm, resembled a dissected gourd from above. The air emitted a devilish roar, thus earning its name. Have the messages been sent out? Zhang Yun inquired, glancing at Zhang Yu. Before Zhang Yu was 100 floating phones, currently engaged in frantically editing and sending messages. The once quiet group chat quickly erupted into a flurry of activity as everyone began exchanging information and seeking collaboration. All messages have been dispatched. Zhang Yu nodded wearily. From constructing the group chat to energizing the atmosphere, he had single-handedly managed it all, the effort of which was easy to imagine. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Yun tossed a recovery pill. Thank you, young Master Yun. Zhang Yu accepted the pill and consumed it. The medicinal properties spread. His nearly depleted mental energy began to recover gradually, and his fatigued spirit was revitalized. The setup is complete. I doubt they will see through it. Zhang Yun chuckled coldly as he rose. With so many heavenly treasures at stake, no one can resist such temptation. Yang Wanqing flattered, once Lu Yu appears, you should lead people to lure him beneath the corpse tree, finding a way to slay him with its aid. I do not wish for him to leave the Skull Sand secret realm alive. Zhang Yun turned to Yang Wanqing, issuing instructions. Yang Wanqing's expression faltered. Young Master Yun, the director is watching from the outside. If Lu Yu dies, we will also face trouble. Chapter 72. The 7-person team enters the Demon Sound Valley. How does it matter? The one killing is the corpse tree. Not you. What can he do to you? Zhang Yun replied nonchalantly. Yang Wanqing opened her mouth to argue further but was silenced by a glance from Zhang Yun, and she quietly exited the cave. Outside the cave, figures receiving the news steadily converged towards the Demon Sound Valley. This place is quite suitable for us. Let us find a way to implement Lord Snake Emperor's plan. Sanbin Haruki stood beneath a tree, overlooking the Demon Sound Valley. Opportunities are fleeting. Are we certain about executing the plan here? The scarred Fuqingli voiced his doubts. Fuqingli, do not question my judgment. I am fully responsible for all plans now, and my authority surpasses that of Wild Crane Shou Tian. Upon hearing the skepticism, Sanbin Haruki glared at Fuqingli, his black pupils narrowing into slits, enveloped in an aura of coldness. The temperature around them plummeted sharply, and frost began to form on the ground. Fuqingli instinctively felt fear. This was the power of the Snake Emperor, an imprint of pressure embedded in his bloodline, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. Shiozi, Fuqing did not mean to doubt you. It was merely out of caution. The statuesque Watanabe Hanako laughed, attempting to ease the tension. I hope that is the case. Sanbin Haruki snorted, retracting the oppressive atmosphere. Fuqingli lowered his head in silence. Proceed according to plan. Sanbin Haruki delineated the area and issued commands, as Watanabe Hanako and her 3 companions entered the Demon Sound Valley to commence their arrangements. When Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the Demon Sound Valley, the place was already teeming with people. Scanning the surroundings revealed throngs of figures, gathered in groups of 3 to 5, exploring and collecting resources. Currently, most individuals were only active outside the Demon Sound Valley, with few daring to venture into its depths. One was foolish. The valley was rife with demonic energy, and the situation within was uncertain. Carelessly entering was tantamount to seeking death. Lu, as the trio observed, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Lu, you turned to find Yuan Longying and her 5 companions approaching in unison. Yuan Jia, Lu Yu greeted with a smile that I spotted Zhang Yun. If you wish to enter the Demon Sound Valley, it would be best to join us for mutual support. Yuan Longying extended an invitation to form a team. Lu Yu glanced at Zhang Ming and upon receiving his consent, replied with a grin, since Yuan Jia has invited us, we shall not be polite. What is there to be polite about? I have a favorable impression of you. Perhaps I may seek your assistance in the future. Yuan Longying jested, I have heard of you before, but regrettably, I never had the chance to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Buin. Qian Buin enthusiastically extended his hand at Lu. This is Zhang Ming and Xiao He. The 7 individuals and a wolf settled onto the ground, as Zhang Ming produced an array of delicacies to entertain Yuan Longying. While savoring the food, Yuan Longying recounted the battle at Silver Beach. The Valley of Echoing Sorrows is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Be wary of Bone Nightshade, for he may be cornered and desperate. Possibly hiding within the valley at this very moment, Xue Shan possessed a talent akin to Tang Haoran's, yet with notable distinctions. His gift was classified as SS grade, data vision, which enabled him to convert target information into corresponding data for analysis and manipulation. Xiao Shanzi, how many did you observe? Yuan Longying inquired with a raised eyebrow. Xue Shan replied, the sheer number is 600, and the combat power analysis is even more dismal, with some overlap present. Likely a special ability of the demon race that can obscure similar investigations. Yuan Longying narrowed her eyes. This is hardly good news. It appears Bone Nightshade intends to entomb us within the Valley of Echoing Sorrows. With so many treasures emerging from the valley, it would be hard for anyone to resist, and as for burying us, Bone Nightshade currently lacks the capability. Qian Buin seized a fine wine and drank heartily, while Tang Xiaoya swallowed 5 buns in one go. Sister Hua mentioned that Bone Nightshade's combat power is at most at the 6th tier. There are at least 25th tier individuals who have entered the Skeleton Sand secret realm. If he dares to confront us head-on, he is undoubtedly doomed. Someone has entered, Xue Shan suddenly exclaimed, prompting the others to look in the direction he indicated. 5 figures traversed through the mist of demon energy into the Valley of Echoing Sorrows. TSK, 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 Xie Tianfeng has undergone a transformation. First, he battled against Zhang Yun and me, and now he takes the initiative to enter the Valley of Echoing Sorrows. What could he possibly want? Yuan Longying pondered. Stroking her chin, his talent is sealing and summoning. I suspect he seeks to find powerful demon beasts to turn into his summons. Qian Buin narrowed his eyes. Powerful demon beasts? Then he must be aiming to seal Bone Nightshade. With Bone Nightshade, Yuan Longying's words trailed off as she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, her expression turning exceedingly grave. Xie Tianfeng might indeed be planning to seal Bone Nightshade. I have heard that the individual guarding the South China Sea from the Xie family is on the brink of death. Once that happens, the Xie family's status will plummet. As the heir of the Xie family, Xie Tianfeng must grow stronger before that individual passes away, and the severely injured Bone Nightshade is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yuan Longying meticulously analyzed Xie Tianfeng's true intentions. What should we do then? Assist or obstruct? Qian Buin looked towards Yuan Longying, who remained silent. Lu Yu and Zhang Ming quietly enjoyed the delicacies. Showing no concern for the matter at hand, Zhang Yun and the others have also entered. Xue Shan magnified the data map, revealing the movements of Zhang Yun and his group. Zhang Yun likely suspects Xie Tianfeng's motives and may very well take action against him. Yuan Longying suddenly rose, a smile gracing her lips. If Zhang Yun intends to act against Xie Tianfeng, then we shall strike first. Let us go. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Ming stored away the unfinished food, and Lu Yu collected Xiao He into his beast pet ring, following suit towards the Valley of Echoing Sorrows. The path into the valley was arduous, shrouded in demon energy that obscured vision, coupled with the treacherous terrain strewn with scattered stones that posed a risk of falling. Fortunately, They were no ordinary individuals and successfully navigated through the demon mist into the Valley of Echoing Sorrows. Upon entry, they were enveloped by the haunting sounds of the valley, with strong winds assaulting them, making breathing a challenge. The surroundings appeared dim, with a multitude of black, fluffy spores suspended in the air, spores from the ghost-faced man Lu. Protect any exposed skin. Once these spores make contact, they will proliferate rapidly, draining your blood until you are entirely depleted. Yuan Longying waved her hand, conjuring a gust of wind to disperse the spores. However, the wind was relentless. Even if they cleared the spores momentarily, they would return shortly. The only course of action was to safeguard their skin. Liu absorbed mud to cover his entire body, while Zhang Ming did the same, encasing himself in muddy armor. Good method, Yuan Longying remarked with a smile. Leading the way, Liu and Zhang Ming positioned themselves in the middle, while the remaining four guarded the rear. Sister Yuan, there is something beneath us, Liu called out to Yuan Longying. What tier? Yuan Longying summoned her purple bell. Liu closed his eyes and sensed, saying, at least 4th tier, and quite large, over 5 zhang in length. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the ground exploded, and a massive abyssal maw filled with sharp teeth surged forth from below, aimed directly at Yuan Longying. Little bug, come out! Yuan Longying hurled the purple bell, stunning the abyssal maw, and with a single hand, she seized it and exerted her strength. Boom! The 15-meter-long sandworm crashed to the ground, leaving behind a deep, bottomless pit. Such a large sandworm is quite rare. Qian Buin chuckled. Chapter 73. The Underground Lair of the One-Legged Ghost Demon. The sandworms are known for their gregarious nature and penchant for collecting metals. This creature's lair is bound to contain plenty of treasures. Yuan Longying's eyes sparkled as she leaped into the deep pit. Follow closely, Liu, and the others followed suit. The depth of the pit was beyond imagination. The group descended nearly 100 meters before finally reaching the ground. In all directions lay darkness, with the air thick with the stench of decay. Take this, Tang Xiaoya said, producing portable glow sticks to distribute among them. Under the illumination of the glow sticks, they observed their surroundings. Before them was a tunnel extending forward, marked by signs of battle on the walls, and strewn with numerous remnants of corpses, some in various stages of decomposition. The group advanced through the tunnel, navigating several turns before arriving at the sandworm's lair. Though the sandworm was grotesque, its construction skills were unquestionable. It had carved out a 3-room layout deep underground. Upon breaking through the walls, they discovered the sandworm's treasures. Within a space of nearly 50 cubic meters lay an assortment of rare metals, causing their eyes to gleam with excitement. Starlight sand iron, decayed brass, azure rust dragon steel. Yuan Longying enumerated the metals like a connoisseur. The group worked together to gather the metals, tallying the quantities for an equitable distribution. They had 230 pounds of starlight sand iron, 32 pounds each, and 150 pounds of decayed brass. 21 pounds each. Sister Yuan, decayed brass is of no use to me. May I trade my decayed brass for your azure rust dragon steel? Liu inquired of Yuan Longying. Agreed. Yuan Longying replied readily. In terms of value, decayed brass surpassed azure rust dragon steel, though it had a more limited application, but that posed no significant issue. With the exchange complete, the 7 retraced their steps, but halfway through, a resounding rumble echoed from above. Something is coming, and in great numbers. Liu sensed the tremors in the earth, his expression grave. Let us exit. If we are buried underground, even Yuan Longying would find it difficult to escape. The narrow terrain severely restricts combat capabilities. Accelerate time. Liu summoned runes that surged forth from his body, causing their speed to skyrocket instantly. Yuan Longying regarded Liu with admiration. The group acceleration was exceptionally comfortable and could undoubtedly sway the outcome in critical moments. Thundering grew louder above, shaking the entire tunnel as countless sands and stones cascaded down. Stop! Liu employed the earth solidification technique to reinforce the tunnel, ensuring the group's successful escape. Boom! Just as the 7 were about to exit the pit, the passage above suddenly erupted, and an abundance of shadows pierced the soil. Has someone disturbed the sandworm's lair? In mere seconds, nearly 20 sandworms surged through the overhead passage, and the numbers only continued to grow. It was evident that something significant was afoot. The 7 realized the urgency and promptly emerged from the underground. As expected, upon returning to the surface, they found the situation had worsened. Before them lay enormous claw prints. at the center of which was a second-tier demon beast, utterly flattened into mush, the one-legged ghost demon. The group immediately recognized the prince belonging to the exceedingly rare one-legged ghost demon. These creatures were scarce and difficult to reproduce. They were born as second-tier beings and naturally advanced to the fifth tier in maturity, with a few managing to break through to the sixth tier. Compared to the rare bloodlines of the demon race, the sixth-tier cultivation level was not particularly noteworthy. However, the true value of the one-legged ghost demon extended far beyond that. The blood and flesh of the one-legged ghost demon were invaluable, capable of aiding other races in breakthroughs, essentially functioning as living elixirs. Analyzing the claw prints, this particular one-legged ghost demon was likely at least fifth tier, with a high probability of being sixth tier. Xue Shan measured the prince with a serious expression. Yuan Longying took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. A sixth-tier one-legged ghost demon could potentially allow all of us to advance a small realm without any adverse effects. Despite their enthusiasm, the seven understood that hunting the one-legged ghost demon would not be an easy feat. Moreover, it was highly probable that this was a meticulous scheme devised by Bone Nightshade, aimed at inciting conflict and pitting them against each other. This old demon has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Qin Buan mused, stroking his chin. Let us go and confront the one-legged ghost demon. The seven pursued the trail of footprints. How intriguing! Even the one-legged ghost demon has emerged. Is Bone Nightshade planning to initiate a decisive battle in the Valley of Echoing Sorrows? Zhang Yun exclaimed, unleashing lightning to incinerate the demon mist, greedily gazing at the one-legged ghost demon 100 meters away. The one-legged ghost demon stood nearly 30 meters tall, its lower half consisting of a single stout leg. While its upper body was marred with unhealed wounds, its eye sockets as large as washbasins were hollow. The value of this one-legged ghost demon had been halved. Tang Howren sighed with regret after estimating. The most valuable eyes and skin have been removed, leaving us with less than 200 pounds of pure flesh. There is still 200 pounds of pure flesh left, which is sufficient. And the bones can be used for broth. Perhaps drinking it could aid in breakthroughs, he added. Mengyu has already devised a plan for cooking the one-legged demon. The one-legged demon cannot escape. We must first find that fourth-tier withered corpse tree. Although Zhang Yun is eager to devour the one-legged demon, the immediate priority is to locate the withered corpse tree. Young Master Yun, the energy marker of the withered corpse tree has vanished. Xue He, who is in charge of inspection, trembles as he speaks. Vanished. Zhang Yun raises an eyebrow. The disappearance of the energy marker could only mean two things. The target is dead, or the energy marker has been removed. Xue He's energy marker is exceedingly covert. Even the formidable Yuan Longying failed to detect it, and it is impossible for a fourth-tier withered corpse tree to have discovered it. If the withered corpse tree has not removed the energy marker, then it must be dead. Contemplating this possibility, Zhang Yun's expression darkens considerably. The withered corpse tree was brought into the Skull Sand secret realm through his considerable efforts. He had intended to use it to devour and cultivate supreme metals, while simultaneously plotting to slay Lu Yu. Yet, before anything could commence, it has all come to an abrupt end. Find it. At all costs, find the withered corpse tree. Zhang Yun grits his teeth, suppressing his fury. Yang Wanqing and the others promptly spring into action to search for the withered corpse tree. In the distance, the one-legged demon, sensing the danger has dissipated, rests against a mountain peak. Bone Nightshade. I shall not let you escape. I will see you dead. The one-legged demon roars inwardly, its demonic aura surging into the sky, transforming into a mist of malevolence. It had a chance to leave the Skull Sand secret realm, albeit as a test subject for a certain alchemist from Tianwu Academy. It was better than remaining here to await death. However, Bone Nightshade had ruined its most valuable eye, and upon learning this, the alchemist abandoned the idea, leaving the one-legged demon to perish in the Skull Sand secret realm. Who? The one-legged demon suddenly senses the presence of a human, its hollow eye sockets turning towards the left rear. The mist of malevolence swirling violently. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you, Xie Tianfeng says with a smile, while the thorn giant stands silently behind him, its thorns digging deep into the earth to draw strength. Assist me? The one-legged demon sneers. You all merely wish to consume me. No one will truly help me. Perhaps others may think that way, but I am different. I possess a far superior method to arrange your fate. And this will grant you a form of eternal life. Chapter 74. Deceiving the demon. Farewell to the East Japan. Why talent lies in sealing and summoning. Become my summoned creature, and as long as I live, you shall not perish. As Xia Tianfeng speaks, he commands the thorn giant to respond. Once you become a summoned creature, your survival capacity will greatly enhance. As long as you are not utterly destroyed, you can recover, and you will even regrow what you have lost. Regrow what I have lost? The one-legged demon bends down, slamming its palms into the ground, sending dust and debris flying, its dark eye sockets fixed intently on Xia Tianfeng. The mist of malevolence coalescing into a domain that envelopes him. You should know the price of deceiving me. In the face of the threat, Xia Tianfeng remains unfazed, calmly responding, I have never been fond of deceit. They serve as the finest examples. As he speaks, Xia Tianfeng summons the Azure Pong demon bird and the two-headed winged lion. The one-legged demon carefully senses the presence of the three fourth-tier demon beasts and, confirming their life force, speaks in a deep voice, What must I do? Xia Tianfeng replies with a smile, Simply release your soul and heed my command. In just a few seconds, you shall be reborn. The one-legged demon contemplates for a moment but ultimately decides to give it a try. The temptation of regaining its lost eyes is far too great to resist. Xia Tianfeng retracts the three demon beasts, unleashing his mental energy to construct an ancient door. The door is entirely golden, blinding to behold, adorned with fierce beast patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns resemble those of the sealed demon beasts. With a thunderous rumble, the door swings open, revealing a pair of formless hands that reach through the mist to grasp the one-legged demon. For reasons unknown, upon sensing the formless hands, the one-legged demon suddenly feels a pang of trepidation, urging it instinctively to shut down its mind and flee. With a whoosh, the formless hands grasp at emptiness. And the one-legged demon seals its soul, its expression growing cold. Well played. I nearly fell for your trick. Why bother? Becoming my summoned creature is undoubtedly your best choice. Though you may lose your sense of self, it indeed offers you eternal life. Xia Tianfeng sighs, somewhat helpless. He was so close to sealing the one-legged demon, yet it regained its clarity at a crucial moment. Cunning human, die. The domain of malevolence contracts and collapses, attempting to crush Xia Tianfeng. However, he was well prepared. As the domain crumbled, the ground beneath him shattered, and countless thorns erupted from the earth, entwining and propping up the domain. You are merely at the fifth-tier initial stage. Do you think you can match me? Although the one-legged demon's combat power has diminished significantly, it still possesses its domain, firmly believing it can overpower a fifth-tier initial opponent. Boom. The domain accelerates its collapse. A storm of destruction wildly shredding the thorns. Yet, the growth rate of the thorns far exceeds expectations. No matter how the storm of destruction ravages, it cannot obliterate all the thorns as time passes. More and more thorns surge from the ground, gradually filling the entire domain, even ensnaring and compressing the one-legged demon. How is this possible? The one-legged demon bellows in frustration, struggling but unable to break free from the spiked thorns. What is this power? Why? Why can I not defeat even a fifth-tier initial stage opponent? Indeed, as the legends say, your one-legged demon clan possesses terrifying capabilities. Xia Tianfeng shakes his head in disappointment, revealing the four demon beasts behind him. The opposition against the one-legged demon is not solely the thorn giant. It is the combined effort of four fourth-tier peak demon beasts. You, the one-legged demon, finds itself suspended in midair, ensnared by thorns. As the door swings open once more, and the formless hands appear again, bang. Just as the formless hands are about to seize the one-legged demon's soul, the domain of malevolence shatters, and a massive purple bell descends from above, shattering all the thorns, while a purple sword slices through the air towards Xia Tianfeng. Merge. Xia Tianfeng snorts coldly, merging the power of the thorn giant to transform his body into thorns, raising his hand to launch hundreds of thorns that entwine and intercept the purple sword. Xia Tianfeng, your speed is indeed impressive. Lu Yu and his 7 companions descend from the sky. The one-legged demon, having narrowly escaped disaster, quickly dodges, channeling its demonic energy to mend its wounds. Yuan Longying, are you attempting to obstruct my sealing of the one-legged demon? Xia Tianfeng coldly addresses Yuan Longying. What do you mean by obstructing your sealing of the one-legged demon? Such a treasure is certainly to be shared. How dare you attempt to hoard it all to yourself? Are you not being too greedy? Qian Buin produces cooking tools, prepared to cook the one-legged demon on the spot. Must you go this far? Xie Tianfeng speaks in a low voice. Yuan Longying smiles. After all, it is a one-legged demon. Everyone desires such a treasure, and of course, there is a share for you. It is not that Yuan Longying is generous, but rather that it is unnecessary to fight over a few dozen pounds of one-legged demon flesh. Consuming the meat first is the priority. Once a conflict arises, attracting others, the opportunity to feast on the flesh will be lost. Xie Tianfeng is deeply dissatisfied. The entire one-legged demon should rightfully belong to him. Yet, he can only claim a mere few dozen pounds of flesh. Sister Yuan, there are people below. Lu Yu opens his eyes to remind. Come out, Yuan Longying commands, sending the purple sword into the ground. The next moment, the earth erupts as several figures emerge, the purple sword swiftly returning to Yuan Longying's hand. East Japan people. Lu Yu narrows his eyes. Qian Buin and the four quickly spread out, encircling the three members of Sanbin Saishu. Sanbin Saishu glares at Lu Yu with a fierce expression, unable to comprehend how she has been exposed. She had not even been detected by Yuan Longying. Yet Lu Yu could sense them. What could have gone wrong? What are you staring at? None of you shall leave today. Zhang Ming transforms into a steel-armored crocodile, roaring at the five. We can discuss this. Sanbin Saishu turns her gaze to Yuan Longying. Discussion is fine, but I do not appreciate it when others stand taller than I. As she speaks, Yuan Longying summons her purple sword. Whoosh! The purple light slices through the void, arriving in an instant, and Sanbin Saishu has no chance to react before being pierced. Fake. The pierced Sanbin Saishu disintegrates into ash, her true form appearing 100 meters away, gasping for breath. Do not forget that our mission target is Bone Nightshade. Killing us will only benefit him. Qian Buin and the four block their escape route, leaving Sanbin Saishu and her companions no choice but to plead for mercy. Bang bang bang. In response, there are only countless earth spikes erupting from the ground. Lu Yu presses his palms against the earth, summoning numerous spikes to assault the five, which then transform mid-air, splitting into muddy hands that grasp at them. What an exquisite energy technique! Yuan Longying and the others exclaim in admiration. They too have practiced energy techniques, but compared to talent, their investment in energy techniques has been far from adequate. After all, human energy is limited, and one must prioritize enhancing what holds the greatest value. Lu Yu, do you truly wish to sever all ties with us? Sanbin Saishu roars, shattering the earth spikes. Killing us will lead to your demise as well. In the end, only Bone Nightshade and Zhang Yun will emerge victorious. Earth prison. Stone pillars rise from the ground, separating the five, while sand and gravel swirl to form a prison that confines them individually. Sanbin Saishu and her companions attack the prison frantically, but to no avail. Lu Yu's meticulously crafted prison is not so easily shattered. Now we can discuss, Lu Yu says to the five with a calm demeanor. Sanbin Saishu glares at Lu Yu with a malevolent gaze, her eyes full of hatred as if wishing to flay him alive. Chapter 75. Weeping Corridor, Slaying Demons and Dividing Flesh. Nevertheless, the situation is pressing, and Sanbin Saishu is forced to relent. Zhang Yun wishes to kill you. With over 20 of them joining forces, even with Yuan Longying's assistance, you cannot escape. Oh, what? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what will you use to purchase the lives of your five companions? Sanbin Qingxiu retorted with reluctance. I know the location of the withered corpse tree. Speak, and I shall allow you to depart, Lu Yu exclaimed with delight, astonished that Sanbin Qingxiu actually knew the whereabouts of the withered corpse tree. Heh, Sanbin Qingxiu sneered, I am not foolish. You must first release us before I divulge the location. No, you must reveal the location first, and then I will let you go. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Sanbin Qingxiu possessed the cunning of a snake king, and was intent on escaping, making it difficult for even Yuan Longying to capture them. I will write down the location. You must let us leave. Sanbin Qingxiu conceded. Lu Yu nodded. Compared to the withered corpse tree, Sanbin Qingxiu's life was hardly worth a pittance. Sanbin Qingxiu produced a palm-sized piece of purple gold secret silver, summoned a demon eel to extract one of its sharp teeth, and inscribed the coordinates of the withered corpse tree upon the silver before burying it into the earth. Let us go. Lu Yu sensed the earth, manipulating the mud to encase the purple gold secret silver, confirming its authenticity before dismantling the earthly prison. Move. San Bin Qingshou gestured, leading the four away in haste. The mud surged, lifting the purple gold secret silver into Lu Yu's hands. While the others closed in, even Xie Tianfeng could not resist the allure of the withered corpse tree. Upon seeing the marked location from San Bin Qingshou, Yuan Longying frowned initially, then sighed in disappointment. Xiao Yu, let it be. Anything that falls into the crying corridor cannot be retrieved. The others echoed similar sentiments of regret. Sister Yuan, is the crying corridor that perilous? Lu Yu furrowed his brow. Qian Buan chimed in, it is a dead zone. Once one enters, they cannot escape. 36 tier 4th year students once ventured in to explore, and they vanished without a trace. It is said that both the principal and the director tried to enter the crying corridor, but unfortunately, they failed, and since then, it has become a place of despair. Yuan Longying nodded. I have heard from books that the crying corridor is likely the burial site of the master of the secret realm. Entering it means contending against the entire Skeleton Sand secret realm. The difficulty is evident. Are you not planning to take a look? Xie Tianfeng suddenly interjected. We could collaborate to lure Zhang Yun and the others into the crying corridor. Using them to retrieve the withered corpse tree. Lu Yu glanced at Yuan Longying, who was frowning and silently calculating the odds of success. What confidence do you have? Yuan Longying asked. Xie Tianfeng turned to Lu Yu, questioning, how long can your time talent affect Zhang Yun? Lu Yu estimated, time cannot freeze him, but it can provide a sustained deceleration. Conservatively, it can affect him for a dozen seconds. Xie Tianfeng's expression stiffened. He did not expect Lu Yu's time talent to be so formidable. To affect a 5th-tier, early-stage opponent for over 10 seconds at the late 2nd tier was impressive. Once he reached the 4th tier, he could easily immobilize a 5th-tier adversary. Such a talent, as long as it does not fall, will inevitably reach the pinnacle of the world. Xie Tianfeng felt a desire to befriend Lu Yu. In that case, we have at least a 70% chance of ensnaring them into the crying corridor. Xie Tianfeng concluded. 70% is sufficient, but I suggest we eliminate the one-legged ghost demon before taking action. Qian Buan remarked, observing the one-legged ghost demon attempting to flee amid their discussion. A cold smile gracing his lips. The old fellow was indeed clever, trying to slip away unnoticed, but he failed to consider that all present were geniuses. Who would let him, this walking treasure, escape? Spare me. I can help you deal with Zhang Yun, and I can also assist you in entering the crying corridor to find the withered corpse tree. The one-legged ghost demon, perceiving the gazes upon him, fell to his knees in supplication. You can enter the crying corridor? Yuan Longying asked skeptically. As for dealing with Zhang Yun, the one-legged ghost demon was entirely unnecessary. His combat prowess was negligible and could easily lead to mistakes due to the high stakes. I have not been there, but Bone Nightshade has. He revealed some information while torturing me. The one-legged ghost demon quickly explained. It turned out that the one-legged ghost demon had been captured by Bone Nightshade long ago and kept as livestock for flesh harvesting. During one such instance, the one-legged ghost demon noticed Bone Nightshade was gravely injured and contemplated escape, only to be suppressed by Bone Nightshade. After subduing the one-legged ghost demon, Bone Nightshade mocked, "Did you think that just because I am injured, I cannot handle you, even with just a breath left? I can easily suppress you, you worthless creature." After the taunt, Bone Nightshade consumed blood and flesh to recuperate. While cultivating, bone-chilling wails emanated from within him, the cries seemingly imbued with a haunting power. They were so unsettling that one could not help but listen. Once Bone Nightshade concluded his cultivation, his physique shrank significantly, and the flame of his soul dimmed. Is there truly no way to break into the crying corridor? It is clearly a treasure trove. Yet it is suppressed by a mere corpse. It was then that the one-legged ghost demon confirmed that Bone Nightshade had indeed been to the crying corridor and had emerged alive. Saying it is tantamount to saying nothing. Bone Nightshade is now nowhere to be found. How can we seek him? Tang Xiaoya glared at the one-legged ghost demon, sensing his intent to buy time. Qian Buan added, even if we find him, how could Bone Nightshade possibly divulge the secrets of entering the crying corridor? I have told you all I know. What more do you want? The one-legged ghost demon bellowed angrily, unleashing his broken demon domain to envelop his form, then leaping 100 feet into the air. Kill! The group united to pursue the one-legged ghost demon. Even as he frantically fled, it was futile, and he was swiftly caught and slain. Bang! The one-legged ghost demon fell heavily to the ground, and Xie Tianfeng summoned Xie Huayu, who had been lurking in the shadows. as they divided the flesh according to their numbers. During this, many who heard the commotion arrived but chose to depart quietly after assessing the numbers and strength. If anyone wishes to enter the crying corridor, send a message. Xie Tianfeng departed with Xie Huayu. Let us find a quiet place to enjoy this delicacy. Yuan Longying waved, leading her group away, and no sooner had the seven left than Zhang Yun and his companions arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the corpse of the one-legged ghost demon on the ground, Zhang Yun's expression turned grim. Damn it! We arrived too late. The one-legged ghost demon has already been killed. I know who killed the one-legged ghost demon. A voice came from behind. Zhang Yun turned to see San Bin Qingxiu standing 100 meters away, shrouded in demon mist, ready to flee at any moment. Who? Zhang Yun coldly demanded. Yuan Longying. Xie Tianfeng and Lu Yu. San Bin Qingxiu replied with a smile. And I know which direction they headed. Speak. Young Master Zhang, do you not find this information exceedingly valuable? What do you desire? Zhang Yun's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Chapter 76, Repeated Escapes, the Competition for Medicinal Cuisine. I want Lu Yu. San Bin Qingxiu stated her terms. Zhang Yun scoffed. What use do you have for a dead man? I require him alive. Impossible. He must die. No one can change that. Zhang Yun's tone was resolute and unyielding. San Bin Qingxiu produced a snake scale, declaring, I can offer this in exchange. Zhang Yun narrowed his eyes at the snake scale. His tone still icy, not sufficient. San Bin Qingxiu remained unperturbed. This is merely a token of our meeting, representing the friendship of the Snake King. Young Master Zhang should understand its value beyond the 9th tier. Zhang Yun's expression shifted as he turned to Yang Weiying and the others. Wait for me here. Having said that, Zhang Yun strode towards San Bin Qingxiu, the two of them disappearing into the depths of the demon mist, leaving their conversation shrouded in mystery. Moments later, Zhang Yun emerged from the mist, gesturing for his companions to pursue Lu Yu and the others. What a delightful aroma! Though you're a miser, I must admit. Your culinary skills are unmatched. Observing the simmering stew, Tang Xiaoya's mouth watered. Indeed, you should inquire in Kyoto. My family, the Qian clan, boasts a legacy of renowned nobles, having produced countless figures, including 3 imperial chefs. Qian Buan declared with pride. By the time it reaches my generation, had it not been for my outstanding talent, I too would have become an imperial chef. Brother Qian, are you planning to prepare medicinal cuisine? Lu Yu looked incredulously at the towering stove. Xiao Yu, you will soon discover how fortifying this medicinal dish is. Consume it, and I assure you, you will break through on the spot. Yuan Longying chuckled, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder. Though they laughed, the potency of the medicinal dish was no jest. Many demon beasts would be drawn to it, requiring everyone to remain vigilant, lest they lose their hard-won gains. Qian Buan retrieved various medicinal ingredients, placing them into the stove, while Xue Shan manipulated the flames to extract the essence of the herbs, infusing it into the meat. Time passed, and the aroma intensified. Merely inhaling the fragrance caused the group to feel their cultivation stir. Their souls and bodies yearning for the nourishment of the medicinal dish. Something is approaching. Xue Shan gazed ahead as Zhang Ming transformed into a steel-armored crocodile, stirring the demon mist with a roar. Lu Yu waved his hand, causing the earth to melt and sprout countless menacing thorns. Wang Shanming exhaled a cloud of gray mist that enveloped the group, the mist solidifying into armor upon contact, simultaneously enhancing their capabilities. This was Wang Shanming's SS-tier talent, transforming magic mist. Boom! Demon beasts drawn by the scent surged forth one after another, with the leading 2 reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Demon Thorn Magic Forest. Lu Yu's inner energy erupted wildly, causing the earth spikes to grow uncontrollably, piercing through one beast after another. The blood-armored beetle let out a furious roar, shattering all the earth spikes, and opened its mouth wide to fiercely inhale towards the furnace. Get lost? Qian Buan raised his hand, triggering an explosion that sent the blood-armored beetle flying. Boom! The poison-spiked mantis spat out a venomous ball with a diameter of 3 meters. Block! Lu Yu clapped his hands on the ground, solidifying a 5-meter earthen wall to intercept the venomous ball. The venom corroded and penetrated the wall, causing the poison-spiked mantis to crash into it and lunge towards the furnace. Die! A purple sword sliced through the poison-spiked mantis's abdomen but was soon ensnared, unable to move further. Clang! The purple bell flew out, smashing the head of the poison-spiked mantis, who whose headless corpse fell from the sky. The blood-armored beetle, rising from the ground, gazed in horror at the corpse as fear overcame greed, and it rapidly flapped its wings to flee. Leave! The purple sword shot out like lightning, and in the next moment, the blood-armored beetle, having flown over 200 meters, was pierced and fell with a resounding crash. With the leader dead, the other beasts fled in a frenzy. No treasure was worth more than their lives. More food, more food. Zhang Ming transformed back into human form and retrieved the blood-armored beetle. Though it had little flesh, every bit was pure muscle, making it the perfect choice for roasting. I appreciate your help in concocting the medicinal dish. You may leave now. Zhang Yun led his team out from the demon mist. You truly are relentless. Do you think you deserve to snatch the medicinal dish? Yuan Longying scoffed disdainfully, summoning the purple bell and the purple sword. Attack! Zhang Yun donned thunder armor, calling down lightning from the heavens, gripping a lightning spear, and charged towards Yuan Longying. Get lost! The purple sword shattered the lightning, aiming at Zhang Yun, while the purple bell trembled, emitting a terrifying chime. Yang Wanqing connected with the others through life vines, capable of consuming life force to heal them in critical moments. Earthquake! Lu Yu stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack open, sending shockwaves forward to disrupt the enemy's formation. Ice bridge. Su Bingfeng waved his hand, releasing cold air, constructing an ice bridge in the air to carry everyone safely, successfully avoiding the underground pit. The melee commenced, with Lu Yu and Zhang Ming back-to-back, hiding behind. Zhang Ming transformed into a shadow-stinging bee, unleashing a torrent of poisonous needles. The fine needles, as thin as a hair, silently pierced into bodies, immediately releasing paralyzing toxins. At the third tier, one could resist a maximum of 5 needles before collapsing. Realizing the danger, Tan Dinghu and the others focused their fire on Lu Yu and Zhang Ming. Retreat. Tang Xiaoya slashed back 3 foes with a single strike. But just as she was about to press the attack, she was ensnared by Xue He. Take care of those 2 first, Xue He directed at Tan Dinghu. Understood. Tang Xiaoya was entangled and unable to rescue Lu Yu and Zhang Ming. Tan Dinghu and Zhou Hong charged in. Old Zhang, do you have confidence? Lu Yu fought and retreated without a hint of panic, embedding a tactic with every step he took. Yuz. I have complete faith in you. Zhang Ming abandoned the shadow-stinging bee, transforming into a steel-armored crocodile to intercept the 3 Luu. Hand over the medicinal dish. Tan Dinghu glared furiously, throwing a punch that resonated like a volcanic explosion. Boom! The steel-armored crocodile swung its tail, intercepting Tan Dinghu's punch. Skeleton soldiers, their eye sockets ablaze with the fire of souls, maneuvered around the steel-armored crocodile, aiming their blades at Lu Yu. Earth prison. Lu Yu clapped his palms on the ground, summoning countless stone pillars. The sharp blades sliced through the pillars, yet in the next moment, the skeleton soldiers were sent flying into the air, confined within the prison. Zhou Hong and Tan Dinghu were forced to retreat. But as soon as they touched the ground, spikes erupted from beneath, leaving them with no foothold. How can his energy techniques be so abnormal? Tan Dinghu felt an overwhelming frustration. Luu, without relying on talent, was able to crush them solely with his energy techniques, defying all reason. Why can he wield such power while we, practicing the same energy techniques, cannot even approach him? Zhou Hong shared the same sentiment of distress. Observing the skeleton soldiers confined in the prison, he waved his hand to dispel the summon, and they transformed into smoke, merging back into shadows. Ha ha ha, Uz, go! The steel-armored crocodile charged forward with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, the battle between Yuan Longying and Zhang Yun reached a boiling point, with both unleashing their full arsenal, turning the area within 100 meters into a battlefield. The purple bell expanded and contracted in the air, while the purple sword circled Yuan Longying, wary of Zhang Yun's thunderous onslaught. Zhang Yun discarded the lightning spear, grasping a long whip as thunder roared above, waves of divine might surging. If I can't have it, neither shall you. Realizing he could not seize the medicinal dish, Zhang Yun decided to destroy it instead. Not a chance. Yuan Longying hurled the purple bell to block the lightning whip and waved her hand, directing the purple sword through the void towards Zhang Yun. I don't believe you can withstand this. Zhang Yun spread his arms wide, unleashing torrents of lightning, with hundreds of lightning spears raining down from the sky. Get out! Qian Buin's face changed dramatically as he rolled up the furnace into his spatial ring. Rumble. The lightning spears shattered the earth, raising a cloud of dust, while Qian Buwen, in a state of disarray, tumbled aside, his armor scorched and clearly damaged. Sister Yuan, smash him to bits. Qian Buwen knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. Don't worry, your sister Yuan will handle it without fail. Yuan Longying erupted in radiant purple light, sending the purple bell crashing into Zhang Yun, while the purple sword danced through the lightning, ready to slice down. Shadow clone. Zhang Yun was enveloped in lightning, his speed drastically increasing as he narrowly evaded the purple sword. Did you think I would fall for that again? Yuan Longying sneered, raising her hand to summon 3 beams of purple light to pursue Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun appeared 100 meters away, but as soon as he landed, the purple light caught up, shattering his lightning armor and leaving a gruesome gash on his shoulder. I didn't expect you had hidden abilities. Zhang Yun grasped the lightning, shattering the purple light, and transformed into a bolt of lightning to escape. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. If you dare, feel free to continue experiencing them. Yuan Longying recalled the purple sword. Zhang Yun observed the ground, surprised that his team was still unable to subdue Lu Yu and the others. Tan Dinghu and the trio were still being suppressed by Lu Yu, which was utterly incomprehensible. Retreat! Zhang Yun reluctantly issued the command. Upon hearing the word retreat, Tan Dinghu and the others immediately sighed in relief and swiftly shattered the obstructing stone pillars to escape. It was not that they had intentionally delayed. Rather, Lu Yu's energy techniques were too abnormal, combined with time dilation, which rendered them completely immobile. Don't run. If you have the guts, keep fighting, Zhang Ming taunted as he watched the panicked retreat of the others. All right, old Zhang, let's focus on the matter at hand. Lu patted Zhang Ming. Let us go, find another place. Yuan Longying landed on the ground, leading Lu Yu and the others to a new encampment. 10 minutes later, the 7 entered the cave that Lu Yu had hewn. As the earthen walls closed in, the 7 finally felt at ease and sat down. Come, enjoy yourselves. Qian Buwen took out the medicinal dish and distributed it. Phew! Everyone consumed the dish and began to cultivate, and soon the cave was filled with a whirlwind as their mental energies intertwined, creating various phenomena. Lu Yu felt his mental energy continuously increasing, while the divine tree of talent greedily absorbed emotions, its fruits growing increasingly plump, likely to ripen in a few days. Along with the growth of mental energy, Lu Yu's internal energy was also strengthening. Unlike his mental energy, his internal energy had been completely tamed, autonomously circulating along the pathways of the Earth's solidification technique. Yuan Longying awoke with wide eyes, her bowl of medicinal dish successfully aiding her in advancing from early to mid-stage of the 5th tier. Seeing that the others were still cultivating, Yuan Longying took the initiative to act as a guard. I'm about to break through. Observing the distorted void around Lu Yu, Yuan Longying's expression turned serious. Even before reaching the 3rd tier, the power of time has already instilled fear. If I were to break through to the 3rd tier, even I would have to be cautious. Thankfully, I have an eye for talent and have made a friend in Lu Yu. Yuan Longying silently rejoiced. The talent of the gluttonous beast was also formidable. Her gaze fell upon Zhang Ming. Equally astonished, it seemed as though an alternate space had opened behind Zhang Ming, creating an illusion of not being within this realm. According to the calculations of the Guardian Pavilion, the gluttonous beast, when fully developed, could potentially create an entirely new secret realm. Zhang Ming's growth was equally terrifying. Just imagine, a being carrying a secret realm with him would be nearly impossible to defend against. With an endless supply of resources for cultivation, making it difficult not to become powerful. Qian Buwen and the others gradually awakened, leaving only Lu Yu and Zhang Ming. Everyone had advanced a small realm, with Xue Shan and Wang Shanming on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier for their second awakening. However, it was not the right time to break through. The second awakening of talent was very noisy and required meticulous preparation. As there was a risk of death, they were still so young, and they were already attempting to break through to the 3rd tier. Qian Buwen looked at the two with great emotion. With talent and resource provision, it's only natural to have a rapid cultivation speed. Tang Xiaoya began preparing dinner. Breaking through consumed a significant amount of physical strength, requiring timely energy replenishment. Phew! Lu Yu and Zhang Ming opened their eyes simultaneously. Lu Yu's strikingly clear eyes emanated an oppressive aura, and as he stood, the space around him rippled. I am so hungry. Zhang Ming grabbed food and devoured it heartily, while the alternate space behind him gradually faded. Once we are full, we shall continue our exploration. Yuan Longying called to Lu Yu. Sister Yuan, I wish to see the Weeping Corridor. During the meal, Lu Yu suddenly mentioned the Weeping Corridor. Little Yu, do you have confidence in entering the Weeping Corridor? That is no trifling matter. Although the materials birthed by the corpse tree are precious, they are not irreplaceable. Yuan Longying expressed with a grave countenance. Lu chuckled, reassuring, Sister Yuan, rest assured, I would never joke with my own life. I wish to first ascertain whether we can enter. Only by seeing will we know. He turned to the others, asking, What do you all think? Yuan Longying looked towards Qin Buin and the other three, seeking their opinions. Since we are all part of the same team, we shall surely act together, Qin Buin replied with a smile. Agreed, came the chorus of support. Yuan Longying smiled in return, very well, since everyone is in accord. We shall proceed together shortly. Liu Yu silently etched this kindness into his memory. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the seven set forth from the cave towards the Weeping Corridor. The Weeping Corridor lies at the heart of the Demon Sound Valley, where stone tablets serve as warnings to be why now. It was deep into the night. The valley was shrouded in a fog of malevolence, obscuring the moonlight. Yuan Longying shattered the demonic mist several times, yet it swiftly coalesced again, forcing her to ultimately relent. Roar! The winds in the Demon Sound Valley howled louder under the night sky, and fist-sized wind whisper stones were hurled at them by the tempest. Fortunately, all seven were protected, and even when struck by the stones, they sustained little harm. They were nearing the Weeping Corridor. Yuan Longying seized a wind whisper stone, crushing it. The malevolent wind imprisoned within howled forth, rending a vicious gash in the ground. Lu Yu and Zhang Ming collected wind whisper stones as they walked. After traversing the stormy zone, a multitude of weathered stone columns appeared ahead, where small demonic beasts cowered, trembling behind the pillars. Upon spotting Lu Yu and the others, the beasts struggled to flee, but alas, they were too feeble, and after only a short distance, the wind swept them away. A few small demonic beasts, too lethargic to run, simply sat beneath the pillars awaiting their demise. Ignoring the small beasts, Lu Yu and his companions pressed onward. Soon, amidst the cacophony of howling winds, a haunting wail emerged, indicating they were nearing the Weeping Corridor. The sobbing was intermittent, seemingly intermingled with other sounds, drawing them in deeper and rendering their bodies uncontrollably compelled to advance. Awaken! Yuan Longying's mental force roared, rousing the group. Not just Lu Yu and Zhang Ming, but even she herself nearly succumbed. Be cautious. If anyone falls under the thrall of the weeping, find a way to awaken them immediately. If that fails, we must resort to forcibly knocking them out. Chapter 78. The Sound of Weeping, an enthusiastic invitation. Understood. The group nodded in response. Let us proceed. Yuan Longying took a deep breath, leading the way, her purple sword swirling around, ever ready for battle. As they entered the domain enveloped by the Weeping Corridor, the fierce winds abruptly ceased, and a multitude of wind whisper stones littered the ground. Clearly, others had come before them, and in considerable numbers. Observing the disarray of stones, the group realized many had ventured here ahead of them. 10 meters away stood a stone tablet, inscribed with the blood-red characters for Weeping Corridor, beneath which lay a square well. The Weeping Corridor is a well? Zhang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Yuan Longying shook her head, explaining, No, the well is merely the entrance. Constructed by the Dean and others, it is said that the original Weeping Corridor was a fissure that extended deep underground.